was struggling to find any sort of. I mean, that's why they went out and signed Matt Flynn, because they were trying to figure out the quarterback spot. And Russell Wilson completely changed the course of that franchise. Like
I don't have a problem with that. I don't disagree with that.
The part that's disappointing for me is when I see a guy practice high fives in training camp. I was expecting a better season out of him. Again, I don't know what's so funny. This is just so that's what's disappointing about Russell Wilson's performance this year for the Broncos.
I mean, why are you getting on him for his level of detail? I mean, it's like, shouldn't you aspire to be that detailed? Where like your radio formatics, you're walking in, you're practicing your fives, your what's ups, your how you're doings and all that.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
good point.
Don't get on the man for practicing every little piece of what it's going to be like out there on game day.
Yeah.
Maybe he's visualizing all of that and then putting himself in that game mode. And that's, I think it's something you should aspire to personally.
You know what? You're right.
I don't know. That's a waste of damn time if you ask me.
Well, if you're not playing well, no one's going to be giving you five.
Yeah, you ain't playing well.
By the way, that was always one of my pet peeves playing basketball. Like shooting free throws. If I missed, I'm like, don't come touch my hand. I just missed that shot. I don't deserve anything from you. Go back on the block, and you should be hoping that I make this next shot so you don't have to try to get a rebound. Like, I never have understood the whole, like, dapping my dude up after he misses a free throw. It's a free throw. There's no one out there in front of me, just me in the basket. You're practicing all the damn time. Why is anyone giving anyone a 5 after a missed free throw? It's encouragement?
Yeah.
I need, especially in the NBA, do I really need to encourage a professional basketball player to be able to hit a shot he should be able to hit way over half the time as a professional basketball player?
I think you should support a guy.
Yeah.
I think you should support
Not
him.
me.
I'll put it this
as long
way.
as it's not manufactured.
I'm not giving anyone a 5. You miss a free throw, I'm sitting my butt right there in the blocks, getting ready for the next one you're going to miss because I'm going to rebound that thing and put it back in.
Are you going to curl your face
agree.
and look at him like, don't miss this next one?
Yeah.
I'm not even going to look at him. I'm just going to be like, nope. You go back through that routine again. Whatever your pre-shot routine is, you figure that out and try to make this one.
Were you a head shaker?
It's two pros and a cup of Joe here. Fox Sports Radio. LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox of the air.
Make a free throw.
We're going to have the BQ News coming up here shortly. But for all the latest from around the world of sports, ladies and gentlemen, roll out the red carpet in your ears and shut your mouths. It's Edmund Garcia.
All right, thank you, Jonas. We start with the NBA and the Mavericks beat the Knicks 126-121 in overtime. It was a miracle, though, a minor miracle. They got it to overtime. They were down 9 with 33 seconds to play, and then star Luka Doncic intentionally missed a free throw, got his own rebound, and hit a buzzer beater to send it to overtime. Doncic was finished with a franchise record 60 points to go along with his 21 rebounds and 10 assists. It's the first 60-20-10 game in NBA history. Celtics over the Rockets 126-102. Boston is the top team in the Eastern Conference, now with a 25-10 record. The Nuggets are the top team in the Western Conference at 22-11. They beat the Kings in Sacramento 113-106. College football, Wisconsin knocked off Oklahoma State 24-17 in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. It was Memphis over Utah State 38-10 in the First Responder Bowl. East Carolina outscored Coastal Carolina 53-29 in the Birmingham Bowl. Buffalo got by Georgia Southern 23-21 in the Camellia Bowl. NFL news, Cardinals defensive end J.J. Watt announced he's going to be retiring at the end of this season. The three-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year posted on Twitter that the Sunday night game against the Buccaneers was his final NFL home game. And the Washington Commanders are going to start Carson Wentz at quarterback against the Cleveland Browns this weekend. Wentz replaced Tyler Heineke over the weekend in a loss to San Francisco. Wentz last played October 13th, so as far as starting, after he broke his ring finger on his right hand against Chicago. Commanders are 7-1, holding the 7th and final playoff spot in the NFC. Now back to Brady Quinn, LeVar Arrington, and Jonas Knox in the TireRack.com Fox Sports Radio studios.
Thanks, Eddie. Two pros and a cup of Joe here, Fox Sports Radio. Coming up next, it's the BQ News, a Wednesday tradition right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Our podcasts come in different shapes and sizes. There's always one to fit into your schedule.
Holy balboni! Now we're talking.
Like our best of podcasts. In other words, concise, on-the-go brilliance. Just enter Fox Sports Radio on your favorite platform, and you'll be glad you did.
It's that easy.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
If you want to experience the unmatched flavor of live fire grilling, then look no further than the Big Green Egg. Forget the pellets, the propane, the knockoffs. Roll with the best. An authentic Big Green Egg grill backed by a free lifetime warranty. Yeah, lifetime. It's that good. Grill, roast, smoke, or bake. It's versatile, easy to light, and simple to use. Shop online for free home delivery at BigGreenEgg.com. That's free home delivery to your door. Let your grilling adventure begin. Visit BigGreenEgg.com.
If you're with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, you're paying too much for your wireless service. Because Pure Talk gives you the exact same 5G coverage as one of those big carriers on the exact same network, but saves the average family over $800 a year. And Pure Talk doesn't lock you into an overpriced unlimited data contract. Why pay for data you don't need? Instead, get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone and keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. So what are you waiting for? Start saving today. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, switch now. And you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, say, switch now. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from Pure Talk. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
It's Thursday night and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job, had second hands. Moms bounced on old men, so then we moved to Shallon Land.
Two pros and a cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio. LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox with you here. You can hang out with us as always on the iHeartRadio app. If you've missed any of this program, you can check out the podcast at foxsportsradio.com. It'll be posted up shortly after we go off the air. We'll be back on the air coming up tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern time, 3 o'clock Pacific. But right now, it's time for this.
News.
Turn on the news.
Let's go to the news desk.
What's the good news?
Here's Brady Quinn.
Yeah.
And today's news, as ordered by one Jonas Knox, who is our dictator on the show, is brought to you by the great state of Florida.
Damn.
Let's start off with a porch pirate who, of course, a porch pirate would be stealing gifts on Christmas Eve.
That's
in fact, so
Scumbag.
many that it ended up leading to a police report, and he was eventually caught for stealing 30 packages on Christmas Eve.
What a loser.
Yeah.
What a complete
I'm glad
loser.
they caught him.
Although, you know what? It's Christmas Eve. Should have gotten your shopping done earlier than that. Why are they sitting on your porch on Christmas Eve?
I mean, what if they were sitting on another day?
I'm actually not going to blame him. I'm going to blame all those rude people out there that I came encounter with while shopping. Maybe he just wanted to avoid the malls and all the rude people.
Good point.
And just said, you know what? My mall was your doorstep. So,
I mean, did he leave a check?
Hey, Cindy, guess what I got you? I don't know either. Open it up. We'll both be surprised.
Hey, have you seen that new kiosk? It's got a welcome mat underneath it.
Oh, wow.
And he's just swiping packages. By the way, have you noticed that now that people have to mingle back in public again, like maybe that is part of it's almost like they're out of shape. Like they don't know how to actually interact with people in public, so they just cut you off at the mall. They're just rude. Like I wonder if that's part of the issue here, because everybody was locked up in their house afraid of COVID for so long. Now they're back sort of mingling with the rest of society.
But they're
they have
still
no idea
afraid
how
of
to handle
COVID.
it.
Yeah,
There's still a lot of people afraid to interact.
Let's move on to the next story, because we've got some even bigger
Come on, let's go.
scumbags.
Let's go.
How about a couple who was caught using a Grinch blanket to steal from Universal Studios? Yeah, they amounted 41 stolen items. This couple, the woman in which was being pushed around in a wheelchair with a Grinch blanket covering up the 41 different items that she was able to hide from the merchandise and all the different stores they went through. 2 bags with 41 items. It totaled almost $800.
I mean, listen, that's very smooth. I mean, that's
innovation.
And also the wheelchairs, that's not cheap. So, they a little something you spend
That
to
was
try
well
and get into
thought
the
out,
park.
planned out.
Yeah. And use a Grinch blanket.
Yeah.
A for effort.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, you think it's the Grinch blanket that gave it away?
Well, I think it was probably the bulge under the blanket when people realize, there's a lot going on under there. Let's go ahead and investigate.
Why is she so excited?
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one.
Unbelievable.
A gentleman, unfortunately, had the SWAT team called to his house where he was surrounded, and he actually delayed coming out to be arrested because, based on the reports, he wanted to get high as he continued to yell and tell the SWAT team. So he proceeded to get high, and eventually the SWAT team deployed some lethal gas, which probably knocked that out, and they were able to go in and get him.
Now, what kind of
He
high?
had some lethal gas too, didn't he?
Yeah. What kind of high? Are we talking left-handed cigarettes, or are we talking like the hard stuff?
Like the hard.
Yeah.
Let's get this last one in, because I think it's one that you'll probably appreciate the most.
Okay.
A woman by the name of Mistress, in a bondage suit, she petitions the Florida City for a tax-funded dungeon. That's right. Most city commission meetings tend to be pretty boring. This one was not. In fact, there is 3 people dressed up as, I guess, in dominatrix outfits, wanted to address the city commission and said they were actually proposing for a dungeon to be built for $250,000 so that the doms and subs, which I'll let you look up what those mean, could have their little parties.
I mean, look.
I could touch on that being from D.C., but I will not. I defer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Deshaun Watson on
They
them.
need a place, too.
5th.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help that gas prices have skyrocketed. I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
Everyone's talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app, and I get cash back for every gallon of gas I buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yeah, real cash every time I buy gas.
What? That sounds like it could really add up.
I've made around $200 already.
Wow, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CAR41 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CAR41 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus in your first tank. That's code CAR41 for 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Football season is underway, so now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Just sign up with the promo code BET. The app is safe, secure, and easy to use, so sign up today with the promo code BET for your no-sweat first bet, up to $1,000.
21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789 in Tennessee. 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
when back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda dealers traffic center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level. Just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
In Livermore, mostly cloudy. Today, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic.
Three seconds, 2 seconds. Hornets won't foul. Ball game's over. The Warriors get the win. Final score here at Chase Center, 110-105. Golden State gets the victory after a great effort by the Charlotte Hornets.
How about that? In for the Roasters today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen in his Blue Jays cap for some reason. I applaud you. Can you share with us?
Big Kevin Biggio guy.
Okay. What determines which cap you wear each day? Or do you not even know? It's just like, yeah, today's a KC Royal day.
Every once in a while, I will have like a purpose behind it. Like I want to troll somebody or something happened that I want to represent a team, but it's mostly just what I think it goes with.
Yeah. Check it out on YouTube.
I'm not a super stylish guy, but
definitely goes with his ensemble today. Check it out on YouTube.
Try and go hat to match the shirt.
Did you see this coming, Kyle? Because I did not when the schedule came out.
The show? Yeah, I knew about it last week.
Did you? All right. You're smarter than me. I need to check the schedule. I did not see, okay, the Warriors will beat Charlotte. You know, they'll have a big lead and then almost gack it up and hold on and beat Charlotte to move within a game of 500, and Warrior fans will be rejoicing. I did not see that coming, but that's where we are today. And that was a huge win last night.
Yeah, it's massive. I think if you told me that before the year, like, hey, on December 27th, they're going to knock off the Hornets. They're going to hold on for dear life against the Hornets to move to a game under. And you're going to be thrilled. I'd be like, okay, two things happened. One, the Hornets are just awesome. Shout out Steve Clifford. You're doing great. That would be one thing. And two, Steph must be out. Like, that would be they're a game under. They've been without Steph for a long time, which is kind of the case.
Right.
But doesn't quite tell the story. But, I mean, that's the reality of where this team is at.
The Warriors would love for everyone to frame it this way. Last night, the story was Jordan Poole and Kuminga. And, well, primarily those two guys. But also you got Wiseman had some decent moments and Moses Moody as well. But that was a glimpse into the Warrior future. We saw Poole and Kuminga, two foundational pieces going forward. Well, why not? Last night, fourth quarter, those two combined to make 7 of 9 shots for 16 points. That's in the fourth quarter. That's in, as Magic used to say, winning time. And I know as much as you love and appreciate and understand basketball, you will especially be singing the praises of Jonathan Kuminga at what I call the defensive end.
He was amazing.
He was.
Just all game long. But then in crunch time, winning time, as you called it, I'm going to say you coined that.
Thank you.
Winning time, as Magic Johnson stole from you. He was being impactful more on that end. Comes up with the big steal. Came up with a couple of rebounds that were just force of will rebounds. Like he's big, fast, strong, like all of the like physical tools that you love to see in a top prospect were just on display and impacting the game in a big moment, which is the most substantial thing to me here. The Warriors took a real step last night because we've seen them lose this exact game, half a dozen, 10 times this year?
Yeah.
Where, hey, they have a lead. Okay, they blew it, but hey, it's still in control late. Like it's a close game, but there's 4 minutes left. And they haven't been able to close, Steph or no Steph. And so to last night blow this big lead, you get the Hornets coming back to tie it, but then it's Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole taking over late to put that game away. That's huge.
Mm-hmm. People jeer when a basketball player shoots an air ball, especially if it's like a free throw. But I've thought a lot about what's the most embarrassing moment for a basketball player, having experienced some, at a lower level. And yeah, if you get your shot blocked, people go, ooh, but typically it's out of bounds. It's still our ball. Right. To me, the most humiliating thing is when you're in the open court and a guy just picks you clean, picks your pocket, steals your dribble, and goes the other way. Perhaps even more embarrassing than that is what Jonathan Kuminga did last night to P.J. Washington. P.J. Washington has the ball in the corner, triple threat position, and Kuminga just said, give me that, and just takes the ball right out of his hands. That's mine.
I'm sure I've seen that before, but I feel like I'm going to say I've never seen that. I can't recall a time that I've seen a player in the position of like, okay, this is
triple threat. Here you go.
You get in this spot so they can't get the ball.
Right.
That's the purpose of this position. And Kuminga just went, no, that's mine now. And the ball's going this way.
Yep.
It was just an unbelievable moment of, and it felt like watching it is in a vacuum, a 5-point win over the Hornets. Super impressive. Not particularly, especially when you were up 18.
Mm-hmm.
But watching Jonathan Kuminga just kind of say, and we've seen Steph do this, we've seen Draymond do this, we've seen Clay do it. Jonathan Kuminga last night, and to a little bit lesser extent, Jordan Poole, but just kind of went, we're not losing. We're not losing this game. Here's an extra possession. Here's an extra possession. We need a bucket. Okay, get me on the block. I'm going to back this guy down, spin around, dunk. Like, it felt like I said, while watching it, it felt like, okay, this is a moment. Like, at the end of this season, when Jonathan Kuminga is in the playoff rotation, it's going to be like, hey, remember that game against Charlotte? That was, I think, where the light bulb went off for him.
Kind of need that with Steph out, huh? Kind of need players to impose their will. This is the Morning Roast. It's Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. Steph's still injured. By the way, Andrew Wiggins, he's injured, but Coach Kerr said last night Wiggins wasn't there because he's sick. So maybe once he recovers from whatever illness he's dealing with, maybe then he'll get back on the floor. But last night, Jonathan Kuminga, imposing his will. And it wasn't until very recently that it looked like he was even capable of doing that for long stretches. And we know that going back to last year, the Warriors would play Kuminga, and Steve Kerr would say, he's going to play a lot now. He's going to start. Then what happened? He's not starting. So in and out, struggling with this, with that. This year, he's been showing signs that he is understanding how he can fit his skills and what he wants to do into the Warrior offense. And then I think, one game you can't say for sure. It looked last night like he's gotten to the next level, which is, all right, I know what I'm doing now, and I'm going to, rather than trying to figure out what I'm doing, I'm going to impose my will and our will on you, Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, and you mentioned Steph being out, and I think Curry's injury, assuming he comes back okay and is healthy moving forward, might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise for the Warriors because it's forcing them to play.
What?
Yeah, man. Because it's forcing them to play.
Hot take Harry over there.
I know. What do you know?
No, I get you. I understand.
Some of these guys that are going to need to be in a playoff rotation, they're getting real minutes. And that kind of stuff matters. Not having Steph to just lean on and be like, okay, Steph, you go do it. Like, okay, we're going to stand around and watch number 30 because, like, you can't blame somebody if that's what they're doing. But it's forcing other players to step up in these spots. But I think Kuminga specifically is making up for the absence of a player like Andrew Wiggins, who can be that defensive stopper in a big spot, who can get you a bucket in a big spot, just a one-on-one bucket. They've been missing that, even with Wiggins early in this year. They were just missing that second guy.
Yeah, one thing that
another wing defender.
You're right, and I think one thing Kuminga's been bringing them that they really haven't had since Gary Payton last year. He has the ability and the willingness, which is in some ways more important, to guard somebody baseline to baseline.
Yes. He did it to John Morant. Mm-hmm. He did it to LaMelo Ball.
Oh, LaMelo last night, and he's a good player. And you saw the little chicken wing he gave Kuminga in the first half. Like, get off of me.
Yeah.
Get off of me.
Yeah.
It really affected him last night. And the officials allowed that, and that's then you, as the offensive player, you have to adjust to that. But that was a huge factor last night.
And that's something. So I'm trying to, because we're past Christmas now. So this is the point where,
true.
I took all my Christmas decorations down last night, by the way.
That's too early for that.
We have a little like New Year's shindig at our place.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've got to clean the house. And so to do that, we kind of have to remove decorations and stuff anyways. So they were all down, so we just put them away.
I don't like that. Nobody cares, but I don't like that because we always took down all the decorations on New Year's Day, and it was like, holidays are over, back to school tomorrow. This is not even really a holiday. Christmas is over. Go to bed early.
Well, that was my goal as well. Like, hey, we'll just I'm thinking mid-Jan. Like middle of January, when on one of the days the Niners aren't playing a playoff game, I'll go and do that.
Yeah.
I'll have football on in the background. We're like, but yeah, like I said, we got to clean up, and so it's just like this stuff's all down anyways. Just throw it back in the boxes.
All right,
and we got to go. Yeah, it's heartbreaking walking down the stairs this morning though. I'm like, you know what? Tree's still up. The tree's still up for now.
All right,
but all my other decorations and stuff are down. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay. But with Kuminga, having a second player that they can just throw on a Ja Morant or a Jason Tatum or a Jaylen Brown or Devin Booker, and being confident that, hey, that guy can stop the ball at the point of attack. That guy can, like you said, baseline to baseline, he's going to just harass whoever he's guarding. That is such a substantial piece of what made the Warriors great. Just that defensive intensity and being able to lock up your best player, your two best players with Iguodala, and it was Draymond Green, and for a while it was Harrison Barnes, and then Kevin Durant. Like, it was just defense everywhere, and that leads to the offense. If Jonathan Kuminga is going to be defensively what he's been the last couple games, like long term, when you start projecting that out into March, April, that matters. I can't quantify how much that's going to mean to the Warriors.
You know how there's a lot of talk always in basketball of rim protectors. I think it's one of the most overused terms. And I know it's important, but rim protectors, you need a rim protector. Sometimes people talk about rim protectors like it's soccer, where you just need a 7'6" guy to stand back there and protect the rim. It's like, no.
It's not how the game works.
You can't do that. But to me, the best rim protectors are the guards in the wings, and maybe Kuminga is one of those guys who can keep the ball out of the paint in the first place.
Right.
That is really effective rim protection.
Yes.
Where the other team can't get the ball anywhere near the rim.
Yes.
That's rim protection that matters, rather than, he blocked a shot. That's great.
Yeah. The idea, and especially just with offenses now, and with being able to drive and kick, and your center has to move. Your center can't hang out by the block and
they spread you out.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can't just step down and go, okay, I can time this. And there are guys who are good at Rudy Gobert's on DPOYs off of it, but that's Rudy Gobert. Like, that's the only thing he can do. So,
and he struggled with it too. There's a piece today at NBA.com. Whatever happened to Rudy Gobert?
Well, remember, they lost the playoff series because Reggie Jackson was just getting into his body at the rim.
Yeah, and the Warriors did that to him and the Jazz all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
So I'm right there with you, man. It's like, it's a little bit akin to like having a really good pass rush, and just
very much so.
Like, you'd love to have a corner that's like locked down, but you can't cover for 6 seconds.
Oh, I agree with you. Pressure on the basketball,
right?
Pressure on the ball, which is something Celtics did to the Warriors in this finals last year early and had a lot of success. It's very much like a pass rush.
Well, and that's what the Warriors wound up doing to the Celtics. I went into that series saying, who's going to dribble for the Celtics? Who could? And nobody could.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can force guys who are uncomfortable, like imagine Klay Thompson being forced to be like a initiator of the offense and putting the ball on the deck.
Do it.
Like, he can't.
Can't do it.
That's just not his game. For all the things he's great at, that's not something
and that's
he's
not
always
a
been
criticism of Klay. You're making a larger point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can force a player like that to be running a team's offense because John Morant and Desmond Bane are just kind of being locked up by Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga, like that makes defending them so much easier.
By the way, and we'll talk more about this today, but Memphis, I don't know, their mojo is gone. After they got humiliated here, they go home last night, play Phoenix. They lost big time to a Suns team without Devin Booker. So I know they're not worried about anybody else in the West, but they better start worrying about other teams in the West.
Dylan Brooks said that he feels like they freeze up when people start talking back to them.
That's incredible.
That's a wild thing to say.
That really undercuts all the bravado, doesn't it? Dylan, keep that to yourself.
Don't
brother
say
man.
That. Brother man. Don't say that, and also don't say brother man.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I know.
It was. I read that this morning and thought it was like a bit. Like I thought it was a joke. Like somebody was making. No, that was a thing that he said.
I wonder if there's a whole. That team is they're based on a lot of things the Spurs did. And the Spurs were all for one for all. Tim Duncan, one of the greatest players in the world, but, no ego. And Ja's not like that. And I wonder sometimes if that's an issue on that team. But I digress. We'll talk more about the Grizzlies here coming up in just a bit. As far as Jonathan Kuminga goes, the steal on P.J. Washington. You don't see that very often. I can't think of the last time I saw, especially, key moment, crunch time, and one defender just going, here, give me that. That's mine. Jonathan Kuminga talked about that steal after the game last night.
I think I saw the ball. It was just exposing it. And just watching Andre, I think Andre used to do those type of steals. Like I said, at the moment, fourth quarter, I don't usually get to be in the game that moment. But if a coach trusts you and puts you in there at that moment, you just got to go and execute things and make things happen.
I'll say this. I don't know why every time one of the young Warriors does something, we have to say, he's just like that guy. Or he's just like, well, Wiseman's like a young David Robinson. Or Kuminga was like Andre Iguodala. I understand the point. But how about he's going to become a great defender in his own right.
Because I think the logical, like, point A to point B is, hey, how do the Warriors rekindle what they were doing in 2015?
Right.
And through that stretch of 5 years.
Makes people feel better in a way, huh?
Yeah. And so it's like, okay, when you're creating this Warriors finals team, who's going to be the Andre Iguodala? Okay, Jonathan Kuminga is that guy. Cool.
And I understand that, but that's my point. It's like, it doesn't work that way. You don't just play. Poole's going to be Steph. But I understand it, and it was very impressive last night.
Yeah,
right?
He's just going to be Steph.
Yeah, so we got our new Steph. Yeah.
We got our new Andre.
And let's not overlook the fact that at the offensive end, Kuminga last night, and I know, putbacks and dunks, 6 for 6, 22 minutes, took 6 shots, made them all. And he also had 6 rebounds and 2 assists. And to me, that's really where the Kuminga growth is shown. 2 areas, his willingness to defend and the fact that he now understands what he's doing. But as a passer, he's really improved. And in this offense, that's huge.
Yes. Just knowing where to go. Where to go with the basketball and when. And not just dribbling the air out of it.
He passes the ball like it's like Andrew Bogut. We don't need to do that. I just know that's what people like to do now.
Yeah, and it's not like he's going to go be a point guard and average, 10 a game. He's not going to turn into John Stockton, but can you make that one extra pass? When he drives and 3 defenders collapse on him and Moses Moody's standing in the corner, can you just get that kick out? And to your point, I think he's gotten a lot better at that. 12 minutes, played all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter last night.
Yeah.
4 for 4, 3 boards and assist. That steal we just talked about, he had 8 points. It was a -7 in the quarter.
Yeah.
What a weird stat.
I don't put a lot of stock in that.
What a weird stat.
Game to game. And I think the reason is because way back when, like my first year of high school basketball, I didn't know what plus minus was, Kyle. And I'm in the locker room there, getting ready for practice or whatever. And the coach had on the window of his office, he had plus minus. And we'd played 1 game and we lost. I think we lost to Richmond. And I look and it said Gleason, blah, 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 -5. And I didn't know what all that meant. I was just crushed. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm a -5? What? I didn't even know what it meant. But I felt like, oh, man.
I lost 5 coach points.
Am I even going to be on the team anymore? So it can, be a little misleading game to game. How about this on the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Clay and Poole show, putting it on the Hornets for another W. Yeah, right now you can't nitpick, right? Without Steph, a win is a win is a win is a win. And that was a huge win.
Yeah. And I didn't notice this until just now because it was Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole down the stretch. Those two guys went 7 of 9 combined from the floor.
Right.
The rest of the team was 2 for 11. I did not even register that the rest of the team was
fourth quarter, right?
2 for 11 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And they still figured out a way to win because they leaned on the 2 young guys. That is like if you're painting the ideal victory for the Warriors right now in this moment without Steph and Wiggins, that's kind of it. Like, man, it was tight down the stretch, and in that spot where they've blown a lot of games this year, they pulled it out thanks to Kuminga and Poole.
Yeah, I think also to win without Steph, you need strength in numbers and a balanced attack. Last night wasn't very balanced, but you did have a number of guys contributing, and Kuminga had 14, and Looney had 11, Draymond had 9, but you had 29 from Clay last night, 29 from Clay on 22 shots, and Jordan Poole had 24 points, 9 of 20 shooting. Yesterday, a gentleman called, and it was Coach in Vallejo, and I always love talking to Coach, but he made a point to you and I, Kyle, about Jordan Poole, and he said, look, Jordan Poole's not an efficient scorer. They'd be better off letting other players take his shots. And when Poole is not playing well, that's an interesting point. I understand that, and I think that's part of his growth. But last night we saw why when Poole is struggling, you leave him out there and hope that he finds it, because in the fourth quarter, he was an offensive force.
Yeah.
And not everybody can do that.
Yeah, and the way he was creating last night, the move on Mason Plumlee.
Oh.
Miles Plumlee? Mason? George?
Marty? It's one of the various Plumlees.
Mike Plumlee.
Yeah.
M. Plumlee. No, loses
Plumlee,
him on that.
Brah.
Oh,
Plumlee,
okay.
Brah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One
Plumlee,
of the
Brah.
Plumlee brothermans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it loses him with the dribble. There was another play where I think the Warriors were up 3 and this put him up 5 where he spins and gets inside and made a really nice dish to Kuminga for a dunk. That was a great cut by Kuminga too. I was so impressed with them in that second half, and especially when Clay in the second half goes 3 for 10, 1 for 5 from 3. Like Clay, that was a night where at 20 in the first half, and you're thinking, oh man, we might get a nuclear Clay night. He was 4 for 7 from 3, and it's like, oh, here we go. And then it just wasn't there, but you had other guys picking up that slack. I was so thoroughly impressed with the Warriors last night.
Yeah, Clay it might have been his 4th 3 of the first quarter, and he pulled up from the hash mark. And I was like, what? Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's Clay. Hey, remember him?
There he is.
It's Clay Thompson.
There he is.
Yeah. All right, what's coming up on the game here is brought to you by calhope.org. We bask in the afterglow of a big Warrior win. I do have... I'm going to nitpick about something. I know we don't nitpick right now when the Warriors win, but I have something that I need to nitpick about. And, oh yeah, bad look for the team that Warrior fans hate the most. That's also next year. It's coming up on the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Smooth skin begins with hydrating ingredients. Olay Hyaluronic Body Lotion nourishes your skin with all-day hydration for deeply moisturized results that give you confidence like buttery soft shoulders like and visibly smooth skin like. Quench your skin with nourishing moisture from Olay Hyaluronic Body Lotion. Try Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash, too, and get skin your face will envy.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Poole spins on Plumlee. No look flip. The Kuminga flies in for a two-hand slam. A little glimpse into the Warrior future right there as Jordan Poole with an unbelievable spin move on Plumlee.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
And for Bonta and Shasky, it's Whitey and Kyle. Speaking of the Warriors' future, the immediate future, they got the Jazz tonight. So tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Tim Roy and, of course, either Mr. T or Jim Barnett, they do such a great job on the telecast. Excuse me, on the broadcast here on 95.7 The Game. Great job.
They do a very good job.
Yeah. I even listened to pretty much the whole game on the radio, the Nets game. That's how good they were. Because, that game was terrible. But Tim and Jim Barnett had a lot of interesting things to say about that.
When I lived in Sacramento, I didn't get Warriors games on TV up there, typically. At least not when anyways. I didn't, for a while, I didn't have Warriors games. I would go to my car, and this is 2010, 2011, that school year. And I would go into my car, and I would just sit in my car and listen to Warriors games on the radio.
Wow.
Yeah. I'd make up an excuse to just go drive around.
Really?
I'd order some food. I'd sit in a parking lot, and yeah.
Yeah. Tim Roy's really good. And
He's
a great guy,
very
as
good.
you know, if you've heard him here on 95.7 The Game.
He's the best.
Okay. One thing I want to nitpick about, and I know you don't nitpick after a Warrior win right now, and we'll get to the text in just a moment here. And also I got some interesting info on how Memphis prepared for the Warriors. But Jordan Poole, we saw him last night. The game's on now on NBCSportsBayArea.com or on NBC Sports Bay Area. And he's so shifty, go in one direction with a dribble, and then boom, he's going the other way, and guys can't keep up with him.
Right.
And we saw a lot of that last night in the fourth quarter. Saw a lot of it all night long. He's so quick going side to side that way that I don't understand why he can't guard people. You know what I mean? I mean, he's so quick this way laterally, but when it comes to guarding people, and maybe it's because, it's different when you know what you're doing rather than when you're reacting.
Right.
But, I see him do that. I think he should be able to just stay with anybody.
Yeah,
And
I've always wondered. That's De'Aaron Fox is another player like that, who's just insanely fast.
Should have all the tools.
How are you not awesome at defense?
Yeah.
Is it? I wonder if it's a strength thing. Like you just get when you're and you get moved off your spot like just a little bit, or if it's a desire thing, or like you said, if it's just I get
reaction time.
I get fooled easily. Like I don't know.
I think it's a good point. I think strength has a lot to do with it. Jordan Poole could probably, strangle either one of us with one finger.
Yes.
But by NBA standards, he's probably not really that strong. Fair to say?
Yeah, well, Steph's bulked up a lot. And you can see the conversation about Steph Curry defensively has evolved as his body has evolved. Like, the stronger he's gotten, the more it's been like, hey, Steph Curry, willing defender. And then Steph Curry, he's actually a pretty capable defender. And then you've got, the big-time basketball film heads who are like, actually, Steph Curry is an elite defender. Which, okay, let's
do they
calm
talk
down.
that way?
Mm-hmm.
The elite basketball people?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know?
Yeah, the big film guys. They all talk like this.
Okay. Steph had one of the highlights of the night last night, even though he's not playing, when at the end of the first half, when Klay threw in that awkward backwards and one, and Steph gave as Matt Nahigan said, the Macaulay Culkin. That was incredible, wasn't it? Like,
was.
Yeah.
I love that Steph and I don't hate it, but I feel like what can you say about Steph Curry that's not been said before?
Where are you going with this? What's your point?
I love that when he's on the bench and he's out,
you just don't need to see so much of him. Is that really?
No.
You think they're overselling that?
No,
Okay.
very much the opposite. I love that he is the star player. He is arguably the best player in the league. And when he's out, it's not, I'm going to sit at the end of the bench and I'm going to sit here and I'll stand up and give the requisite high fives, but I'm mostly going to sit here and observe. He's sitting toward the middle of the bench and he's up high-fiving guys.
He's
and
talking to
cheering.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, he's going over. I'm sure there are other star players that do that, but Steph is the one that just so jumps out to me. That's like, dude, you would think he's playing the way he's reacting to this stuff, and he's running up and down the bench, and he's celebrating. Like, I love that.
When you look at the history of pro sports, you'd have a hard time finding anybody in any sport ever who is more the face of a franchise in every possible way than Steph is of this team.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Babe Ruth, who knows, but just I would imagine Babe Ruth and the Yankees in the 30s. something like that.
Yeah.
But Steph, he's great. He has personal records, MVPs. They win. He's been here forever. He's an all-time great. I mean, Brady, when he was with the Patriots, but of course he didn't stay there. So he's as much a face of a franchise, I think, as you can possibly be.
Yeah, I think he's in that echelon of team sport star where it's like Michael Jordan is synonymous with the Chicago Bulls. I know he went and played with the Wizards, but
two Cracker Jack seasons with the Wizards.
Yeah, and I know he went and did, but he is synonymous with the Chicago Bulls. I think you could probably say that for Brady and the Patriots, maybe.
Sure.
Although winning a title with Tampa Bay, I think might kind of skew that some. But
Mike Yastrzemski, Giants.
Yeah, totally right. Yeah, that. No, but Barry Bonds and the Giants. Like Barry Bonds and Willie Mays are just synonymous, like Giants. Like you just connect the. Even the 49ers, it's like it's a Jerry Rice, it's a Joe Montana, for some Steve Young. Like there's so many great players, but Steph is going to be like the guy.
It's harder in football because the careers just don't last as long. Obviously.
Yeah, no, for sure. But Steph is just like the guy for the Warriors, and that's just going to be the case forever. He's reached that Michael Jordan echelon of team sport star where it's like, yeah, hey, Steph Curry is just going to be the Warriors face of the franchise now and in a decade and in 30 years. It's going to be Steph.
I said I had something to nitpick about, so let me get that out of the way. We were just talking about Jordan Poole had a great night last night. And I mentioned the defense that, wow, he's so quick laterally offensively, but defensively, he seems to struggle on the text line here, 888-957-9570 from the 415. Great point. You can say the same for Ja's defense. That's a good point. I appreciate that. From the 801, Jordan Poole can move forward very efficiently, but moving backwards, he has a more difficult time. That's why he has a harder time on defense. Yeah, I think that makes sense. 510, and I think these are all those, what do you call them, the basketball elite
film guys.
Yeah, I think that's what these people are. Poole's lack of size likely makes him less confident on the defensive side of the ball. Again, nitpicking. He was great last night. Also on the text line, no team comes in to chase and beats this locked-in Warriors team. 2 down, 6 to go.
The Warriors have the best home record in the NBA. Yeah. That's
give me a Kalina.
Nuts.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. They're so much fun when they play like they have the last 2 weeks.
How about this?
2 games.
Yeah. Text of the day nominee. Little mean-spirited, but that's okay. Text of the day nominee. LaMelo Ball is so bad. Thank you, Warriors, for not picking him. He's much better than he played last night. Kuminga had a lot to do with that last night.
Yes. And they just showed the replay of the elbow that LaMelo Ball gave Kuminga.
Yeah.
And that was an elbow from a player that's like, this guy is kicking my ass.
Yeah. Get off of me.
I've got nothing here, so I'm going to flagrant one this guy. And
this
see
is
if
what
that
I
works.
gave my brother in the front yard when he was guarding me too closely. Dad, he's guarding me too closely.
That's actually what LiAngelo was for. They would elbow LiAngelo when they were mad at each other. LaMelo and Lonzo.
Uh-huh.
Like, hey, LaMelo, I don't like the way you're guarding me. LiAngelo, get over here.
Yeah. Well, I know Steiny yesterday was saying, hey, this is interesting. LaMelo, Wiseman. And Wiseman had his moments last night. But here's the thing about that. And JD has said this, and I agree with it. If you had drafted LaMelo, and I think despite what happened last night, LaMelo's a really interesting, fun player. He's a good player. Mm-hmm. But if you drafted LaMelo, I don't think Jordan Poole's anything close to what he is right now.
No.
He might not even be on your team anymore.
Yeah, no, they're very redundant in that way. And I like rooting for Jordan Poole. So,
yeah. So I think that end of it anyway has worked out. And as far as Wiseman, 4 for 7 last night, 9 minutes. He just doesn't have nearly the trust from his coach that Jonathan Kuminga is developing.
Yeah, and I think because we talked a lot about James Wiseman yesterday because on Christmas Day he had a just like really good for him, like a good step forward type of game. And I thought last night it wasn't like, oh, he took another step, but it wasn't, oh, he was a disaster again. There were a couple of those little mistakes. Again, I
got a shot block twice in a row after they scored. Did you notice? Here's the thing about Wiseman. Pardon me. I jumped
no, you're good.
Yeah, I think that was a block on me. Foul. Wiseman comes into the game, and Rozier, who's a good player, first thing he does when he sees Wiseman's in the game, what does he do? Takes the ball right to the cup. And that's teams do that. And then Wiseman rotated over, and I think they mentioned on the telecast, it's like, well, that wasn't Wiseman's fault because somebody has to, they have to rotate. But teams do that when they see Wiseman in the game. They're like, okay, watch this. They attack him because it's still, they know, everyone in the league knows. They listen to the station and they know that it's a weakness still for Wiseman.
Yeah, and he's not going to be perfect, and he's not going to give him 20 minutes a game in the playoffs this year. But you just want to see, like, okay, does this guy have an idea of what his role is supposed to be? And then you see he's at least trying. That's step one. Two, I thought there were a couple times last night, again, he's like setting screens, but just so he can roll. Like, he's not actually trying to do anything with that screen. He did that a couple times, but I thought he had a couple nice screens last night. He had a couple of good boards. And then you see the flashes, like, offensively, where he just does things that most 7-footers don't do. Like, there was one where he caught it, like, above the elbow, above the free throw line, and it was like 2 steps, gets that little finger roll, and goes around 2 guys to do it. It's like, that's rare. Not many guys do that.
I think the biggest number, most significant number in Wiseman's box score last night, again, was a 0, as in 0 personal fouls.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
9 minutes, creeping up towards, into the 10-minute zone. So he's improving. That's really good. Kuminga's playing great. Moody had his moments. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Memphis Grizzlies, we mentioned that after they lost to the Warriors, they went back home last night and lost to the Phoenix Suns. That final was, 125 to 108. Yeah. So they've lost now to the Warriors without Steph and to Phoenix without Devin Booker. And this is interesting. This was reported by CBS Sports. In the visiting locker room before games, I'll just read this. Most teams play a steady loop of the opponent's highlights, scouting notes on whatever monitor they can get their hands on. So prior to the Grizzlies' marquee game, Christmas Day against the Warriors scouting video, this is in the Grizzlies locker room, it was relegated to a laptop with its screen tilted heavily toward the floor. And instead, Memphis players had their eyes glued to a TV showing a live feed of the Celtics and the Bucks. So that's what they were watching. And Danny Green, Grizzlies veteran, he's injured now. He said, the Warriors will go on later. We watch enough of the Warriors. Now, if you take that out of context, who knows if it's really the way it looks. But, wow, that's a bad look for a team whose star just said, we're good with the West. What were his exact words?
I'm fine in the West.
Fine in the West. Celtics, the only team I'm worried about. They weren't even getting ready by watching the Warriors scouting video before the game.
It's why the Grizzlies are unserious. They just don't, they've not, and maybe they will, they've just not gotten it yet. You don't just get to talk about it and manifest winning. That's not how this works. You don't just do that in the NBA. You're going to get punched in the mouth. And Dylan Brooks saying that, quote, I feel like this season when we get talked back to, we just freeze up. It's like, yeah, because you're a clown show. Like, that's what it is. They run material, and then they get bounced from the playoffs, and then they go home, and they tweet about how they would have won if X, Y, and Z had happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's for now. That's their shtick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. A lot of those guys are going to be good players, and they're going to make all-star teams. They're going to make a lot of money and go you. But you don't get to win a title because, like, oh, well, we almost beat the Warriors in the second round last year, and by almost, not really. So this year, obviously, the next step, and they think that they're just owed something, and that's just not. That's not how it goes.
Not true.
At all.
Yeah,
it's so hard to win.
They're a very deep team. They're very talented. Desmond Bane's back issues are a problem for them because he's a knockdown shooter when he's healthy.
He's a really good player.
They've got some things they got to deal with now. One is Ja's burgeoning superstardom. I mean, he is getting the legend of Ja's growing and growing and growing. Is he going to be able to fit that into what they do? Because that's really, team oriented. So I wonder if that's an issue. And also, they're not taking anybody by surprise anymore. They're not like, oh, watch out for the Grizzlies. It's like, they're already here. All right, what do you got? That's what you got? So they got a lot of questions they got to answer if they want to be anywhere near as good as they claim they already have been with their dynasty.
Also, Dylan Brooks stinks.
He's not a great shooter.
Every time
he's dirty though. He can't shoot very well, but he is dirty.
Yeah, cool. He's Patrick Beverley. Congrats, you did it. Like that. Every time he shoots from anywhere on the floor, I'm like, yes, good possession.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes in. Sometimes he knocks a couple down. But he's one of those players that, like, man, he makes two threes in the first quarter, and you're like, that's good, because he's gonna keep chucking away. And
yeah. So they're struggling with the three ball right now too. So let me ask you about one of the most overused words in sports as it applies to Memphis, more importantly, as it applies to the Warriors, who again won last night. Culture. The Warriors talk a lot about it. Winning teams talk a lot about culture. Who knows exactly what that is? If you talk to Ray Ratto, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend.
Yeah, don't do
but
that.
Yeah, just make sure, he's in the right mood and everything. But he'll tell you there's no such thing as culture. It doesn't even exist. And a lot of people who know more about it will tell you, no, it's real. The Warriors talk a lot about culture. I think what happened last night, and I believe everything. I believe a lot of them talk about the Warrior culture. And I think when Iguodala decided, okay, I'll come off the bench, I think that cemented everything that is the Warrior culture, which basically is team first. Last night, what happened, that win, and the way they almost gacked that game away, then you have Kuminga and Poole carrying the day. I think that was huge for the culture of this team in a moment when they're looking for answers a little bit, and they got some last night.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Like, culture doesn't. The Warriors couldn't take the San Francisco USF basketball team and turn them into a championship contender in the NBA just by virtue of culture. That's not how it works. But when you have the pieces that all fit together this way, and you have Steph Curry on the bench talking Jordan Poole through stuff, and you have Klay Thompson out there battling back from these two injuries, playing 40 minutes last night. 40 minutes did he play? 39 minutes? How many minutes, Klay? 38 and a half minutes he played last night. And then you get Draymond Green out there, a four-time champion, busting his ass in this December 27th game against the Hornets at home. That stuff all matters.
And he's had a sore toe, too.
Yeah, that stuff all matters. Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole, they see that. They see what those guys are doing. I very much think culture in sports is a thing that matters.
Do you think Ja has a 408 number from the 408? The Warriors stink. They're under 500. That's obviously that's a big win last night. But yeah, they are under 500.
And they've stunk for a lot of the year, I would agree.
They have. Yeah.
I'm not going to push back.
Yeah, I'm not going, what'd you say? That's what made last night such an important win, because they're trying to prove to, most importantly, themselves that, no, we don't stink this year.
Yeah.
Even though we have at times, we don't.
Yeah, and Draymond talked about it after the road trip. He said they were fragile after going, 1-5 on the 6-game trip and just getting demolished in the last two. Getting this win, again, it was the Hornets on the second night of a back-to-back. This is not to say because they beat the Hornets by 5 that they're suddenly the championship contender again that we saw last year. But there were certain steps forward they had to take if they were going to get back to that point by March or April. And last night, to me, was a step toward that.
888,
that was a step forward.
Pardon me, Kyle. 888-957-9570. What is your level of Warrior worry right now? Right now, on the 28th of December, coming off a win over the Hornets that lifts their record to 17-18. If the playoffs started today, Kyle, and let me check. Okay, they don't.
You sure?
If the playoffs started today, the Warriors would be they'd be the 10 seed. They'd be playing the Utah Jazz.
Oh, they play tonight.
So playing situation.
So do the playoffs start today then?
The playoffs do not start today.
But they play the Jazz.
They do play the Jazz tonight. Yeah, so it's Warriors 10,
loser gets
Jazz
eliminated.
9. But here's the other point. I know everyone makes this point. If you follow basketball at all, you know this. The Warriors, for as much as they stunk, to the texter's point, they're how many games out of the top spot in the West? 6.
Man.
That's it. And they've been bad this year. And there's 6 games out. And the top spot, by the way, is held by the Nuggets, who are really good.
Very good team.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic.
They beat your beloved Kings last night.
You're the season ticket holder.
No, I'm not.
You were.
I was.
You were.
But I'm not.
You were.
Yeah.
I've never. No, I just. That's why this 8-game homestand is so important. To just show, like, yeah, hey, 8-game homestand, go 6-2, and like, look, the Warriors are back. But B, like, they're still very much in the race in the West.
Yeah.
And they're in that spot where, man, you win 12 of 15, and all of a sudden you're a couple games out.
Oh, yeah. The whole picture, the whole outlook is different. 888-957-9570. Coach is back with us from Vallejo on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Coach, thanks for checking in again. What'd you think of Mr. Kuminga last night, sir?
Oh, man. Jonathan Kuminga was outstanding, and what I think he doesn't get credit for, they like to talk about his raw skills, but the guy knows how to play basketball, okay? He's making great decisions out there, and I don't think he gets enough credit for that. When your power forward has to guard the opposing team point guards, John Morant, LaMelo Ball, you have something really, really special there. So I was really, really proud of Kuminga last night. Me, I played a little devil advocate here.
Yeah.
We throw out great a little bit too often out here. I mean, Poole made some nice plays down the stretch, but up until then, he was pouting on the court. He wasn't high-fiving his team when he wasn't getting his shot. And those are the type of things I kind of hold against Poole if he's going to try to be a leader out there. Again, 1 for 7, I guess, from the three-point line. So, but he made some nice plays down the stretch, so I'm not going to be a hater in that aspect. But, again, I think it was Kuminga's night. They don't win last night without Kuminga playing the entire fourth quarter on LaMelo Ball, who, by the way, Kyle, is a great point guard. I mean, LaMelo, if the Warriors would have taken him, Poole would not have emerged as much, but they would be a better team if the Warriors would have taken LaMelo Ball. So, like Poole, he makes players around him better. So I like that, and thanks, guys. I appreciate you taking my phone call.
You bet. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks,
always good to hear from you, although you and Kyle obviously don't always agree on LaMelo Ball. The thing about LaMelo, when he came out...
I like rooting for Jordan Poole.
Hey,
LaMelo's
take it up
really
with Coach.
good.
Take it up with Coach.
LaMelo's a very good player.
When LaMelo came out that year, this Anthony Edwards, and then the Warriors had the second pick, and you've seen the video where it looked like LaMelo thought he was going number 2. I didn't think they should have taken him. It was so hard to know how good he was because all we had on him was that year he played in Australia, and he was screwing around. He wasn't trying to guard anybody, and you'd see video of that shot, and I thought, man, I don't think I'd take that guy. I was wrong about LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
I still think it's worked out for the Warriors as far as not taking him and Poole emerging, but LaMelo's I don't care what Kyle says, LaMelo's a really good player.
How did it turn into me not liking LaMelo?
I don't know, but I'm going with it.
I need this for the record. LaMelo is a good player. I just am a big fan of Jordan Poole, and I like rooting for him. So I'm fine having Jordan Poole instead.
I think Coach hit on something with Kuminga and his decision-making. I don't know that we can say he's got it all solved because in recent games, he still tends to force things here or there. But I don't want to say growth because it's condescending, but you can see him develop a better understanding of what he's supposed to be doing and how it fits into the Warriors scheme. You really can. I agree, Coach.
Yeah. Yes.
You all right?
Yes.
Okay. Kuminga, decision-making, growth. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to go overboard, but it's like he's definitely going to be...
no problem going overboard on how bad LaMelo is.
No, he's definitely going to be a like substantial piece of their playoff rotation. Like, that's what this is all trending toward. Despite the weird instances on the road trip where he played like 5 minutes in one game and then didn't play the night, I think that he's very much figured out exactly what he is. I think the Warriors have an idea of what they want him to be. And if he continues his growth, as we talk about March, April, I think he's going to be a very, very good player for them in the playoffs.
888-957-9570. What's your level of Warrior worry right now? They've got to be feeling pretty good after that win last night, right? Coming up here, I want to remind you to get ready for the playoffs with your relevant and DPOY shirts now at 957thegameshop.com. Remember, Kyle Madsen came up with the design for these shirts. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
I tried to give you credit yesterday. Like, I didn't design them. I mean, you dreamed up these shirts, and they're great.
Yeah,
and
thanks.
They're popular. No, they really are. I mean, it's like, wow, that's a really good idea. So check those out. 957thegameshop.com. And coming up next, warning, no lead is safe in today's NBA. It's the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your wall, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
There's no place like the California Academy of Sciences during the holidays. Science lovers of all ages will revel in a festive array of winter-themed activities, jolly live shows, falling snow, and more. Learn more and buy your tickets at calacademy.org.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Clay off the screen, bounce pass Wiseman, flies into the rim and scores, slicing between defenders and got the left-hand layup to go. He took off from the broken circle and got to the cup.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Warriors over the Charlotte Hornets last night, 110-105 in for the Roasters. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen. And okay, typically a Warrior win at home over the Hornets, one that the Warriors almost gacked back, that would not necessarily be reason for celebration. It would be reason to dissect the victory and say, you're going to be better than that. But right now, without Wiggins, without Steph, it is a reason purely to celebrate Kyle Madsen because the Warriors just need wins. However, they're going to get them on this home stand. Now, just within a game of 500.
And anytime you can beat that fraud LaMelo Ball, that's big time.
All right.
I watched James Wiseman last night and I watched LaMelo Ball and the Warriors made the right pick. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, that's what the Warriors want you to think. That's what the Warriors are. That's where they're hoping this whole thing, unspools for them. Last night, LaMelo was not very good. They had played the night before, which is one of the things that's a little concerning about the fact that the Hornets closed the gap in that second half and made it a game. But last night, LaMelo 7 for 25, clank. Now the Warriors have the same challenge tonight, of course. Second night of a back-to-back against the Utah Jazz. How do you figure out the Utah Jazz before the season started? Tankathon, Utah. Boy, they traded Mitchell. They traded Gobert. They're going to be terrible. Now, they are only 9th right now, but they're still over 500. The Utah Jazz, 19-17. And, of course, we know that the Warriors had one of the most disturbing losses of the season in Utah last time they were there. So, revenge, a dish best served cold tonight.
Yeah, the Jazz, you said 19-17. They started 10-3.
Yeah.
So 9-14 since that, which I think is probably a little more what people thought they were going to be this year. But no, they're certainly. If you had said hey, they won 19 games all year, I'd have been like, yeah, sure, that sounds about right. And here they are, 19-17.
One of the things that I think we have to keep an eye on with the Warriors right now is currently constituted. I think we saw this last night, is why I bring it up. When teams get behind against this Warrior team, they still have a lot of confidence that, we can get back in this game because they're not a great defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the reasons the Hornets played with as much confidence as they did in the second half last night.
I'm really, really fascinated to see what the Warriors defense looks like with Kuminga playing now as well as he's playing. And not necessarily as well as he's playing, but just with the idea that he's playing, his role, he seems to get it. And I'm interested to see, A, how that changes when Andrew Wiggins comes back, how they deploy him. But B, what it looks like, I think a closing lineup for them in the postseason, again, that's looking really far ahead, but features Kuminga and Wiggins.
Whoa.
In a way that, I know you said you don't want to bring up an Andre Iguodala comparison, but I think Kuminga can have a similar impact in those closing lineups.
I understand the comparison, and I think it's valid. I just think we're in too much of a hurry with some of these younger Warriors to leap to, not only did he play well, but he's this guy.
No, but
That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, and he's not going to handle and run the offense the way Andre could. Like, that was one of the big advantages of Iguodala, is another ball handler, switchable on defense. But on the defensive end, with just kind of his length and his size and his ability to guard a Ja Morant and push around a LaMelo Ball a little bit and just get those guys, guard those guys with length and size and strength that they're just not really used to being guarded with.
You know, the fact that we haven't seen Andre Iguodala play, but he's still there, I'm wondering if it's really him. I think it's like a Star Wars hologram projection thing where that's not really him. It's just a projection of him. Because when is he going to play? And I know Steve Kerr on the station, I was in for Dave, and Steve Kerr said, we made it clear, second half of the season. But he's there every game. Is he ever going to play?
He's working out.
Is Andre Iguodala ever going to play? He can't play because it's not really him. It's a holograph, and he wouldn't be very effective.
He's just over on the bench.
Yeah.
No, I bet Andre Iguodala has just a finite amount of minutes left in his body.
I agree with that.
And they're going, hey.
I can relate to that.
They want to use those minutes, obviously,
judiciously.
Sparingly. Right. And in the first half of the year, they're still figuring out rotations. Andre, they can plug in wherever. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Depending on matchups. Hey, this is who we're playing this round. This is who we need you to guard.
Right. Can you get 8 minutes a game out of him in a playoff series? Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that. Last year, I think they maybe overused him early. I mean, he did contribute to the 18-2 start.
Yeah.
But then I think they realized, oh boy, he doesn't have much left the rest of the way.
I did love that they checked him in.
Do what you want. Just send in the holograph just make sure your holograph is there on the bench.
I love that they checked him in for the last 2 minutes of the finals or whatever it was. That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed that.
888-957-9570. What's your level of Warrior worry right now? You got to feel a lot better about things after these last two games, right? After what happened in New York, and now they come home and they beat Memphis, and then last night, taking care of business.
One of the interesting things you say, level of worry, I think there's an interesting conversation to be had here with, worried about what? Because I think there's some people who are worried about them missing the playoffs. They might finish as the 12 seed. Disaster. But then I think there's another worry that's yeah, hey, this isn't a championship contender.
So what's your biggest Warrior worry? What's your level of worry? What's your single biggest Warrior worry? For some, it may be, maybe it's Wiseman.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the cows have left the barn. They're just not going to be a championship team again.
Because if you ask me what's my level of worry
let me try it. What's your level of worry that they?
Well, Whitey, it's much more nuanced than that. Let me tuck in here. All right. So no, am I my level of worry that they're going to miss the postseason? One, I don't think that that's really on the table. My level of worry right now that they're not a championship team, a 6 or a 7. They just maybe more 8.
Wow.
They just don't. Well, I mean, Steph's hurt, Wiggins is hurt. What do they look like? Does Kuminga keep playing like this down the stretch? Can Jordan Poole kind of? I know he's always been a streaky player, but can he figure it out off the bench? Because once Steph comes back, that's what's going to happen. Is he going to continue being the level of contributor that he's been off the bench? That's a question I have. What does Draymond Green look like late in the season? These are all questions that need to be answered. They can absolutely be answered in the affirmative, but right now, based on what we've seen, it's man, are they hanging with Boston or with Milwaukee even, or the Nuggets in a playoff series?
Fairly or unfairly, that's what it's all about with this team.
Yes.
It's can they win a championship?
Yes. So when you ask me my level of concern there, it's much higher than my level of concern. They're a game under. Are they going to miss the postseason? That's not even.
Yeah, that's the backdrop, I think, against which we view all of this. 888-957-9570. Anthony in Richmond has been hanging on. Anthony, you're on with Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason. What's up?
Good morning. So right off the top, my level of concern is mostly just them winning on the road. I think sooner or later they got to start winning on the road. The home record seems the home play seems to be where it needs to be. But I did have Coach Vallejo calls in, and he just he really doesn't particularly like Jordan Poole, so you got to take what he says with a grain of salt. Because, like, Jordan Poole does do silly stuff at times, but to say that they would be better without him or whatever other things he said yesterday and a little bit this morning, it's just not true. You can see that, like, they need him in his playmaking ability and his ability to score when he does. But I wanted to comment really on that, the story that came out of the locker room.
Yeah.
The Grizzlies. And I think it's just, you know, they're disrespecting the process of, you know, what it takes to be a champion and get to the promised land. And that actually just comes with age. But I think they got a nice little dose of a reality check. But if you could just tell that that's what it is. They're all in their very early 20s. They got a lot of money. They're feeling themselves. But when it comes down to it, they're disrespecting the process of what does it take to really be a champion. And Clay kind of said as much a little bit after the game, you know, sacrificing your body and whatnot. And he said it plenty of times, like, hey, it takes a lot to win a championship, and it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And you can see that they were humbled on Sunday.
Great point. Thank you, Anthony. And I think they're still figuring out, okay, well, where are we? The Grizzlies, that is. And yeah, the story, for those who didn't hear it, we touched on it earlier. CBSSports.com had the story that the Grizzlies, right before they played the Warriors, typically teams have the opposing team's scouting video playing, including scouting notes, and it's on whatever monitor they can get their hands on. But before the Grizzlies played the Warriors, they were watching the Celtics and the Bucks, and the Warrior video was on a laptop somewhere, and no one was really paying attention to it. So maybe we're making too much of that, but I don't think so.
No, and that's not why the Warriors won, but that speaks to why the Grizzlies are a clown show until proven otherwise. Like, they just don't get it. They're not doing the little things necessary to build into a title contender.
What do you think Clay's talking about there? Because to me, Clay's talking about, you don't understand the sacrifices you have to make. It's not all, this is great, we're the guys, it's all easy. It's more about the sacrifices you have to make for the good of the team. And we don't know, are the Grizzlies, are they willing and able to make those sacrifices to get the most out of this group? It's an unanswered question, and I think they're grappling with that right now, whereas the Warriors have proven, and Clay's certainly proven, how much he's willing to sacrifice for the good of the team.
The fact that last year the Warriors-Grizzlies series got noticeably more difficult for Golden State when Ja went down. Like, it was always going to be a tough series, but defensively, what the Grizzlies were doing post-Ja.
So for you, Ja and LaMelo kind of in the same boat, huh?
Yeah,
wow.
They're both trash.
Man.
No.
It's trash.
No. But the Warriors had a more difficult time. The fact that the Grizzlies didn't do anything to reconcile with that and look inwardly and go hey, what happened? The fact that their response was, oh, well, if Ja was playing, we would have won. If Ja was playing, that series goes 5. What? I don't.
I know this isn't really your point, but last year they were 20-5 without Ja.
Right.
Yeah.
They were just, and so the fact that there's not been any kind of come to Jesus moment for them, and it's still, we're going to trash talk our way to a title. It's that's just not how it goes, man.
On the text line here, 888-957-9570 from the 650. By the way, put your name on it so we can give you credit. Dylan Brooks is a wannabe Matt Barnes.
Wow, that's really good.
What
Matt
a
Barnes,
loser!
Matt Barnes could shoot a little bit,
not
though.
A loser.
Yeah, Matt Barnes could shoot a little bit.
Right. No,
Matt Barnes has a ring.
He's a wannabe Matt Barnes.
You're right. You're right. I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just.
It's a great point.
I think a guy like Dylan Brooks is just a player that I think the Grizzlies are going to have to do away with at some point. They need a veteran. They need somebody who hasn't been talking dynasty for 4 years in their locker room.
He does give them an edge that they need.
Sure. Okay. But he needs to have
whether
less
that's
of a,
worth all the, downside of having him, I don't know. But so far, I think he's probably worth it to them.
No, they need a veteran to come in. Iguodala, I thought, was a big reason why the Warriors took the leap that they took. Because there was a veteran player who'd been through it, who was willing to make that sacrifice to come off the bench and just kind of create what we talked about earlier, that culture. Right now, the Grizzlies' culture is, we're going to trash talk more than the other team. Cool, man. You can dance after you win. Nice job. Vibes don't win titles. We saw that with the Suns last year. Remember the Suns beat the Warriors at Chase, and then there was a video of them working out after the game, And it became like this huge social media phenomenon. Like, wow, look at the vibe. Oh, Phoenix. Oh, it's like that just doesn't. That's not how it works, man. And I just think that's what the Grizzlies think. And I don't like Clay brought it up the other day. Like, they've been talking dynasty and they've not won anything. They need somebody to get them out of that mindset and smack them around and be like, yo, this is not how the game goes.
You know, the smack talk is a big part of this rivalry, whatever you want to call it. And I know the Warriors want to say they're above it, but we saw it. I mean, they really wanted to beat those guys. To that extent, it is a rivalry. But there's also what Dylan Brooks did to GP2 last year, which is not just trash talk and, oh, you think this and you think you're so good. It's like, you hurt one of our guys last year.
Dirty
you jeopardized our chance to win a championship with a dirty play. And they don't talk about that in the media. You know, we talk about, oh, it's a rivalry. It is a lot deeper than just what Ja said about the Celtics.
The amount of, like, just you're right. That wasn't like playful, like, but we're kind of laughing and like there's a little smirk. It's like there was vitriol behind that.
Yeah.
Clay, as the shot of Brooks sliding and Clay like bending down to stand over him. That's super uncharacteristic of Clay. How many times have we seen Clay like do something like walking back to the bench and like talking, but like toward his bench about this guy over here?
Yeah.
It was,
and I don't think it's a coincidence. There's a guy who's been through 2 catastrophic injuries, know how hard it is to recover from some of those things, and he's standing over a cheap shot artist.
Yes. Like, that's very much, there's an edge to it that goes beyond. I think the Warriors don't think the Grizzlies stink. Like, there's a level of like respect for the opponent there from a game plan and effort standpoint. But I think there's very much like a dislike that, to your point, goes beyond like, man, those guys are just a thorn in our side. Man, they just
those pesky kids.
Yeah, I think it's deeper than that.
It's like,
for sure.
You're good, but you're not as good as you think you are. You're nowhere near our level. We will take advantage of every opportunity to remind you of that. Plus, there's the fact that one of your guys took out one of our players in the playoffs with a cheap shot that jeopardized our chance to win another championship. That's the type of thing you don't forget.
And then had the audacity to like throw it back in their face when Ja got hurt and they tried to blame Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And the whole like, oh, broke the code thing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Your guy actually did a dirty play. You're trying to manufacture something on the other side.
It's a rivalry, but I think it's much deeper than the chatter and the back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's 100%. That's 100%.
888-957-9570 after a Warriors win last night. What is your level of Warrior worry right now? Trending downward, I would think, after these last couple of games. Here's just kind of a public service announcement about the NBA, something to keep in mind here on this homestand and the rest of the season. The NBA now, for a few years, Kyle, as you know, they've had something called a three-point shot. And when you have a three-point shot, no lead is safe. And this week, we've really seen examples of that. A couple nights ago, I know not a lot of people were watching the Clippers and the Pistons, but the Pistons were leading the Clippers by 14 with 3 minutes to go. And the Clippers came back and won that game, which is very rare. That doesn't happen. I think before that, teams in that situation are 2 and 830, something like that.
It was a wild number.
Down 14 with 3 minutes to go. You're not going to win, and yet the Clippers just did that a couple nights ago.
Usually when you see a number like that, it's like teams are 3 and 810, like some massive number. 12,000 times teams have been in this situation and lost.
So we had that happen. And then last night, of course, it's not an easy day for me because I'm not the biggest Luka guy in the world. And I know he's a good player and everything, but I just don't like the fact that he's so ball dominant. But last night, Luka.
Haters.
Yeah, whatever. Luka and the Mavs playing the Knicks, and the Knicks were up 9 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, so they were up 9.
And it was in Dallas, but still.
The Mavs hit a shot with 26 seconds left to cut it to 6. So 26 seconds, or with 27 seconds, they were pulling up for a shot down 9.
Then you had a situation where, okay, Luka gets fouled, and he's going to line for 2 shots, and the Mavs are down 3. So what do? He misses the first one, makes the first one, misses the second one on purpose. And the whole thing, well, you got to miss it and then get the rebound. So Luka makes the first one, all right, misses the second on purpose, okay. There's a wild scramble. Guess who ends up with the ball? Luka. He throws it up and good! And that forces overtime, and Dallas comes back and wins that game. They were down 9 with 30 seconds to go, and they win the game, and it was a 60-point, 21 rebound, 10 assist night for Luka. Oh, my goodness.
Call me when he does it in regulation.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
He only got this 60 because he got overtime. Just unimpressed.
21 and 10.
But that, honestly, okay, so there's two different things. That individual performance is unbelievable. It's the only 60-20-10 game in NBA history.
All right. That's pretty good.
That's unbelievable. Overtime or not, that's just a ridiculous individual performance.
I'll give
you
that.
But that game as a whole exposed why the Mavs are frauds.
Really?
Yeah. They got a 60-21-10 game from their best player and needed overtime to beat the Knicks by 5 at home. That's not great.
Wow. I want to go with you there, but
if Luka had if he had 58, 20, and 10, they lose. Like, that's tough.
Somebody in the text line 408 says it's okay to like Luka. The Warriors are not the only team in the NBA. I know that. I just don't like the way Luka plays, the style that he plays.
No, you think he's bad. You think he stinks at basketball.
No, I don't think he stinks at basketball. The way he played, the way Harden used to play with the Rockets, the way Westbrook used to play with OKC, I don't think that's, first of all, I just don't like playing with people like that, but I'd never play with these guys. I just don't think that's the smartest way to play, and I think people overestimate when a guy does like, oh, Westbrook averaged a triple-double. He's the MVP. He's great. Well, he averaged a triple-double because he has the ball all the time. So Luka's a great player, yeah, but these numbers he puts up, people compare him to Wilt. It's because he's so ball-dominant, and I don't think that's the quickest path to a championship for them. He's going to get all the glory. No, he's so great. And it's not his fault. He had 60, 21, and 10. But until he shares the spotlight a little bit, I don't think they're ever going to win anything. That said, okay, it was a pretty good game last night, right? Pretty good game.
Saying 60, 21, and 10.
I know.
That sounds like one of those things. It's like, hey, here's what he's done the last 2 nights. Like, he's had a really great couple nights.
Yeah,
he has
player of the week.
60, 21, and 10 this week.
Yeah.
Like, really good. And he did it in a game. No, the Warriors always talked about it, though. Like, a guy like Russell Westbrook or James Harden, they're easier to play against. Because you know what they're, like, this is the guy.
Yeah. And maybe that's not all even Luka's fault, but still, I don't like the way he plays. He's productive, but the way it's all Luka all the time, I don't like that. Here's the number, by the way. The Clippers were down 14 with 3 minutes left. They win the game in overtime. Since 1996, teams in that situation down 14 or more with 3 minutes to go, 2 and 12,873.
I'm amazed that there have been 12,873 instances of that since 96. That's a lot.
It is.
14 minutes with 14 points with 3 minutes left?
Or 14 or more. You get a lot of blowouts.
What about 3 points with 14 minutes left?
I'll get back to you on that. First, we go to the phones here. It is, by the way, a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Oh, we're going to take a timeout. I'm sorry. We'll get back to the phones in just a moment. First, we'll take a timeout. And coming up, we got Baldy, Brian Baldinger. Baldy breaks down Bosa, Brock, and Brunskill, Brendel, Burford, and Banks blocking. That's next. You like that?
A lot of B's.
I spent a lot of time on that. Brian Baldinger joins us next here. It's Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason, in for the Roasters today on 95.7 The Game.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte and Shasky on vacation. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen in today. Thanks for being with us. Of course, Craig running the board. We have Matt Nahigian actually helping us out today. And Kyle, with Matt Nahigian, runs the station. With him helping us out, I feel like Mark Trestman trying to run the 49er offense with Bill Walsh, kind of looking over my shoulder. Poor Mark Trestman was like, how am I supposed to call a play with freaking Bill Walsh back here?
Right. I feel like Zach Wilson in this situation.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of football, guess what? It's Baldy time.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Baldy, Merry Christmas. I trust you had a happy holiday.
Yeah, it was good, guys. I did a lot of work. Did a lot of games around the country, but it was a lot of fun. So it wasn't a big surprise. But, it's been a good holiday, man. Looking forward to the new year.
Yeah. Can you help us try to figure out here what's going on with I almost said the great Brock Purdy. Of course, 49er fans are going nuts. This is a guy that, as you know, last pick of the draft, so expectations were low, and he's played so well. Can we say now, Baldy, at this point that he's at least a competent quarterback, maybe better, or are there still things we need to see from him before we can even make that proclamation?
No, I think it's safe to say. I mean, this has been a solid month. I mean, he doesn't turn the ball over. Jawan Jennings doesn't, drop a ball into Derek Forrest's hands last week. I mean, it's remarkable, really, just the amount of poise, his pocket presence. And what you're seeing in this offense is what every offense wants. You're just seeing these explosive plays where whether you're getting the ball to Kittle or to Ayuk on the run, and they're just tearing up really good defenses. I've seen enough. I think he's the real deal. I don't know exactly how everybody missed, but I feel like it's a bad miss when it comes to just quarterback analysis. You could say, okay, he could be taller, he could have a stronger arm, he could have all those things. Joe Montana didn't have those things, and they will never, ever forget Joe Montana in San Francisco or in the NFL. And I'm not comparing him to Joe by any stretch, but as far as why somebody would drop to the 262nd, draft pick, those are some of the things that would make somebody drop.
I keep waiting for the other shoe to fall with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the game where this is why he went last. If that was going to happen, is there anything you see that might lead to that game coming?
Nope. Okay. I mean, just even the opening drive. I mean, came out hot. They got stuffed on 3rd down and 4th and 1, but he takes the team right down the field. And he makes one good throw after another, hits Kittle over the middle. He's converting 3rd downs. He's making the right reads. That's a good defense, a really good defense that Washington has. A great front. It's hard to run the ball against those guys. He had to make certain throws. And I understand, everybody's like, he can't be this good. This just can't be real. I mean, I get it. But I can't. But the thing that I keep coming back to is his mechanics. Mechanics are really sound. He doesn't get happy feet. He can beat you from the pocket. He's got Montez Sweat out there on the edge the other day, and I don't know how he kind of got away from him, but he threw an incomplete pass. But it was going to be a sack on the play. Gets away from him. He's a really good player, 6'6", 280 pounds, and he can run like the deer. He gets away from him. You could just go through the checklist. And I remember talking to Debo before he got hurt in the Tampa game, and I was like, "So tell me, let's go through the checklist, Debo. Let's pocket presence, no fear over the middle, blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yep, that's who he is." And I feel like I keep going through that checklist of things that you got to be able to do, that you want your quarterback to be able to do. And I keep, hitting the same checklist. It doesn't change.
Yeah, Baldy, you touched on one of the most mind-boggling aspects of this whole thing to me, and that is how so many teams missed on this guy. When you look at so many franchises who for years and years are trying to find, that guy, and Brock Purdy may be one of those guys. Is it possible that teams are they're overvaluing the wrong things when they're evaluating how good these guys are going to be coming out of college?
I think so. I do. Because one thing I remember, I did Brock Purdy's first game at Ames, Iowa. I think it was like against Kansas, and they'd waited like 3 or 4 weeks. They knew he was a high recruit, and Matt Campbell just said, let's just let him watch for a little bit. Didn't play him right away. But then when he took over, he started 47 straight games. So, 47 games, you learn a lot about a player. Just the way, the Steelers learned a lot about Kenny Pickett starting 49 games at Pitt. And, you get a chance to really watch a guy week in, week out, go against some good teams in the Big 12, TCU, Oklahoma, whatever. And, he played really well in so many of those games. He put Iowa State on the map. And so I think that matters. And I think, he's been cross your fingers and, knock on wood, all that stuff. He's been healthy for the most part throughout his college career. And so, there's a lot of guys that come into this business, Zach Wilson, and they can't stay healthy. And, they're just not productive players. And all they're doing is falling in love with some arm strength and what they did at the Combine and trying to make ridiculous, comparisons to Patrick Mahomes. And instead of just watching the guy week in, week out, play quarterback. And I think you fall in love and you pay attention to the wrong things.
Talking with Brian Balding, our NFL insider here. Baldy, I want to jump over to the other side of the ball where I believe the 49ers have the Defensive Player of the Year in Nick Bosa. Defensive Player of the Week for the second time this month after winning Defensive Player of the Month last month. Is he actually getting better as this season progresses?
Yeah, he is. In fact, if you look at just the month of December, I joke around at Shark Week, watching the 49ers defense line. It's been Shark Month for Nick Bosa. It's just been a Shark Month. 6 sacks and 12 quarterback hits and 2 forced fumbles. The numbers are crazy, and we're not out of the month yet. So I do think he's getting better. When you just watch this, you just go in, really in the weeds, and you just watch the techniques and the fundamentals and how he's winning in the run game, what he does to players, how he's moving around, how he rushes from the right side different than the left side. I feel like he's, and then he told me, a couple weeks ago, he said, he wants to be the defensive rookie. He wants to be the defensive player of the year, there's no doubt. But, he still does. He could still probably play more plays. Instead of playing 75% of the snaps, he could play 85 or 90. He could do it. But, he's thinking about those 3 games that he wants to play in the postseason, which is smart. I didn't give it that kind of thought. But he's thinking, he wants to be in Glendale, Arizona, Super Bowl 57. And so, there's a little bit of a pace to get there because I think he could put up even bigger numbers than he is. And I was ticked, to be honest with you, when Carson Wentz threw that touchdown pass, and then they went for 2, and he sacked Carson Wentz, and he doesn't get any credit for it. I just don't get how that's not a sack. They score 2 points in 1-score game, yet Nick stops him from doing it, and he doesn't get credit for it. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. Yeah, check out Baldy's breakdown. He goes in depth on how Bosa's doing what he's doing. Baldy, I'm really interested in your answer to this. And I know it'd probably be easy for you to say, I don't know, you'd be modest, but you played at a high level. Let's say you were lining up against Bosa. You knew that, all right, I got Bosa today. How would you approach the job of trying to protect and to block in the run Nick Bosa in an NFL game?
Well, I've had to block Reggie White. I've had to block, Lawrence Taylor. So, they're 2 of the best of all time. So a couple things. One, I'm going to hold as long as I possibly can, all right? And if the official says, get your hands inside, I'll get my hands inside. But I'm going to come up with some new holding techniques that I did actually one Sunday against Lawrence Taylor that pissed him off, but I got away with it. And then I'm going to demand help and chip help and on almost any given play that's, more than 2 seconds down the field.
Yeah.
So we're going to draw some new protections up on the sideline, and I'm going to get my grips into their shoulder pads as quickly as I possibly can.
Survival.
It's a sound strategy for
survival.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love that. Another one of the 49ers star players who's really kind of broken out the last couple weeks, a big conversation around this area, especially early in the year, was like, where's George Kittle? What's happened to George Kittle? Why isn't he getting targets? Well, now he's getting targets. He's racked up over 200 yards the last 2 weeks, 4 touchdowns. What's changed here? Is it just the target rate, or are they doing something different offensively to free him up?
Well, they are calling his number, like on the bootleg where they flipped it to the left and he caught it. He caught a 12-yard pass and took it to the end zone. I mean, that's just a play for George. So they're calling his play, but this Brock Purdy, when he finds him in the open field as either a check down or late over the middle where he's not the primary, but he's still finding him. And the big thing is he's getting the ball to George in the open field. And so you can see, in the 4 touchdowns he's got right now, outside of the one in the end zone where he could have thrown it to, Ray McLeod or to George Kittle. He had his choice. They were both open. The safety kind of blew it. But for the most part, it's, getting George in space. And like he did, I guess, 3 years ago when he led the league and set a record for yards after the catch or whatever it was. That's what he's doing right now. He was coached to not be tackled by one guy. And so you see George on the open freeways there, like you see his speed just open up, and all of a sudden he's looking like that, Travis Kelce that we think he is and think he can be. And that's what he looks like right now because of where they're getting the ball to him in the open spaces. And then he could do so much with it after the catch.
Brian Baldinger with us here in the Morning Roast. Baldy, yesterday, Kyle and I convened a meeting of the Fraud Squad as we looked at NFC contenders and tried to identify, legitimate contenders or fraud. The 49ers obviously just destroying people right now. How many teams in the NFC right now do you think right now are legitimate Super Bowl contenders? And specifically the Vikings. Do you agree with Kyle, who declared them yesterday frauds?
Frauds.
I'm leaning more. I mean, Minnesota people are going to – I mean, I used to live in Minnesota. I have, a great deal of respect for the Skull Country. But I just – defensively, you can talk about the comeback against the Colts and just getting shellacked by the Cowboys and by the Eagles and name them as frauds. But I just don't think they have a championship defense. And so I think offensively they can put up a lot of points. And, if you can protect Kirk Cousins, I mean, nobody's better than Justin Jefferson right now. So I think offensively they have what it takes to advance in the playoffs, but defensively they're just not very good. And so you saw Daniel Jones last week up in Minnesota throwing a guy's name Isaiah Hodgins and the old 49er Richie James, and he was carving them up. And I see it week in, week out. I just don't believe they're a championship defense. I think the Cowboys, if they play a certain style, they could be that team. Otherwise, I feel like it's the 49ers and Eagles are going to meet in the NFC Championship game.
Are the Cowboys the only team that could stop that from happening? Like, do you see San Francisco or Philly slipping up before that?
I don't see it unless there's just, if Jalen Hurts can't come back from the shoulder injury, I could see something like that. But I just think they're too deep. They're too well built right now that, I think they could beat you in a lot of different styles, and that's what you have to be able to do when you get deep into the playoffs. I'm not sure the Cowboys right now, they've got 1 sack in the last 3 games. They're not pressuring the quarterback, and there's major concerns on the back end of their defense. So teams are like putting up a lot of points, whether it's Gardner Minshew or whether it's Trevor Lawrence.
I think we lost Baldy for a second. There we go.
Dak.
Yeah. Go ahead, Baldy. We lost it for a second, but we got you. Yeah.
Okay. Season's got.
And we're endeavoring.
Exceptions in the middle of the field. I don't know if I'm on here.
We got you. Sorry about that. We're good to go. We're good. Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just, Dak's got to go prove it to all of us that he can be a big-time quarterback in the postseason. And you can pay a guy $45 million. That's just the going rate for a starting quarterback. But he's got to do it in the postseason, and that's how all these guys get measured.
One of the things that people worried about during the preseason was the 49er offensive line, especially the interior of the offensive line. Brendel and Banks and Burford, and the offensive line obviously playing at a high level. You having been an offensive lineman, as we know, how much has that impressed you? To what extent does having McCaffrey maybe make their jobs easier?
I think McCaffrey makes any offense better. They played well. I mean, Banks has been really, really good. And him and Trent on the left side has been outstanding. I think, you could always – I think Brendel is what he is. I mean, I think he's a good player. I don't think he's an outstanding center. But in that system and in that scheme where so much is just zone blocking, it's really about how you block next to the guy. And so Burford's been really good. Burford and Banks are both big guys inside. I like big guards. You're going up against big defensive tackles in this business. But for the most part, especially since Brock Purdy took over, the middle of the pocket has been really sturdy. And it's been flat and it's been strong. And you can't ask really for anything more for that.
I want to jump back over to the other side of the ball real quick, and I want to see if you agree with me on this, because obviously you've forgotten more about football than I'll ever know. But I know Nick Bosa is the headliner of this defense, but to me, what Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw do in the second level, especially in coverage, really allow the defensive line to eat, to use your phrase. Do you agree with that, or am I off base?
No. I mean, those guys, they're an amazing tandem of linebackers, and they really have. Fred always goes to the 3 wide receiver side. Dre always goes to the 2 receiver side. When it's in pass coverage, they're both excellent. But it's just their speed of decision making is just flat out amazing. How quickly they diagnose things and then take the right angles to get there. Fred's just an amazing player. He just doesn't miss games. He doesn't miss plays. His diagnosis is spot on. I don't know how you could be up for every single game that he plays, but he just is. He's just ready to play every Sunday. And Dre Greenlaw, it's a shame that he's not a Pro Bowl player because he leads the team in tackles. He's a Pro Bowl player. He just didn't get the recognition that, Fred has earned, but he'll get there. Sometimes you miss it by a year, but together they're an amazing tandem. They really play well together. They play well off each other. They both attack the line of scrimmage. When they want to get a 5th rusher in there, they like to bring Fred. That puts Dre in a position where he's got a lot of room to cover, and he seems to be able to handle all that.
Baldy, what kind of coach, in your opinion, would it take? Maybe not a name specifically, but a type of coach would it take in Denver to get them competitive and at least football-wise functional again?
Well, I think, I think you need a proven coach. Like Jacksonville got Doug Peterson. He's a proven coach. And you can see how the offense has really developed, how Trevor Lawrence has really gotten confident. And he was a big part of the free agent acquisitions and what they needed. And it's all coming together right now. I just think you got to go out there and look at a guy that might need a second chance the way Kyle Shanahan or Mike Shanahan needed a second chance after the Raiders to find Denver. I think sometimes you got to take a guy and say, okay, this is what they did. Let's give them a second chance. And I think there's guys out there like that. I don't know that you can take a first-year coach like they did. And look, I know Nathaniel Hackett really well. I think he's a really good coach. The quarterback has not played well at all. They've had a lot of injuries, and he's the fall guy right now. And sometimes it's just easy to make the coach the fall guy. And that's not what they need right now.
Baldy, we appreciate it. Thanks very much. We're looking forward to the rest of this 49ers season. We'll talk to you again soon.
Likewise. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year. Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider. Big miss. League-wide, big miss on Brock Purdy. There's got to be personnel people going, why didn't we see?
Those personnel people are probably trying to talk themselves into why, the Purdy thing is fake.
Yeah.
They're probably like, he's just throwing to open guys.
Oh, you watch this week. Watch this week.
That's where I gave up on that after the Seahawks game. I kept saying, okay, hang on, just wait. This is the week. No, hang on. Okay, hang on.
See, I thought I was the only one doing that. I'm glad you were doing that, too.
Yeah,
it's not like they're wishing for that.
Yeah, Brock Purdy's good now.
It just doesn't make sense otherwise.
Right. And that's when somebody was on the text line yesterday saying Niner fans are way too overconfident. And, they've won 8 in a row. And their offense is more efficient now with this guy. So,
two things people said about him coming out of college, as far as Brock Purdy, the passer, not a strong arm and not consistently accurate. And that's the one that I think, if that was in a scouting report, and apparently it was, that would be the one that would discourage teams from drafting him. Because a quarterback has to be many things, but above all, he has to be an accurate passer. We haven't seen that. I wonder if that's because of the throws that Kyle Shanahan has basically designed for him, or if that's the monster lurking. He looks very accurate, as someone said to you, right? He's just all he's doing is hitting open receivers.
Yeah, that's all he's doing.
But I think a lot of scouts said he can't even do that. Wrong.
But Joe Shasky, who normally hosts this show, shout out to Joe.
Yeah.
He brought this up as
watch what you say about him, because I guarantee he's listening.
No, I was agreeing with him. We were talking about this during the game, and he said something that Brock Purdy does that Jimmy and the little sample size of Trey Lance that we got, but he throws his receivers A, open, but B, like Juwan Jennings. He completed a third down throw to Jennings early in the game where there were two defenders converging on him, and he throws it low, where only Jennings is going to get it, and he avoids getting hit. And like that kind of stuff matters. Like it's little and it's incremental, but it plays a role.
Yeah.
And it's part of why he's been successful. And it's interesting with his accuracy, because when you look at his numbers from college, they were mostly the same. Like he never had one major breakout year, and that's why.
Where was he, low 60s or what?
No, he's for his career 67.7%, and
right.
his senior season, so his junior year goes from 66.6 to 71.7.
And he wasn't accurate?
Yeah, so he goes, and in college, it's a little skewed because it's easier to complete throws, but he ticked up his accuracy by 5% over the course of that year, and his draft stock plummeted. It's just an odd, and again, he's he had 27 touchdowns his sophomore year and then 19 his last two. And so I could see where the scouts were kind of concerned, especially numbers wise. And then he combined that with his height and his size. But man, he's just the accuracy stuff was strange. I've never quite understood that.
Yeah, we have also the injury report coming up in just a moment here on 95.7 The Game. So we'll get to that latest on Andrew Wiggins there. But I love Baldy and his description of how he would block Nick Bosa. Oh, I'm holding the bejeebies out of him. I'm holding the bleep out of him.
Well, what's funny is that's the offensive line strategies now.
Yeah, what else can you do?
And I think that's the case. This is one of Nick Bosa gets held a lot, but so does Matthew Judon and TJ Watt and all the good, because like Baldy said, that's all you can do. They're running forward, you're moving backwards, and you're supposed to stop them. Oh, and also they can go sideways. That seems impossible. You got to be able to hold a little.
Yeah, and then Armstead coming back and cementing the interior of the defensive line. The defense has, you asked if Nick Bosa's getting better. The defense has actually been getting better, which has got to be scary if you're playing that defense. And also, as you know, the 49ers have become one of those teams that after you play them, you feel it for a while.
Yeah.
And they're doing that on both sides of the ball.
Teams are now 0-13 the week after they play the 49ers. The only one, because they played 14 games, the only one that has not been the case is Kansas City, because they had the bye week. And somebody threw that in my face, and they were like, well, that's only, the 0-12 is only true because Kansas City. Okay, so what if it's 1-12? Does that make it any less impressive?
No, still very impressive.
Extremely impressive.
Impressive. Most impressive.
Not fraudulent.
Not at all. Right now, it's time for your injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Andrew Wiggins, the Maple Jordan, has been cleared to return from his adductor injury, but now the Warriors all-star forward is out due to a illness. Get better soon, Andrew Wiggins. He missed last night's game against the Hornets. He'll miss tonight's game against the Jazz. They're hoping to get him back Friday against the Portland Trail Blazers. This injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. Coming up next, Jordan Poole saved the day, but at one point last night, I thought Steve Kerr was going to strangle him. That is next year. It's the Morning Roast. It's Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch on 95.7 The Game.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi,
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level. Just like old times, only better. The Best Man, the final chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit.
Are you ready?
At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with the Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval. Lowe's.
Take him out!
In for the Roasters today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen, basking in the afterglow of an impressive Warrior win last night over the Charlotte Hornets. Warriors, they beat Charlotte. They're still a game under 500. Yeah, but Steph is out. And last night, Jonathan Kuminga was a key factor in the fourth quarter. Kuminga and Jordan Poole carried the Warriors in the fourth quarter. What a great sign this is, Kyle, for the Warriors' future. The Warriors' future looking so much brighter after last night. Kuminga was amazing at both ends of the floor.
Not even necessarily the future, like beyond this year, but Jonathan Kuminga is a rotation player in the playoffs now. Like what he showed last night in a big spot, closing that game. He hit a couple of big shots down the stretch. We talked about earlier just what he did defensively, grabbing rebounds, literally stealing a ball from PJ Walker, just reaching in and taking it. He wasn't even dribbling. He just took it.
PJ Washington was like, "What?"
PJ Walker plays quarterback for the
all good
for the Panthers.
Kuminga stole one from him too.
Yeah, he probably did. It's all in the Carolinas.
Kuminga played with so much of a presence last night, the likes of which we haven't seen from him.
Did you also see the video our very own Alex Espinoza posted from the game of the Warriors bench after Kuminga hit a big shot? The Warriors were up 103-101 with like a minute and a half left, and Kuminga comes down and he's on the left wing or on the left baseline and drives in, absorbs contact, and then falling away hits a tough probably 10 or 12 footer and put the Warriors up 4 with a minute 22 left. And as he's going to the bench, he's getting high fives from everybody. Draymond, as Kuminga gets to the bench, comes flying off the bench, pushes him, and starts yelling at him like he's fired up. And that reaction from Draymond's not doing that for, I think he's not doing that for Clay. He's not doing that for Ty Jerome. If Ty Jerome does that, no disrespect to Ty Jerome, but Draymond recognizes that Jonathan Kuminga is a dude. Like, he's going to be a guy for them moving forward.
I think he also recognizes that the younger players who that they're getting there's a lot put upon them, and that when they make mistakes, they're hearing about it. So when they do something well, they need that, like, yes, that's it.
Yes, that is what they need.
Here is your cookie.
Yes, that's exactly what Draymond, and I don't want to present that like Draymond was shouting him down, like he was fired up for him and encouraging him with his, I'm sure, safe for work words he was using.
Oh, yeah. Well done, my comrade.
Great job, brother man.
Yeah, golly, that was well done.
That's exactly what
Darn it. Darn you.
Yeah. No, it was, we've talked about, and Steve Kerr talked about Jonathan Kuminga learning how to impact winning, right? And not necessarily doing it scoring, but how are you setting screens? Are you rebounding? How are you playing defense? How are you moving without the ball? And last night, he just kind of put it all together, particularly down the stretch in the fourth quarter. And in a game that we've seen the Warriors lose so many times this year, you can pick probably 6-10 games off the schedule.
I don't want to, but I could. You're right.
Where they had the game in hand, and it was like, oh, cool, Warriors are going to cruise to a win tonight. And then they just kind of, okay, it's down to 15. Okay, lead's down to 10. Okay, now it's down to 7. Still at 2%. But then it's tied. Then they fall behind. and now all of a sudden they're down 6 with 30 seconds left.
Kyle Matson's stat of the day. Of course, Kyle's very disappointed last night. He hasn't said this, but I know that he's very disappointed that the Warriors had no technical fouls last night. Because I know
really
you were
upset.
Yeah, after they had 6 against the Grizzlies. I love that.
Fired
More
up about
teas.
it. Really fired up
all
about
kidding
it.
aside, they had a team meeting. Steve Kerr explained to me, hey, I don't care what Kyle says. Yeah, we don't need so many technical fouls. It's not helping.
I mean, in that game though, like in a vacuum, no. But in that instance on Christmas Day,
okay,
whatever you got to do to get up to beat the Grizzlies.
Some of them maybe. But anyway, last night your stat of the game, if I'm not mistaken, 31 assists for the Warriors, including 7 from, well, technically starting point forward, but of course we had some positionless basketball, but 7 from Dante DiVincenzo last night.
Yeah, I mean, 30 assists is that like key number, right? Like they get to 30 assists, they're going to win a lot of games, and it's like rushing attempts for the Niners. You get to 30 and you're in a good spot.
It just reflects that players are moving and the ball is moving, and that means the offense is functioning.
Right, functioning without Steph.
Yeah,
that's the big thing. Because even during the championship years, it was like there were times the second unit would bog down when Steph Curry wasn't on the floor. And their offense would just kind of stagnate. And it was like, okay, can you survive the non-Steph minutes? Well, right now, they're winning without Steph at all. They have 48 Steph minutes a night, and they've strung back-to-back wins together. It's just really encouraging for when Curry does return. You love what this means for the second unit. Steve Kerr's going to have to play with the rotations a little bit with Curry and then Wiggins coming back. So it's not going to look exactly the same. But the fact that they're learning how to function within the offense and they're playing better defense, I got a couple of big stops down the stretch. I have so much more faith in them going into January and February to kind of get this ship right and do a championship level.
Still coming out of the hole. They still are 1 game under, and they got
of work to do.
Tough one tonight, a back-to-back, which is a challenge for a short-handed older team.
Do you think if they were going to, like, quote-unquote, be allowed to drop a game in this homestand, this is the one?
I don't know that you're allowed to drop any at this point.
Really?
Yeah,
on an 8-game homestand, you have to go 8-0?
I don't think you can go into any of those games with that approach. I understand where you're going, and I guess so, but you got to make the very most of this. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 8-0 at this point.
But they're on, but sure, and you would love them to go 8-0. And if they win tonight, like my worry meter would be temporarily shut off. Like, cool, they're cruising.
I understand. Yeah, it depends on things like, is Clay going tonight? Here's Clay. Hey, Clay, are you playing tonight?
You think you might play tomorrow night? Hope so, but the training staff is up to them. That'd be fun, though.
Will you campaign for it at all? Or just...
I don't know, man. I'll do my best.
He ain't playing tonight. He wants to play, and he ain't playing.
He's going to go, can I play? And they're going to go, no.
Yeah.
Anyway, next.
No, they'll just do the thing where they ignore him. Like, hey, can I? Hey, how about Clay, my player of the night last night, because when there was a technical foul on Charlotte, Clay just decided, well, I'm shooting the free throw. I mean, that's how it appeared. And I know Steph was kind of, typically the coach decides or whoever has the highest free throw percentage. It appeared last night that hadn't been decided ahead of time, and it appeared that Clay decided, I'm shooting the free throw. Good for you.
Why not?
Yes.
If you're not going to pick up a tech, then shoot a technical free throw.
Yeah, and I think he does this year have a higher free throw percentage than Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is an elite foul shooter, but this year he's missed a few.
Yeah. It's been kind of weird.
Yeah. Jordan Poole, what a game last night.
Good player.
Yeah, he's up, he's down. Sometimes last night he had 24 points, took over the game in the fourth quarter. But at the end of the first half, I thought Steve Kerr was going to strangle him.
Man.
At the end of the half, the Warriors have possession. They get a rebound. I think Lamb had the rebound, and he goes to Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole took a shot, 15 seconds left?
They got the rebound with 20 seconds left. They can get the last shot of the half.
Yeah, of the half. Yeah, and Jordan Poole misses a shot. And Charlotte gets the rebound, and Theo Maledon ends up making a shot. And then I think it was Lamb with a heave, no good. And Steve Kerr was talking to Draymond, and Draymond's like, I don't know what you want me to do about it. I thought Steve Kerr was going to kill him. That's hairy high school stuff.
It looked like Poole.
If I was coaching 8th grade girls and one of them did that, I would consider benching him.
I understand, you get to step into a 13-footer and you're like, hey, I'm confident I can make this.
Yeah.
But dog.
Right.
It's a 15-point game, which is a good lead.
Not for long.
But right, you feel better. Like the difference between 15 and 13 just feels so substantial. It's a bucket, but it feels so substantial. But it's that basketball IQ. It's just maybe he lost track of the time, which isn't good. But that would be better. that would be momentarily having a lapse and being like, I thought there were
momentary lapse of reason.
I thought there were 40 seconds left. I was trying to get a 2-for-1 opportunity. I don't know. But the worst case
I understand your point. No, I don't know if that's better or not. 15 seconds left. I was trying to get a 2-for-1.
No, not with 15.
But I understand your point. Yeah.
But he started the possession going, oh, there's X amount of time left. If I can get a quick shot off, we can get a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
So there's that issue. I think that's better than him being like 20 seconds left. I'm shooting it.
I know. And
pulling.
They won. I know. So what does it matter? Well, those things especially matter when you're in the hole you're in. You're shorthanded. You don't have Steph. Last night you got away with it, but man, they can't have that.
No. And especially when, remember a couple years ago what the big complaint was? It's like, man, there's just a low IQ team. They lost Sean Livingston left and Andre Iguodala left, and this is just, they lost a lot of their basketball IQ. That's a bad basketball IQ play. And I think Jordan Poole's a smart player. Like I said, I think that was a momentary lapse of, hey, here's a good shot. I'm just going to take a good shot versus I want to take the last shot. Like you said, they won. It was fine.
Yeah.
But, man, if that's an end-of-game scenario where it's tied and they have a chance for the last shot and you do that, that's not good.
Well, let's be honest. That's one of the reasons that they've struggled in some of these games. Some of the games where, the young players haven't played well, but they've had games where the veterans have been on the floor and they've given up leads late in games. So, again, they got away with it, but that was real. Right now, they cannot afford to make those types of mistakes, especially tonight against the Utah Jazz. Clay, so it looks like Clay won't play tonight, but he says it's up to the medical staff. The play where he flipped the ball in as he was fouled, which was right before the end of the half, play of the night, and then you had, Steph giving it was great play by Klay Thompson. Some luck involved, but that was a magnificent play.
Just so not Clay. Like,
yeah,
that's
you're
just
right.
That's such a strange, Clay with the acrobatic layup? Okay. I love it.
Yeah, so your Warrior worry meter, where is it right now? And as Kyle pointed out, when we talk about worrying about the Warriors, we know the bar is very high. We expect this team to compete for a championship. So anything you're worried about has to do with whether this team can be a team that is contending second half of the year for a championship. Where is your Warrior worry meter right now as far as that goes? Hopefully after the last two nights, it's ticking down.
Yeah, like I said, it's still at probably like a 7-ish.
You were going 8-ish earlier, and
7,
that's your
8.
opinion. Bless you, you're entitled to it, but
I haven't jotted down exactly, because 10 would be like season's over.
10 would be
this is a disaster.
Yeah,
but
brick for Vic.
But yeah,
if you're at 10.
it was trending that way for sure. Just because it was like, man, the vibe was bad. And they get that good win against Boston. It's like, okay, here's that. Welcome to the season. Here's the Warriors. And then they struggle again. But right now, the vibe is good. It's no Steph. It's no Wiggins. And they've won a couple in a row. You figure you'll get those guys back. If you had said that they can get to the Curry and Wiggins returns at 500 when both those guys are back in the lineup together, I would have taken that right away. And they are in line now. We just talked about this homestand where they're 17 and 18. They've got 6 games left. They have a chance to be a few games over 500 going into mid-January, which would be massive. Like the worry meter would be cratering at that point.
Am I getting carried away to suggest that one of the best things about the last two games is that in both of the last two games, you've gotten something from all three of your youngsters? And I know Kuminga last night was one of your best players on the floor down the stretch, which was great. But Wiseman in his limited minutes, he was 4 for 7. Moody scored 4 points, 2 of 5. You got something out of all three of those guys. And of course, a lot of this year, there's been a lot of hand wringing over what do we have here. Do we want? Are any of these guys going to be any good? So 2 games in a row, you got something positive out of all 3 of those guys with Steph out. Oh, that's encouraging. Sigh of relief there.
Figuring out how to win with those guys on the floor, regardless of who the teammates are around them, was priority 1. So from last year, how do you string wins together while also developing these guys? That's the 2 timelines. That's the needle they were trying to thread.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they threaded it, at least for last night, because you're getting 22 minutes for Jonathan Kuminga, you're getting 10 for Wiseman, you're getting 13 for Moody, and they all contributed in some way. I thought Moody on-ball defense was much better last night. Jonathan Kuminga, we've talked about ad nauseum. And again, James Wiseman, was he great? No, but he continued to look like, okay, you can see not flashes of like, whoa, greatness, but flashes of, hey, if they need him for 12 minutes in a playoff game, you don't feel terrible about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just that development just needs to, it's going to be a slow churn, but you see it happening.
On the text line, 888-957-9570, people coming to Jordan Poole's defense. Oh, I thought he was trying to draw a foul. Well, okay, that would make sense, but you can't take that chance there at the end of the half because you may not get the call, and then what happens? So you got to make sure you have the last possession, which I believe was a point of emphasis for them going into the Memphis game even.
Yeah, that's just
something we need to work
shot.
on.
You can't, no, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. So Kuminga last night was the hero, and that's a great sign. It's pretty clear that the Warriors, as they evaluate these 3 young players, they've had him for quite a while now, going back to last season even at the top of the list. That's the guy that they think has a chance, at least as far as the coaching staff goes. That's the guy they think has a chance to be a really impactful player. And last night, I think it's easy to say and clear that last night was Jonathan Kuminga's most impactful game because he was a factor not only here or there, this play, that play, but in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, in crunch time when they've just not been good this year. And you kept waiting for, hey, Draymond Green, can he be? But Draymond Green's not going to be your scorer in crunch time. So it's like Jordan Poole. Can Jordan Poole do it? And he was good down the stretch for sure. Had a couple of big shots. He had a big and one after Charlotte had tied it. He had a big and one to put him back up 3. But having that like defensive stopper, like, hey, need a stop here. It's Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, need a bucket here.
Shutting down your guy LaMelo. I know you don't care for LaMelo.
No, LaMelo stinks. It's a good bit. But
by the way, do you have plans for New Year's Eve?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the ball drop, the LaMelo ball. I don't know.
Done.
I thought that's the joke you were going for. Why?
No, I want to let you know that if you don't have plans yet, join our very own Bay Area radio legend, Chewy Gomez from 102.1 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion. This Saturday, they'll be hosting the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay at the San Jose Marriott. Don't miss out. For tickets and more information, go to TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. Last year, the calendar changed to the new year, and the Boston Celtics, whoosh, they took off, and the Warriors are trying to get themselves into a position where they can maybe not make that kind of run. They'd love to, but at least get things stabilized to the point where they can climb back into some kind of contending status in the West.
Stabilization, that's a good phrase for it because it was so tumultuous. They're losing in Charlotte and losing in Orlando and Detroit, and it was who's going to be good on a given night, and is Jordan Poole, can he come off the bench? Right now, it seems to just kind of be these last 2 games. Okay, you beat Memphis and looked like the Warriors doing it. Last night, was it great? No,
that's a good
but
point. Looking like the Warriors doing it, yeah.
They've not been able to pull out those ugly games because it's not all going to be pretty in the NBA. You got to be able to, you're going to mess up here and there. How do you recover from that? They recovered last night. And now it's like, can they get healthy? Can they get, I'm so much more encouraged. And honestly, forgetting all the analysis of what does this mean for the last night was just fun. And that was just a genuinely fun basketball game. And watching Jonathan Kuminga, a 20-year-old, come into his own the way he did for those fourth quarter minutes was just really, really good time.
Mm-hmm. Now, I tried to warn you yesterday. I hope you didn't look directly at Mason Plumlee shooting free throws. I tried to warn you about that yesterday.
It's weird.
Isn't it?
It's so weird. I mean, I don't get it. I was going to try because
he was 1 for 4 last night from the charity stripe.
There's a scientific thing with bigs because of the size of their hands and the ball, and like it's like difficult.
It should make it a bigger hand should make it easier, in my opinion. But
hey, I'm not a scientist, man. What do you want from me?
All right.
So, like, I get all that. So maybe shooting it left-handed makes it.
It's science.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's awful.
It's so
whatever
bad.
works.
It is aesthetically the least pleasing. I've watched Michael Kidd Gilchrist shoot jumpers. It is aesthetically the worst looking shot I've ever seen.
Terrible.
Yeah. Markelle Fultz had kind of a weird dang deal going. And how about LaMelo? LaMelo, to his credit, and I know you're not a big LaMelo guy, he has a weird set shot going. It looks better than his brothers did when his brother came into the NBA. That was like, yeah, dude, are you all right?
Yeah, it's like, you're supposed to be over
are you
here.
okay? What happened?
It's like he looked like he was trying to shoot it left-handed, but then he would shoot it right.
Yeah, it would go over here and over there. But as Fitz said last night, LaMelo has kind of a set shot going. And when Charlotte drafted him and they brought him in, they said, okay, we need to work on that. And LaMelo said, no, I'm not working on that. This is my shot.
And that's why he stinks.
He's actually a pretty good shooter.
Not coachable.
Uh-huh.
I love Ty Jerome's jumper. It's just very, I think it's going in every time.
I really like Ty Jerome. He's just so solid. And I'm not saying he needs to play more. He needs to start. And he didn't have a great shooting night last night, unfortunately. But you put him out there and you watch him like, that guy knows what he's doing.
Well, and I don't think he's ever, and again, he was the guy that I would just be like, why? When they were struggling, it's like, why is Moody's getting a DNP and you're giving this guy 18
We had
minutes?
a caller, JD and I had a caller on Warriors this week, and someone said, these two guys, these two-way players, two-way trash, why are you playing them and you're not playing your younger guys? Have you watched them play? Because they're playing better.
Right, that's kind of where I was. And so Ty Jerome was just kind of the guy. But when you watch him, he never... Does he always make his shots? No, but I never feel like, oh, bad shot. Like, that's not a good shot, Ty.
Bad shot is the blood relative of the turnover, or as the Warriors call it, they just call them shot turnovers. You take a bad shot, that's a shot turnover.
Yeah,
you're right. He didn't take
and
them.
he just doesn't, does he, like I said, does he make all? No, of course not. But even that little floater, he just gets to an easy shot for him. It feels like a lot. And when you talk about stabilizing force, he's going to do the right thing offensively. He's going to do the right thing defensively. And when you have this many young players who aren't quite sure what to do yet, having a guy like that matters.
Yeah, so tonight the Warriors back at it against the Utah Jazz. Back-to-back, of course, for the Warriors. So are they going to be even further short-handed tonight? It looks like that's going to be the case against the Utah Jazz team that reached into the Warriors' chests last time the Warriors were there, ripped their hearts out, and held them before Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson. We stole the ball from you, still beating. Remember, that was just like
intense.
That was an awful loss.
It was really bad. And the most disappointing part of that was, you just said it was Klay falling asleep defensively that allowed them to have the kick out for the open three. And then it was Poole falling asleep with the ball in his hand. And it's like, those are two guys that you're hoping to lean on in this spot. And they both had catastrophic mistakes. Brutal.
So I see you're already making, not excuses necessarily, but you're already saying, hey, if they lose tonight, it's okay. You can't win all these games on this homestand.
I wouldn't say it's okay.
You can get to 500 tonight, Kyle. Back to 500.
Yeah, but they don't have any more back-to-backs on this homestand. This is a back-to-back tonight against a decent Jazz team. I don't want to go overboard and call them good, but they're decent. They're going to beat a good team here and there. And you're probably not going to have Klay Thompson. If they're going to lose one on this road, on this homestand, I said 6-2. I think 7-1's on the table. And if they're going to lose one, I think this is the one where I would be most like, okay, that makes sense.
Somebody's coming down your road on the text line. May I share it with you? Give you a chance to respond? Fine. From the 408, Kyle only likes Warrior players. No other players exist. You like Ty Jerome? Never heard of the guy.
That's really funny.
From the 408. How do you respond?
He's right.
Well, you've established you don't like Ja.
MVP
you don't like
votes.
LaMelo. Ty Jerome.
Hey, you don't like Luka.
I don't like Luka. I don't
You're
care
out
for
on
Luka.
You think he stinks?
Yeah, he does kind of stink. Overrated. He's a fine player. You can still be good and be overrated. The Beatles were good, overrated. Derek Jeter was good, overrated. Luka, he's good, but he's still overrated.
Luka Doncic, the Beatles and Derek Jeter of the NBA.
Yes.
Because you're roasting him right now.
All right, here's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
God, I hope we're talking about Warriors players.
Yesterday, we introduced the Fraud Squad. We may have, it turns out, Kyle, we may have someone on staff here
Yeah.
at 95.7 The Game. Someone's actually on staff this morning who thinks the 49ers are what?
Frauds!
That is next on the Morning Roast.
He said that.
Yeah.
To us.
Whitey and Kyle in for Bunta and Butch. 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Kevin, Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen in for Bonte and Butch today. Bonte did a fine job last night, of course, pre and post on the Warriors telecast. And the Warriors over the Hornets. Warriors bagged the Bugs last night, 110-105.
They sting the Hornets.
Yeah.
The Warriors called pest control and
they
sprayed the
okay, all right.
And they got the Hornets out of here.
Yeah. You stand accused, Kyle Madsen, of only liking Warrior players on the text line, 888-957-9570. By the way, text of the day nominee. So this could be the winner, certainly a nominee. Kyle only likes Warrior players. No other players exist. You like Ty Jerome? Never heard of the guy from the 408.
That's outrageous, first of all.
Specious.
I hate it. Let me read to you some non-Warriors players.
I will just say, if you haven't heard of Ty Jerome, shame on you. But
yeah, that's on, right. Yeah. That just means you don't follow the Warriors, which, like, maybe there's...
You ever watch college basketball, sir, madam?
Yeah.
Come on.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Non-Warriors players that I'm a fan of.
Okay. Well, this won't take long.
And that's the list. No. Damian Lee.
Okay. Yeah, he's not on the Warriors. Yeah.
Kelly Oubre. Seth Curry.
Sure.
Kevin Durant.
Uh-huh.
Obviously. Harrison Barnes.
Okay.
Big fan of Harrison Barnes.
A whole bunch of them.
JaVale McGee.
Uh-huh.
I'm not done yet. Gary Payton II.
Oh, yeah.
Otto Porter. Justin Holiday. Juan Toscano Anderson.
Sure.
Ish Smith.
Uh-huh.
Loads of them.
Oh, that's a whole bunch of guys.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of guys who are not on the Warriors.
Correct.
Kelly Oubre didn't play last night. He had a sprained hand, and people enjoy your list, Kyle. Honestly, I hope that he didn't skip the game because of the treatment that he got last time he was here. I don't understand all the venom that was directed towards Kelly Oubre. He did some nice things when he was here in that weird year. And I understand he wasn't a good fit here, and he moved on. But people they didn't care for the fact that Kelly Oubre said, I'm a starter. I want to start. On some level, that's almost admirable, but okay, you're not going to start here. And in fact, he's not starting with the Hornets, but people don't care for Kelly Oubre around here.
Yeah, he's just...
Maybe a fall guy for that weird year in some ways.
The Kelly Oubre era was definitely strange. Like, it was this, I don't know.
Plus, he carries himself that way, too.
Yeah.
With a little bit of arrogance,
honestly,
and that's been the keys probably to the fact that he's gotten as far as he's gotten, but it can rub fans the wrong way. How did he ever get the CarMax commercial? Remember?
That was so
weird.
Yeah,
it's like, why is he in a CarMax
Poppy
commercial? Yeah.
No, so I was always bit aside here. I really liked Kelly Oubre when he was in Washington. I thought it was a really nice pickup for the Suns. I just thought he was a really good player. I thought he was going to be like an Otto Porter type of player. Like, man, that guy can just play multiple spots. He's going to be a knockdown shooter.
He was
create a little bit
fit too. I did.
Yeah. So I thought he was just going to be so much better for them than he was. And then he just was kind of like really disappointing. And he had his flashes, but he just never quite, like, you see the players this year, the new guys starting to figure it out a little bit, how to play in this offense and play with stuff. And Kelly Oubre just never really figured it out. So I don't hate Kelly. I have nothing against him. But
he's on your
list. I think you're right. Yeah, he's one of my favorite non-Warriors.
Didn't he score 43 against Dallas?
He had
and then he also played
game
with like a broken bone in his wrist.
Yeah, for like several weeks. So I have nothing against Kelly Oubre, but I think you're right. He's synonymous with that weird year where they got bounced in the play-in.
Yeah, on the text line, Tsunami Poppy has been downgraded to just rough waves. That's just mean. Yeah. He got the CarMax commercial because Ty Jerome was too busy.
That's a great point.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's talk to Doug in Berkeley on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Doug, how about those young players last night?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
The young players showed out last night. They showed out. One thing that I was thinking when I watched the post-game interview with Bonte and Jaleel White and then James Wiseman. Wiseman right now is like the Urkel character. You know, he's raw, he's kind of goofy, he doesn't have it all together. And then look at Jaleel White now. I mean, he's got it totally together. We got to get off Wiseman's case. When I heard him talk last night, he's just a kid. He's just a kid. He's a raw rookie kid. Give him time, and he will blossom into a dominant player.
Doug, real quick, I'm genuinely interested because I don't feel like we've been super critical of him. Do you feel as though we've been critical of him today? And if so, how so?
No. It's just a comment that I'm making in general.
Oh, got it. Okay.
From what I hear, it's not necessarily you guys today.
Okay.
But and it just struck me last night when I watched that interview that because I'm a believer in the kid, and it just struck me when I watched that interview. Hey, and when I heard him talk about how he's trying to put the game together and what he was doing in high school, and he just had to be in the middle and stand there. I mean, give this kid some time, and I think he's going to be dominant. I think he's going to be very, very good. Thanks for taking the call.
No, thank you, Doug. I'm glad I didn't compare Wiseman to Urkel. I'm glad I didn't go there. But I understand your point.
Raw.
Yeah.
I love that.
And now he's going to be Stephon Urkel. So there you go.
Good point. I don't think it's being overly critical to suggest. So I don't want to go here today, but Doug brought it up. Okay, help me out, Kyle. To suggest that, you know what, he may not be that good, and I don't see dominant, but that's okay. He's getting better, and that's good. I don't want to play that game today, Doug. Doug's dragging me back there, but I think it's fair to suggest that, he may not be as good as the Warriors thought he would be. He still may be, but that whole number 2 pick, dominant, that's way down the road. We may never get there. And I think to say that, that's not being overly critical of the kid who, by the way, is not a rookie anymore.
Yeah, he's in year 3. He's still 21. He's only played 57 NBA games.
Which he's very young. Doug's right. I understand all that.
And I totally get it. He lost a year. He didn't play in college, and then gets hurt his rookie year, loses his entire. It's been a rough road to this point.
Now, the next time he misses a shot, I'm going to hear, did I do that? Thanks for that, Doug.
I was thinking the same thing. So I get, but there's just certain like benchmarks that you need to hit just early that he just didn't quite hit for me to be able to say like, oh, he's going to be a dominant perennial all-star big man. But let's lower that. Like, let's take that off the table right now because that's not what's important to this year. Everything I view the Warriors through is like the lens of this year. And what he's done the last couple games is show that, hey, he's trending the right direction.
3 games in a row.
To be able to help them when the games matter.
Yeah.
In the postseason, can he give me 10 or 12 minutes in a playoff game? Right now, he's trending that direction, which is huge.
Yeah. So you may be right, Doug, about James Wiseman, who had the 30-point game in the loss against the Nets. Then he came home and had a really solid game defensively against Memphis. And then last night, again, he only played a little under 10 minutes, but he was 4 of 7, and he had no fouls. That's probably the biggest thing. Yeah. No, you didn't, James. No fouls last night for James Wiseman. That's huge. I'm not going to. I was just going to say, you look at a guy on Charlotte, the guy who played last night, Mark Williams, who's a rookie, and to my eyes, like that guy's further along than James Wiseman.
Yeah,
because he's played more basketball. That's all. And no one's saying Mark Williams is going to be dominant.
Well, and that's what's tough about James Wiseman, and that's what's so like what makes this such, I think, a contentious conversation is because the Warriors are trying to win, and I don't think they can win right now if they're playing James Wiseman 25 minutes a night. I just don't think that's conducive to W's, and they need those. But they also are going to need him at some point, and that's why games like Christmas Day and last night are so important where, hey, he's getting minutes, he's getting valuable minutes. It's not garbage time. He's getting valuable minutes. He's playing. He's getting used to the offense. He's getting used to where he needs to be defensively, and it's like, okay, now you can start to see that growth. And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're seeing growth as he's playing more consistently.
Kyle, where are you in this whole thing? And we have some of the smartest listeners in radio. They call and they present this, so I respect the opinions, but I just don't agree with the opinion that when it comes to these young players specifically, hey, you've got to let them play. Steve Kerr has to let them play. Maybe those people are right. I've talked to a guy who used to coach in the NBA a while ago about Wiseman. He goes, he has to play. If you're not going to play him here, you got to send him to the G League because he has to play. So I know there's something to it, but I disagree with the notion that Kerr has to play these guys. Where do you stand on that?
I think there's kind of a limit to it. Like when I watch Anthony Lamb play, I'm like, man, Moses Moody can't get a few of those minutes. Like when Moses Moody's catching DNPs. Or I get Ty Jerome is a ball handler and he knows what to do and stuff. But the frustration comes in when they're losing 4 out of 5 and Moses Moody's still getting DNPs. It's like, look, you're not winning anyway. So try giving the young guys some minutes. And that game in Indiana, he had not played and Moody comes in off the bench and immediately provides a little bit of a spark. And I think that's the frustration. It's not necessarily, hey, play James Wiseman 25 minutes a night, but it's...
I think some people would think he should be doing that. And I know you don't. Yeah.
And if that's the case, then fine. But I don't think that helps Golden State right now.
And that's a terrible way to coach if you're, because so much happens in practice that we don't see. But if you have a guy that hasn't been practicing well and you're like, well, put him in, maybe he'll play well. Sometimes you're backed into a corner because of foul trouble or injury, and you do that. It's like, wow, it worked. But you can't take that philosophy into every game. Like, this guy's not doing well, but hey, let's see what happens. I mean, you can do that, but you're not going to win many games.
Right. Teams that do that are like the Rockets, the 10-24 Houston Rockets. They're just, hey, it's all young guys. We're not even going to invest in vets. Just young guys go play. Go figure it out.
Yeah.
Go run around. Like that. That's
how you tank subtly, by the way.
The Warriors could conceivably do that. They could give James Wiseman 30 minutes a night and Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, and maybe they'd win a game here and there. But they're not looking to win a game here and there, and they're not looking to maximize James Wiseman's minutes. They're trying to win championships.
Yes, the people that say, oh, you need to play these 3 guys a lot. Well, be careful what you wish for, because if the Warriors don't start playing better, you may see them playing a lot.
Yeah.
Because the Warriors may have to say, it ain't going to happen this year. We're not there yet. But that's why this homestand is so important.
Yeah, and that's why the start of the season was such a disaster. Because they got off to an 18-2 start again. I didn't think they were going to. But you give yourself a little bit of cushion where you can say, hey, we're resting Curry and Draymond and Clay tonight, and all the young guys are going to play because, hey, we're 20-4, and we feel good if we, lose one.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have that cushion now.
From the 408, Kobe Bryant was 18. He was ripped for shooting air balls, but we want to give Wiseman a pass for being a kid at 21 years of age? Wiseman,
What?
Kobe Bryant? What? Wiseman can play 25 minutes and the Warriors can still win. You may think so. I don't think so. Steve Kerr doesn't think so. So it ain't happening. From the 510, the issue is why is Lamb and Jerome getting playing time when they mess up all the time? If Wise makes one wrong move, he's out.
I agree with that.
It's the type of mistakes. That's it from Steve Kerr's standpoint.
How so?
James Wiseman, you can't commit these fouls. You have to be able to defend the pick and roll better. You have to be able to prevent teams from just going right down the gut at us. If you keep making those mistakes, we can't play you. If Lamb misses a shot or Ty Jerome, he doesn't turn the ball over that often, but it's like they know what to do. They just didn't do it there. With Wiseman, he's still sometimes making mistakes that we're not sure that even knows what the mistake was. But again, this is not a great day to have that conversation because it's 3 nice games in a row. But you can't just play him, throw him out there 25 minutes. No, that's not a good idea.
If your goal, honestly, at the rate that, and not lately, but when he has played extensive minutes, you may not even get 25 minutes out of him because he might foul out.
Yeah.
That's
So last 2 games,
problem.
I think 1 foul the last 2 games. That is terrific.
There has been
great.
Tangible growth the last few outings, for sure.
Tangible growth.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it is a Warrior Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Now, I mentioned before the last break, the Fraud Squad yesterday. I thought, Kyle, kudos to you. I thought the Fraud Squad did some great work. I think that was confirmed today when we had Baldy on, and Baldy was reluctant to say anything bad about the Minnesota Vikings, but he basically confirmed that you were right yesterday when you said Vikings frauds.
That made me feel good.
Yeah,
because I thought,
it made me feel good.
For sure, because he did this. If you weren't watching on YouTube, when you asked that question, he did this little smirk like that.
Sure.
And I thought for sure he was going to be like, if you think the Vikings are frauds, you're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And that was going to make me change my opinion, frankly.
Mm-hmm. He said the Cowboys legit. He said the Eagles legit, and of course the 49ers. Well, of course the 49ers are legit, ... Right? apparently not everybody at this station thinks so.
Somebody kicked the door in on the fraud squad and decided to join the team.
Yeah. How about this? Matt Nahigian, follow him on Twitter. Matt Nahigian on Twitter. Maybe you saw this earlier this morning.
That's our program director.
And he tries to preface it with, I'm a huge believer in the Niners, but this is kind of interesting. Right there, here he's taking a shot.
But first,
out of their 11 wins, the combined record of those teams is 71-93, and only 2 of the 11 teams are over 500. And then again, kind of like putting it there and then like, does this matter? What do you make of that, Kyle?
I think it would if so. The 49ers' strength of victory. So the combined record of the teams, their winning percentage is 433, which is not awesome. Philly's 451, Minnesota 453, Tampa Bay 419, Dallas 500. That's super impressive. One of the things that jumps out to me though is of those 9 wins against teams below 500, currently below, not when they played them, but currently in week 17 below 500, the Niners have beat those teams by an average of 16.9 points a game. Their only single-digit victory in that span, their only victory less than 13 points, was that 8-point win in Seattle a couple weeks ago, where Seattle scored late and then never got the ball back with a chance to tie the game.
That was a 21-13 game, right?
21-13, but it was 21-6.
And if you watched the game, as we all did, you never had the feeling that, Seattle's in this game.
Right. And then the 13-point win was a 13-0 shutout win over New Orleans. So they're kicking the hell out of these bad teams. San Francisco also has the best point differential in the NFC. They're 145. That's 140 points better than the Vikings.
Yeah, the Vikings like +5, you said?
+5.
And they've been underwater on that for much of the year?
For going into 2 weeks ago, they've won their last 2 games by 3 to get to +5. So they were a -1 2 weeks ago. So is the Niners' schedule been great? No. But they're kicking the crap out of people. And that's kind of what matters to me here. They're not sneaking by. And I would totally be on board if they had a strength of victory of 433 and it's like, yeah, and they've won those 9 games by a combined 12 points. Then yeah, it's like, man, they're kind of sneaking out. But they're just beating the hell out of who's on their schedule.
Okay, if I were to put any stock in this whatsoever, just for the sake of it, I might say, well, okay, but what happened when they played the Kansas City Chiefs?
They got smoked.
Yeah.
No, and that's the big question. And that's why I think they can beat Minnesota. I think they can beat Dallas, frankly. But you talk about a Philly team that has a mobile quarterback, more mobile than Patrick Mahomes, but has good speed, has just good weapons that can stress the Niners defense in similar ways to what the Chiefs did. It's like that's where things get. And what do they do when they play the Chiefs again? There'll be an adjustment. The Chiefs wouldn't hang 44 on them again, I don't think. But that's a game where it's like, hey, you're not holding the Chiefs to 20.
On the text line here, Kyle, pardon me, I'm sorry. Are we forgetting about the Chargers? They only beat them by 6.
Chargers have a winning record.
Right.
So that was the team. So they have 11 wins, 2 of them against teams with winning records, and that was the Chargers and the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
And they beat the Dolphins by 16, the Chargers by 6.
Yeah.
And
are the Dolphins a good team right now?
To that point,
go ahead.
You did. I
had to get it in.
No, I know. It's going to be once a show. I can't wait. So I'm really looking forward to that. But then you can talk about a team like the Seahawks, who are 7-8, who are only under 500 because they've played the Niners twice.
That's it. There you go. You have to factor that in too. These teams they've played have lost a lot of games to the 49ers.
Tampa Bay, a game under 500.
It's an interesting point, though, it is.
Lost to the 49ers.
Yeah. Interesting
Washington
point.
sitting at 500, lost to the Niners.
You know what stinks to me about the whole Russell Wilson thing? And I know...
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but the fact that Seattle had him, and something about the Seahawks and the way they beat the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, the ball tipped and Richard Sherman had
I
that rivalry.
Thanks.
Yeah. I don't care for the Seahawks, and if you're a Seahawk fan, bless you. Never cared for the Seahawks. And for years, I've been waiting for this thing to fall apart.
Yeah.
And it looked like last year, finally, it's unraveling. Well, I wanted to see them all go down together.
Yes.
And they got rid of Russell Wilson. And so he's struggling mightily. And yet the Seahawks made a great trade, and they haven't totally collapsed. They may even be kind of biding their time and be on the way back. And I didn't want that to happen. I wanted the whole thing to spiral into the abyss
The Seahawks
of irrelevance.
The Seahawks are making me hold.
So I could laugh at Pete Carroll. Ha ha ha!
The Seahawks are making me hold multiple L's this year because I was like, John Schneider, their GM, had 2 good drafts, and Pete Carroll stinks, and Russell Wilson was bailing them out, and I was with you. Like everything, Geno Smith and Drew Lock is your quarterback competition. Like, enjoy your first overall pick. Geno's been really good for the most part.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll's done a really nice job kind of fixing that deep. John Schneider had a really good draft. Like, dang, man.
I know. I don't like that.
But I take a lot of pleasure in watching Russell Wilson be bad at football. That is because he stuck it to the Niners for 10 years.
What happened to him? Why is he so bad? And plus, the worse he plays, the more it comes out about how unusual he is. How weird he is.
That image of Cortland Sutton stomping up and down on the field as Russell Wilson is not throwing it to him and throwing a pick instead is like the lasting image, I think, of the Russell Wilson, or is going to be the lasting image.
The 49ers this year.
I know.
They beat the 49ers.
Because Jimmy Garoppolo played the worst game of his life. Like, run that game back.
Mm-hmm.
And the Niners beat the heck out of the Broncos.
Who are you most concerned about long-term in the division as far as a team that, wow, they're going to be back?
Seattle.
Knocking on. Yeah.
It's Seattle for sure.
I know. I don't want to say that, but it sure looks that way.
Yeah, well, they're already in the playoff hunt this year. The Rams are a disaster with no picks and no cap space, and a coach that may not want to coach anymore, and also a best player who may not want to retire or may not want to play. That's one of the underrated things about the Rams this year. Aaron Donald's retirement paperwork was filed. I got my chip, I'm out. And the Rams were like, hey, here's another bag. He was like, all right, I guess. And he's still really good. Like, he's a Pro Bowler. He's a really good player. But I think that like drive and desire is, I think off a little bit. And then the Cardinals clearly need a coaching and GM change. And instead they extended their coach and GM for 6 years this offseason.
Hey, Cardinals, you're doing it wrong.
It's bad. And Kyler is probably out for most of, if not all of next year. And then what does he look like post knee injury? Like, the Seahawks are a good team now. They're decent. They're decent now.
They're not a bad team.
They're leaning on a bunch of rookies who are playing really well. Both their tackles, Kenneth Walker, their running back, who you probably know if you play fantasy. Geno Smith's been good. They need a long-term answer at quarterback, but Tariq Woolen looks like the second coming of Richard Sherman, but more athletic. One of their corners. They just look like they're primed to be good for a while. DK Metcalf's still like 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Coming up next on this Warrior Wednesday, more on we may have gotten a glimpse into a bright Warrior future last night. Also, does anybody owe the Giants an apology? We don't. That's coming up next. It's the Morning Roast. It's Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason, in for Bonta and Butch on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
No, not today. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen, 95-7 the game. Warriors with a win last night. Kyle Madsen, are we being too soft on the Warriors? The way I'm looking at it, the Warriors shorthanded. They need to win games. Charlotte's not a very good team, and Charlotte got back in the game last night, but the Warriors won. They need to win. Kuminga played well, but on the other hand, that's Charlotte, and the Warriors almost gacked that. Am I being too soft on the Warriors?
No, I think if we had said, "Oh, there they are, championship contenders. Here we go." Like, no, but they are in a hole, and they have several steps to climb.
Chains for you down in a hole. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
They're that. And they have steps to take to get out of that. Last night, to me, was a step up. If you would like to go, well, they barely beat the Hornets. Like, yeah, well, 2 weeks ago, they would have lost to the Hornets.
Right.
That exact same game. They took positive steps. Individual players took positive steps. I thought they took positive steps as a team last night. Would it have been better had they just blown them out by 20? Like 100%. It's still not perfect. I still don't think they're championship contenders right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
right now, it's all hands on deck.
But 2 weeks ago, it was like, they're not going to get this right at all. Like, what is going on? And now it looks more like, okay, guys are starting to get it. Young players are starting to grow into their roles a little bit. Now you can kind of see the path forward where, okay, you can see how this team could get better by playoff time.
The thing that alarms me about last night is that you could see this with the Charlotte Hornets. They'd played the night before in Portland, Oregon. Mm-hmm. And so they came in last night a little weary. Although, as I said, they'd played well last week, second night of a back-to-back. Up north in Sacramento. So they came in and they were losing the game early, and the Warriors built up substantially in the first half. But Charlotte knew that the Warriors don't defend especially well. They don't defend anything like they used to. So Charlotte, and this applies to any team the Warriors play, you can see when they're trailing the Warriors now, they know that that's okay. This team is currently constituted. They're going to give us a chance to get back in the game. And that is the single biggest issue separating the Warriors from being serious NBA contenders right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. But that's
just the reality of it. And there's room for growth there, but that's the reality right now.
Yeah. No, I think that's why, like I said, if the playoffs started today, I would not like their chances.
I don't believe
but they don't. No,
they do
check
not.
again. Okay, perfect. I wouldn't like their chances at all, especially with no Steph and Wiggins if it started today. But I don't know how you watched last night and went, oh, I feel worse about this team now. Like they set the bar so low to start this season that any modicum of improvement matters, especially when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole. It's the way they figured it out last night that was encouraging.
I agree. Big picture, any aggravation that resulted from the fact that the Warriors almost gacked that one away, to me is outweighed by the fact that down the stretch of a game you need to win. Charlotte's not a great team, but that was a big game for you. Jonathan Kuminga was a key factor in the fourth quarter. To me, that's more important and bigger than the fact that, well, they almost lost to Charlotte.
Which he hasn't been to this point. Like they needed a stop getter last night and a bucket getter last night. And Jordan Poole made some big shots for sure. But Jonathan Kuminga, a couple of times, just went, give me the ball.
Right.
I'm scoring right now.
Now, the cruel reality of pro sports is, guess what? I need it again tonight.
Right.
You're not going to win every game. I know, but still, we need some consistency. So you need that again tonight against the Utah Jazz.
And this game's fascinating because Draymond Green talked about, like, a couple weeks ago, how they had a team meeting and they talked about it's go time. This is the time of year where we start stringing together wins. I think it was right before the Celtics game. And they go out and they beat them. It's like, oh, wow, okay, here they are.
So one is not stringing together wins.
No, you don't string together a win. And I don't even think putting two together is stringing them together. But if they come out tonight and just play really well and win tonight, again without Steph, again without Wiggins, on the second night of back-to-back,
Clay.
Likely no Clay. Steve Kerr said he's doubtful. And Clay will lobby for it for sure, but I'm guessing doctors have told him, like, no dice this year.
Right.
Like, they're thinking longer term with them. So I just, if they at least play well, I'd be encouraged. If they win tonight, it would be really, really encouraging. That would be a much more significant step than the one they took last night.
Yeah, and these wins over these teams are more important over some of the lesser teams because everything, especially in the West, is so muddled standings-wise. So you can one win means so much when there's so little separating you from the very top of the conference.
Well, and they tricked so many of those winnable games earlier in the year, too.
Kicked them.
Like, you just don't get... You can lose... They had the year they... One of their 9 losses in the 73-9 season was to Detroit. They got, like, kind of smoked at Detroit. In a game, like, where Steph played. Like, their guys played. So, you get to lose a couple of those games a year for sure, but they, like, used them all up early. You don't get the odd excuse to be, oh, we lost to Detroit at home. Oops. You don't get to do that now. So I think you got to go win tonight.
I will say this. I just saw again in the green room, the play at the end of the half where Jordan Poole, threw the ball at the basket with like 15 seconds left. And when the Warriors had the ball for our last possession, it was awful. It was terrible. And he's got to know he can't do it, especially now when your margin for error is so slim and you have the ball for last shot of the possession and he's thrown one up in the general direction of the basket from the baseline, maybe hoping to draw a foul. He had a nice game last night. They need more from him. He's got to be one of those things they can count on that we're going to get offense from him. But no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
That's Harry High School stuff.
It's really bad.
Yes.
And I get it's just... And that's a little bit of the conundrum with Jordan Poole, right? Like, he's such a good playmaker.
Little bit.
But then you see him just go, like, it's like, dude, downshift. Like, it's relax.
Yeah.
And when you see late in last night's game, he was under control. And it looks a little frenetic, but he knows what he's doing. He's making decisions. It's not just, I need to go as fast as I can. I need to make a play. Let's make a play. That's just, when he does that, that's when he kind of gets in trouble. And I think that's why when he comes off the bench, he struggles a little bit.
So the Warriors tonight against the Utah Jazz here on 95.7 The Game. Now, as we get ready to wrap up the year, in a few days, we'll be doing the last show of the year. Obviously, we'll be looking back on the year. And this is something that just happened last week, but I can't imagine that we'll be talking about any story from this year that is any stranger and more confusing than what happened last week with the Giants and Carlos Correa, which is still, up in the air as far as, is he going to sign with the Mets? What's going on now? So a lot of people, Kyle, as you know, and we touched on this yesterday because someone texted us, a lot of people in the Bay Area media are saying, oh, I guess I should apologize. And that's fine if you want to apologize, because some people were very angry about the Giants. And I've thought a lot about this, and I don't feel any need whatsoever to apologize, because a lot of the things that maybe we thought about the Giants, maybe they weren't correct. But I think, and I'll just speak for myself, I know I said, if it looks this way, a lot of the anger that the media was reflecting from fans, the Giants caused it themselves this offseason, because it's been an underwhelming offseason. They didn't live up to, if promises is too strong of a word, they didn't live up to some of the things they implied that they were going to do. The Aaron Judge thing, well, Arson Judge is going to the Giants. That wasn't their fault. But the fact that they had the press conference scheduled and then they had to cancel it, that's on them. So a lot of I don't feel like, oh my gosh, Carlos Correa is hurt. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I feel like, hey, okay, but you still didn't handle it well, and that's on you.
Right. I get offering an apology if you came out and were like, they're cowards. They're lying about the physical because they don't want to pay him and they got cold feet. And this is what I get. Okay, that's fair. And I think that would be valid and warranted. But if you were upset at the process of all of this and you were upset just about how the offseason went in general, because at the end of the day, we thought, hey, they're going to land one of these big free agents. And they just didn't. They made some nice moves. I think they got a little better. I think they're going to finish above 500 and could pitch. They might, if they can get health out of Conforto and Haniger, I think they're going to even hit a little bit.
I agree, but I think we both know that they made the type of moves that some Giants fans were saying, we need more than those types of moves.
They made the modern Moneyball type of moves.
Mm-hmm. I know Craig's a big Haniger guy, but I don't know Craig.
No, Mitch Haniger's a good player, but if he's going to give you 40 games, it doesn't matter. Like, those 40 games are inconsequential. So that's it. So the process, though, like you said, was still a disaster. Not to mention the Giants said, yeah, hey, we want to rework this deal. And Boris said, great, call me back. And then the Giants never called. And when Boris called him back, the Giants said, never mind.
At least we think that's what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
we don't know for sure because they still haven't.
Right. That's all that's come
addressed it. And I know they can't say anything about the injury, but they could have addressed it in some fashion.
Right.
Anyway.
So we'll see how this Mets thing plays out.
Oh, man.
But it's fascinating. But B, I don't think there's necessarily like an apology owed to the Giants. Their offseason was still bad. Or subpar. This is
underwhelming. It was not inspiring. It was uninspiring.
Yeah.
At a time when you needed one of those off seasons that would lift up your fan base and restore their faith in what you're doing and what you're all about.
Yeah. It was the Carlos Correa jersey. Finally, a guy that they can buy, face of the franchise, a guy fans can buy his jersey, and they didn't land that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to you if you're picking up your Michael Conforto jersey. I like him too as a player. But I'm the way the Giants had
Stripling jersey?
Oh yeah. No, Shamanaya, of course.
I like Shamanaya a lot. He's just terrible. At least he was last year.
He's a fifth starter for sure. He should be your fifth starter, maybe fourth, depending. But yeah, he's a fourth or fifth starter. But yeah, just the way they handled. They scheduled the press conference and they announced it, and then they postponed it.
Yeah.
And then they don't call. It was just it was a mess.
Right.
And they still have to put up like, show me you can and will land a big name free agent.
Yeah.
Like, show me that.
And I know we've been over that, but it is interesting because right now a lot of people are saying, oh, okay, I need to revisit that. And I just wanted to take a moment to revisit that and say, no, I don't. I'm not apologizing for any of that. We still don't know exactly what happened. The other part of it, as you said, as we look from afar here at what's going on, it appears that, the fact that Mets ownership said, oh, yeah, he was a missing piece, and then they come in and say, oh, we want to rework the deal. Legally, they may be obligated to pay the whole contract. Now, let's just say it comes to that. How would that work at the press conference? Carlos, welcome to the Mets. They're paying you all this money. They clearly don't want to pay you all that money. Are you going to be here for the length of the contract when they don't really want you to be? How in the world will that work?
It would be I would tune in.
I want to introduce Carlos Correa. We are obligated to pay him the length of this deal. We didn't want to. We're being forced to legally, and here he is.
Here's our new third baseman.
Yeah.
Enjoy, fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be weird. What a strange, and totally Mets too.
Yeah.
Like, hey, the Mets have finally figured it out. They're throwing money at all the right guys, and look at them go. And then it just.
I will give the Giants that I guess better late than never, but if there is something that's really a concern with the plate in his leg and they called it before they signed him, okay, very awkward at the very least, the fact that you'd already called the press conference, but better to get it straight and suffer the indignation and the embarrassment than to actually sign him and have him on your team when you're going, well, fingers crossed that his leg doesn't fall off.
Right. And
which I wouldn't wish on anybody.
Right. And it messes up your team building years down the road because you're tied to this guy. I get it, but it's just the way it was handled was not great.
Mm-hmm. You expect more from a Giants organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is via the New York Post. Speaking of the Mets, real quick, there's optimism a deal can still be completed between Correa and the Mets, with one source on Monday placing the likelihood at 55% that the two sides find common ground.
If you're the Giants, aren't you calling Boris at some point?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey,
unless,
as we said, we're still interested.
Unless the Giants didn't want to redo the deal because they went, hey, we think this guy's got 100 games left, and then that plate's disintegrating or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
If that's the case, they're like, we don't even want to sign him to a 1-year deal, then I guess. But I'm
hard to imagine, but I understand your point. Yeah.
I'm right. And I don't think that's the case. But is it, hey, we committed 13 and we think we're only going to get 3? Or we committed 13 and we think we're only going to get 10? Which.
What kind of reaction? Let's say he signs with the Mets. Who knows where he's going to end up? If he ends up somewhere other than the Giants, National League, and they come in here, what kind of reaction is he going to get? Some fans will want to boo him, right? But it's like, what? How could you?
It's not his fault.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah, no.
He wanted to sign the deal.
If you're booing Carlos Correa, I think it's just you're trying to boo ownership.
I guess, yeah. And I know who knows what's going to happen. Maybe fans won't boo
Unless he
him, but
winds up with the Dodgers.
I know if I saw him, there's Carlos Correa on the other team. Boy, I don't know how to react to that.
Yes.
Are you okay?
There he is.
You need some crutches?
Yeah, I have my Carlos Correa jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm Carlos Correa, I'm doing everything I can to get to the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 1 year, how many dollars? Like, I'll take it.
But
Let's go.
Dodger fans hate him too.
That's fine.
Because of the whole Houston thing.
That's fine.
Whew. It's kind of I don't know.
I feel bad for him.
Really?
Yeah. Because it went from, I don't feel bad his deal with the Giants got scuttled. He's still making $315 with the Mets. And now it's like, is anybody going to give this guy a contract?
55% chance it's still going to happen there.
Is anybody going to
Don't worry about it.
And what is it?
Yeah.
What does this deal look like? Is it 5 years with a bunch of team options? Like, is it non-guaranteed? It's straight. I've never seen anything like this. This is so odd.
I wonder if he will decide, you know what, I'm better off just showing what I can do short term and then hopefully re-entering the market next year. And maybe we can, in the meantime, show teams how strong the plate in my leg really is, and I can still sign a mega deal somewhere.
Well, and that's what the other angle on this is. He turned down, was it 10 and 285 from the Twins last year? And instead they went 1 year with the 2-player options. He opts out. He hits free agency again. But like, who's advising him? How did they not know this ankle thing was going to be unless when he banged it up last year is when it
made it worse.
Went
somehow.
haywire some way. Yeah, because he got hit sliding into second, and
he
the
said
plate
it was vibrating. Yeah,
and maybe that is what teams are worried about. But how does some doctor somewhere that he sees, how does his physician not go like, hey, that plate in your leg might not be great. If you're gonna get 10 and 285 at some point, take that. Yeah, I feel like that's somebody you need to have in your circle. Maybe not.
From the 707.
I've never made $285 million. So.
Giants should offer 5 years, 15.
15 per?
I'm assuming
$15.
I'm assuming that's $3 million a year for 5. Yeah, I'd get laughed out of the room with that, but the door's still open. There's other teams. There are other teams out there lurking and waiting to see where this goes. If the opportunity presents itself, we will strike. And some of those teams may be located in Southern California, potentially.
There is the most Angels outcome is signing him and then him being done after like half a season. And just never being the same player again. Like he plays, but he's just never quite.
Oh, they'll probably re-sign Pujols to some 7-year deal now.
Like, hey, you got 700. Let's see if we can get him to 8.
All right. Yeah. So not apologizing.
No, but it does vindicate the Giants a little bit.
Yes.
Like this concern over they're cheap. They don't want to operate in this.
I said that.
In this
I did.
landscape.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe that could still be true, but the Correa deal being scuttled does not necessarily prove that.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that.
Yeah, and I think maybe if you're a Giants fan, some of your faith is restored that, okay, sounds like maybe at least they still know what they're doing. They didn't do it well, but they made a sensible decision in all this.
And there was a lot of like, oh, we'll rule them out for Ohtani now. They don't want to spend the money. I think they're fine spending the money.
Our poll on Twitter is booming. 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
On Twitter. Would you sign Correa again? Hell yes, 68%. Hell no, 32%.
I think there needs to be an option for, maybe. Like, if the price is right.
Well, that goes without saying.
Like, it's not my money. Yeah, man, bring him in.
Yes, definitely.
Like for sure.
He still makes you better.
Yeah.
All that excitement, fans were so excited, they still would be just as excited. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, just saying, yeah, they work things out with the Correa. Then they had an excellent offseason.
Even if it's like a 3-year deal. If it's the same deal you got with the Mets last year, it's like, all right, going for it this year. Come on.
Yeah. And we know the agent isn't a problem because Conforto's also a Scott Boras guy.
If you're the Giants, you have to be, at least internally, be redoing that deal and being like, what are we comfortable with?
Yep.
Here's where we're comfortable. This line, what's a little bit over that? Because it's probably going to be what it takes. So a couple mil more a year, whatever it is, I don't know. and calling Boris right now and being like, here's what we got.
Yeah, Giants should offer 3 years, $90 million with an opt-out after the second year.
A team or player?
Well, I assume opt-out would be the player. I'm assuming that's...
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the kind of deal I think he's going to wind up getting.
Mm-hmm. Offer something like 8 years for $240 million. The Giants, how far would that go in terms of addressing all the ill will here if they do make an offer that we all know about?
Yeah, that would.
I think so. Yes.
Even if I think a lot of the consternation would
even
go
if
away.
it's just for appearances and they know he won't take it.
Right. If report Giants offered Carlos Correa X amount, whatever. Like just knowing that, like, hey, they called back on him.
Yes.
They didn't just punt.
We told them we were still interested, and we were, and we still are.
Yeah. I think that would go a long way. Like put the ball in their court. Make them be the ones spurning the Giants.
Farhan asking for that damaged item 15% off discount as he's checking out from Rockin_New Era 84.
Why not?
Hey, you're entitled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, see this package.
Although, like you said, the fact that Steve Cohn's come out and been like, yes, this is the deal we needed. This is the guy we needed. He's the final piece and this and that. They might now be legally obligated.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I understand if your Boris is like, hey, we got them, but how in the world does that work?
I don't.
Where you have to pay him that.
I don't.
We will take you to court. What if they go to court? Hold on, Carlos. Yeah, we have to pay you that. So welcome aboard, big guy.
Yeah, like if it got there, you would have to just go full-blown damage control. And just be like, never mind. We're going to do our best. Like you're Steve Cohen. You're going to, if you have to eat the money over the last 9 years of the deal, like tough.
Yeah.
But that would be more conducive to winning in that 3 years. I'm just making up numbers, by the way. In that, if they have to pay him the 12 years, and let's say they get 3 good years out of Carlos Correa, you have a better chance of winning in those 3 years if you just eat it than if you go to court. Hey, you're forced to pay him, and now you have him, but he's unhappy, and it's a weird vibe. That just throws everything off from the jump.
I'm not a doctor, but I've been in the hospital. My mom used to work at a hospital.
You did surgery on
and
me.
My wife, and my wife works at a hospital. That said, I don't know that much about this procedure that he had. If the Mets were willing to give him all this money, and then even they are backing off, when they have all this money, is it fair to assume that you know what, it wasn't the Giants getting scared. There are some serious concerns here.
The fact that it's even a thing that came up was like, oh, okay, so the Giants didn't make something up.
Right.
They didn't take this molehill and turn it into a mountain because they didn't want to spend the money. As my issue now is just kind of how the whole thing was handled. But like, good on them for not forcing themselves into this deal. But it still doesn't look great.
Yeah, but to the point you made, the Mets owner, they're willing to spend so much money. I would expect them to go, oh, what happened with his leg? Yeah, you know what? He'll be fine for a while. So, we'll cross that bridge if we ever get there. That's kind of how these deals work anyway. But if even they're going, does that mean that, oh, you know what? We're bidding against ourselves here. Let's see if we can pay him less. Or does it mean, no, this is a real concern? Because I will admit, maybe I was wrong about that. When all this came out, I assumed that the Giants were being overly cautious.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I know you don't know, we don't know, but
what is
another one of these questions with this?
I'm trying to figure out how
baffling situation.
Steve Cohen is eating dinner, drinking a martini, hammering out this deal with Boris. And then all of a sudden, here's some info where he's like, never mind, I don't want to do that. It's a weird, I don't know. It's very, very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Like a team that was just ready to throw around money. Now, it does. I'm morbidly curious to know what it is. To know exactly like what's so bad that teams are like, we're not even going to eat a few years of this contract because we think it's going to be way more, right?
How did the Giants not know about it before they established, we're going to have the press conference? And how did the Mets not know about it? Well, yeah, we got him. Yeah. Strange.
Why would you, if you're the Mets at that point too, how are you not proceeding with a tiny bit of caution?
I know.
Weird.
Just getting carried away with the Metness of it.
I guess if I was
everybody wants to play here. And he's like, yeah, I'll play third base.
I guess if I was worth $14.6 billion, I would probably be a little bit reckless too.
Coming up on 95.7 The Game, we'll get back to the good, the bad, and the ugly from last night's Warrior win That'll be brought to you by calhope.org. It's the Morning Roast. In for Bonta and Butch, he's Kyle Madsen, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason here. 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen. On this Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. One more thought here on the Giants before we move on. The offseason they've had to this point, it's like the corn checks of off seasons. Okay? That's what it is. It's like, and we could have had...
They were 3 for $9 at Safeway?
You could have had a Fruit Loops off season.
That's how I choose my cereals, by the way. When I go to the store, there's
Cocoa
always something on
Krispies,
sale.
Frosted Flakes.
If Frosted Flakes were 3 for $9, I'd have a box of Frosted Flakes in there. 3 boxes.
Corn checks off season.
Before that, it was rice checks.
Yeah.
Before that, it was 3 big boxes of Cheerios for $9.
Kyle Madsen has an office here. He's a big deal. He's a heavy cat.
I don't have an office.
I've been in your office. That's
not
your
my office. That is an office that I use.
It's his office. And he has cereal in there and he has corn checks. What?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
What do you want? Good.
He doesn't call it his office because he just has a receptionist for it, but his name's on the door. So
It's not. My name's not on the door. Don't spread lies on my name.
It's going to be.
Yeah, I don't. I just like fruity, sugary cereals are great, but they're not 3 for $9.
Okay.
I eat the cereals that nobody likes, so they're all on sale.
Would you agree that the Giants have had the corn checks of off seasons?
No, because I like corn checks.
Rice Krispies, not even Rice Krispies. They at least snap, crackle, and pop. The Giants have off season just gets kind of soggy if you let it sit there a while.
Yeah, I like shredded wheat.
Grape nuts, not grape nuts flakes, grape nuts.
Ugh.
No, thank you.
Wow.
Anyway, Warriors tonight against the Utah Jazz, Kyle. It's a tough one tonight. Clay probably not playing. Utah Jazz, they were expected to tank. Doesn't look like they're tanking, at least not now. They could decide that, yeah, you know what? Let's just get rid of some of our spare parts here. But they've got a winning record.
They have to win on a Warriors Wednesday. The Warriors do. That's just the rules.
You would like to see it. Get some little bit of momentum or what passes for momentum in this tough season so far. On the text line here, another text of the day nominee here.
Wow, that's 2.
From the 408. What tells me that JK is truly arriving, Jonathan Kuminga, is the fact that I'm excited to see what he's going to do every night now. Boy, I've been that way with Kuminga since the beginning of his rookie year. Remember when he would only play at garbage time his rookie year? And I remember I would watch the whole game. Well, I'd watch the whole games anyway. But when it got to be garbage time, I'd, okay, here we go. We're going to see a little Kuminga.
Yeah.
Because he just moves differently.
Yeah, and now dude, he dunks like the hoop is 12 feet tall. Like, bro, you don't have to get up that high. And just how quick he gets off the ground. It's always been clear, like, this guy has every physical tool to be a really good player. Just could he figure out how to play with this team? And he has.
He has, yeah. Couple assists last night, right? That's really impressive.
If he backs up last night's game with, I imagine he'll see more minutes tonight with no Clay. If he backs up last night's game with a similar or better performance tonight, I'm gonna be irrational.
Do you start him tonight? And last night, DiVincenzo started, and he didn't make any shots, but he had 7 assists and 9 rebounds. So, it's not like DiVincenzo didn't do anything. But do you start Jonathan Kuminga tonight?
Ooh.
And say, see Lauri Markkanen right there? Sick him!
Yeah. Yeah, I think you do. Who would you start instead?
Well,
Anthony
probably,
Lamb?
I'm thinking I'd start him instead of DiVincenzo. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, no,
Who do
because
you
you got
start for
Clay.
Clay?
Because you got Clay. Yeah, so DiVincenzo. Yeah, I will start him tonight, and then DiVincenzo can start next to Poole. So, yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer,
That's where
I
I'm
think.
at. Yeah, same.
Assuming everybody else is good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to I share that sentiment from the texter. He's certainly that type of player. You don't know what you're going to get. It's not like corn checks where you're going to,
Well, so and I guess that's kind of the thing. I don't want to drag this back to Wiseman, but when you see a star player like early in their career, it's like, man, once that guy's just like, you see and there's flashes there with Wiseman, but it just looks like he has less of an idea than Kuminga has. So that's kind of the juxtaposition, I guess. Or not juxtaposition, but that's the kind of two levels that I see them on. It's Kuminga started to figure it out, and Wiseman is just now kind of starting to progress, I think, whereas Kuminga is turning a corner.
To me, here's why it's not a fair comparison. It's not a negative reflection on Wiseman so much as it just says so much about what Kuminga is. There aren't a lot of guys that I've ever seen that have that same sort of pop. And he's not going to be the greatest player ever. I'm not saying he's better than anybody, but going back to when he was a rookie, I remember seeing him one game, one of his first games, where he was like in transition and he was running back on defense. And I remember just seeing him move, how quickly he moved, how effortlessly, and how quickly he moved from one part of the floor to the other. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it's just
so there's
different.
something about him athletically that is really unique. And I don't know how to put my finger on that. The way he moves, he's so quick and so effortless. And the jumping, he goes, like you said, I think he's on the ground and then he's in the air dunking it so quickly.
Yeah.
And so, Wiseman can't do that, but I don't know anybody else on the team that really is like that either.
No, it's not athletically, he's not. It's just when Kuminga would play, there would be like, man, I need to see more of this.
Yeah.
I need to see more of how he get. And when Wiseman plays, it's not like, oh man, that left me wanting more. It was just like, hey, he survived the minutes. Like, good work. Set a couple of good screens, grabbed a couple boards, had a couple nice putbacks.
Man, I thought I was critical of Wiseman.
What?
He's playing well. Both of those guys are.
But I'm not talking about the last 3 weeks. I'm talking about how we get to this point. Somebody called earlier and said, I think it was Doug, said, hey, people are too critical. And it's like, I guess, but I didn't, like I said, I did not want to drag Wiseman into this, but that's the reason that people are like, man, what's with this guy versus with Kuminga? There's, I think, not been the same level of criticism, even though they were both, top 10 picks.
By the way, from the 707, I dig rice checks and corn checks. Big Whoop want to fight about it with Corey and Santa Rosa, Whitey.
Hell yeah, Corey.
I say to you the same thing I'm saying about the Giants. I'm not apologizing. I don't want to fight you, Corey.
I also love wheat checks. Oh, check cereal.
You're a big checks guy.
Yeah, I get it at Lucky, California.
Big checks guy. Corey, I don't think we need to fight about it, but don't hold your breath. Wait for me to apologize about what I said about your various checks. Yeah.
You're just out on checks. Hey, can I lob to you a 49ers related trivia question?
Please.
So the 49ers are in Las Vegas on Sunday.
True.
Okay, that was it.
Yeah.
The 49ers are in Las Vegas on Sunday. This is via Vivid Seats. The Vivid Seats fan forecast estimates the Allegiant Stadium crowd will have blank % Niners fans in the house. I don't know how Vivid Seats runs this, but I think it's just like area code of where they're buying games, which doesn't quite track for the San Francisco Bay Area because there's so many Raider fans here.
77.
Lower.
Too high?
Yeah.
It's lower. 59?
Just higher.
60%.
Yeah, 60%. The average ticket price right now for the game is blank.
Average ticket price on the resale market.
Yes.
I don't know, $600 and something.
Wow, really close. $581.
Okay.
$581 is the average ticket price to get in the door.
Wow.
On top of what hotel prices are in Vegas right now.
Is there any buzz left in your mind, your lifelong 49er fan, about the Raiders?
A little bit.
Really?
Yeah, I still have a ton
I don't
of friends
feel
who are
it.
Raider
And
fans.
my first game I ever went to was I think it was 49er game, but I went to Raider games as a kid, at the Coliseum. And it's like, there's something special about the Oakland Raiders, but to me, the Las Vegas Raiders, and nothing against them. If you're a Raider fan, I'm not saying anything bad about them, but to me, it's like, they're gone. They're not part of in my mind, they just don't feel like part of the Bay Area anymore.
No, that's definitely the case. But I have enough friends who are Raider fans, and Raider fans are always going to talk trash. That's why they're great. But I'm with you. It doesn't, this Niners Raiders game doesn't have the same thump that remember the Niners Raiders game? What was it in 2015, 2014? Might have been 2014 where it was 2014 where the Raiders won one game to that point, and the Niners were, kind of trying to stay in the playoff race.
Yeah.
That felt like there was buzz around it. Like, man, this is a huge game.
Yeah.
This weekend, like, the Niners need to win, but the Raiders, they need to win, but they also need some help. And it's down in Vegas. Just the Raiders in general don't have the same panache to me.
The mystique, the Raider mystique.
Yeah, it's like they're just this corporate, like in every NFL team is just kind of a corporate entity. But now at Allegiant Stadium, they're not in a grimy Coliseum anymore. It's like they're just that.
Yeah, I know our mutual friend, Joe Spadoni, is a huge Raider fan.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of people listening are big Raider fans. And that's great. I respect the fact that you love your team and they moved and you stayed with them. But to me, personally, the Raider mystique, it's like, there's nothing there anymore. It's like those guys, oh yeah, that used to be the Raiders.
Yes.
That's how I feel about that whole operation right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Josh McDaniels stinks and Derek Carr is probably not good, and like Max Crosby's excellent, a really good player, and Devontae Adams is obviously sick, and Darren Waller's really good, and Hunter Renfro's really good, and Josh Jacobs having an amazing year, but like they just don't.
I will say it was a pretty good win over the Patriots, which I haven't had a chance to talk to you since. I was one of those literally like, I think I saw that, but I'm not sure I believe what I just saw. I don't believe what I just saw.
It was the not to be hyperbolic, the most insane ending to a game from a standpoint of like,
yeah,
what?
Right.
Like a guy throws a pick six in a big spot and it's like, oh, a pick six just happened. Or, oh, that team, the closest thing I could get was the Bills Vikings game where Josh Allen fumbles in the end zone trying to sneak it out in the Vikings. But even that is like, I could see how that happens.
At least you thought before that, that could happen. It probably won't. But this play,
right?
No one could have even imagined it before it happened.
It just doesn't.
Yeah.
If you describe every other ending ever to me, I'd be like, okay, this one, they're tied, and then they hand it off. And then what the running back does is pitches it to a wide receiver. And then what the wide receiver does is throws it backwards 30 yards to a defender who then stiff arms the quarterback and runs it in for a game-winning touchdown with no time left.
Now that was kind of like the old Raiders. 888-957-9570. Philmo Mike back with us on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Philmo?
Hey.
Can you come help
I'm
her,
going to keep
please?
it real.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it real.
Uh-huh.
The Raider Vegas game or the Raider Niner game is finna really be crazy. Like, y'all got it wrong. Now, the rivalry still ain't there, but the streets is talking. Everybody and their mama is literally finna be in Vegas, and it's finna be crazy. Like, everybody like, Mike, Philmo, you finna be in Vegas? I done did New Year's in Vegas. It's a lot. You spend a lot of money for no reason, so I'm not going. But, hey, I'm keeping it real. The streets is talking, y'all. Everybody feeling this game. It's hopefully, everybody show out. We don't have a situation with Niner fans and Raider fans going at it because it's all in fun and it's all in spirit. And we only do it, once every 6 years?
Yeah.
So,
no doubt.
Thanks, Mikey. Appreciate that. Yeah,
That's
I'm
the best.
speaking more of just as far as on the field, the Raiders and the 49ers. But thank you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I maybe I'm just out of touch with my friends, but which I would track. But I just don't. It doesn't hit me personally the same way that this game isn't taking place in Oakland.
Is it kind of similar to when the A's used to have fans? A's fans used to look at the Giants in a way that the Giants didn't look at the A's. Is it kind of that way with Raider fans looking at 49ers?
Still that way.
Yeah. But is it that way? Do Raider fans look at 49ers with an animosity that 49er fans no longer have for,
I have no idea.
for the Raiders?
I think there's
there's
a mutual dislike there, less so than there is in baseball. Like, I know a ton of people are like, I'm a Giants fan, but I'll root for the A's. And I don't know a lot of people that do vice versa.
Exactly. Yes.
But I don't know any 49er fan that's like, I'm a Niner fan, but I'll root for the Raiders. I don't know and I think that's just the nature of NFL fandom.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mikey. Mikey's right. You spent a lot of money for no reason, so I'm not going.
That was really good. Yeah. We looked up hotel prices when the schedule first dropped, because my dad's a Raider fan, mom's a Niner fan, my in-laws are my father-in-law's a Raider fan, mother-in-law is just kind of by association Raider fan, and we were like, oh, what if we all we should try and go? It's like, oh, I can get a credential, and like we looked up hotel prices and we're like, nope, never mind. It was outrageous. And I'm sure it's only gotten worse.
Kyle, how many 49ers on this current roster
53
are going to be in the Hall of Fame? Canton. They're headed to Canton.
Wow.
I mean, right now, can you say, yes, that guy's going? Yes, that guy's going. And I think there's only one, I think, we can say for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, would I bet
right
on
now,
it?
if there was no more football, I've stopped playing football, one 49er would be, yes, and you're going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's Trent Williams.
Yes.
Trent Williams is in.
Mhm.
Like, he'll get a gold jacket someday. But, like, I think Bosa is trending that way.
0 to 10 for Bosa. 0 is like no chance. 10 is like, oh, Trent Williams is a 10. Bosa would be a...
Like a 7, 6 or 7, 6.5.
Just because, I
Dude,
would
you
have
to
higher,
play-
but you have to play a long time.
Like, Patrick Willis is a bona fide, no questions asked Hall of Famer to me, and he hasn't gotten in yet. I mean, there are so many good players. Like, there's doubt that Frank freaking Gore, the number 3 rusher of all time, is going to get in.
Oh, he'll get in.
He will. But there's an argument that he won't. Chris Carter took forever to get in.
Mm-hmm.
Andre Reed took forever to get in. These are all receivers. Terrell Owens took longer than I thought to get in, although that wasn't based on on-field stuff. Like, there's just... Roger Craig is still not in, which is nuts to me. So you have to play a long time, and you have to be really good for a long time. There's so many things that need to go your way, but Bosa is trending that direction. I think Fred Warner is probably trending that direction, at least right now. Again, it's still so early.
Yeah.
You have to play
Or
a
would you put
decade
him like a
plus.
5?
It probably more like a 4.
What about Christian McCaffrey? His numbers say Hall of
5.
Fame, but his longevity says...
Right. Can he play a decade plus? Yeah.
Right?
5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd put him at like a 5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
10. Size him right now. Get the bus ready. Yeah. I think that's right.
Brock freaking Purdy.
It's such a weird, it's so weird, dude.
I know.
I'm still not like, I get that the Niners, like he's good. Like I'm not trying to deny. I'm just still trying to wrap my head around him being good. Like
Me too.
I just when they
It's
picked
a relief
him,
to hear you say that because I am too.
when they picked him, because I write at NinersWire.com. I follow every draft pick and write about him as soon as they make the pick. So it's like, oh, okay, here's their practice squad quarterback.
Yeah, did you write?
If
And
that.
Mr. Irrelevant this year will
Yeah.
be on the Niners.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was yes.
Yeah.
That's right. And here's a brief history of Mr. Irrelevant. Nobody's ever good. Like Ryan Suckup, the kicker for the Bucks, and he was with the Titans for a while.
Yeah.
He's like the most successful one of all time that I'm aware of. And I'm sure I'm missing one, but yeah, no, it was Brock Purdy is a practice squad quarterback. That's his role this year. Maybe, possibly, if everything goes right, he develops into a backup for them and he can be a spot starter here. And now it's just like, oh, maybe he's going to lead him to the Super Bowl.
From the 406, Kittle trending that way as well. And boy, this is a Tax of the Day nominee, and it's at on the top of the leaderboard.
Wow.
A few minutes ago, it's probably going to win because it's coming from a Cowboys fan from the 510. I know it's early. I'm calling it now. Call him Hofunga. Hofunga. Hall of Fame. Talanoa Hofunga. How about that, Kyle?
No.
No?
He's like a 2.
Well,
1?
okay, but that's clever. I'm not saying, yeah, he's on his way to the Hall of Fame, but that's nice, especially if a Cowboy fan, and it's clever. If you did that, if you tweeted that, you'd be going, hey, everybody, look what I tweeted.
I'm going to tweet it right now. No.
You're such a football guy. You're like, well, I don't like his chances of making the Hall of
Oh my God,
Fame.
is that what I sound like?
And I'm just saying, isn't that clever? That's all.
Okay, fine.
That's
Run
all.
it back.
That's all.
Run it back. I'll react
That's
how you
all.
want this time.
No.
No,
The
go
moment
ahead.
is gone.
Go ahead.
And maybe you're right.
No, I'll be patronizing. It's
Maybe
fine.
I'm getting trolled by a Cowboy fan and don't even know it. I don't think so though.
No,
Rob-
Talanoa Hufanga is a good player, and that's a very clever bit.
Yes.
Good
Thank
job.
you. Okay. Robbie Gold. No.
Kickers don't get in. It's hard to get in as a kicker. It's just Robbie Gold thinks he's going to the Hall of Fame, and I think he's going to be disappointed.
Really? Yes. How many guys are in there now? We know Ray Guy's in there. You
I
got to
think
have
that's it.
massive numbers, right? I think
that's
got to
it.
play for like
Morton Anderson's in there.
Yeah.
Did Morton Anderson get in?
Yeah, Morton Anderson's in
You
there.
got to play for like
But
27
But
years.
Robbie Gold would need to like double his points scored.
Yeah, I
to
know.
Catch
I
more.
know.
It's wild.
You got to play for about 30 years and score
When did
5
Morton Anderson get in? Shout out to
billion
him.
Well, yeah, a
points.
while back, he actually He played. He was about 45 too. He was still kicking for the Saints / Falcons,
He was
going back and
the
forth.
Falcons kicker in 2007 as a 47-year-old.
Yeah. Still, anything under 50 was automatic.
So, Robbie, you want to have a shot at the Hall of Fame? You're gonna have to play a while.
Yes, literally. And Morton Anderson was a 7-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro. I'm not sure Robbie Gold has ever even been an All-Pro.
By the way, I hate it now.
One time.
When someone will say, so-and-so's going to the Pro Bowl. And I understand it, but they don't even have one anymore.
I'm really excited for that, by the way.
So
the Pro Bowl games.
Going to the Pro Bowl this year. No, he's not.
He's an all-star.
They don't have it
Just
anymore.
say he's an all-star.
I guess. I just say he was a Pro Bowl selection. He was voted to the... I don't know. They don't have a Pro Bowl anymore. That's the way all all-star games are going, by the way. All going to be gone. Kyle, thanks. It's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow.
I hope so.
Stick around. Steiny and Evan are next right here on 95.7 The Game.
hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com.
All right. I got a question for you, Evan. Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. Darla Guru Johnson will be in next week. I got a question for you.
Hit me, Steiny.
Hey, are we at the point with the Warriors where we can't nitpick a win over the Hornets?
Of course not.
That's a win. They're one game under. They get to 500 tonight, right? I mean, that's because I don't want to look at that game in the lens of this is a championship team, because I'm sorry, if you look at it through that lens, come on. That wasn't very impressive. But you look at it through the lens of a team that's trying to find itself, a team that's got some young players they're trying to integrate. They need every win they can get. Good job. Let's just move on. Let's not even worry that it was a tie game with 3 minutes to go against maybe the worst team in the league on your home floor. Now, I get you missing Curry and Wiggins.
But the last 345.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking we are at the point right now in this season, the 2022-2023 Golden State Warriors season, where a win over Charlotte at home, coming off a win against Memphis, yeah, that does mean something.
Okay, well, then you're not a championship team.
Not yet.
It means something.
Not yet. And that's what they're trying to figure out. We didn't know if they could be that team last year, but they figured it out. It's looking less like this year so far that they can figure that out. But that's why these wins do, and that's why the game tonight against Utah means something. Yes, they're not the teams of old. They're not the teams that are going to run away with the regular season and be able to load manage their way through 82 games. But a win last night is a game that they lose earlier this season, especially if it's on the road.
Can I ask Warrior fans, I feel like right now, I was telling this to our boss, Matt Nahigian, before the show, I feel like these next 6 home games, they are going to kind of dictate the direction of the Golden State Warriors for the rest of the season. Listen, they're 17-18. And this is what I want to know from Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. And people always say hypotheticals, but isn't that what GMs deal with? Let's say you're Bob. If you're Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, right now, you're 17-18, you got 6 more home games, then you go on the road. Hopefully you get your superstar back for that road trip. Okay. Don't you think it's going through Bob Myers' head? Like, okay, what if we go 7-1 on this homestand? Okay, well, you know what? You go 7-1 on this homestand, and now you got Steph coming back. You know what? Then all you got to do is play basketball and then see where you're at, right? In mid-January.
You got to make an educated guess. But and that's why they're paid to make those guesses.
Exactly. But if the Golden State Warriors, for whatever, let's say they lose tonight, which puts them at 2-1 on the road, they end up 4-4 on the road, on the homestand, I'm sorry. And they're still 3 under. And now they come back, and Curry's coming back or not come back. If you're 18 or 19, and if you're 19 and 22, I mean, do you still have championship aspirations? Just because Steph and hopefully Wiggins come back? Like, can you really run the table as a play-in team? Can you really run the table as a play-in team? Do you need to get to 6? Do you have to get to 4? Do you just have to get to 10? Like, where are we right now with this team? Because I don't, like, if I'm Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, but I'm looking at the standings saying, are we really going to sell the farm to get to 8, to get to a play-in game? And by sell the farm, I mean keep playing or keep the young guys at arm's length and try to win as many games as you can. See if you can get to 41-41 and then go win 4 series on the road.
Well, and that's why everyone wondering about, is this team going to make a move? I mean, that would be the most literal form of cashing in for this season, because assuming any trade done would involve one of your 3 young future core members. So basically, you got until February 9th. You got until the trade deadline. Now, this homestand is important because if you can't go 6-1 at a place where you've been dominant this year, then what are we talking about? If you can't do that, if you can't even give Curry, Wiggins, the guys that are out, a glimpse at what they're coming back to, then yes, this season is in question. But right now, the Warriors are in a weird place that I don't know if any other team in the NBA is, which is, I think they could win the championship. This season could also derail itself to the point where you're looking at a Warriors team that may not make the playoffs. They have such a wide range of result, that we're trying to guess at this point. And that's what the front office is trying to figure out. Like, okay, so if Curry comes back and he gets hurt again, the season's done. If Wiggins misses more time than expected, we may not have a chance to get to a 5 or a 6 seed. Then where does that put us? So if you're the Warriors right now, yes, the individual win last night is not necessarily significant, but what a W means is it puts you in the direction of contention for when Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins comes back, to where you can go all in the rest of this regular season to try and get a 5 seed, maybe even a top 4. But you have to make a run now for that even to be a reality.
888-957-9570 is the number. I want you to put yourself in Bob Myers' position. And I'm not asking you to make a decision, because I don't think we're at the point where they've got deals in front and they've got to decide yes or no. What is your approach if you're Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr? What is your approach? 6 more home games. You're 17 and 18. All right. So what's your approach? How important are the next 6 home games? What if you go 4-2 in the next 6 home games? You get to 1 game back over 500. Now you go on the road. What do? Try to keep it rolling, see what you have. What if you lose 4 of these next 6 home games? Then what do? Does it not matter what you do on this homestand? When the homestand is over, they will have played 41 games, half the season. Half the season. I mean, here's the other thing, Evan. Is there a point where you look at where Bob Myers or Joe Lacob has to look at this team at some point this season and say, we're not a championship team? What if Draymond's healthy, Clay's healthy, Steph's healthy, Wiggins comes back? We're not a championship team. Like, can you ever kind of announce that without actually letting them fail together, if you know what I mean. Would they dismantle this if it's 17? I mean, I don't think they will. And dismantle. I shouldn't say dismantle. Would they make a big move at the trade deadline, knowing that they don't want to get to 9 or 10, that they just want to be good down the line, if you know what I mean? They make a deal for one of their veterans for a good young player.
Perhaps. I don't think they're cashing anything in at this point. I think the Warriors they're unfortunately stuck. They're stuck right in the middle of, look, we can't not go for it, right? I mean, you didn't necessarily think everyone was on board with you winning the championship last year, but you did it.
Right.
So you at least owe yourself the opportunity to defend that, to try and recapture whatever magic you found last year. And you also can't, at this point, with assuming Curry coming back, assuming Wiggins coming back, looking around the West at teams that are also trying to get to where you're at. Like, there is no other team with the type of pedigree in the Western Conference, really around the league, with the same pedigree as the Warriors. So you owe your core members, in my opinion, one last chance to defend their title and try and at full strength see if you can become the team you were last year. Now, that's going to be difficult to do, but that's also why these games, to me, do mean something in the spot of trying to capture a playoff position, but also trying to figure out who you are as a basketball team, what the identity is of this group, so that when your two best players come back into it, like I think we're both on the same page. We're not worried about Stephen Curry and Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
The players that are playing on the floor right now are the ones, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, the bench, the second unit, the young guys. Those are all the players with the questions that we've had to this point. These are the guys that need to answer those questions before the big boys come back.
Yeah, see, and I'm with you. And I kind of am with you. If I'm Bob Myers, to me, there's really... I don't want to wish for something to happen that I really deep down don't think is going to happen. But by the same token, you must give the Warriors their respect for their championship pedigree. So to me, there's right here, right now, December 28th, it's pretty simple. Finish this homestand. See if you can build some momentum. Look, there's some positive signs right now. Kuminga's starting to help. Looks like Kuminga's developing a little bit of an identity on the defensive end. Wiseman, hey, he's contributed 2 consecutive games for 10 minutes at a time where he has helped the Golden State Warriors. So I think what the hope now would be is have Kuminga and Wiseman begun to turn a little bit of a corner so that in April, May, they're actually functional playoff players. Can they become functional playoff players in a rotation in the next 3 months? I mean, if they can, then I don't know, maybe.
Then you got something.
Maybe it's possible at that point.
They're looking closer and closer to that 1.5 that Bob Myers was talking about.
True. And if you don't know what Evan's talking about, we had Bob Myers, Warriors president of basketball operations, on a couple months ago, and I just said, I don't know that you can count on Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, 3 young players, to be a factor in the playoffs. And he said, what about 1.5? What about one guy and then there's kind of a half? And I said, yeah, that maybe like that. And I think that is what the goal is. So 888-957-9570 is the number. And my question is, what's your approach right now if you're the Golden State Warriors? 6 games left in this homestand, and you're halfway through the season. By the way, here's the other thing. Like, I know it's just a game in December, but I do believe there's certain games that take on added significance. And I don't think the Warriors have much going on right now. Obviously, a lot of that has to do with Curry and Wiggins. But you got to beat Utah tonight. I mean, you got to get off the hamster wheel. You've got to get off the hamster wheel. You lose again tonight to Utah, now you're back to 2 under. Can you really make a surge now during the rest of this homestand? You got to go out and beat Utah, get to 500, and then you can start thinking, we're going to start building something when we get on the road and we get the best player in the NBA back. 888-957-9570. Let's go to John. John's in San Jose. What's going on, John?
Hey, Tiny, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I got a couple. I like this question a lot. So here's my answer. If I'm Bob Myers, if I'm the Warriors front office, the Warriors have no reason to believe, besides one season out of the last 8 or whatever it is, to believe that they will not win the championship. So in their minds, they are just trying to get to the playoffs with this group and show that they can go all the way. You started this conversation around, is this homestand the benchmark for if they go for that or not? I think it's a good barometer, but even at the end of this benchmark, we are only 40 games through the season. So
halfway,
19 and
exactly
20,
halfway.
They go 4-4. So that means they're 19 and 22, which is basically a little under 500.
Right.
If you're Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, and you're looking at 40 more games, and you got Steph, you got Wiggins, you got Clay, you got the Draymond, you got this whole pedigree of guys. They believe that they can go 30-10 and make the playoffs and end up in like a 4 or 5 or whatever. That is not anywhere far beyond the realm of impossible. They can do that. So,
wow. Thanks, John. Appreciate the call. We got full lines. I don't think this team's capable of a 30-10.
I don't think they are either.
Because to go 30-10, you got to have Steph, Clay, and Dre playing at a high level for half the season with no hiccups. Like, that's the other thing. If Klay Thompson, I don't know, Clay wants to play tonight.
He does.
He has not played yet in a back-to-back. I mean, if he misses back-to-backs, that means Clay's going to miss 15 games this year. What I'm getting at, and Draymond misses games, it's hard. It's going to be hard for the Warriors to go 30-10. All right, if we know Clay's going to miss 7 of those, Draymond's going to miss 5, and Curry's going to miss 4 or 5. It's just hard. It's hard to go 30-10 when you can't rely on wins without your support, without your big boys. They could win games without those guys, a guy here and there, because they had Durant in the past. And even last year, Wiggins emerged. But without Wiggins, they can't play like this too much, or they're going to be way behind the... Like, here's the other thing. Warrior fans, do you believe the Warriors can win the title as a 10th seed? They got to win 2 road games, and then they got to win 4 series as an underdog. Like, that's the other thing. I get it. The Warriors have won a road playoff series in every playoff series that Steve Kerr's coached. Okay. Wow. Well, of course they can win roads. Okay, but they're also 2-14 on the road this year. Like, something's got to give there, Evan.
And the other part of it, too, is if you're in the play-in, if you're a bottom seed, that also means you have to play those tougher opponents earlier in the postseason than you would like.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if the Warriors were not in the play-in, they'd be the 6th seed. Okay, that's a first-round matchup with Memphis. That's a team that's probably going to take you 6 games at least, one way or the other, win or loss.
Right.
That's going to take a lot out of these older guys, not to the point where they couldn't maybe win a second-round series, but if you're getting into your 3rd and then hopefully 4th series, that's a team that is going... Like, one of the things that I think went under the radar last year was how easily they took care of business against Denver, and then Memphis... Obviously, Ja went down, so that helps, but 6 games took a lot out of them. And then you only had to play 5 games against Dallas, so you get extra rest against whoever's coming out of the East. And this is a team where rest is valuable because of their age. And I also think, too, about the 30-10, it's not so much to me that, sure, you do need everything to go right. You also need all your big boys to lock in for 40 games in a row. That's something they have not demonstrated they can do yet, even at full strength. So I think it's more about them trying to figure out how they can get right for the postseason. But that postseason equation to me also demands that they not be a play-in team.
And this is a sentiment. I'm going to read it from the Xfinity Mobile text line. There's no team, and this is, I think, what a lot of Warrior fans think, and they haven't been proven wrong. There's no team in the Western Conference that can beat us in a 7-game series. Do you believe that? I think they can be beat in a 7-game series. But then again, they can beat anybody in a 7-game series. Let's go to Greg. Oh, Greg's headed up to Tahoe. What's up, Greg?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
Well, I had two questions. The first was yesterday someone was talking about the buyout market and how you wouldn't have to give up assets. So I was wondering how that works and what might be possible out of that. And then the second is their road record is so abominable that, like, how can anybody in their right mind say they're winning a series if they have to be the underdog and on the road for the majority of the series? Like, what is the problem with the road record? Why is it so terrible when they're very competitive at home against top teams?
I don't know. Thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, like, I don't know the reason they're good on the road, good at home and bad on the road. I just know that when we talk about teams like that, we always say, well, if you can't win on the road, you're not that good.
They're probably not a 3-16 team on the road, but they're
Is that what they are right now?
Yes, they're a 3-16 on the road. That's the worst road record in the NBA. Like, they're probably not that bad, but they're also probably not even a 500 road team at this point.
Absolutely not.
Like, that's a game last night on the road. I think they might lose that game with what they've shown so far away from Chase Center.
Right. See, I think tonight's a big game for the Warriors. Look, and here's why I think it's a big game, because this is the way I look at it. You better beat the Hornets. I don't care who's playing. Hornets came in 7-25. They played the night before and gotten beat. So the Hornets are on a second game of a back-to-back, all right? And you've been at home since Christmas. You should beat the Hornets.
And they stink.
And they're awful. Okay. But now the Jazz come into town. They were in the Bay Area last night, sleeping at the hotel. All right, they're not on a back-to-back. Now the Warriors are on a back-to-back. They might not have Clay. We know they're an older team and they load manage. So I guess that's my point, Evan. Like, I just don't think they can keep playing this game for another 3 weeks when we look at that 20-24. Well, I know they're the Warriors, but at some point, don't you have to? I guess that's my question. At some point, would you ever look at the Warriors this year and say, they can't do it? We're not staying the course. Like, we're 20-25. We're not going to go 30-11. And, like, to think that's going to happen is ridiculous, so we're moving on from that approach.
And I think this is what a lot of people inside and outside of the organization are wrestling with. It's, if you take away everything before this season and judge the Warriors based on just this year, you would come down on the side of, no, well, of course they can't win a championship. Except you cannot dismiss history. You cannot dismiss what they've done, what they have earned, which is, in this case, in my opinion, this season, the benefit of the doubt. And we have to give that to them. In my opinion, they have earned that. And I think that, look, they're 2 games out of the 6th seed. They're 3.5 games out of the 4 seed. That is not, it's further than I think people realize, but it's not out of grasp. So my question to you, Steiny, would be, if they finish this homestand, 1 loss, they end up a game above 500, maybe even 2 games above 500, would that reset your confidence in their chances? My question is, what do they have to do to prove to you that they are still a potential contender?
They got to start winning. And I don't mean they have to start winning and looking like champions, but
W's.
See, I almost feel like they are handcuffed a little bit. They have to let this play out right now. They have to. There's nothing else they can do. They're going to play these next 6 games. They're either going to do better than you think, worse than you think, or about what you think. Then they're going to go on the road, and that's a 5-game trip. If they're 46, 47 games through the season, they're 23-23, but now they're finally all healthy, well, then, you give them the next month till the trade deadline. And if they go 12-5 in that month, and now all of a sudden they're 38 and 31. Well, yeah, you got to give them a chance. But are there any circumstances in which you'd pull the plug? If most of the guys are healthy?
As long as Curry's healthy, I don't think you can.
But what if Curry's healthy and they're not winning? They're just a 500 team. Like, what if Curry plays the last 30 games and the Golden State Warriors end up 41-41 and they're a 9th seed? Like, that may be the goal. That may be Draymond Green said it. Draymond Green said it. Better hope we're not a play-in team.
Just get us in the dance.
But see, I don't believe that. I don't think they can win a title from the play-in.
You don't believe that he believes that as a 9th seed they can win it?
He might. I don't. I don't believe.
Well, he admitted that he thought at points last year they couldn't win it.
True. I don't think we will ever see a play-in team win an NBA championship in our lifetime.
Well, what's the lowest seed to have ever done it?
6, the Rockets.
90. Yeah,
heart of a champ.
I mean, okay, yeah. So if 6 is the goal,
I think it should be.
That's the goal. That's the bar they need to hurdle at this point.
Right. At 6, you got to let them go. I mean, let them try to win a championship. Because if you go in as a 6 and you win, well, then you might have home court your next series.
That's true. Hey, and look, like the Warriors right now are just. I think they do need to see what they have in their young guys, and this is a prime opportunity for them to do that with minutes to hand out. How I want to hopefully have them progress is to the point where they're still in the rotation when Curry and Wiggins come back. Now, what their role is going to be will probably look different, but you're telling me Jonathan Kuminga on any given night can't give you 22 minutes off the bench? Steve Kerr, maybe unfairly, used Andre Iguodala in a comparison to Jonathan Kuminga last night.
Oh.
As far as his defensive ability. I'm sure just the length,
sure,
how he looks, how he can drive, that floater he made down the stretch of the fourth quarter. Iguodala-esque. Okay, so if you got an Iguodala off the bench, now he doesn't have the playoff experience, but if that's your 7th guy in your rotation, you're looking at an 8-man rotation, okay, now you got Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, Poole, Kuminga. That 8th spot is up for grabs. That's about as any good of a playoff rotation in the West.
True, and I agree with this. The 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Nobody wants to play the Warriors in the playoffs. Like that, I do agree with.
Oh, the Boston Celtics do
if they're healthy. To hear John Morant talk, they do. The Grizzlies do too. By the way, on the other side, first of all, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a couple open lines. I want to get back into the Warriors, obviously, on the other side. You're Bob Myers. You're Joe Lacob. What is your approach? You're 6 games from the halfway point of the season. You got 6 home games left before you go on the road. You're 1 under. What is your approach if you're the Golden State Warriors? And let me tell you, speaking of approaches, let's put it to bed. The Warriors' approach to their young players looks like it's been perfect. Hey, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. And Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic.
For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the Greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
O'Reilly. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can recommend the best products to get you ready for winter weather. Protect your vehicle with Xerox OE antifreeze and coolant and save $2 instantly. Xerox provides the exact OE-approved coolant formulations for domestic, Asian, and European vehicles. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room. The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto. Bang, bang, Niner gang! Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month first month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone screens, video, and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. I'm Matt Steinmetz. We're talking Warrior basketball. They beat the Hornets last night, 110-105. Tie game with 3 minutes to go, though. At home against the Hornets. Stink. All right. You still had to win that game, though. Tonight, we got the Utah Jazz. And I'm calling it. It's time to get off the hamster wheel here. Win this game. That's 3 in a row. Great start to the homestand. Now you can start sniffing Curry coming back and maybe get something rolling. You lose tonight, it's like, here we go again. Loss, win, loss, win, loss, loss, win, loss.
You know what the longest win streak of the season for the Warriors is?
2.
3.
Okay.
They've done it once.
Exactly.
That's the kind of season it's been.
Exactly. Zaza Pachulia coming up at 1 o'clock. It's the executive show. By the way, I like to kid around with my Bay Area sports fans. How about an apology for the Warriors organization?
Excuse me?
Uh-huh. How Wiseman and Kuminga coming along the last couple days?
Pretty well.
That's right. You know why?
They look good.
Because they're finally doing what the organization has told them to do. Finally sunk in on the punks. Hey, Wiseman, you want to play? Rebound and defend. Okay? It's taken him 2.5 years, but guess what? He did that the last 2 games. Hey, Kuminga, forget about the dunks and try to lock somebody up. Guess what? These guys are developing a little bit of an identity. They're starting to develop a little bit of an identity as NBA players. It's how you got to wedge yourself in. You got to wedge yourself into that landscape, Evan. And Kuminga can do it by being a good individual defender. They don't have guys who defend well on the perimeter. If he can defend well on the other than Wiggins, if they don't, and Draymond at times now, Kuminga can start keeping guys in front of him on the perimeter. Guess what? He's going to play a little bit.
Now wait a minute.
He's going to play a little bit if he can do that.
Couldn't they have gotten here earlier? They had more playing time?
No. The more playing time they would have gotten, the more sloppy they would have gotten, I bet. They would just been handed. They.
If you're telling me,
I just like the way they just, hey, Kuminga, don't think of anything else today except just guard this guy, guard that guy right there, just guard him. Just shut up and just guard him. Do whatever else you want. Wiseman, get me 6 rebounds in 8 minutes and block a shot.
But the 10,000-minute rule, Steiny.
Is that Malcolm Gladwell?
Yeah.
I don't.
10,000 hours. But the point is, on the floor, if you're trying to tell me that these young guys, sure, maybe they haven't proved it yet, but they also, in games, we have expressed a want for them to play. And they're finally, whether it be because of injuries, because of, they're proving to Steve Kerr that they can do what he's asking them to do, all of that combined, they're finally getting the chance to prove it.
Right, because they're playing the right way.
Well, but what if tonight against Utah? I assume there's going to be more minutes to go around. Clay's probably not going to play. His game time decision. Kuminga's probably going to play 30 minutes tonight.
Okay.
What if he has a stinker? Does that mean he doesn't deserve to play in the next home game as much as he did?
Yes, it does. Because he's not going to play 30 in the next game because they're going to have everybody back.
Sure. But my point is, you do have to allow these guys to fail a little bit.
Absolutely. Kuminga's earned a spot in the rotation right now. There's no doubt. Let's say 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he goes out tonight and plays 25 because they're banged up and he stinks, no, Kuminga plays 15 minutes the next night and the night after that. And what you hope is after 7 nights of playing 15 or 16 minutes, you're like, man, he played five games. He helped us. Hey, we went 5-2 in that stretch, and he helped us win those 5 games.
But isn't it more likely for Kuminga? Okay, so he's played three good games in a row. Wiseman's played last 3 games, played fine, or for whatever he's being asked to do. Tonight, they have an off night.
Right.
Isn't that something that's probable?
Yes.
Like for them to fail?
Yes.
Eventually?
Yes.
Okay, so they should win this game tonight. We want them to win this game tonight. We want them to go on a win streak for the second time this season. But if we come in tomorrow and Kuminga, he didn't play that well.
Right. He
shouldn't go back in the doghouse.
No, he doesn't lose everything.
He was in the doghouse.
Here's the problem. Not the problem. 888-957-9570. That's the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Join the conversation. The issue to me is there's a difference, and that is Kuminga longer than this. Kuminga is starting to see, he's starting to understand that he does have a strength in this league. And I think he never knew it 2 years ago, but you know what? Hey, Jonathan, you're really quick and you're strong. You can keep guys in front of you on the perimeter. Those guys are valuable in the NBA. So whether he's figured it out or like that's now become the foundation of his game, that's going to get him onto the court. If you can do that, Jonathan, you can, and that's the other thing. If Jonathan Kuminga, like when you say, what if Kuminga has a bad game tonight? Well, you know what? A bad game shouldn't be tonight. He stinks on defense. Like his bad game should be better now merely because he's figured out a little bit of a role on the defensive end, so he's not as huge of a liability. Same with Wiseman. Like, to me, it's not because they were 2 for 7 from the field. It's that you're killing us on the defensive end and you're inconsistent on the offensive end. Give us some form of stability on the defensive end. We'll let you get a little inconsistent at the offensive end.
But wouldn't a night like tonight, though, scare you a bit because their roles
and they're young
are going to change? They have to change. Kuminga is going to have to score more. There's going to be a larger void on offense because Clay is not going to be there.
Okay, but yes.
You got to get an extra 25.
But here's the thing. If I'm Kuminga, you've got to force yourself because you're still a young player. It's not about, I got to score. It's, no, I'm going to play more.
Got to create.
No, he doesn't have to create. Stop it. He has to he has to have the exact same mindset that he had. What did he have last night? 14?
6 for 6.
How many minutes did he play?
22.
Okay, so tonight he plays 30, has the exact same game, and he ends up with 19. Like, that's a hell of a game.
So when you're looking at box scores,
especially if he's not bad defensively,
or just watching the game for these young guys, tonight it's rebounds. Grab every rebound.
Okay.
And then when you're on defense, how many times are you getting beat? Like that's what you're most focused in for Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody.
Especially if they're on the floor together. But it's mostly how do we do? How are we doing? Like the reason that Kerr wasn't playing Kuminga and Wiseman together a lot early in the season because he couldn't. They literally would give up 8 points in a minute and would get run off the floor. So since the beginning of the year, like they've gone back to the basics. I mean, like there are Draymond Green, like even when he's not good, 5 years ago, he always was good on defense for the most part, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Kuminga's like that. Can Kuminga get to the point where he's just like, even when he stinks, he's an above average defensive player? Well, great. Because he's not going to stink all the time offensively. I don't know.
He shouldn't.
I am far more encouraged by what I've seen with Wiseman and Kuminga in the last 3 weeks than anything I've seen in the last 2 or 3 years. Because they clearly have pared down kind of what their goals were, and to me, their goals were unrealistic. Those guys wanted to come into the league like every young player, probably. Well, I'm going to average 20 and 10. And no, the first thing you got to do is defend somebody. And they're They're just starting to figure out how to play on a winning team.
Yeah, and I think they're figuring out how to play also with 4 other guys or 9 other guys on the court.
Right.
Like James Wiseman has always been the best player on his team, but he's always had to operate as an individual. Jonathan Kuminga operated as an individual for much of his non-NBA career. So if you're like the only guy who's played on a team is Moses Moody. And yet he's the one that is also still taking time to come along. Like these guys are trying to figure out, to me, when I watch them, where the ball needs to go, where they need to be. Just like simple stuff like spacing was stuff that they were deer in headlights about at the beginning of this year. Now, at least when they see the headlights, they know to move. And that's progress. And that's also something that I don't necessarily think is going to turn into, a 14-6 game every night for Jonathan Kuminga. But I do think you are right that there needs to be a baseline level of awareness for them to stay on the court.
And you look at a guy like Wiseman, and people refer back to this. I mean, man, that rookie year, he just put up 12-6 by accident, right?
Oh,
12-6 by accident.
Sky's the limit,
right? But this is the thing about Wiseman. If he can play 20 minutes a night, and his focus, first and foremost, at least at this point in his career, is rebounding and defense, he's going to get 12-6 by accident. And now he gets 12. Like, if you get 12-6 by accident, but you're a terrible defensive player, that stinks. But if you get 12-6 by accident and you're a plus on the defensive end, now you're a damn good player. I mean, to me, there's a big difference. Here's the other thing in a text line, real quick. I feel like I'm talking all the time today.
Oh, you talk all the time.
Yeah, I feel like I about 81% of the conversation today. 415. Kuminga on the other game played 29 minutes, had 0 rebounds. Yeah, he's got to rebound better.
He does.
But here's the way I look at things. You ready?
6 rebounds last night.
Kuminga needs to rebound better. Why didn't he rebound? Maybe, just a theory, maybe the reason his rebounding numbers aren't great is because he actually plays defense like a guard. I mean, he's defending perimeter-type players. So if he's out on the perimeter, he's not a front-court player at the defensive end as much. Maybe he's not in a position to rebound.
There does seem to be...
Out there.
No, I think it could be onto something. I do think there is a difference to me watching him now as opposed to the first 10, 15 games of the season with... Like Guru always likes to talk about like a guy who's got the dog in him. Well, I think Kuminga has showed a little more of the dog the last few weeks. Like he seems to be more focused, ready for whatever the physicality of another team. Like there was a rebound he grabbed with about 3 minutes left in the game last night where he just ripped it away from PJ Washington, whatever that Hornet was. Like he just went up and grabbed it.
Right.
That's a play where earlier this season he probably gets pushed around. That's an offensive board. Probably a putback that puts Charlotte up in the game, but Kuminga snatches it. Like, he seems to... It's like, it probably is just a confidence thing. He looks, and James Wiseman has looked over the last 3 games, like they think they belong on an NBA floor. Whereas before, they felt like, I'm an NBA player.
I don't disagree with that at all. At all. Steffi's in Emeryville. Hey, Steffi, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for taking the call, and also, thank you for saying that you felt like you were talking all the time because I've waited 35 minutes on the line to be able to talk because I care, and just to be fair, you asked about Bob Myers and the approach, and the thing that I would like to say is that if I'm Bob Myers, I'm feeling like I'm done waiting to exhale to see if the bench is going to regroup, come back, be revitalized after the psychological hit that the Warriors family took from the whole business with Green and Poole. And I think to the point they are coming together now, whether it's by injury or anything else. And I don't think we can look at it as a numbers game. I think you've got to look at the fact that when you overcome a hit, like a family goes through a divorce, psychologically, it takes a little time for people to stop acting like individuals out of survival and coming together and play as a team. And I think what we saw last night was a huge factor to be taken into consideration because they didn't win the way they normally win. You heard Kuminga say that basically his mentality was, I'm going to do whatever it takes, not in my house, you're not going to win. Wiseman, if you heard on the Thrive show afterwards, was saying, yes, I'm seeing the defense, what I need to do. They're listening because they're getting a chance to listen and because now they're able to come together as a team and play as a team. And when you've got Kuminga, Wiseman, DiVincenzo, Lamb, Moody as your backup, I think we have a lot to look forward to. And I think that they're just learning who they are. I'm in complete agreement about that. But I think the fact of the matter is that they don't know who they are yet. Game by game, they're learning. And I think what we saw with the Grizzlies was that the incentive for them to come together, play together, and be given the chance to be able to show who they are as a team is what we're looking at.
Hey, and Steffi, thanks for the call. So basically, Steffi's saying you got to let them try to build on where they're at right now. Keep giving the young guys that time. Keep hoping they, stack good games.
Oh, that's the only option right now, right? But the question becomes is when Curry does come back, when Wiggins does come back. When you have your full stable of horses,
right,
then what is your role? And I do think Kuminga is carving out a larger role for himself. Wiseman, TBD. I mean, Kerr still likes to use veterans. I don't think JaMychal Green has been great this season, but he's also been out. He's in health and safety protocol. So when he comes back, how will he be used? Will he not be used? I think right now, this is kind of a tryout for those three guys, for those three young guys, to earn minutes when you do have your full cast of characters back, to say, I deserve to play in any game 20 to 25 minutes if you're Kuminga, 5 to 10 minutes if you're Wiseman, 10 to 15 minutes if you're Moses Moody.
See, it's funny now we're not even talking about Moody.
No,
no. You know why? Because now he's got to play in front of DiVincenzo, and DiVincenzo's better than Moody.
Oh, absolutely. DiVincenzo was a plus last night and didn't score a point. Like that's
he's
also
an interesting player.
I like
actually.
Him. The Warriors, to me,
he's not great, but he can help you.
He's a winning player. He also doesn't make a ton of mistakes. He's not a fantastic shooter, but he's also a great rebounding guard.
Yeah, I know.
Which they do need, considering their lack of size.
They may have the best, between him and Curry, it's the best rebounding backcourt in the NBA.
That might be.
Oscar in Stockton. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Up in Costco shopping, man.
Nice.
What's going on? Last night game was that was a game for the youngsters to go out and show they can play. That was the reason why the Warriors is going to come up, because this is the homestand that we're going to prove that the bench can play and they can play Warriors offense and defense. And with Kuminga.
All right, thanks for the call, Oscar. Killing me.
We lost him.
As for Kuminga, he's showing us something. That's what he's doing. Kuminga showing us something. Hey, could the Warriors have a problem with these two-way players? They're only allowed to be with the team for 45 days.
Well, they do have one roster spot left.
They do. So in theory, they could tell
which
one
you
of those
want
guys, we're going to make you a regular, 1-year deal guaranteed.
Yeah, regardless of the regular season, you can't play in the playoffs on a two-way deal.
To me, I think if Wiseman and Kuminga can play, maybe you don't need JaMychal Green.
I'm kind of
with you. Then you get a little bit smaller. I mean, I kind of like him on the roster just in case you have to get down to him. And he is a legitimate professional player. I know he hasn't played great for the Warriors, but I still think he's a nice insurance policy if he's like your 11th or 12th man.
Sure, he hasn't shot it well enough for me to trust him. And so, and he doesn't, I don't think he's ever added a ton of defense throughout his career. So if he's not shooting the ball well, if he's not stretching the floor enough to be out there, then I don't think he's an effort guy at this point, and he brings some sort of veteran presence to the floor, but even he looks lost at times. And so it feels like he's also trying to figure out his role in this Warriors team.
Right.
I think that, if he's your 11th or 12th man, that's fine. But clearly James Wiseman is trying to take those minutes. Whatever JaMychal Green is, at a small 4, small 5 ball lineup, James Wiseman wants to be in that spot.
Right. 408. Steiny, it's amazing that Wiseman looks great when they win and he stinks when they lose. He scored 8 points against the worst team in the league. You know what, though? I don't mock that. I'm dead serious. Like, I get James Wiseman was the second pick in the draft. Okay. Second pick in the draft. We also know he had no clue how to even play basketball. He didn't. Okay. So forget that he's the second pick. He's still only 21 years old. And if you're telling me that he can play 10 to 12 minutes on a top-tier team, championship level, they don't even have to win the championship, on the top 6-8 teams, like that's I'm sorry. That's nothing to scoff at. At 21 years old, I don't care for the second pick or not. Like, that's how it all starts. You play 12 minutes where you don't hurt and you're actually helping the Golden State Warriors, not the Charlotte Hornets. And so, yeah, I do say, okay, you know what? That's 2 games in a row Wiseman gave us positive minutes. Once for 8 minutes, once for 10 minutes. All right, can he do that consistently? Well, guess what? Now you've got what they call a foundation. Hey, James, you're getting 6 minutes a half guaranteed because now we know when you go in, the least you're going to do is defend and rebound. And if you give us offense, that's a benefit.
If we were killing him for being unplayable earlier this season, like he has absolutely progressed to the point now where it's not even that he's a net neutral. He can help a team in 10 minutes. If you're telling me a guy is going to shoot 65% from the floor, primarily dunks, but can clean up everything around the rim, can be a presence on defense, and help you sustain your team during those second and beginning of fourth quarters in which you're trying to figure out if a game is in the balance. That's where the Warriors have been getting killed throughout this early part of this season. As soon as the starters left the floor, whatever lead was there would vanquish. Whatever deficit would be extended to the point where the Warriors are having to dig themselves out of holes repeatedly throughout games. James Wiseman was a part of the problem. Maybe he's not the ultimate solution at this point, but the fact that he isn't hurting you right now means that he's gotten better.
Of course. He's more playable now than he's been at any point this season, at least from the last 3 games. And I want to make a distinction. It doesn't mean he's going to be good every game in, but as long as he has an approach every game in, and he and Kuminga seem to have that right now, like that to me is what you build on. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They play the Utah Jazz tonight. Can they get off that hamster wheel, get back to 500, and legitimately start to build here? But if you're Bob Myers or Joe Lacob, this is the question we've been asking on 95.7 The Game. What's your approach as you get to the halfway point of the season? There's 6 straight home games coming up for the Warriors as part of their 8-game homestand. At the end of this homestand, the season is halfway over. What are you looking for in this homestand? Are you looking to add? Do you think this team as is might be good enough to win it all? Do they have a run in them? What would your approach be to the rest of the season for the Golden State Warriors as we approach Game 41? It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose. at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month first month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone screens, video, and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continued to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So I always get the... Okay, so Evan and Craig on the board. Evan in studio. So you play the music. That's a button.
Yep.
And then there's another button where it's Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I came in a little late because the boss was in my ear. And I heard the music. I guess I'm going to assume that the words haven't come until I actually hear them. Because you can... Go ahead, Craig. Tell me how you do.
Well, sometimes, depending on the song, you want to let the beat, run for a little bit. Because, it's a cool beat.
Sure.
Let it go for a little bit. And so, we'll, especially if we see you running to the studio, might give you an extra 10 seconds.
Gotcha.
So you can get, in there. So we'll, give you that little 10-second pause.
Yeah, Craig's also a seasoned veteran. So a lot of, Draymond Green in him. He knows when his teammate needs him to pick him up a little bit.
Gotcha.
Or needs to pick his teammate up.
Yeah.
Like Draymond, I don't play if you guys aren't here. So there you go.
Hey, if you can have that clout, I think you got to take it. Warriors, they beat the Hornets last night 110-105. And what Evan and I are talking about as the Utah Jazz and Warriors get ready for tonight's game is just, if you're a Warrior fan, let's just say the last 10 years. Okay, so you had the 2 years with Mark Jackson where you went to the playoffs. Then you had the dynasty, lull, and now boom, you won it again. So you've seen it all in the last decade. You've seen utter dominance where wins were taken for granted. Championships may have been taken for granted. All right. Then we also saw 15-50 in which Curry got hurt. That was awful. The veteran core of champions are in their 30s. They're not getting any younger. Again, we're 17 and 18. We got some young guys. We owe it to... Where are we with the Golden State Warriors as we enter 2023? What is your goal? Is it still to win a championship this year? Championship for the Golden State Warriors. Is that it?
It has to be.
Does it?
I don't think that...
So they cannot have... So if they don't win it this year, it can't be a successful season. See, Craig shaking his head. No, it can't be. Let me tell you something. That's a tough reality. And I don't know that that's fair. But...
I think it'll be disappointing.
Their expectations.
It'll be disappointing because I think this year will give you an idea of how many years left they have in contention. You were talking about the boss at the beginning of the segment. You brought up something interesting before the show, which is it kind of feels like whatever you thought 2 years ago about how long this team was going to roll, like the process has been expedited. Like the timeline has moved up. And that's because of some of the age that outside of Stephen Curry, some of the older guys are showing. Maybe some of the slow processing that we've seen from some of the younger guys, despite their progression the last few games. So if you're trying to thread the needle of championship contention while also looking towards the future, I think this is a time of the year where maybe more than any other time, the front office and the coaching staff is figuring out, like, we can't think about the future. Like, this season has to be the one that matters, and everything else down the line we'll figure out. I mean, Bob Myers, we don't know if he's going to be back next year.
True.
Steve Kerr has 1 year left on his deal. Klay Thompson has 1 year left on his deal. Draymond Green has 1 year left on his deal if he opts in. This season is the most important season, maybe even more so than last year when you thought that you didn't know if you had it in you or not.
Okay, so we agree. Let's say this is a huge season, and it's just got to be about this season. Fair enough. But when you say it's got to be about this season, does that mean you're willing to just, allow this team and that's if I'm the GM, and that's what we're trying to do here at 888-957-9570, asking what you do. My team's 17-18 right now. They're the defending NBA champions. Has that earned them the right, if it starts to trend this way, of a team going 40-4? Okay, I'm the GM. Listen, man, we're defending champions. So, it looks like we're going to go 40-42. We're going to have to make a run from the play-in. Okay. I mean, that's all I can do. I mean, that's what they're owed, right?
If they are,
what are they owed until they're not?
If they are a 40-42 team, though, don't you think we'll know that before the last month or two of the season?
They'll be headed toward a 42-40 season.
So if they lose,
that's what they're headed to right now. 3
of their next 5 games,
okay,
because they haven't shown to be able to put together really a great stretch outside. I think they've won 4 of 5 at one point, 6 of 8, or 6 of 5 of 7. They haven't put together multiple stretches of winning basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They have a chance to do that now. So if they can, by the end of this homestand, get themselves back above water, back above 500, then I think the next step is, okay, well,
at San
can
Antonio,
you do it on the road?
At San Antonio, at Chicago, at Washington, at Boston, at Cleveland.
Those are tough games.
Can you win 2 out of 5? Okay, let's say you win 2 out of 5. Well, okay, now it's January 22nd, and we're 500. We're 20, at that point, we're 23-23.
And you got about 2 or 3 weeks to the trade deadline.
Exactly.
And I also, look.
And now here you come, home games, Brooklyn, Memphis, Toronto.
As important as I do believe this season is to the Warriors and how important it should be to the fans as well, I also don't think you need to make a move. Because
so
you can't, with what the young guys have shown you, Jonathan Kuminga in my eyes would be untradeable. I can't move that guy.
I'm with you.
I also don't think you can give up on Wiseman.
Fair.
But both of those guys, for any team worth their salt, would want in a deal. So you're kind of stuck. But
I hear you. But so what you're saying is there's really nothing to do. You just have to let the rest of the year play out. And my feeling is, and my question is, in theory, do you let it play out as a 6 seed? Do you let it play out as an 8 seed? Would you dare let it play out and risk not making the playoffs at all? You know what I mean?
I just don't know if we're going to know what this team is. Because,
Okay. So how about this? So right now, they're 17-18.
Yep.
I don't think the way this season is setting up that they can get to 50 wins.
I'm with you.
Okay. I think the high is about 45. And the reason I say that is because, again, Clay, he's not playing tonight, most likely. They're going to be ultra, super duper careful with anybody with experience. I think we're seeing with Wiggins right now. So they're playing the regular season, and their veterans are acknowledging we don't care about the record. I think Draymond Green's goal is to just get in the playing game.
I think it is too. Well, it's to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
I mean, play in, yes, you got to win to get in. But no, I do think Draymond, it's always interesting to me whether Draymond truly believes that or he is trying to trick himself into believing that this team as an 8 seed can run the table. Because as someone who is and has shown himself to be an interest, a basketball historian, he knows the game. He knows that anyone below a 6 seed has never won the championship. But Draymond Green is also so confident, sometimes irrationally, in himself and this group that I do think he thinks that they could rewrite history. I mean, that's kind of what they did last year in a sense.
And that's the tough part. You have to at least allow for that possibility. You can't be the person that shuts the door on not even giving them a chance, even if the chance is a real long shot. And see, so you give them a chance, it's a long shot. They don't come through. And then at that point, you're like, man, we wasted a lot of time thinking we could do something that we had no chance. You know what I mean?
If you do have a chance at the 6th seed, though, and this is, I think, the question that they're probably going to have to answer more than any other, is do you chase wins down the stretch? That means playing, if Curry comes back, if Wiggins comes back, a 40-minute night. Like Klay Thompson played 38 minutes against Charlotte last night. He played 40 against Memphis. Those are big, taxing games. Mm-hmm. And Charlotte is not a good team. To the point where now Klay, he wants to play tonight against Utah, but the medical staff probably won't let him. Who knows if the medical staff will let him play in a back-to-back the rest of this season. So you're the Warriors. For the first time, they're in a situation where they have the option to load manage, but that option is going to hurt them when it comes to winning and losing basketball games in the regular season.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We're talking about what your approach is to the Warriors as they head to the halfway point of the season. The numbers are too, what's the word? They're too
inconsistent.
No. The numbers are too synchronized to not make it a theme, if you know what I mean. You have any idea what I'm talking about? Or not really? What I'm saying is, they have an 8-game homestand. That's unusual. 6. That's 8 straight at home. But at the end of the 8, you're exactly halfway through the season. See what I'm saying? Like that's a perfect. Those are numbers you can work with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they've never played this far from behind in the regular season.
That. I don't understand.
That what?
That's how you put something together.
Halfway through?
It's like it's like a jigsaw puzzle, but with numbers that I just put together, and it was like 1,000-piecer.
Well, it sounds like you got 500 of them if you're halfway done.
Yeah, I'm about halfway done.
Okay, but right now,
puzzle guy.
Actually, yes.
Really?
Yes, I do like puzzles. Visual.
What do you like about them? Serenity.
The fact that I can shut my brain off and do one thing for the first time, probably, likely in a month.
Okay.
I'm terrible at multitasking.
All right, fair enough. All right, let's go through some of these texts, and we'll get to some calls. I got it because I saw some pretty good ones I wanted to share. 510. People were saying the same thing about the Celtics this time last year, and then now in all caps, they don't need to make a move. And then he puts in Jesus Christ. Why would he say? And then he goes, Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. That's what we're asking.
It was just his birthday. We don't need to bring him up.
It was Steiny. They need to buy into playing defense first and foremost. Yes. 45-46 wins is a good goal, says the 415. Here's the one I like. If the Warriors continue to win at home at this rate and become a 500 road team, they can get to the top 4. Yeah.
Well, looking at the top 4 teams right now, you got Denver, New Orleans, Memphis, Los Angeles, and Devin Booker was just ruled out for 4 weeks by the Phoenix Suns. So right now, Devin Booker, minimum 4 weeks. So they're going to be missing their best player. They have the 5. Dallas is a team that's gotten hot lately, but like at the bottom 4, I don't know if you can crack the top 4 unless the Los Angeles Clippers decide, which they could, that they just don't want to play in the regular season. But right now, if you're Golden State, the 6, like that's to me the goal right now.
Who's 6 right now? What's their record?
Dallas, they're 2 games up on Golden State, thanks to a 60-21.
So they're 1 game over 500.
3.
Oh, they're 3 over 500.
3 over 500.
Yeah, to me, it's less about the standings at this point than, go 6-2 on this homestand, go 2-3 on the road, and now you can say we got something going because now we've won 8 of 13, and yet a bunch of those were on the road. Like to me, that's why tonight's games. Like, I know, I just said the record doesn't matter, but at some point you got to get to 500.
Well, but if you can't lock in wins on the road, which they haven't done this year, then yes, you need to continue to be 14-2, 15-3. You need to win at a 800% clip at home. The one place you can play well, the one place you have found some semblance of consistency, because when you hit the road, apparently you're a different basketball team.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think they're that bad where they only have 3 wins and 19 tries, but you're clearly something is off when they leave Chase Center. Or maybe it's just the fact that Chase Center brings them such an advantage and people don't like going into that building. I think that's part of what happened in Memphis and Boston.
I think the Warriors are a different team in each place. I can see where a team coming into Chase has less confidence than when you have them on their home floor. When the Golden State Warriors come onto your home floor and they're missing Steph or they're missing a Clay and Dre, you think you can beat them. But when you play them...
Teams tend to smell blood in the water more,
no doubt,
when the Warriors are on the road.
Yeah. Andrew's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Andrew, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Really quick, wanted to say, I keep hearing, like, oh, do you make Wiseman available for a trade, Kuminga, these guys? But what's the deal out there? I mean, I don't see all the Knicks about, like, a Julius Randle. I mean, everyone wants to make these guys available or say win now. But this is one of those weird years because of the upcoming draft where it's either teams are going for it or in full tank. So I think a lot of the teams that would be open to some of those guys don't even have a guy that can necessarily help you right now, unless you're talking about a deal with either Indiana for a big guy and another shooter, or you're going to be talking to the Knicks about Julius Randle.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, Andrew, just because I don't even know. You can have anything. What position do you want? Like, what do you want? You want a center? You want a perimeter player? You want a point? Like,
I'm not even a Warrior fan. Huge NBA fan, but I'm not a Warrior fan. The only thing that you want in your heart as a Warrior, health. I don't care what deal that you make. You're not going to take your 12 that you have healthy right now against, come on, who are we talking about in the top 4? New Orleans? Warriors fans, after all this run, you're scared of New Orleans in the first round? Their place, our place, wherever, with a healthy Steph Curry? No. Are you really afraid of Memphis? No, it'll be a fun series, but they're not ready. I mean, Phoenix, come on. Phoenix, the Clippers, like, get in healthy. I don't care if it's the 6th seed. Don't care if it's the 8th seed. I got Steph Curry. We've got a surround supporting cast. Clay's coming on. Kuminga, you only need 8 minutes out of him in a serious playoff game anyway.
Good stuff, Andrew. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at because it's kind of the only place to be right now.
I'm not worried about...
I'm not doing anything for, like, I wanted to get to this point before I made a decision. And now that I'm at this point, I'm ready to watch this team again for another. I think it's perfect. They got 6 games at home, then a 5-game road trip. To me, it's perfect. It's perfect. You go 4-4 in this homestand, and then 1-4 on the road trip.
You're in trouble.
Guess what? At that point, I think things change at that point. If the Warriors are, so they go 4, so they go 2 and 4, 3. So if they go 3 of their next 8, and they're 20 and 26, like then are we having a different conversation at 20 and 26 or no?
No, we are. I think we are.
I wonder.
They're kind of in. It's not a danger zone, but it's a point in the season where you're trying to figure out not if you pull the plug, but how much all in do you want to be the rest of the regular season? Like when it comes to,
I think they have to be all in,
just for the chance.
What do you mean by all in? Let's define that.
That means that if Curry is ready to come back in 4 games, he should be back in 4 games, not 6 or 8. Like, I think that the Warriors right now are trying to figure out how much they want to push the guys that are a little more fragile at this point in their careers than they've been in prior seasons.
Let's go to JJ. I think he's kind of down our same avenue with this subject. What's up, JJ? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays.
Yep.
I think the Warriors are in no position to assume that they're going to hit a run later on and down the line because it has to happen now. I think they're in a position where they have to start chasing wins. I know that their experience and their championship pedigree can take them a long way, and they want to pace themselves, but like they're looking too far in the future. We were talking about right now. Right now, they're not even in the play-in. So I believe that mentality that we'll hit a run down the line or saving guys on the back-to-backs. Forget all that, man.
Right.
We got to start winning some games now. I think it'll be better for us to hit a run before the All-Star break than after the All-Star break. Because if we wait on after, it's over.
Well, thanks for the call, JJ. I mean, I'm kind of with you. Let's say they get to the All-Star break and they're in a little trouble. They didn't make a move. They're still under 500. They're going to scratch and claw for the play-in. And the last 25 games of the year, they go 16-9, and they're the 7th seed. They're not going to win it because the 2 months before the playoffs started were too difficult. That's what my conventional wisdom would tell me. If the Golden State Warriors have to grind the last 20 games of the year to get the 7th, 8th, or 9th seed or 10th, play in, they're going nowhere at that point. I guess that's where if you're a Warrior fan, can you say, Steinmetz, how can you say that?
I do think there is something to, yes, in a first-round series, sure, you're probably not afraid of New Orleans, maybe even Denver if you're the 8th seed. You've beaten them before. Memphis, you handled last year in the playoffs. My fear is not the first-round opponent, but what a rigorous first round will do to the rest of your playoff series, the rest of your chances to chase a title. Because one thing that's been, a running theme in all of their finals runs has been, well, in those first series, maybe first 2 series, they can take care of business. Like, they can finish off those teams in 5 games. I don't know if they can beat any of these teams in the West in 5 games. And that, to me, matters when you're looking at, all right, Curry's got to play 42 minutes, 7 games, 6 games. Draymond Green's got to play 40 minutes in 6 hard-fought games. Okay, well, yeah, you might be able to beat Memphis in 6 or 7. But then that next series, you're coming in just like more tired and more taxed than you've ever been. And those minutes begin to pile up. And that's, to me, where the fear would come in, is like, well, then do they just run out of gas? Because they've been running on E from whenever on in the moment of the regular season, where you figure out if you're 6 games below 500, you got to go 25-9 the rest of the way. Okay, well, that's hard to do in and of itself. Nevertheless, then conjure up a different level that you have to get to each and every round you go deeper into the playoffs.
Exactly. And you're going to have to play, like the road to the finals would be like Memphis, the Clippers, Denver, rather than that one team that can't beat you, like they always would play. And they'd open up with the Pelicans.
The only team in the West that gave them a series last year was Memphis. So if you only play one tough series out of 3, then you're going to be fresh for the finals, which it looked like they were, and why they outlasted Boston.
All right, from the 650, I'm sorry, the 908. I don't even know what this conversation is even about. You aren't blowing it up and reading the core. Blowing it up and getting rid of the core, either to trade you. But that's the point. If you're Bob, I'll explain it to you, 908. If you're Bob Myers right now and Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, aren't the next 10 games, 11 games, essentially going to be the steering wheel to where your season ends up going? That's all I'm saying. And I think that if you're Joe Lacob or Bob Myers, in the back of your head, you have to be saying, well, if this happens over the next 11, we're probably going to have to trend that way. If that happens, maybe we go this way. If it's somewhere in the middle, we go another way. The question is, what's your approach? How patient are you right now for the Golden State Warriors? They play Utah tonight. First step's to get to 500 tonight. Hey, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. And also Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your approach if you're a Golden State Warrior fan?
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery. What, doctor? Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room. The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto. Bang, bang, Niner Gang! Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Did you know that over 90% of male enhancement pills are virtually the same thing that's repackaged, redone over and over again? Why settle for the same old product when you can get something completely different? Something that takes male enhancement into the 21st century. Something that really works. Men, you need to try Noxitril, the all-natural male enhancement formula that will unlock your performance in the bedroom to a level you could only dream of. Try to imagine Viagra on steroids. Noxitril is so powerful, that's why it took years for it to finally become available to the public without a prescription. So call now and take advantage of our special Noxitril free bottle offer today. Oh yeah, we recommend that you use the Noxitril dose as directed. Think of your partner. We certainly don't want you to overperform in the bedroom.
Find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 800-490-7843, 800-490-7843. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-490-7843, 800-490-7843.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice when your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint? At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life. Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus 1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus 1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes 1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, along with Evan Giddings, Guru. He'll be back next week. And we're having fun. Talking about the Golden State Warriors, where they are right now in the season. And I was just thinking, telling Evan, if you've watched the Warriors for the last 10 years, you got the 2 years with Mark Jackson, you went to the playoffs, then the dynasty. Then the 2 years you didn't go to the playoffs, then the surprise bounce back. Like, we've kind of seen it all. And now we're looking at a team that's 17-18, almost halfway through the season. And what are you thinking? Kind of taking the temperature, if you will. Taking the temperature of Warrior fans, how you're feeling about this year. And, to me, short term, very short term, is I'm going to allow for the possibility that Wiseman and Kuminga are trending upward. Now, that may not be fast. We're turning a corner just a little bit. And this is how it happens. And then can they continue to play productively for the rest of the season so as you can count on them to some degree in the postseason? All right. At least, okay, that train is starting to move a little. That's good.
That's one question. Each of those guys have a... So how much can Kuminga, Wiseman, maybe you throw Moody in there, maybe you don't. How much can those three guys contribute? What would be the other questions that we'd like to have answered by the end of this homestand, by the end of the midway point of the season? Because I'm sure that's what Bob Myers and Joe Lacob are trying to ask. Like, what do we need to see from those young guys? Sure. But what do we need to see from Klay Thompson? What do we need to see from Jordan Poole? What do we need to see from Draymond Green? Those are, I think, because there's a lot of questions on this team still, even if they've played well their last couple of games, and they look like they're beginning to turn a corner. They've also looked like they've begun to turn a corner at different points this year, and then they fell back down the hill.
Yeah. It's how is this guy, this guy, or that guy going to be? I hear you. But to me, it's can they get enough guys playing at a certain level at the same time that you can win? Like, I don't care if Wiseman doesn't have a good game tonight, if 6 other guys do. And that's kind of my thing. Like, if you say, what do you want to see? I would say this. What I've seen out of Clay in the first 2 home games is good. Because clearly he didn't shoot well against Memphis, but he cared.
He's engaged.
Yes. So I like where Clay's at, and Draymond. For sure. Those 2 guys. So if those 2 guys are engaged like this, I think they can win 6 out of 8 on this homestand. They've already won the first 2. So I just...
Well, on days like tonight, so I think there's going to be more of these nights where, sure, maybe it's not a back-to-back, but it could be a game, later in the homestand, maybe first couple games of the road trip where, maybe Draymond, his back tightens up a little. He's going to be unavailable tonight. Okay, so maybe Jordan Poole, he has to score more. Him and Klay Thompson have to take on more of those point guard duties that Draymond typically owns on offense. Okay, so then, well, where do you get the defense from? It's got to be Kuminga. So I do understand what you're saying. It's going to be how many guys can play well on any given night together, and we're starting to see that more consistently. But will that translate to wins? Because they have beatable teams coming up on their schedule starting tonight with Utah. And it does matter how the win looks to some extent, but maybe now, and what we learned last night from Charlotte is like this, we have to judge this team differently. We have to judge, and I do wonder how many people are judging the Warriors based off of last year or previous versions of themselves, and who are judging them based off of what the rest of the West looks like. Because the Western Conference, if we're stacking teams in the NBA, I don't know if there's a Western Conference team in the top 3. I mean, Milwaukee, Boston are the top 2 teams, and then the third spot, in my opinion, would be up for grabs, probably between Brooklyn, maybe Denver, maybe New Orleans, maybe Memphis. But so the Warriors are, sure, they may have trouble climbing the ladder in the standings, but when you're judging them based off what the rest of the Western Conference looks like, I can see people trying to convince themselves that the Warriors, they're okay right now. They're trending in the right direction.
I hear that argument. I definitely hear that argument. And I think the Warriors can use it because they are champions. But it's like I can't count on that. I can't really count on that happening because you could end up looking really foolish. And the other thing that's kind of striking me about this year, and maybe I can't put it into perfect context, but it feels like everything's about this year right now. And there's only like any move, it's about you either have to win it or you have to win it. So if everything's a failure other than winning it, why would you ever make any move unless you actually thought that was the move that's going to allow you to win it?
Well, the move right now,
there is no move.
There is no move. And that's why I do think we need to clarify. We've been talking about what all-in means for the Warriors this season. All-in does mean standing pat, running it back. That's what we talked about last year. Maybe before the championship, it's all right, after the 2021 season, can you make a move? Well, not really. You just run it back and you add Clay and, Wiggins elevates and Curry gets back to himself. Okay, well, they won the championship. What are you going to do this year? Well, you kind of got to run it back again. The only difference is now you got to find ways to fill the voids of Gary Payton II, Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa, JTA, Damian Lee, all those guys that were Warriors contributors in tonight's kind of settings. Those would be guys that you'd be okay with rolling out against a Utah Jazz shorthanded because they've proven that they can win these games. A game like Miami last year that meant the difference in a finals home series. So right now, these games for the Warriors, like, they are telling games, maybe not in the sense of, okay, are they better or worse than the Utah Jazz? But we will learn, I think, over these next 5 games on this homestand, whether the Warriors can play together enough so that when you do get your big boys back, you can continue that momentum as opposed to having to reset. Because it feels like each time they've gotten hurt or there's been a back-to-back or maybe they've won a big game like Boston, there's been some sort of reset. Like they haven't had the light switch continue to turn on game in and game out. And at the midway point of the year, it's about proving to the front office that they don't need to make a move or blow it up or make a decision. It's also about proving to yourself that, like, you can still do this.
By the way, you keep doing that.
What?
You're not even aware of it. And you did it yesterday using the wrong number. You keep saying, what they want to find out the rest of this homestand in the next 5 games. It's 6.
There we go.
It's an 8.
Appreciate you.
Well, and yesterday you were using 6 when it was 7. So it's an 8-game homestand. They're 2-0. So they got 6 more left on the homestand.
For everyone watching on YouTube, Stein's wearing a basketball reference shirt, so he's big into math, big into schedules. I apologize.
It's so in other words, like on this homestand, they can't go 5-2.
Oh, I got you.
Let's go to that guy. Don't relax out there. I work with Evan every day. We know each other. What's up, that guy? How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's up? So he's like, I mean, for me, I had no idea what was going on until like last year. That's the truth.
Thanks, that guy. That's a great bite. Make sure we save that.
I didn't know what was going on.
Just let it at that. I had no idea what was going on until last year. That's a great.
I had no idea what was going on until last homestand.
Maybe we had a bad connection, that guy. You know what, though? What if I told you, like, you don't just hit me?
I don't.
No, of course you don't. Like, when I do think of these things, there's a lot of Warrior fans out there that are, and I'm not saying I'm panicked, but they're saying relax, relax. Like, we're going to win another title. And there is part of me, mostly when I think it through, is like, yeah, I don't see it. But you know who I've kind of forgotten about? I've forgotten about him.
Who?
In a way. Andrew Wiggins. Like, he's a good player. Like, he's a really good player.
Yes.
At least he's been for the Warriors.
He's been this year.
And so it's not just Steph who's coming back. You're getting Steph back, and then you're getting a really good wing defender, ideally, and you're getting 18 points a game. That's pretty efficient. Like, I understand fans who say, just get there. Just get there and be healthy, and you'll win it all. I still think that's a long shot, but that's the scenario that you owe to the players and maybe to the fans to allow to happen. You must allow this team to finish out the year no matter what.
But isn't that what made the first 10 games? I'm going to get my math right now. So they start 3-7.
Right.
With everyone healthy. Now, then you go through 5 out of 7. You start to turn things around. First 22 games, you're 11-11. But you had your full rotation of guys. You had your Wiggins. You had your Steph Curry.
But the young guys were useless.
At the time, yes.
The first 10 games. And they're not useless anymore.
Klay Thompson was also not shooting very well.
He was
Jordan
terrible.
Poole was not playing very well coming off the bench. Are you afraid at all of them reverting a bit when the structure returns?
I don't. No. That's where the championship pedigree's got to kick in.
Has to.
Like, I do. Bear with me here. Because I saw that. It's hit me during the We Believe. The 2 We Believe seasons. I know we're going back. So, the We Believe season, the Warriors, they finished, 16-5. But it was like halfway through the year, and Baron Davis was hurt, a little bit banged up, and they'd made the trade for Jackson, and they were winning some games, but they hadn't gotten a move on, if you know what I mean. And everybody was like, well, I mean, where's Baron at? Is he in it? Is he, because he was kind of a high-maintenance player. And what I remember is, like, even though the Warriors were like 55 games through that season, Evan, like the veterans like Steven Jackson and Al Harrington, they never felt like, hey, we only have 20 games left. They're like, look, how many games are left? 25? We can go win 18 of those. Like, they don't, like, what I'm getting at is for Draymond, Steph, Clay, probably Looney, they have so much time, it's unbelievable. Like, we're talking about, 8 games, and then we're at the halfway point, and they're going, that's right. Like Curry and Draymond are going, yeah, we're halfway through the season. What are you getting at? It's getting late. No, it isn't. It's not getting late. We put together 25 games. We're going to be the 6th seed, 5th seed. We're right where we want to be. I mean, not the craziest thing.
No, it's not. It just feels weird because they have pretty much every season they've won a title hit the ground running, which they didn't do this year.
Right.
I mean, there's never been any symptom of a championship hangover outside of maybe the 2019 season or after the 2018 championship. So I don't think that the Warriors right now have been in this spot before. And it kind of got me thinking, like, it does feel like the record does matter to them. You are what your record says you are, but it's more about how you perform in those games. Like, they have issues in wins. They've also had pluses in losses. And so if you're Draymond, if you're Steph, if you're Clay, you probably do feel like, look, as long as we're playing our best basketball, then maybe the record doesn't really matter. And maybe this regular season is more of a test than any before of whether the regular season actually matters. Like, I know we talked about how during those KD years and before 16-15, like, the Warriors just made a mockery of the regular season because of how they ran through teams. Regular season didn't matter because of how good they were. Well, now we're going to find out, it appears, the way things are trending,
Right.
whether the regular season actually matters.
And I don't think, just off the top of my head, like, I don't think they're good enough for it not to matter. At this point.
Yeah.
At this point.
That's what they're trying to prove.
Right. Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, you're kind of, it's true. There's really not much they can do. You have to don't you have to let somebody beat Draymond, Steph, and Clay?
Absolutely.
Nobody's beating them.
Not when they've played in every game in a series.
Essentially, yes. City Boy. What's up, City?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
Happy New Year, first off.
Sure.
I know it's not quite, but, I might not talk to you before that. So, anyway, yeah, this season is a quandary. It's really interesting. It's hard to figure. And I'm really enjoying it. And the one thing, and Matt, like, this is like the first time I think I've ever heard you be so, I wouldn't even call it optimistic, but sort of, it's like you've kind of just, I don't want to say been beaten into submission by success, but every year, but every year you're kind of like, yeah, I just don't see it. Yeah, I just don't see how it's going to be possible. I don't think they, obviously when they had KD, I'm not talking about those years, but I mean, and here I hear you now, and you're kind of like, we're just going to have to wait and see because anything's on the table with this team. And that's how I feel too, because sure, I would have rather had a better start. I would have rather the team looked like they were gelling more and playing a little better overall. But at the end of the day, we all know if they can get a 6 seed, 5, 4 seed, and they're in the playoffs, I mean, all bets are off. And this is a team.
Hey, City, no, I mean, I'm kind of with you. I'm like, the way I'm at is, okay, last year I didn't think they were going to win it. And they won it. And because they won it last year, yeah, I must allow for do I think they're going to win it this year? I don't. I don't like the way the year set up from the beginning. I didn't like the two timelines. I certainly didn't like the punch. I actually think they're actually kind of going through a year that's not working out. And it's kind of not. That's what I think is going to happen. But I will never say they have no chance because they've proven there's a chance.
Yeah.
And sometimes you take a step back and you're like, well, what if they do get in as a 6th seed and all of a sudden it's starting lineup for the Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney. By the way, Jordan Poole coming off the bench, and he's averaging 22 a night over the last 3 months, shooting 52. I mean, uh-oh. Then it's like, uh-oh. Jonathan Kuminga, he's had 9 straight double-double. Uh-oh. You know what I mean? Like, then they can win it all.
And that's what has made this season so interesting, but also perplexing, and why I think City Boy is also, well, yes, he's saying, look, playoffs, anything could happen, but it also does feel like there's a wider spectrum of result for this team to the point where, look, if Steph's out longer than we expect, or Wiggins misses more time, or God forbid one of the other big boys goes down, like then they could be in trouble of missing the playoffs. But if everything works out health-wise, if they get on track and they get everyone back, then their ceiling is a championship. And so we're trying to figure out as much as they are where this team goes right now. Tonight, they need to beat Utah. They need to get back to 500. They need to have someone step up in the place of Curry, Wiggins, Klay, all being out tonight. And they need to create some sort of consistency, because that's the one thing we haven't gotten from them. We've seen very highs, a lot of highs. We've seen them beat Memphis. We've seen them beat Boston. We've also seen them lose to Charlotte and Orlando and the Detroit Pistons. We've seen them give up 91.5.
Those are good young teams.
You're going to see them across this homestand, 6 more games.
And I think they're going to beat those teams this time because they're young players now.
Are you at a point, though, where you're feeling like they better beat them?
Who?
The Warriors. Like, they better beat those young teams.
One game is just not enough, ever, in the NBA, and I don't even think 2 is. But there are, like, I always used to say, is that game a turning point? Well, it's never that game in an 82-game year. It might be a period of time. And to me, when the Warriors beat the Grizzlies on Christmas Day, and Steve Kerr in the post-game interview made some reference to, it feels like we got to get moving, or turn it on, or he said this could be that we can maybe use this as a whatever the phraseology is, we can get that sound. The reality is that, okay, they did follow it up with the win, and if they beat Utah, well, now you won 3 in a row as he said it. So maybe now we might have a turning point, even if it's just because of the schedule. Well, you know what? We knew we were going to win 5 here at home, so let's not even get excited about it. But what I'm getting at with Steve Kerr and saying, if they lose, though, tonight, then I'm sorry. Then it's been 3 more games. Okay, great. You had a great win against Memphis. You sleptwalked against the Hornets, almost lost. And now you lost again. You lost at home to the Jazz. It's like, you're not going anywhere this year. Don't you get it?
And that's why Draymond Green is also along the same lines of Steve Kerr saying before the Christmas game, we're in a very fragile place right now. Like, this team is more fragile than it's probably ever been in the championship era. So even they sense that this is maybe not a turning point, but an important part of the season, because it does kind of feel like, all right, you've had, however many games, you've gotten past the hangover period. Maybe a couple of big boys you've beaten. It's starting to feel like you can turn around, but you can't really string 2 weeks of good basketball together. Okay, well, you're going to have to string 2 weeks of basketball together to win the playoffs.
Exactly.
So if you can't do it now, why should even the players believe that they can all of a sudden turn the switch back on?
I'm with you, and that's why you can say it's not, we're still not even at the halfway point, but That is why, to me, it must start here. You have an 8-game homestand. It's like, you can't do damage here. What are we even talking about? All right, here's what's coming up next on the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Golden State Warriors play the Utah Jazz. I'm telling you, it's a big, big game. It is a big game. I'll tell you why on the other side, although if you've been listening, you kind of know. And I got a theory. Are the 49ers better? I'm sorry. Are the Warriors better than we think? And the Niners are worse than we think? We'll talk about it maybe on the other side. Mm-hmm.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
In San Mateo, partly cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tired and beyond.
Go down Shazam. Open on YouTube. Follow the link and donate.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Guru. Evan Giddings. Hey, we are right at the halfway point of the week.
And
for 10 hours.
Midway mark of the show.
We've got 10 more to go.
Yep.
Although, you know what? That's a little pet peeve of mine.
What?
You only work 3 hours a day. Okay. Yeah, you almost know. Okay.
4 hours this week.
By the way, somebody asked that. I'm going to answer some text questions. Guys, we got a 925 here. They come out of the woodwork. Some of them say, "Oh, now that you're finally reading texts, why isn't Klay Thompson playing tonight?" He doesn't play on back-to-backs this year so far because he's been hurt for 2 years.
Ask Celebrini.
Rick,
yeah.
Okay, so there's that, guys. And then the other one asked, "Why is Steinmetz on the radio at 11 a.m.?" That's a legitimate question.
It is.
Yeah,
this week's a little different.
We finagled the time slots this week. As you know, it's usually the morning roast from 6 to 9.
Mm-hmm.
Dibbs and Willard from 9 to 12. Me and Guru from 12 to 3. And then Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto from 3 to 6. And Warriors game. Then JD and a Warriors game. Well, because I'm the only guy who came to play this week.
You're Draymond Green.
And none of the... we're now doing 4-hour shows so that we can save on manpower / women power.
That's true.
6 to 10, 10 to 2, 2 to 6. So I'm doing 10 to 2 with my man, Evan Giddings. All right, let me cross that off the list. You feel free to add anything you want.
As far as the Xfinity mobile text line, I do think that Guru probably is engaged with the text line a little more than you. So not that you don't read texts, but it's the fact that Guru will read them for you.
He reads his own texts on his phone.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got his ear to the streets at all times. That I cannot add to the show. I do not have the feel for the pulse of what the people are really talking about out there in the Bay Area.
See, Guru, to channel my inner Guru, would be like, shout out you and Townie. But see, you're too young. You're too young to know that I was slated to have a show with the great Chris Townsend about a decade ago, and we called it The Pulse.
Well, a decade ago,
about
a decade ago.
Yeah.
I think that, look, I interned, for Damon Bruce in 2015. And I don't know where you were at that point. If you were
where I am now on the downside of my career.
Well, hopefully not like.
Don't.
Well, okay. I'll leave it there. The point is, I have been around this station in some capacity for a little bit, but not as locked in from, well, I guess, formerly 12 to 3, now 10 to 2 this week, as you have been. And I will commend you a little bit. I'll give you a little bit of credit.
Yeah, of course.
And I know you like that. But I do think that this week...
Well, give it to me. Give me some credit.
Yeah, you showed up on a holiday. You showed up on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people didn't. You did when you didn't have to.
Exactly. And then the 925, after he says, oh, now I'm finally reading text, what's going on with Klay Thompson?
Oh, he's out.
30 minutes later, he goes, is my question that stupid that you don't answer me? No, I just answered you. Although, why didn't you? Let me ask you this, 925, as long as you're berating me on the text line, Xfinity mobile text line, how do you not know Klay sits out the second of back-to-backs?
But the fact that you didn't call his question stupid shows growth, Steiny. I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Little by little.
On my list, let me reintroduce everybody on the show. Reset. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings and Craig on the...
Valentino.
Valentino, you know, I didn't know it. Craig Valentino. And what I was saying yesterday is ain't no threesome on the radio as athletic and with the accolades that we have athletically. You're listening to two Division III athletes, former Division III athletes, and Craig, that's D1 in your face. So we got a D1 athlete here and two D3 athletes here. And dare I say, it's the most athletically talented trio, I would say, on the radio in the country.
In the country.
Maybe something's going on in Croatia I don't know about.
Well, maybe in the world. I do think, look, you add us together, maybe you get one Division II ball player. Baseball, basketball, doesn't matter. But together, all three of us, like we could run a three-man weave against anyone in this town.
Why do all the other mainstays get this week off and not Steiny?
It's a great question.
I took last week off. I actually don't mind working this week for the most part. If it weren't for the 4-hour show.
But you did opt into the extra 4 hours or 5 hours in
Monday.
This week because last week was 12 to 3 still with Goo.
Right. And here's the other thing about me. And this is what a lot of people don't know is so, you know, this is a 4-hour show week. So when you're doing 3 hours, you're on the radio for 15 hours. 3 hours, 5 days.
Yep.
Well, this week we're on 20 hours. You think your boy's asking, like, I don't hold out. You don't hear me going to the press saying, well, why don't I get a raise this week because I'm actually working more? I don't do that. I don't even bring that up for the most part.
Boss did buy us breakfast yesterday.
He did.
Once.
So, you know, what I'm getting at is it's just always remember it's all about me. Don't ever forget that. Last thing on my list, I'm dead serious. People are going to think that what I'm about to say is some kind of bit. I swear to God, it's not a bit.
No, you don't do many bits.
No. So this is all truth. I saw Die Hard on Christmas.
Talk to me.
First time I've ever seen the movie. Yeah, put those headsets on, Craig.
There's about 5 of them, but you watched the first one.
Die Hard, the original.
The original.
They were in a hotel.
Yep.
Okay.
Nakatomi.
Okay. Yeah, nice job. So, of course, I've heard about it for decades.
Of course. It's a classic.
Yeah. And so,
a Christmas
So I saw Die Hard, settled in with a family, and watched Die Hard on Christmas.
Oh, all together? Around the fire?
3 of the 4 of us. My one daughter has no interest in... She doesn't like movies. So anyway, there you go. I saw Die Hard. All right, we're going to talk more Warriors?
Oh, my.
What?
You don't have a review? You didn't think of it?
A Christmas movie to you? I mean, we're waiting, bro.
Oh. It is not a Christmas movie. It's not a Christmas movie.
Okay, you can move on. You're not allowed to talk anymore. Okay,
it's not a Christmas movie. And I get how people that say it is can essentially win the argument or at least battle you halfway. So I get what you're doing on the other side, saying it is a Christmas movie, but it ain't.
They only went to a Christmas party.
But it ain't.
You know, I got you.
Falls on Christmas.
Falls on Christmas.
I do think that Christmas time is an excuse for people to watch Die Hard. I don't know if that makes it a Christmas movie, but there are familiar symptoms of a Christmas movie, which is Santa. There's a Santa suit. There's a Christmas tree. There's caroling. There is multiple references to December 25th. And of course, you got the limo driver whose name escapes me, who's playing Christmas music the entire time in his car.
Theme must be about Santa or Jesus Christ. Otherwise, it's not. The theme. Or somebody on their periphery. Here's the thing about the movie. Movie stinks. Movie stinks.
Jeez Louise.
Dude, the first, I'm telling you, I'm with you the first half of the movie. I was into it. And then it just deteriorated into machine guns and blow up. Like the first half of the movie, I thought was pretty clever. You know, how they got in there, how they got them all up to the penthouse.
I was
How they
having the
shut down the
conversation on the
building.
plane with the guy who was telling him to go in bed, take off your shoes, off your socks, extend your toes. That's how
Exactly.
you get comfortable.
Sure.
It's the whole reason he's running
But
around
then
in
it
glass
just
later in the movie.
It deteriorated.
It sets up everything.
It deteriorated into the kind of movie I actually can't stand.
A classic 80s, 90s shooter action
Just
film.
Blow up, cars are getting into accidents, chaos.
FBI with no care, no regard for human life.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Go
I mean-
ahead, Craig. Jump in here.
I'm just thinking a 1988 movie. It's what an 80s movie was, but it's just quotable.
I think it's a pretty cool, accurate reflection of the period of time.
First of all, what do you know about the period of time? You have no idea.
I've read about how cheesy it was.
Secondly, it was also low-hanging fruit with one-liner after one-liner.
Great one-liners that you continue to quote to this day.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Those were hackneyed. Those are trite lines.
Where's my detonators? Come on, man.
I'm more of a Roy Rogers guy myself.
True. The best character was the cop who they
Bruce
sent to
Willis?
check. No.
Oh,
the
Carl.
black guy.
Carl
who-
Winslow. Carl Winslow. Yeah, Carl
Oh.
Winslow.
Although, that's the other thing.
How you doing,
really,
Roy?
one cop is able to talk to Bruce Willis, but nobody else can hear.
He said,
But they all can.
What do they say? This is an important line. No blank, lady. You think I'm calling to order a pizza?
Hey, Craig, you seem to have liked that movie.
The movie was amazing.
Evan?
I do love Die Hard.
I
love Die Hard.
All right, what's number 2? Is that the one where he's on the river with the boat?
No, Die Hard 2 is also on Christmas, also a Christmas movie, and arguably a better finish to the film, which of course ends
more
in more
explosions?
flames.
More explosions?
Where are they at? They're at DC Dulles Airport? I forget the airport they're at in the second one.
I forget, but the 925 Xfinity Mobile text line, thank you for chiming in. Argyle is the name of his limo driver.
Yes,
That's
good
right.
call.
That's right.
Fantastic knowledge there. Argyle, who's so involved, eloped in the Christmas spirit that he does not even notice that.
There's no Christmas spirit in that movie.
Oh, yes, there
That's
is.
the other thing. In order to be a Christmas movie, there really should be the intangible. Can you define it? No. A feeling.
He's bumping Christmas in Hollis.
Feeling.
Run DMC.
Christmas. There was no feeling.
That was a
of Christmas.
1980s LA Christmas party too.
I
The
tell you
big
what.
hair.
Now that wasn't a bad scene. Realistically,
Bad suits. Hans.
It's not. It's
Booby.
true.
Come on.
Booby.
They're saying disrespect to. All right, they're talking on the text line that's disrespectful. Disrespect to a classic.
You don't have to watch
As long as
either
we're
of them.
on that theme, let's start ripping the Warriors.
Disrespect the classic. The Warriors are classics at this point.
I know. Dead serious. Dead serious. Hey, the Niners. Oh, by the way,
Yes?
on a scale of 1 to 10.
We can ask Zaza Pachulia at 1 o'clock whether he
Thank
likes
you.
Die Hard.
Thank you. And by the way, let me also say that it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And also Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And as Evan said, it's the executive show today with Zaza Pachulia. Looking forward to that. That's at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. How important is the number 2 seed to the San Francisco 40? No. It's not how I want to start. I want to start by reading a text from my boss. Because sometimes people say, you're so negative. Stein."
Our boss.
I don't know if he knows your name, though.
We're on the same team.
So.
Took you 3 months to learn mine.
Got this at. I know. All right. Boss hits me up 90 minutes before the show. He said, are the San Francisco, and you know what? 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. 888-957-9570. This isn't me talking. This is my boss. Why don't you answer this question from my boss?
Okay.
Are the Niners as good as we think they are? Do you realize that out of their 11 wins, the combined record of those teams is 71-93, and only 2 of those 11 teams are over 500. I thought that was interesting. And that's when I said, do you even listen to the show? Your show. Because I ran through all those teams that the 49ers haven't played. No,
2 Ross Tucker yesterday, actually.
Yes. But anyway, and we're going to get to some of that sound in a minute, probably on the other side. But, okay, that's the boss. Are the 49ers as good as we think they are? First of all, how good do we think they are? We think they're we think they're the best team in the NFC. Fair enough?
Ross Tucker put them as his best team in the league. So top two.
So are they really the best team in the NFC?
I don't think so. That doesn't, and I think that comes off sounding disrespectful, but I still think Philadelphia has proved over the course of the entire season that they are the best team in the NFC. Now, that doesn't mean that San Francisco can't beat them in a winner-take-all elimination game, but if we're talking about resumes, then I do have some numbers. The Niners' strength of schedule this year is 424. That's the winning percentage of the teams they've played.
Okay.
That's the second worst strength of schedule in football.
Not just the playoff teams.
No. Of every team.
Let's say that again. Let that sink into 49er Nation.
Right now, based on the teams they've played and the records that they've accrued over 2022, the San Francisco 49ers have played the second easiest schedule in the National Football League.
So the 49ers have had, who's number one?
Team they play this week in the Las Vegas Raiders.
So after this week, I'll bet you the 49ers will have had the easiest schedule in all of football.
That's the way things are trending.
Does it matter, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. I mean, seriously. Does it matter that the 49ers have had the easiest schedule of any team in the NFL this year? Hey, that's the way it works sometimes. You can't, it's all just thrown into the hopper. It's not their fault they had the easiest schedule. We get it. But will there be a point where you think, man, they weren't tested in the regular season and then boom. And here's the way I look at it. And I wish I could give credit to the person who either texted or called in yesterday when I was kind of throwing something similar around about if it'll matter that the 49ers have had an easy schedule. And the one part of it is well, it doesn't because they're championship pedigree.
Some of
the
them.
Niners. They've been to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship.
Sure.
And you know what? I think there is something to that. In other words, it doesn't matter to Nick Bosa that the schedule was easy. In fact, it's probably good because he's going to be healthy and ready to run through a wall in the playoffs. But what about Brock Purdy? That's the single most important thing to Brock Purdy. Is anybody out there worried that, not that the Niners can't raise their level of play, but Brock Purdy, in theory, is going to essentially play 4 games and not easy, but they're going to be the Raiders. They're going to be the Cardinals, who probably aren't going to do much. I'm not going to take a shot at the Commanders. And then who was before that?
I'm sorry, what?
The 4 games that he's won.
Buccaneers.
And the Bucs. So what happens week 1 when they go Giants, Dallas? What happens when they go good team, when they've only played 2 or 3 good teams all year? And now they got to beat good team.
And all those teams are going to get better each and every round. I do think there is some solace in Brock Purdy and the Niners offense putting up 37 points on a top 4 defense in Washington. But that's also not a Commanders team that in a track meet can maintain that pace. So if you're looking for tests, that would be the one test for Brock Purdy. The issue is, like you said, Commanders are the 7th seed. They're not a team that is going to ideally challenge you the way that Philly, the way that Dallas, the way that even New York might. Peter King on yesterday with Kruger and JD saying that he doesn't necessarily think that the Giants would beat the Niners. He wouldn't predict that,
right.
But he said watch out for him. If Saquon Barkley has a big game, that's a winnable game for the Giants. If the Green Bay Packers find a way to sneak into the dance, Aaron Rodgers with nothing to lose, that's a dangerous team. The 49ers are, in my opinion, the second best team in the NFC, but their resume does point to them being, I can't say that they're the best team either in their conference or the NFL because of, unfortunately, who they've played. Now, they can't control that, like we've said, but that, like Lorenzo Neal told us on Monday, if they do lose in the playoffs or get bounced early, That's going to be the reason.
Yeah.
That's going to be what people talk about.
888-957-9570 is the number. The boss wanted me to throw around whether 49ers are a little overrated or not. Like, I will say this, is it's hard to judge them with this schedule. I'm not going to take anything away from them, but it's very strange that the schedule has fallen into a place where the Niners just... listen, if I were a 49er fan, I'd like to see a couple, I'd like to see a quality win on the schedule. What's the 49ers' best win of the... Again, and let me emphasize this. This is no fault of the Niners. They can only play who they play. What I'm asking you is, as a Niner fan, do you wish that they'd have a couple signature wins so that they can play with the big boys? And when I say the big boys, I'm talking about Buffalo, I'm talking about Cincy, I'm talking about Philly, Dallas, and I'm talking about the Bills, Chiefs.
I think it's also even further than that. Are you willing to acknowledge that their schedule being soft might give you pause in a playoff scenario when you have to play a team that is equally as good, whether it be roster, record, however you want to stack them up? I have a couple comparisons to themselves. So the last 5 playoff teams that the Niners have had, 2021, 2019, 13, 12, 11, their strength of schedule has been as follows: 500, above 500, slightly below 500, 494, slightly above 500 again, and the worst strength of schedule, the easiest schedule that they have played, was in the 2011 season. It was 450. So at no point over the last 5 teams in San Francisco that have made the playoffs have they had such an easy schedule. Again, not their fault. But if they lose at some point in this postseason, first round, conference championship, Super Bowl, whenever, people are going to look back at these wins and say, you tweeted it out last night, Steiny. The only playoff team they've beaten are the Chargers. And the Chargers right now have the 7th seed in the AFC. Sorry, the 6th seed.
Right.
So there are teams even better than the ones that they've seen, and the Chargers were shorthanded. So right now, the Niners are in a position where if you tell me they haven't been tested, I'll absolutely listen to that. If you tell me that they're not as good as the number 2 team or number 1 team across the entire league, I'll hear you. But I also do think that, to your point, it matters mostly for the quarterback, and the quarterback for the 49ers, if you're looking for some, optimism, is that the quarterback is not the most important part about this team.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'll end on this text from the 415. You guys have to, if you're going to talk about strength of schedule, don't you have to talk about point differential? They're second in the league in that. That's a great point.
Kick the crap out of every bad team they played.
And
that's worth something.
Can you ask them to do any more than that? Let's talk about more of this on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take 1 pill each morning and 0 heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Jumpstart your savings with Commonwealth Central Credit Union. We'll even help you get started by giving you $200 when you open our high-yield GTKY savings account. Whether you want to build emergency savings, save for a big purchase, or put money aside for a special event, we're here to help you reach your financial goals. Jumpstart your savings with $200 from Commonwealth. Visit wealthcu.org and enter promo code JUMPSTART. Federally insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply. Visit website for complete details.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tired and beyond.
Scroll down Shazam. Open on YouTube. Follow the link and donate.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. No Daryl the Guru Johnson. He'll be back next week. And coming up in a half hour, the executive show with Zaza Pachulia. Looking forward to that. Warriors, they win last night against Charlotte. They play again tonight at Chase Center. 7 o'clock start against the Utah Jazz. JD has Warriors Live starting at 6. And Evan and I will be here till 2. And again, Zaza Pachulia, 1 o'clock. All right. Now, I've been in a great mood all week. If you can't follow along, you can't play at home. I'm sorry. Guys, we're not belittling the 49ers, but the numbers show that they've had the easiest schedule in the league. They're numbers. Those are numbers.
Second easiest.
Yeah. But it'll be the easiest after this week, I'm willing to bet. Because they have another easy one. 49ers with another cakewalk against a team that doesn't care. By the way, Derek Carr not even starting.
Jared Stidham.
Jared Stidham. So I'm looking at it, and I'm going to get to easy in Oakland. But the comment, and I can only assume that the boss screened this, and whether it was the boss or Craig, they're great screeners. He says he totally disagrees about the Niner schedule. Like, you can't disagree, Easy, about the schedule being easy. But go ahead, Easy, in Oakland. What's up, my man?
Those are facts.
Yeah, I totally disagree. At the start of the season, the Niners had the 5th-ranked strength of schedule is the hardest. It's not our fault that the teams are weak towards the end of the year.
Yep.
All the teams we beat had a good record at the time of us beating them, though.
Yeah. They had a better record at the end of last year. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Easy. My bad.
No, I said at the time that we played those teams, they either were 500 or above 500. It's not our fault that they're losing after we beat them. And most of the teams that we beat, we the reason that they're under 500. If you go back and check the stats on that.
All right. Thanks, Easy. Let me get that schedule.
I think what Easy is referring to is the 0-13 record that teams have directly the week after playing the 49ers. So
it's an interesting stat, no doubt.
They could be completely banged up. They could be, beaten so badly that the next week they're still feeling it from the week before when they played the 49ers. I think the more likely reason is because the 49ers defensively do expose some teams. And I also see Easy's point where he's saying, hey, look, we beat the Miami Dolphins when they had a 5-game win streak. They were riding high. And look at them since. When they beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Well, it's okay. I'm going to be honest.
Beat the Seattle Seahawks.
Like Miami, I'll give you that was a nice win against Miami. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt. But I'm not giving you the Rams because the Rams were good last year, and before the season started, you had the Rams on your schedule twice, and you thought they were going to be a playoff team and maybe go for another Super Bowl. Well, no, they stunk. You played in the worst division, second worst division of football. All right, played in second worst. People are going to say, hey. People are asking, what are the Eagles? Don't you get it? That's the foundation of this. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. Through no fault of the 49ers, they got the good fortune to play the Cardinals, the Rams, and Seattle. Now, I'll give you, Seattle's a 500 team. But look at the Eagles. They're playing the Cowboys, who are 11-4, the Giants and Washington, all of whom are over 500. So the Eagles are playing in the toughest division in football. That's why their schedule's significantly harder than the Niners' schedule.
And let me try and help the listeners a little bit, because I'm sure a lot of people are probably on the side of, hey, it doesn't matter. They've beaten whoever they had to, and they've killed the last 8 opponents. And their strength of victory would be 4th best among the playoff teams in the NFC. But the Eagles have beaten better teams overall. The Vikings have beaten better teams overall, and the Dallas Cowboys have beaten better teams overall. Again, San Francisco can beat any of those teams in a playoff scenario, but the fact remains they are the most untested of the top tier or contending teams in the NFL. And I do wonder why that doesn't give people more pause. I'm not saying, again, that they can't, but so last year, the Dallas Cowboys in their division were undefeated. They're 6-0. going in, hosting a playoff game against the 49ers, who last year were a very tested team, especially down the stretch when they went on that run. So it wasn't a shock that the 49ers beat the Cowboys, because outside of the NFC East, which was very weak last year, the Dallas Cowboys were a little bit over a 500 team outside their own division.
Right.
Okay, so this year, San Francisco, undefeated in their division. I expect them to go 6-0, finish out the season with a win against Arizona. Outside of that, they'll be 7-4 if they finish the season with 13 wins. Is that 7-4 really enough to make you feel confident that you can go beat any other team in the NFL? Or do you look at it and say, hey, like, yeah, sure, they're a good team. They're probably not a 13-win team, right? That's what I think fans are trying to figure out.
Exactly. And again, I'm not here's where I'm coming from. Let's say the 49ers, their first playoff game is against the New York Giants. I'm telling you right now that outside of Kansas City, which thumped you because they're a big boy, and outside of Kansas City, the Giants are going to be the best team that you've played all year long. They're better than the Chargers. They're better than
the Dolphins.
So
better than the Commanders.
It doesn't mean you can't beat them, but when they play the Giants, they are going to play the second best team that they faced on their schedule all year. There are other teams that when they play their first playoff team, it's a team they've beaten. And listen, I'm not making a judgment about they can't win it. Their schedule's too soft. Of course, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is all things equal, does it concern you at least a little that they beat Miami, they beat the Chargers, they beat the Bucs. But does it bother you that they don't have a more signature of a win?
What's more concerning to you, the record, or I guess lack of difficulty in their schedule, or the fact that they've played in 3 single-digit games this year, that they haven't played in a close game? Now, I think they're 2-1, so they lost one earlier in the year, and they won their 2 since. I think they're a different team, obviously, of course, at the quarterback position. Christian McCaffrey's changed everything. But the fact that they have not been even challenged to the point where they've been in a tight ball game down the stretch, and that's really the one box that they haven't checked off because of their own success. They've just ran through each team. But it's kind of the same thing. It's like, okay, well, what happens in the play? You're eventually going to play in a close game. Like, I don't expect this team to run through the playoffs like the 85 Bears or the 2000 Ravens. Like, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that. But can you be good enough in a tight game setting against teams in your conference that have already been in those situations, that also have that experience? And the Niners do have it at certain positions, but at quarterback, Brock Purdy's never seen that before.
Right. And all I'm saying is, because maybe I haven't taken it far enough, because I do have an opinion on this. I think the Niners' schedule has been easy. The numbers are the numbers, and it's been the easiest schedule in the NFL, or the second easiest schedule. Let's just say, even as a Niner fan, you can acknowledge, you know what? They've caught some breaks with the schedule.
Yeah.
Okay. They've.
Yeah. Caller was right. Like, we did think their schedule was going to be tougher. It didn't work out that way.
Right. So it's not. It turns out to be a pretty soft schedule. And all I'm saying is, does it matter? Does it matter? Or would you rather have, had 3 tough wins against teams that you might play again? And now that I've taken it that far, my feeling on it is that the team itself, outside of the quarterback, their schedule does not matter. I believe it doesn't. But Nick Bosa, that defense that's been there, their skill position on offense, to me, the fact that if they've had an easy schedule, that doesn't concern me for the team. What does concern me is from the quarterback position. And if I'm right, or if what I'm getting at is kind of true, that, let's say the Giants are the best team they're going to play outside of the Chiefs this year, well, that does mean something to Brock Purdy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Can you meet me halfway, 49er Nate? I know Word can.
We'll find out.
What's up, Word?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing well, man.
So I have a few few reasons why I'm not that concerned. I understand your point and reasons for concern, but 2019 Niners were 8-0, and everybody said they hadn't played anybody good, so they played the Seahawks on Monday night. Got beat, close game, but got beat. So everybody's like, "Oh, see, they're not that good." They ran off a few more wins against apparently easier teams, and they played the Ravens. Everybody said that was another test. They got beat by the Ravens. Everybody's like, "Okay, see." A couple weeks later, they got beat by the Falcons, who weren't very good. So they're 13-3 that year. Only teams they played that were good, according to everybody, they got beat. Then they beat the Vikings. They beat the Packers. Went to the Super Bowl. So I'm not worried about that.
Let me jump in real quick. And you know you're not going anywhere. But this year they played one really good team. They got blown out. The two games that you're talking about against good teams, those were good. Those were close games. I believe one of them was at least on the road, right? So what I'm saying is the one really good team they played, they've gotten blown out. Where at least the year in 2019, like they went on the road and kept those games close against really good teams. Go ahead.
That's a good point. This year, they're actually also a team that was projected to maybe win 9 games. Everybody was saying 9-8, 8-9. They're about to be a 13-win team. So shame on those other teams for falling off where the Niners didn't. They got better.
No doubt.
Everybody else got worse.
No doubt. Thanks, Word. Appreciate it, man. See, Word gets it.
He does. I see where he's coming from. And that's true. Going back to 2019, there were some teams that they lost to that people maybe thought they shouldn't have. But they also beat a couple of really good teams that year on the road to 13 wins, one of which at home. They shellacked a Green Bay Packers team 37-8. I'm looking at the schedule right now. The Packers were 13-3 that year. They also went on the road and beat the Saints, of course, in the Jimmy Garoppolo shootout game, 48-46. That was a 13-win Saints team. You beat them on the road. Mm-hmm. So that 2019 team did have statement wins, even though they had a couple of close losses. But that also kind of gets me thinking, too, like, even if you don't have a marquee win on your schedule, would you have been okay? Like, would this team feel like it was more tested if they even had a close loss? Now, I know they lost to Denver 11-10 early in the year, but Denver's not a good team. If they played a good team, if they played a Dallas or a Philly, sure, if they lose that game, maybe you don't feel like calling them the best team in the NFL like some people are doing now. But at least you have that measuring stick. Okay, we lost by a field goal to a Dallas Cowboys team, one we're going to have to face in the playoffs. So you at least have an idea of how you can measure yourself. Right now, I do understand why people feel confident in this team, but they haven't been as tested as their peers.
And maybe I'm talking about two different things. Because, again, the fact that they've played a cake schedule, it doesn't really bother me, except when I look at the quarterback position. Now, if Brock Purdy had played all year, that would be one thing. But again, maybe this is a different thing I'm talking about entirely. The worry I have with the 49ers, if I were a fan, is that the level of competition is going to jump to such a degree as soon as the playoffs start that Brock Purdy, that's going to be a big challenge for Brock Purdy. Not Bosa, who's the best player in football, not Fred Warner, who's established. They're going to be able to. They've been to where that level's been raised.
That defense has been punched in the mouth and responded this year. Brock Purdy hasn't been punched in the mouth yet.
Well, he certainly has not gone up against the best teams.
Yeah.
And the 49ers have gone up against the best teams over the last 3 years, so you can't take that away from Bosa and the boys. But I'm just talking about Brock Purdy's beaten 4 playoff teams, Steiny. Okay.
I think one team that they have beaten is in the playoffs right now. I guess technically 2 if you throw Miami. Miami has fallen all the way to the 7th seed. So Chargers and the Dolphins.
Okay.
We'll give you 2.
Yeah, okay. Let's not be worried about Brock Purdy. He's the least of our worries, right? Is that what you're saying, 510? You're not concerned about Brock Purdy in the playoffs. Why? Because he's going to be great.
Where do you think Brock Purdy is when it comes to like reasons for confidence in the 49ers? Like, because to me, like the defense, if you want to throw Bosa, Warner, individual, sure. All of them collectively would be the biggest reason why I have confidence in this team. The biggest reason I have confidence in the offense is because of Christian McCaffrey. So I do think that's also where people are coming from of like, as long as Brock Purdy doesn't mess it up, then they could beat any team. But we also have seen Brock Purdy make a couple of questionable throws. What happens if he makes successive questionable throws in a playoff situation against a team that is going to make you pay for those mistakes?
Then he's a choker, Evan. Then he goes from Mr. Irrelevant to Mr. Relevant to Mr. Relevant is a choke artist.
Then he's Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
I don't know. Let's go to Ben. Ben's not worried about it. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on. Just to the point about the strength of schedule, I'm not worried about the strength of schedule, especially how it relates to the quarterback, mainly because just like 2019 or last year, Jimmy G, same talking points with Brock Purdy with Jimmy G, just framed from being a rookie, they're framed from injury. Of course, I'm worried about Brock. He's a rookie. Who knows? But the reality is the whole of the team is better from 2019. Last year, the whole of the team, we have McCaffrey now. It looks good.
Yep. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Ben. I mean, Brock Purdy might be great in the playoffs.
Maybe they run roughshod on teams, but
I think that's what people think. People really do think, and maybe they're not, maybe they're right, that he's not going to have to do anything, Matt. He's just going to have to hand the ball to Christian McCaffrey and then hit Kittle on a 12-yard pass and Ayuk on a 15. And I get that. But that's assuming they're playing from ahead every game.
It's also assuming that your defense is going to create the amount of turnovers that it has the last 4 weeks. Now, they didn't create a lot of turnovers the first half of the season, so they probably regressed in a positive fashion. But if the Niners don't win the turnover battle, and it's an even game with an even amount of opportunities for both teams, you're telling me that a Philadelphia, a Dallas offense can't put up enough points to make you at least think about who you did or didn't play this regular season? I mean, look, Washington's a quality win. It's probably I would say it's probably their best win because they put up the most points of the season on the best defense that they've played. But if you're telling me you also get 2 more games, which Ross Tucker was talking about yesterday, 2 more games of tape for Brock Purdy for opposing teams, I don't see Brock Purdy as a quarterback that is going to all of a sudden be able to win you a game in which hasn't played out in the fashion that you would like. Basically playing from ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can bring you back.
Hey, let's jump onto these calls because we got Zaza coming up at 1. Let's Santiago's in San Jose. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
First and foremost, happy holidays.
Same to you.
You too.
Appreciate. So, yeah, I just kind of want to touch back again on that strength of schedule. And, like one of the previous callers had mentioned, right? After playing the Niners, those teams are 0-13.
Yeah.
So, the physicality that these Niners have, it's phenomenal. And it's there. Those are the numbers, right? So, as one analyst had pointed out, like, the Niners just really beat you up on the defensive side. So, my question, I guess, to think about is, and I really just don't know how strength of schedule is calculated. Like, is it at the time that they play the team,
or great question,
schedule, or at the end of the season?
Great question. We're probably using what the team's record is
currently,
right now.
Right now. Yeah. So it does change every week.
Yeah. Exactly. But Santiago, it's fair to point out that if one side's worried about, hey, you know what, they haven't really played a lot of great teams. It's then fair to say, you realize that every team they've played lost the week after because, that's okay. Maybe that's what ends up happening. Let's go to JC in Union City. Hey, JC, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I tend to kind of agree with Steiny. I mean, outside of the Miami win, the Niners haven't really had a signature win. They got motorboated by Kansas City. I mean, you got the two top teams in the NFC East that can put up points. I'll even throw Minnesota in there, even though they're kind of fluky at times. But like you said, you're going to face top teams in the playoffs that can put up points. So the question is, the Niners got the defense to hold them down, but I just don't see you holding a Cowboys or Eagles offense to a low-scoring game. That's what I'm worried about.
Appreciate the call, JC. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Oh, we don't lost Matt. Let's go to Roy. Roy's in San Leandro. Hey, Roy.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Going well.
Good. Just wanted to chime in real quick and mention, I agree with that last caller that the 49er defense is, I'm kind of concerned because, like, when Kansas City blew them out, can the 49ers hold down those teams that can score a lot of points? Just like those old Ram teams when they had Jack Youngblood and all of them and Fred Dryer and all that. They often they were just as good as the Steelers, but they just had problems against those teams that had heavy offense. And I agree. Like I said, the last caller, can they hold those guys down? Those good teams like KC, Philadelphia, and somewhat.
Appreciate the call, and that's a big part of it. And the 831 here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, please. And this is fair. Please tell us what Brock has done to show he's going to crack. What weaknesses has he shown?
None yet.
None yet. Exactly. So you think he's going to go through 4 grueling playoff games and, is he going to have any growing pains? Brock Purdy.
The 49ers have also had experience with quarterbacks that look good in the regular season, might have looked good in a playoff game, but the reason I think a lot of people feel like they don't have a Super Bowl or more at this point is because of the quarterback position. So Brock Purdy is going to have to prove it in the postseason.
Or maybe not. Maybe he won't have to prove it because
I feel like at some point they're not going to be able to run the ball to a win.
They play the New York Giants. They get up 10-0. The game's over. Next game, who would they play? Dallas? Could they play Dallas? Phil? No,
Might
Dallas
be Minnesota if they got to go to Minnie.
Right. It'd be Minnesota. I mean, if you get behind, how many times have they played from behind? Have they come from behind?
With Brock Purdy, the only time I believe that they have played from behind was when he came into the Miami game. They were down 7-3. And he brought him back.
Well, and that's against Washington, for example. I was saying this to JD. Washington is at the 1-yard line. And I'm like, you know what? Just score here, Washington. Just to put the 49ers down 7-0. Just to put them down 7-0 to see. But they didn't. They held.
Yeah, and look, hey, if Jahan Dotson catches that ball over the middle and turns it around and goes for a score, then yes, they'd be playing from behind. But that's also, to some people's points, how fine of a line there is when you play the 49ers. Like, you better take every single chance you have to score because you might get 3 in a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Conference title game, Steiny. Conference title game.
What about it? That's how far they're getting?
They're getting there. Anything beyond that, I have an issue feeling confident in. I do think they'll get to the NFC title game.
Here's the bottom line. They lose their first playoff game. That ain't good. Right?
But you can't be mad at Brock Purdy.
No, but they got to win their first playoff game, with or without Brock Purdy.
I think so.
And then you better beat the Vikings. Because if you lose to the Vikings, well, you're not going to hear the end of it from me.
12-3 on that Monday is going to be electric.
No, I actually, you know what? I see. I'm not like that. I wouldn't come in and say, no, 49. I don't do that.
No, but you might slip in a kind of. I told you this might happen.
Hey, by the way, we got a guy out there, a listener, a buddy of ours now officially, Spencer in Walnut Creek.
Let's go.
Went to the 957thegame.shop.com, bought a DPOY shirt and a Mr. Relevant shirt. So we got a lot of swag at 957thegame.shop.com.
Geared up.
And our main man, Spencer, just bought 2 items. Tell you what, you buy an item on there, I'll shout you out. Yeah, shout you out, especially if you either put a rat on the table or the hell with the kids. All right, Zaza Pachulia is on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, get into the holiday spirit on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center for an action-packed week as the Dubs take on an 8-game homestand. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is, Simons. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great, too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure. Located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to Afici.com to book your reservation today.
Alrighty, this is The Executive Show, brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.afici, that's AFICI.com, to book your reservation today. And let's bring in Zaza Pachulia like we do every other week. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you, Zaza. How are you?
I'm pretty good, even though I'm hearing some different voices now. It's something I'm not used to.
Well,
I'm talking to some strangers, I guess.
Well,
rookies, maybe I want to say.
Well, let me tell you. Okay, I'm glad you brought this up.
Only one.
Because you're talking to, I'm a starter in this league. I just happen, I like this to work this week. It's nice and quiet. So I don't need to play with starters. I'm the kind of guy, you know what, Zaz, I'm the kind of guy you build around. I make everybody else better, and this is Evan who's now joining us. But all right, enough about me. Let me ask you this about the young guys, because it seems like at least James in the last couple games, and maybe Jonathan for a few weeks, something, I don't want to say it's clicked, but it looks like it's starting to register. What's happening with those guys right now?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked me this question, because it's been a long season, right? So many chats. We had discussions, we had conversations. Literally everybody, the top nation, the fans, or the media, everybody's talking about it, right? All over the place about the young guys, because your expectations are high, right? Those guys are pretty talented. We drafted them young, and they came in the league, with a lot of noise, right? But one thing we keep forgetting, that it takes some time, right? And right now, what we're seeing, and it's just my observation and my thoughts, is that they're getting consistent minutes, right? I hate to see Steph kind of, hurt, but at the same time, when you look at the other side, these guys are getting consistent minutes, consistent rotations, right? Plus, they are better than what they were last month. They're definitely better than what they were this past summer, right? Because you cannot underestimate 30, 40 games now, into the season, all these practices, all these walkthroughs, the film sessions, right?
Right.
Wins and losses, home and road games, right? The conversations with the coaches or with each other in the locker rooms, right? All these things just going to make you better. I mean, nothing is done in overnight, and that's what we're seeing now. We just see the progress. And as you said, click, they start figuring out the feet and the role they're supposed to have. And I agree with you guys. Like both, I think Jonathan and James. James has been very solid. Like that's a perfect word, I think, to use and describe his last couple of games. He had a solid game. I remember against Memphis, he did not necessarily score, but the rebounds he got and the possessions he had, and he didn't give up the possessions. He rebounded in traffic. He ran the floor. He played hard. I think it was one of the best games. I think Steve Kerr also, told him after said in the media after the game. And, as a big man, I definitely value, and his presence that game. Yesterday, he was more, the offense was there, obviously, the play, his teammates were finding him. He did a good job with setting screen and rolls. As a big man, it's so hard to be consistent with the scoring. Sometimes you're going to have a great, offensive night. Sometimes you're going to have type of night like against Memphis. But he was solid both games, in my opinion. And J.K. has been phenomenal. Even yesterday's perfect example. Not only offensive but defensive. He's so versatile. Being able to guard from 1 to 5. And again, he's figuring it out. So it's beautiful to see.
Zaza, it's a pleasure to be talking to you on the other side of the glass. And I'm glad you brought up the Memphis game, the Christmas Day game, because in many ways that felt like a statement win for the Warriors. Now, they also had a statement win in their last homestand against Boston, but they didn't seem to be able to carry that momentum on the road. It did look like the Memphis game meant more to them. They said as much after the game, coaching staff, players. What gives you confidence that now, after another statement win against a team they clearly wanted to beat down in Memphis, that now they can flip the script in a sense of trying to continue that momentum over the rest of this homestand?
Yeah, that's a really good question because, like, I'm looking at our record. It's 17-18, right? And we are 14-2 at home and 3-16 on the road. And I was telling Coach Steve Kerr the other day after Memphis game, actually, I said, Coach, I said, can we play just at home? Like, you know, I just ignore the road games. But, you know, you don't want to, obviously, clearly, the road streets, you know, we're still trying to figure out and, you know, try to learn how to win. And when I say learn, of course we know. I mean, if somebody knows how to win on the road, it's definitely our team. But I guess this is, especially if we're talking about young guys, right, the second unit, it requires different mindset and approach and preparation. So you don't want to kind of have this kind of resolve both at home and on the road. So it's a statement game. I agree. And because, you know, you want to kind of create the fear and, you know, the noise as well. Like, yeah, we're not totally gone and out of the picture and out of playoffs, or, you know, we're not totally washed. Actually, we're still here. And, but one thing, if you want to win the championship, like, you know, previously 4 times, or, you know, get to the finals, we definitely need to get better on the road, you know. So I'm glad that we're taking care of the home. It's important, especially playing in front of our fans in Chase Center. And, you know, like I say, it can go both ways, right? You can go like, home is great. Now let's, you know, take care of the business on the road. But at the same time, we're terrible on the road, and, you know, it kind of affects our home record as well. You know, so it can go both ways. So we're right in the middle right now. And hopefully we're going to lean towards, like, home is great, and now we're going to start winning the games on the road. That way you totally set the tone and, you know, send a message to the league, hey, we're here to win another championship.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on the executive show on 95.7 The Game. Zaza, when you were a player and you looked at the schedule, so you said it, we're 17-18 right now. You probably know it's this third game tonight of an 8-game homestand. So I guess what I'm asking you is, how do you break up the schedule? Like, for me, I'm looking and say, okay, we got an 8-game homestand, and once that's over, we're halfway through the season. And then you got 5 road games. Like, do you take this road trip separate? I'm sorry, this homestand separate? Do you look at it in chunks of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 game at a time? How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it depends who you're talking to, right? I mean, you know, veterans definitely have better understanding of, you know, schedule per month, you know, per week, per, you know, the home court, you know, homestand on the road. But with the young guys, I think every game is important. You know, every single minute is important, right? Every single opportunity is important, right? So, but, you know, for the coaching staff and in the front office, it's always distracted, you know, and especially now that our training staff, you know, performance staff is also involved, and we've seen, you know, a couple times they're resting the guys, and especially when you add so many back-to-backs and travel and et cetera, right? So Clay's still not playing back-to-backs, for example. It's a team effort, but definitely you focus on each game. I mean, that's the right mentality, and especially we have so many young guys. And, you know, today's opponent is Utah, and they just focus on Utah. It's, you know, second game of the back-to-back. A couple guys are missing. Some young guys going to get opportunity. So it's prepare the team as much as possible, you know, get into what Utah is doing. And, you know, they have a really good players. They started really well, so it kind of cooled down lately, but it's going to be a good test. So, like, look at individually in every single game, because it's perfect time for the team like us, who is, you know, not quite in the playoff picture, right? And every game matters, every win matters, and especially when you have goals to develop these young guys. you cannot take it for granted, right? So every game is important.
Certainly, these games are important for the young guys. The wins are important to stack up. And when you reference the playoff picture, I do want to ask you, because it does feel like, look, the Warriors have championship pedigree, a lot of players that have been there, done that, but you played on teams that didn't really have to worry about seeding when it came to postseason time. This is a team now that is going to be fighting, and currently, as we stand, are outside of the playoff picture. I don't expect that to be the case for much longer. But how important is seeding to you when it comes to staying out of the play-in tournament, trying to get the 6 or the 5 or even higher? Where do you fall when it comes to the Warriors needing or not needing to worry about seeding come playoff time?
Yeah, that's interesting. When you look at the record, of course, seeding is important for us right now because we've been playing better at home versus on the road. Hopefully, it's going to change. Like I say, big picture. If we want to win the championship, and that's the ultimate goal, obviously, to repeat. We need to get better on the road. But so far, we still have not figured it out. But we will, hopefully, and that's the plan.
Yeah.
We still got quite amount of games left for that. And once we do, maybe it's going to be easier to say, like, you know what, it really doesn't matter. But one thing I'll tell you, like, I definitely would like to be in top 6 when it comes to seeding, and because I don't think it's fun to be in the playing tournament, especially the last time we didn't have a good result. So again, one game is always scary, right? So even when I was playing, I remember we lost a couple game ones because game ones, it kind of it can go either way. It doesn't matter if you're playing at home or on the road. So for that reason, I'm trying. I'll definitely stay away from the playing tournament, but would like to be in top 6. But of course, it's always a privilege, to have a home court advantage.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
Be in the top 4 because, like I say, you never know. Sometimes there are opponents where, uncomfortable opponents, I would say, right? Because not every opponent is comfortable. I don't care how good you are. So many things can go, right? But I think instead of worrying about the big picture, I think we should worry about the little things right now because you want to be the best position, best shape, and play the best basketball by the playoffs, right? So,
yeah.
It's something that coaches are, I'm sure, thinking about it, but it's more of it's about today instead of worry about, the April.
Exactly. Hey, Zaza, thank you so much as always, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Wow, this was fun, guys, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you guys and to all the listeners. It's definitely exciting time of the year. I definitely love it and enjoy the holidays.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zaza. That's Zaza Pachulia, and that's the Executive Show, brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.afici, that's AFICI.com, to book your reservation today. You heard Zaza Pachulia. One of the things that stuck out to me is he wants him to get to 6.
Outside of the plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm kind of with him there. And, like I heard JD the other day, John Dickinson, and he said this on the radio, and I thought, my first thought was, why? But then my second thought was, well, because JD said it. And basically, he said they're not winning it as a playoff team. They're just not.
As a play-in team, yeah.
I'm thinking, well, why not? He's just like, and I'm muttering to myself, well, why not? In the car. And JD doesn't hear me, and he's just saying, they're just not. They're just not. So it's almost like I had a conversation with JD. And
But Zaza brought up an interesting point, which is sometimes you do lose a game 1 in a series.
Exactly.
But you get best of 7 to prove you're better over the course of time. Warriors lost game 1 of the NBA Finals of the Boston Celtics. You don't want that scenario to play out in a winner-take-all or win-a-lose-all play-in game.
And let's face it, the Warriors have shown they choke in play-in games. They're 0-2 in play-in games. So until they prove they can win a playoff game,
boy.
No, I don't think they can get the I don't think they're going to be hoisting a trophy if they're 7 or above. 6 and below, I think they'll have a significantly better chance at it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How important do you think the seeding is? Not just for the Golden State Warriors. How about for the San Francisco 49ers? I want to emphasize a point here. I didn't know I was going to be emphasizing this point, but I'm going to have to emphasize this point.
Go for it.
Let's just talk specifically about Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
Because I just want to kind of explain myself, and it's our show. So, Jonathan Kuminga bursts on the scene. He's unbelievably athletic. He's raw, okay, but he's very athletic and big upside. And the Golden State Warriors draft him, so he comes on to a very good program. Everybody wants him to play more, but he's not ready to play more because he's just not ready. So when he goes out on the floor for the first year, he's just playing, trying to play defense, trying to help. He's open three, takes it. Trying to get a rebound, get out on the break. Whatever his game is, he tries to do it. But it's not enough. It's just not. He doesn't do enough well consistently. So he can't play for a good team for a while or get very little minutes. Somewhere along the line, and I think it was at the beginning of this year, Jonathan Kuminga either was told or it sunk in that, okay, I'm not going to worry about my game. It seems to me that the coach will play me if I can guard my man one-on-one. And so what I think, whether it's happening or not, almost doesn't matter. If Jonathan Kuminga starts to see himself as a defensive stopper, like let's say a Michael Cooper from back in the day, or even a Bruce Bowen.
Yeah.
And I'm not comparing overall games, but if he can develop a reputation as a really good defensive player, let me tell you what's going to happen. He's going to play 10 minutes. Then he's going to play 14 minutes. Then he's going to play 18. And by the end of the year, he'll be playing 24 minutes a game. If he actually is a really good defensive player. Because if he becomes a really good defensive player, then all of a sudden, all the other stuff that he does is gravy at that point. So I really do get the feeling Kuminga's starting to think of himself as a defensive stopper. Remember when Ruben Patterson said, "I'm the Kobe stopper"?
Yeah.
You know what? It almost didn't matter that he wasn't. He thought he was, so he went out and played Kobe really, really hard. So if Jonathan Kuminga wants to think he's a defensive stopper, have at it. Like, that'll get you on the court, guaranteed 10, 15 minutes a game, and then you build off it from there.
And what's the one thing that, especially in his rookie season, that everyone wanted to see more of, even into this year too? It's the effort. Like, look and show like you want to be out there and bust your ass every single second that you're on the court. There were times when that was a bit in question. And I think for the coaching staff, Jonathan Kuminga, yes, he came in as a very raw, outstanding athlete, but he came in as kind of an individual player, and he wants to dunk. He wants to get to the rim. Everything's focused on the offensive side of the ball.
Right.
Okay, well, Jonathan, we need you to do what you haven't been asked to do each of the last however many years you've been playing basketball. We don't need you to be the number one option on offense. We need you to be the number one option on defense because you have the athletic capability, the tools, the length, the size, the quickness, the speed to stay in front of anyone if you want to. It's a matter of if you want to do it. And I think Kuminga, whether it's something that's clicked in his head or something that the coaching staff has helped him understand, has made a switch to me over the last 3 games that we hadn't seen prior to.
Exactly. And maybe this does have something to do with coaching, and maybe it's a you can criticize the coaching staff for it. Maybe. To me, it looked like the first year, Kuminga, it's like, well, the Warriors are a great defensive team. We know when they're at their best, we know they're a great defensive team.
Yep.
Why? Because they can switch everything. Well, guess what? That's not easy to do. And guess what? Bill Romanowski. For Wiseman, who's 20, and Kuminga, who's 20, asking them to switch everything and they haven't even played college basketball. Don't you think that's a joke? How do you expect Kuminga and Wiseman as young players to be part of a great championship defense when you switch everything? They don't know how to do it.
No, they look lost in translation.
Right. So maybe what the Warriors have started to do with Kuminga is say, oh, forget help. Just forget help defense. Just, can you guard your man? Because that's what, like, Bruce Bowen just guarded. Like, he's kind of like the basketball version of Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
So hey, Jonathan, just when you're on the court, you're going to guard this guy. Don't let him score. Well, maybe that's what he's really good at.
Well, and you brought that up, I think it was a couple of weeks ago. It was in reference to Clay when he's on his man being engaged. But, and that applies to Kuminga, too.
I think it might.
I think when he's on ball, when he has to focus on nothing aside from keeping someone in front of him, I mean, he showed even last night down the stretch, he can lock in on guys. He can get a strip. He can get out in transition. And you couple that with Andrew Wiggins coming back as two great wing defenders, potentially. Jury's still out on Kuminga, but Wiggins is a great wing defender. Two guys that can switch, that are long and lengthy. Now you got something where down the stretch of a game, if Kuminga needs to finish, then if you have, doesn't matter, you can't just switch everything trying to find a good matchup, because the Warriors will have two guys that when they're on ball are engaged and locked in defensively. That does change things for a team that for most of the year has been a bottom 5-10 team when it comes to total defense.
Right. And listen, obviously Jonathan Kuminga is not going to become a great defensive player overnight. But like this always, when you talk about the Warriors winning a championship and their young players, one of the reasons I never expect a young player to be a part of a championship team is because there's too much they have to do. But what I'm saying is, can you imagine if Jonathan Kuminga is a good defensive player? See, this is what if he is a good defensive player? Well, now I'm like, well, if Kuminga's a good defensive player and he's playing with Wiggins and Draymond's engaged, well, geez, now we got three really good and now we got Looney, let's say.
Yep.
Well, and Steph's now all of a sudden
better.
That's a pretty damn good defensive team.
Well, and
even if you go to Clay, and I know Clay's been struggling, but Clay can be adequate.
Well, but you bring up Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson wasn't a defensive stopper at the beginning of his career.
Right.
But he learned how to use his own length and tools to become one of the best, if not the best, two-way players in the league. So everything that Clay gave you prior to his injuries was gravy on offense because of how good he was on defense. I don't see a reason why. I don't know if Kuminga could get to the same level as Klay Thompson, but he has the tools to do it if he can lock in and continue against better opponents. He's not going to have the luxury of playing alongside those four guys you named all the time, right? Especially when they're out. But eventually, when you start to piece this together, hopefully January, February, then you get a few months to look at this team and say, I know they've been pretty bad defensively first half of the year, but they might be able to evolve into one of the better defensive teams in the last half of the season.
Right.
That's the goal.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity Mobile text line. We got a half hour before we turn it over to JD and Allen. Is it JD and Allen?
Believe so.
Sweet. And what else? We got the Warriors and the Utah Jazz tonight at 7. And I'm going to call the last half hour potpourri, although I've got many points to make on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Alexander Steakhouse is now booking reservations this holiday season. Look forward to handmade pastas at our newest restaurant in San Francisco, Afici. Enjoy your menu favorites at our various locations across the Bay Area, or give the gift of something sweet from Alexander's Patisserie or 165 this holiday season. Alexander Steakhouse is perfect for a special occasion or culinary adventure. Visit our website at alexandersteakhouse.com to book your reservation today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, the CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite live and on-demand TV for just $25 a month. We created Philo because we saw a chance to make TV better. We got rid of everything you hate about cable: contracts, hidden fees, pricing that changes without notice, and terrible customer service. We replaced it with an unlimited DVR that lets you save as much as you want for a whole year, an easy-to-use app on all of your devices wherever you are, and 24/7 customer service that connects you right away with a real person. Did you know that in the 4 years we've been around, we've never once raised the bill on any of our subscribers? That's how we do things at Philo, because we really care about our community and are always trying to figure out how to deliver more for them. Signing up takes seconds, and once you do, hopefully you'll see what I mean. Get a 7-day free trial at philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew. Let me know what you think.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors may have a Giants problem.
Yeah?
I just realized something. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo's been a godsend, and he's got a Carlos Rodon contract. He's got a player option at the end of the year.
2 years. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's how they got him in the first place. Question is, will they pay him? Giants didn't.
Exactly. Speaking of the Giants.
Foreshadow.
Go ahead. You're the baseball guy. Division III. By the way, so you were a pitcher, starting pitcher?
Yeah, I was a PO.
At Willamette?
Pitcher only at Willamette University for 4 years.
Nobody uses that terminology.
PO?
Yeah.
Oh, in baseball they do.
Actually, no. The PO means player option. That's what comes to mind for any self-respecting sports fan immediately, not pitcher only.
Any baseball player would tell you if they were a PO, they were a pitcher only.
So you were limited.
I was in college.
What was your record senior year? Were you the number one? Were you the ace?
Oh, no, I was first out of the bullpen my senior year.
Oh, you weren't a starter?
No, I started 2 games in college as a starting pitcher.
Okay.
How'd
they go?
First one went well.
Who'd you play?
First one was against Corbin University, NAI school.
Them. You gotta beat Corbin.
We did beat them 2-1. That was
nice.
Might have been my best game.
I would have thought the bats would have come around against Corbin, but I guess not.
Well, it was early in the season, preseason,
cold.
Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, cold and
in the winter.
Ball didn't travel. Okay, next game.
Kind of like Oracle.
Sure.
Ball not going anywhere.
All right, so you're 1-0, or did you go the 5? You didn't go 5.
Yes, I did.
So you got your 1-0 after Corbin.
After that, although the second start,
game?
No, the second start didn't go very well.
Okay, but you guys were up 2. Did you give up the earned run against Corbin?
No, I got a win.
5 scoreless?
I got the win.
No, but you could have gotten a win with giving up the run.
There was 1 earned.
On you?
Yes.
So you did give up a run.
I did. We won 2-1, I believe.
You just said that.
Yes.
So did you go 5 or 6?
Well, so technically I did give up the run.
Boy.
I wasn't in when the run was allowed.
It doesn't matter. You know the rules.
Yeah.
That's your responsibility.
It's earned.
That's your responsibility.
We had a better closer.
Second.
We had a better closer
First of all,
on the back
if you had a better
end.
middle reliever. Closer, you bring your closer. There is no closer when you're pitching. You got 5 innings.
It's not like high school. In high school, it was you start, you finish.
Right.
7 innings. I don't care.
All right. What was the other game after Corbin? Where'd you get shellacked?
Claremont. That game.
Claremont Mud?
Claremont
Down...
McKenna. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, right down the Claremont schools.
Okay.
Yeah, we had 2 2/3 no-hit innings, and then everything fell apart with 2 outs in the third. Give up 6.
Control issues?
Walked 2 guys, and then
I love this.
Couldn't get an out.
Yeah.
Couldn't get an out.
Let me ask you a question. I'll bet you could go through Could you go through the batters?
I don't remember the names, but I could take you through just about every pitch. Yeah.
Exactly. It's so funny how that works. Like, I golf with my buddies, and they're golfers first and foremost. They can remember every shot, every hole, every round, who they played with.
Third inning, happened. 2 outs, 3-2 count,
Exactly.
Missed outside, and it all fell apart.
I can't do that for golf.
Can you do it for basketball?
Oh, God, I'll give you play-by-play from Franklin and Marshall versus Swarthmore, 1985, at the Diplodome. Yeah.
The Diplodome?
The Diplodome.
They still call it that?
We kind of referred to it jokingly.
Okay.
Our nickname was the Diplomats. So
ours was John Lewis Field. We called it the John.
All right. Tommy LaStella, he's no longer a Giant. Is that what I'm to understand?
Yep.
Okay.
He's gone.
DFA.
Designated for assignment.
Why don't you define that for some of our listeners who may not know and host?
Well, so designated for assignment just means they are no longer part of the 40-man, and they are able to be claimed by any other team signed. Tommy LaStella relieved.
What is the assignment? I don't
relieved
get it.
of his duties of being a 40-man roster spot.
Well, that's a non-assignment.
Yes, his assignment was to be a part of the 40-man roster. So you have whatever your contract is. You get 40 spots.
So he's still going to take one.
Well, if someone wants to sign him.
All right.
I imagine someone will scoop up Tommy LaStella. He's a nice little player.
right.
The issue with Tommy LaStella is that in the last 2 years, he's played 136 games and he hit 245 with 8 home runs. Like that is a miss, a swing and a miss if you're Farhan Zaidi. He was supposed to be one of your diamonds in the rough, and that did not pan out.
Gotcha. I got a bunch of stuff on my list right here. How about this one? I just saw this one. And shame on me for not knowing this. I got a great stat. And I'm surprised you don't know this, Mr. College.
We both went to college.
How about this? It's an unbelievable little... I didn't read the story. I just saw the headline in the Chronicle, San Francisco Chronicle. So, San Jose State right now.
Yep.
They're 9-4 in men's basketball.
Men's basketball.
That's their best It's their best start in 40 years. Since 1980.
I don't think I can name a San Jose State Spartan.
Olivia St. Jean.
A men's basketball?
Ricky Barry.
Rick Barry?
Ricky Barry. Berry. His father used to be the coach. Anyway, San Jose State, we never did 9-4.
Well, that's the flip side of California Golden Bears men's basketball team. I believe they set a record.
I'll tell you what.
For a major division program, 0-11, which is what they started, is the worst start in the last 40 years.
How many of those guys are scholarship guys? Are they all?
I'd hope not after this year.
If they're all scholarship, then who's the recruiting coordinator?
Mark Fox with the head coach.
Oh, I was just teasing about that.
Oh, boy.
No. Okay. Anyway, congrats to San Jose State, the Spartans. By the way, I like their arena.
I haven't been down there.
It's an old arena. It's like it's like a pavilion.
Ooh,
it's called. What's it called?
Not like St. Mary's Pavilion, but
St. Mary's has a great place too.
Inclusive.
I saw a game during the lockout there. Gilbert Arenas played. It was somewhere in San Jose. What's the name of the gym in San Jose?
Like I said,
text line. Okay, there's San Jose. Shout out San Jose State men's basketball 9-4.
Got to Google it.
Let me ask you a question. I'm dead serious.
Yep.
What was more impressive last night? Luka Doncic scoring 60 points, grabbing 21 rebounds, and handing out 10 assists, or, I'm dead serious, the New York Knicks blowing a 9-point lead with 44 seconds
I'm
left.
glad you asked this question because the 9-point lead in 35 seconds has never been lost before in the history of basketball.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that was the stat I saw last night.
Okay, so...
Or teams up by 9 or more inside of 35 seconds have not lost.
Well, what's the actual play-by-play? Not irregardless.
You're about to.
I almost did.
I'm rubbing off on you.
But, okay, so anyway, 9 points in the last. It's one of those where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. But anyway, Luka, 60. What did he shoot from the field?
Luka Doncic?
Yeah.
Oh, he was incredible. He was 21-31.
That's good.
16-22 at the free throw line.
All right.
A little better. Need a little bit better.
And then
60 points. Speaking of stuff that's never
nobody's
happened
ever
before,
done that.
Nobody's ever accomplished either of those.
And but people think, but Steph.
That's a bigger choke.
Hey, Steph, but you can't get 60, 20, 10. You can't.
Couldn't get the 21
gutless.
rebounds. Well, also, I think some would argue he's not as selfish as Luka Doncic.
No. I want to. You know what? I would like to see the Warriors they blew their opportunity now. But
what do you mean?
Well, actually, they didn't. But I would like, you know how the Warriors, they should play the game within the game more. Like, Larry Bird.
Like against Memphis?
Well, no, like Larry Bird would go into the gym and
you want Steph to play left-handed against teams?
Well, not maybe. What I'm getting at is, God, I would have thought one time during the dynasty, they don't have to say anything to anybody. Draymond says to Clay, or Draymond says to Steph, let's see if we can get Clay 75 points tonight. Let's just feed him. Like, why haven't they done that?
Well, I bet Steve Kerr would tell you because if Klay Thompson's on pace for 75 points, they don't need him for the fourth quarter.
Well, I was going to say, Clay can't do it. He's got to be the guy who gets fed.
Yeah.
Like, can you see Draymond going, hey, Clay, let's try to get Steph 70. No. Clay'd be like, no.
Well, but I'm taking the first 5 shots.
I mean, I would have thought at some point they would have tried to do something like that.
Well, you could make the argument that they acquiesced towards Kevin Durant when he got here, but it's not like, hey, we got to get you 50 tonight. It's like, KD, you're getting the ball first 10 possessions.
Oh my gosh, Steph won't ever get 20. I'm kidding about Steph. By the way, Steph Curry.
Sorry, I saw something funny.
I didn't like that green outfit he had the other day with the green. I think it was on Christmas.
The suede?
The semi-long jacket.
I think I look kind of nice.
Do you?
Yeah, I like that. I don't know. I got a kind of a flashy, not as flashy as Steph Curry, but kind of a flashy sports coat for Christmas.
Yeah.
I put it on. Felt a little bit better about myself.
See, I love green. Everybody, Hunter Green. Would you say what Steph had on Christmas? I wouldn't consider that an earth tone.
No, we know how you feel about earth tones.
So it's not quite an earth tone. That's why I wasn't a huge fan of it.
It's a little more festive. Not quite as festive as, say, Die Hard, but relatively festive when it comes to the Christmas season.
Devin Booker out a month.
That's going to hurt.
I think so. Mm-hmm.
Although, Stephen Curry is, at the point of his return, probably going to miss a month, and the Warriors are starting to turn things around.
Xfinity Mobile text line 888-957-9570 from the 415s. Steiny, who's your co-host? Evan Giddings. He's also produces Steiny and Guru. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back with us next week.
Speaking of Guru, from the 510, Evan sounded like Guru explaining his career, a lot of holes. I would like to think I pieced things together a little easier.
What was your ERA senior year?
Oh, it was not good. It was 6.8 or 9.
That stinks.
6.9. Not good. I could have been in the Giants bullpen last year.
So you weren't a great player for your team.
No, I never. Did you think I was?
I mean,
I was a great high school
just
player.
Off the top of my head, I would have thought, yeah, you probably were 500 at Willamette with a 3.37 ERA.
Well, if that was the case,
stunk.
Yeah, no, I was not good.
All right, so I was a better Division III athlete than you.
You also played in the 70s.
80s. Right. We played physical.
Didn't have a 3-point line.
Don't get me started.
Also, I'm pretty sure the guys on the baseball team, they probably threw about like 75, right?
Franklin Marshall's baseball team?
Yeah. Did you even have one?
Yes.
Oh.
Of course we had one. Did Willamette have a football team?
We did. Okay. We went defeated my senior year.
Exactly. You don't play with the Diplomats on the gridiron. Mm-hmm. San Jose Event Center, thank you very much from the 510. By the way, Nick Bosa didn't practice today. Illness. It's an illness. He's got an illness.
Is that like the calf strain for certain sport? It's just like it's an anonymous, undisclosed umbrella of an injury that you can use to get out of practice. Because as we've learned, Nick Bosa doesn't need to practice to dominate on Sundays.
Nick Bosa says, "Give me the day off." He gets the day off, and they say illness. He's not sick. Nick Bosa's got
He was
veteran
probably out
privileges.
celebrating Brock Purdy's birthday last night.
Huh.
Right?
I didn't think about that. How about this? Did you see the Warrior game? Was it on Christmas where Brock Purdy was sitting next to Deebo Samuel?
Yeah.
Would you believe that I watched that? I saw that. And my first reaction was Daryl the Guru Johnson. Because I thought of Guru and I was like, you know what? I'll bet you he has a problem with Deebo sitting with Brock Purdy. He would think, no loyalty to Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, couldn't you see Guru saying, come on, Deebo, you can't go with Brock Purdy after Jimmy's your man.
I also think that Guru would be able to sniff this part out of it, which is Deebo Samuel bought the tickets.
By the way, you know what's funny is that
Deebo paid for the seats. That's why Brock Purdy's
That's true. But why would Deebo ask Brock Purdy?
Well, he hasn't been able to play alongside him the last couple of weeks, so maybe he's just trying to get to know the kid.
So how do they
better.
even know each other?
It's a birthday gift. Premature. Again, we talked about how difficult it is to shop for people on Christmas.
Let me tell you something. Before,
Deebo's a good guy.
Hey, he might be a good guy, but let me tell you something. He didn't utter one word to Brock Purdy before December 15th.
Southern hospitality style.
Please. Why did Deebo Samuel invite Brock Purdy to that game? That's what I want to know. Because something's fishy. Something doesn't add up. How does he even know the kid? Iowa State. Where'd Deebo go? SEC, right?
Deebo Samuel?
Yeah.
South Carolina.
Exactly. They don't even know each other. Deebo's up to something. I think Debo's up to something. By the way, I heard
Debo's trying to get a couple more touches when he comes back.
That's not a bad idea. So the thought I get. Joe Lacob once told me, because everybody saw, look, Joe Lacob, they got Joe Lacob seats, Joe Lacob. Bloop. Remember Joe Lacob? He told us, he goes, I don't even know who's sitting in those seats night to night. Like he claims.
Until he gets there?
Exactly. He claims he didn't know Prince was going to be there when Prince was there.
Didn't know a couple weeks ago that he's going to be sitting next to Jimmy Garoppolo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle.
Apparently not.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Apparently not. It's interesting. Hey, Steiny. How come nobody...
Samuels also showed up, I think, with Ayuk, although he wasn't as front and center as he was on Christmas. I think he and an Ayuk...
See? Because he doesn't want fellow wide receivers getting the shine.
Over in the E40 seats.
He is selfish, Deebo Samuel. I can't believe this.
$22 million. Or whatever he's making this year.
I'll tell you what, though. When you talk about Deebo Samuel, I joke the guru. Because he thinks, Deebo Samuel completes the 49ers on offense. You know what I mean? He used to be, he's the last piece.
He's the glue?
No, he's not the glue. McCaffrey's the glue. But in order for everything to click and you to have every aspect of the game covered offensively, you need Deebo. Then you have everything. Then you've got Elijah Mitchell can run up the middle. McCaffrey can run up the middle and get wide, and he can catch out of the backfield. Mitchell can't really catch out of the backfield. Okay, Ayuk's our standard good wide receiver. He's like a typical wide receiver. But then we got Deebo Samuel. He's this Swiss Army knife. He's unbelievable. He can do a lot of different things. Kittle, hey, he can pass, catch, or he can block. They have it all covered. I guess maybe, do they have a deep threat? Just a, what are they, can opener?
Ray McLeod would probably be that. They're burner, speedster, whatever you want to call it. But they typically don't need it because, no, I think you're right. Deebo Samuel completes the offense, and he creates so many different things that you have to game plan for, and that are honestly difficult just because Deebo is he's such an impromptu, in the spur of the moment, random player. He can take a ball from 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, 60 yards down the field. He can also go rip it away from a DB. He also could drop the ball. He's a very unpredictable offensive threat for the 49ers that gives them a different level.
Right. But if you're worried about him not being a great pass catcher, you can just bring him out of the backfield.
Juwan Jennings dropped the ball this weekend, turned into an INT.
Good point. From the 510, this is from Chef A in Rodeo. Is this true? Hey, Steiny, how come no one's talking about that jacket that Steph wore? It says, no, I can't. Celine, designer out of Paris, designed it. They run about $3,100. $3,100. He looked adorable. I love your show.
Chef from Rodeo. This is where I do
$3,100.
This is where I do feel.
Hey, you got a new suit. How much was yours? $700.
I was off the sales rack, so it's about $250. But this is where I cannot stand up to Daryl the Guru Johnson. He would know immediately the swag that Steph was rocking, just how he's got a gauge, whether it be uniforms, whether it be people's fits. He's got a gauge of what works for a certain individual, what doesn't. I thought it looked all right, but the one last night, the one in red, bright, kind of it. I don't know. I feel like Steph is more of a low-key guy than that, because when you pan to the bench, he immediately pops. I don't think he wants to draw that much attention to himself, unless it's on the court.
Yeah. I mean, the green jacket, $3,100. That's actually not that much for a guy like him.
Well, I wouldn't know. My net worth is probably about that.
$3,100? You think it's that high?
Give or take. By
the way, you ever see
we'll cap it at $3K.
Those TikToks or reel it. A dude just walks up to people. Hey, what do you do for a living? How much do you make?
Are you allowed to do that?
Well, he does it and apparently gets away with it.
Are you on TikTok?
Stuff shows up.
Okay. I don't have a TikTok, but
how much we got here, by the way? 3 minutes?
2:45.
I may have trouble here. I forgot to go to the bathroom last break, and now I got 3 minutes? And now I'm starting to rock.
Time's a ticking,
Too much
Steiny.
coffee. I got to cut down on my coffee.
Well, all right. Last night we made some predictions.
Oh, we did?
Warriors beating Charlotte. I said Clay was going to make 6 threes. He made 5. Prediction tonight against Utah.
Well, I don't think Clay plays. Utah's going to win.
How's it going to look?
Huh?
How it looks matters. How's it going to look? They going to run him out of the building? Going to be another one where they hold on like last night?
It'll be a good effort.
All around.
We're going to 55 today?
Yeah, okay, this is D3 math. It was 51, and it was 3 minutes, made 54. 54.
So now we got 2 minutes. I'm dead. Can you take us out? Can you guys take us out? I got to go to the bathroom.
And we can talk for this 2 minutes if you want, bro. I got your back.
What if I told you I'm dead serious? I got to run.
Oh, you look like my son right now. He's like 2. I know that.
I'm going to leave my stuff
I knew the
in
rocking
here.
dance.
Like my dad
Can you guys take us out? You're hosting tomorrow anyway, Evan.
That is
yes.
true.
All right.
Jan from
I'll
10
see you guys
to 2.
tomorrow. I'm dead serious. I got to go.
Craig, we got minute 40 here.
Yes, we do.
So, Craig, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Everyone knows you're a fan here. I don't. But, okay, so right now, do you think the 49ers should be the favorites in the NFC?
Yes, by far from what I've seen from them. And it doesn't matter the teams they played. I don't care about their schedule or whatnot. Just the way they play defense and the way they run the ball, we all know that carries in the playoffs.
And then when it comes to the Warriors tonight against Utah, back-to-backs, they've been up and down this season. Do you see them taking care of business against Utah? Because I do. I think they have to, just to at least give us some semblance of like who the hell this team is.
You know, it's funny. I think it was usually they don't care at this time of the year, but now, you know, they're probably like, we're so close to 500. Let's go on and get this one so we can get rid of that narrative. And now let's keep this winning streak going at home. You know, I think if it's close, I think they end up pulling it out.
That's the other part of it, too, is they're trying to get back to 500. It sounds weird to say, but, you know, Zaza Pachulia on today was like, they got to find themselves in the top 6 seeds. I'm kind of with him, Craig. Like, I do think the 6th seed is
where they got to
be.
Benchmark. Yeah, exactly. So that's where they got to be. I mean, you think about it. We all talk about, a lot of basketball fans said basketball doesn't start till Christmas. Well, Christmas just happened. So now real basketball needs to start. So they better start winning now.
What's up, Steiny?
Hey, how you guys do?
30 seconds.
Feel pretty good right now.
You were in and out.
Yeah, it was a quickie.
Double-double.
It was one of those coffee.
Coffee one?
I'm used to it, though. All right.
You got the last 20 seconds?
Okay, did I predict the Jazz are going to win?
You haven't yet.
Actually, I did. I'm predicting the Warriors. Now that I'm back on balance.
Flip-flopping.
Yeah. All right,
we're flip-flopping tomorrow.
That's right. Evan, tune in tomorrow. Evan Giddings, your host on 95.7 The Game.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, Hannah.
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Dub Nation, get into the holiday spirit on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center for an action-packed week as the Dubs take on an 8-game homestand. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome in. Good Wednesday afternoon to you. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles sitting in for Damon and Ratto here for the next 4 hours on 95.7 The Game. Phone lines open, text line open, 888-957-9570. It is the Xfinity mobile text line, of course. Alan, how you doing, my man? Good to be with you again today and tomorrow for the two of us, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, good to be here, JD. You know, these weird days right before the new year, right? This has got to be one of the weirdest weeks of the year, possibly the weirdest week of the year, but luckily we got some Warriors to talk about, some Warriors. They play again today, so let's get into it.
Yeah, a lot going on. Warriors get a win last night over the Hornets, 110-105. Quick turnaround as they'll be back in action tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. 7 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock Warriors Live, as I'll have that for you, the Warriors and the Utah Jazz in this one. We got a great show for you coming up, 4 o'clock, 49ers center Jake Brendel is going to join us here on 95.7 The Game, so we'll get his take on everything going on during this 8-game winning streak now as the 49ers sit at 11-4, and just the transition from Trey Lance to Jimmy Garoppolo to now Brock Purdy, as the Niners have it rolling as well as anybody in the NFL. So keep it locked here at 95.7 The Game for that. Good stuff. But let's start with some Dubs conversation here off the top. Big win for the Warriors. Yeah. It wasn't a pretty win. It was a powerful start at 37-16 end of the first quarter. But the Warriors found themselves in a tie game with about 3-4 minutes to go. They do enough to win it. A lot of Jordan Poole and, surprise, surprise, a lot of Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga willing the Warriors to a win. I think that is an extension of, at least a small one, what we saw on Sunday against the Grizzlies, where it was a young player helping them win a game that at this point I think the Warriors have to have.
Exactly. And the thing about what Jonathan Kuminga did, first of all, JD, anybody who is on the side of the two timelines that doesn't want to move the kids, they had a great night last night. That person is probably taking a victory lap, because we saw exactly what we've been hoping to see from this second timeline. You saw flashes from Jonathan Kuminga, obviously Jordan Poole doing his thing. By the way, a little later, we're going to get into this Jordan Poole situation. There was a lot of slander going on with Jordan Poole from Dub Nation on these airwaves not too long ago. I'm going to shut that down. But you had Jonathan Kuminga doing his thing, even Moses Moody contributing as well. So a lot of contributions from different guys in a game where Dante DiVincenzo had the same amount of points to match his number, which was 0. You still had enough offense to get it done. So a great day for our kids and a great day for the Warriors all around.
It's a tricky dynamic because, and here's the deal for me. I mean, I'm almost, and yes, you're correct. I mean, this is the second consecutive game on this homestand where the young players have impacted winning against a good team, against a not-so-good team. Either way, both games are equally as important, because my take on this homestand is really the collective as opposed to the individual outcomes. It's more of, hey, you go 6-2 or better, and you've got action. Almost regardless of how you do it. And I think last night, we're not at the point with this team as it's currently constituted, no Wiggins, no Curry, to where we're going to be rating wins like, oh, that was an ugly one, or, oh, they almost blew it. Bottom line is they won it, and if they hadn't won it, it would have completely wiped away the win over Memphis on Sunday. I mean, essentially you're back to the drawing board, and it doesn't matter at that point if the kids played well or helped, because they didn't help you win a game. It means you weren't good enough, and now you're 3 games under as opposed to 1 game under, and now you got to win, 4 of the next 5 or the next 3 just to get back to 500, and at that point the homestand's basically over. So the reality is, for this team right now, they need wins, and so they were able to get one. I'm more looking at how does the homestand go as a whole, between now and I guess 2 weeks from last night, being able to get the job done.
Yeah, and when I look at, this Warriors team and exactly where they're at right now, it's almost like a ladder, JD, or as the saying goes, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. They got to stop taking steps back. They did that too early in the season, and they don't have time. They don't have time for this. They don't have time to drop games that they're not supposed to drop. They did that too early in the season. We were talking in the pre-show, like you said, they're mulligans. When you go out golfing, they used all their mulligans already. So it's pedal to the metal right now. The thing about how the Hornets got into the game last night, the Warriors didn't ever play bad. I don't remember a stretch last night where you're thinking the Warriors necessarily let the Hornets back into the game.
They were bad in the first quarter, I think. But
I'm saying once they got the lead. Once the Warriors had the lead.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant the Hornets. The Hornets were bad in the first quarter.
Yeah. I'm saying when you looked up and you went to go grab some water, and all of a sudden the Hornets were only down 3, and I think at one point they tied the ball game, you're wondering what happened. Was it turnovers? Was it this? Was it that? And ultimately, this Warriors team, maybe more so than ever before, which is crazy when you think about, obviously, the Splash Brothers and Kevin Durant. They are so dependent on the 3 ball, and it just wasn't falling last night, and that's how the Hornets got back in the game. It wasn't bad play. It wasn't sloppy play, but when you are live by it, die by it, and last night they almost did die by it, but luckily they did enough, and maybe part of that is Charlotte just isn't good enough to complete that comeback, but to that point, you got to stack up W's. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Well, we talked about it on Monday. The simple fact that the Warriors brought the right intensity, they brought the right edge, they brought the right focus. They were gritty against Memphis.
Right.
They also had 18 threes. And we said, look, an extension of that game is beat Charlotte by any means necessary, and you may not hit 18 threes.
Exactly.
Well, guess what? They didn't hit 18 threes, but the rest of it was very similar in terms of the effort and the intensity level and the grind. And look, Klay Thompson getting off to 20 in the first half and 14 in the first quarter. I mean, all of that helps. Jordan Poole, continuing to play well and finishing with 24. And Kuminga impacting. I mean, Kuminga had 4 or 5 plays down the stretch that were huge. A dunk, the rip,
strip. He just said, "Give me." He deboed him.
The rip
he just
away.
said, "Give me that ball."
Absolutely. And so that is. It looked at times he went up and got that rebound over Plumlee where he snatched it away. I mean, that was in a moment. It was almost as if, and I jokingly said this at the top of the show, like Kuminga was not going to be denied.
Yeah.
Like he was going to dictate that the Warriors weren't losing that game, and that was huge on a night where the Warriors are playing shorthanded. Here's the tricky dynamic about the big picture stuff, because all of this is related to the big picture. The short term, it comes down to if the Warriors are going to make a run, if the Warriors are going to make a run in the playoffs, the one thing that I'm kind of sick of hearing is nothing that happens right now matters.
Right.
They can win, they can lose, they can do this, whatever. It's just get healthy, and if they're 40 and 42 or they're 43 and 49, whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as they're top 10, none of it matters. And I push back on that vehemently. And to me, if you look at the years that the Warriors have made runs, either losing in the finals or winning the NBA championship, at some point during those years, they've put together a stretch where they were dominant. They showed you over a big-time stretch of games that they could be outstanding. Last year, they were 18-2. Last year, they were, I think, 30-9 and 41-13 at their highest watermark. These games matter right now because the last thing you want to do if you're the Warriors is look up at the end of this homestand and be 4, 6, 8 games under 500. At that point, what are you really playing for? And I think there is an urgency to the Warriors, I think, led by Draymond and Klay Thompson with Curry and Wiggins out, to where they know right now, and they're telling us by how hard they're playing, and even by playing through some being nicked up or being injured, that they know that they need these games right now and that this is a critical juncture in their season.
So the thing about a season is obviously everybody says it's a marathon, not a sprint. With that being said, though, even in a marathon, if you get too far back at the beginning of the marathon, you might think, all right, and I've done it before myself, JD, okay, I'm going to keep something in the tank, then towards the end of the marathon, then towards the end of the race, I'm going to book it. Then you get there and you don't realize you're more tired than you assumed you'd be at the end of the race, and you have nothing to tap into. And I think a lot of Warriors fans feel like they'll always be able to tap into it. We've seen flashes of that. We just don't know how much they can tap into it and how often. They call it a playoff run, JD. They call it a championship run. That means you go on a run to get this done. If we've never seen the Warriors go on a run during the regular season, why should we feel confident that they can all of a sudden go on a run to win the championship? Because they did it last year? Because they've done it before? If that's all you're going off of, that's not enough. At some point, we're going to have to see this team go on some sort of run where they look like one of, if not the best team in basketball, for a stretch of 5 games, maybe, 5 games, 10 games. It's a playoff run. And they have not gone on one run yet this season.
Well, and the other part is just the fact that at this point, I think they know that they have to win enough games now to make the back end relevant. Like they may be able to play well down the stretch once Curry comes back, even if they don't right now. But I think they've got so many winnable games in this homestand that they know that right now, if you can get a 6-2, if you can get a 7-1, if you can push to where you're over that 500 mark, and then you get Curry back and you get Wiggins back at some point here prior to that, then you're not going to be wearing yourself out if you have that hot stretch with the core group together just to get back to 500 or just to fight to be in the play-in tournament at 7, 8, 9, and 10. Because to me, all of that amount of good play is going to be so taxing. And look, I think even last night is an example. Last night was a hard-fought win. Like, that tells you, I think, and should let Warrior fans know for the rest of this homestand how difficult it's going to be to get wins. All of these games are winnable. Nobody's disputing that, but none of them are going to be easy.
Yeah.
Like, they are going to have to bring a level of play every single game. Otherwise, as we saw last night, they were a play away from losing to Charlotte at home. And they could be a play away from losing to Utah or a play away from losing to Portland or Detroit or Orlando or any of these teams. They're going to have to keep bringing it. And I think the Warriors are realizing, Alan, that bringing it now in these games is going to help them not have to grind so hard when they have everybody down the stretch to where they wear that group out to a point where if you're the 7 seed, you don't have enough in the tank, not to get through the play-in tournament, but to get through the play-in tournament and win a first round and win a second round and win a conference finals and then win an NBA championship.
Which at that point would all be on the road if that was the path. And I know a lot of people, the Warriors, they've done it on the road before. Again, last season, not this season.
Couple of text messages here quickly. 408 already. They haven't been healthy. Chill out. They were completely healthy the first 10 games of the year. They went 3-7. They couldn't beat Charlotte, Orlando, or Detroit on the road.
Right.
And look, completely healthy at this point, Alan, and you know this, completely healthy for the Warriors means no Klay in the second of back-to-backs. And by the way, Klay Thompson not playing tonight.
Yeah.
Officially ruled out, second of a back-to-back. Shouldn't surprise anybody. I know Steve Kerr did call him doubtful last night, which was a step up. Typically, he's ruled him out for every second of a back-to-back.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this game tonight. The Jazz, a game that you really just blew at the end of the game. That was the game in Utah when they were up, I don't know, what was it, 5 points with 8 seconds left, something like that. They ended up losing that ball game. They should have something ready for the Jazz. And I know there's no Klay Thompson. You should still have something ready. Ultimately, JD, when you look at the rotations, right, I keep on going back to the Celtics because that's just the closest thing in my mind to what we saw in the finals last year. And the reason you should still be optimistic, not that we want to sound pessimistic right now. This is just what it is. The Warriors aren't in a great spot. But when you look at the rotations, I think everybody believes in the top 7 players for the Warriors, right? So getting to the playoffs, I could still understand why people are saying, look at that top 7. Look at what that starting 5 was doing. There's no reason to freak out. The problem is you still have to get there. And you get there by your 8th guy, your 9th guy, your 10th guy, and beyond, doing enough and contributing enough so that your top 7 don't feel burnt out by the time you get to the playoffs, right? I mean, even though the Celtics were able to pull it off, the Celtics are younger than the Warriors. That's just the truth. That's just the fact. So I'm not looking at what maybe Kuminga, but I'm not looking at what Moses Moody. I'm not looking at what Anthony Lamb. I'm not looking at what Ty Jerome. I'm not looking at what these guys are doing right now in the sense of, wow, we're going to need these Ty Jerome threes in the playoffs, or we're going to need Ty Jerome to break some stuff down in the playoffs. I'm not looking at it like that. Yeah. I'm saying you have to play well so we can survive right now. You're just treading water. You got to tread water until Steph gets back, Andrew Wiggins gets back, and even when they do get back, you have to be able to contribute so they're not having to go 110% every single game for the rest of the season. So that's why the bench matters. We don't think that Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome are going to be major contributors in the playoffs. Maybe they do some things, but they're not going to be the reason the Warriors win the championship or not. I don't think so.
Yeah.
They could be based on the regular season, though.
Yeah, no, not to get in the weeds on Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. I think Anthony Lamb potentially could be somebody that plays in the playoffs if the Warriors ultimately could convert his contract. The only way Ty Jerome's playing in the playoffs is if, obviously, he'd have to have his contract converted, but the only way he's playing in the playoffs is if there's an injury and one of the other guards is out. So if they lost DiVincenzo, then we'd be talking about that. If they lost Poole or Curry or Klay, then obviously you'd need somebody. But if Steph and Klay and Jordan and Dante DiVincenzo are all healthy going into the playoffs, then Ty Jerome probably will be still a two-way player and therefore ineligible at that point. But to your point, they do need him
him
now because you're down Curry, and on some nights you're down Curry and Clay, like tonight. So Ty Jerome is going to play. Moses Moody's going to play. He's been playing the last couple of games. The interesting dynamic, and it's John Dickinson and Alan Stiles here on 95.7 The Game, as we're in for Damon and Ratto here on a Wednesday, 888-957-9570. That is the number to join the conversation. Xfinity mobile text line is open as well. What's interesting about the young players and trying to evaluate the young players, it is a conundrum because as the young players continue to play a little bit better, and I think, so far in this homestand, as we've laid out 2 for 2, really, for all three of them, but especially Kuminga last night and Wiseman going back to the game against Memphis. But all three have helped them win consecutive games as members of the rotation on this homestand. But the interesting part is we always have this discussion about, do the Warriors need to make a move? Do the Warriors need to make a move at the deadline? I know we've gone back and forth about what Bob Myers said a couple of weeks ago. I took it as the Warriors have to prove themselves to be good enough over the next few weeks and leading up to the trade deadline to want to make a move, to believe that your record as you get healthy is good enough to where if you add one piece, it puts you over the top and you can win a championship. Otherwise, why would you even look to make a move? But the interesting part is, as the young guys play better in the rotation, in a sense, you don't, if they're playing better, you may not need to make a move.
Exactly.
Because the only way you'd make a move would be if you trade one of them. Well, if they're playing better and they're starting to fit into the rotation, because it gets back to two separate conversations about their ceiling for their career versus can they help this team right now? What the Warriors need right now is for the three of them to be able to fit their game into a small minute box and do enough little things to help that top seven that you talked about win games. Well, if they do that consistently, and we got a long way to go because we're basically talking about 2 games out of the entirety 35 so far this season that they've done it. But if they're capable of doing it over, let's say, the next month and a half, then maybe you don't need to make a move because you've got these guys in roles that can succeed short term, and that is what development looks like for the long term. So it's kind of a catch-22.
Well, they're stuck, and I'm curious as to how this gets viewed in the lens of other GMs and other teams. And I know we're still waiting to find out who's going to be a buyer, who's going to be a seller. Heck, the Warriors don't even know what they're going to be yet. We're hoping they're, if anything, they would be buyers. But when you look at the young core that you're talking about, JD, so if they play well, they have more value, I would assume.
Sure.
But the Warriors probably wouldn't want to move them.
Right.
They don't play well. The Warriors say, okay, let's move them. And now you're hoping that even though they're not playing well, some GM somewhere believes that it's just due to the situation and they still believe in their ceiling. So that is what I'm not sure how it's going to be viewed. If they're not playing well, is a GM going to say, I don't really mind that they're not playing well in this Warrior system. I want them as they are, and we don't have the Warrior system. We're a team that they can go out there. We've heard Kuminga could put up a double-double every day, or Wiseman could put up whatever every day if he was on. Everybody always says the Orlando Magic, right? So maybe that's the case. I don't know what the GMs are looking for. I will say on Wiseman specifically, another good game out of him. And to all those, I know Wiseman is a very polarizing figure because of the pick and everything that comes with it. But there are some people out there that just want to find anything negative about James Wiseman to take. And I just think that if you are going to continue to think that one day he's going to just wake up and be Shaquille O'Neal, you should just let that go. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good player. I have no clue what James Wiseman's going to be.
Well, if he does, it's going to be 3 or 4 years from now.
Right. At this point, can we just take it day by day? If we're saying what we're saying about Ty Jerome and less of a point, because I do think you had a good point on Anthony Lamb in terms of what they're going to do to help in this championship run. I know it doesn't feel right because he was a top pick in the draft. At this point, you have to put James Wiseman in that category as well.
When you look at the young players, I think this is what the Warriors envisioned as far as the beginning of the season. I think they thought they could get role player-like contributions from each of the three, and the reality is they just couldn't at the beginning, and circumstances and development and Wiseman going down maybe and coming back and Moody getting sat down and then coming back. Kuminga has gone in and out of the rotation a couple of times. He's had his minutes dropped and improved. I think Steve Kerr's really tried to manage him and use playing time as a carrot to, hey, if you do these things, you're going to play. You don't do these things, you're not going to play, which is why some nights everybody looks around and goes, why didn't Kuminga play more? But I think it for whatever reason is starting to click at a level, I think, in the last two that the Warriors thought they would have at the beginning of the season, which, I still go back to something Joe Lacob said, which was, running it back. And he even said, as an extension to this, they're running it back to him was Steph and Clay and Wiggins and Draymond and Looney and Poole. That's running it back. That's your top six players right there. That's running it back. And it goes back to what he said even prior to that, which was, look, this team's going to go as far as those guys carry them, whether it's health, whether it's whatever. And I think you could say it's those guys and a competent 7, 8, 9, which the Warriors had last year. Once you got beyond Jordan Poole and it was Gary Payton and it was Otto Porter essentially as the 7 and the 8 at that point. You had 8 you really could trust, and everybody else kind of in off of that. But the reality is it's the health of the main guys and the ability of the main guys that are the ceiling, and that's where it goes back to the 3 and 10 at the beginning. And I know they didn't have DiVincenzo. I said they were fully healthy. They didn't have DiVincenzo for a good, I think, 7 out of those 10. But it's a matter of, they didn't win those games because the veterans couldn't finish games on the road against bad teams or were so lackluster early that they let the games get into pickup games and then they got bit down the stretch.
Yeah, and look, I think I joked earlier about DiVincenzo not having any points and it matches his number, but he did a lot of things besides scoring last night. His rebounding as a guard, they talk about it all the time on the broadcast, is ridiculous.
Played well last night.
His defensive prowess, I don't know, I'm not going to say it's GP2 level, but he can do
different.
He can do some things defensively. So I think that DiVincenzo has been a huge addition to the Warriors, and that's what they'd hoped. But miss me with that. They didn't have DiVincenzo. That's not the reason they lost those games at the top.
But it was a lot more Ty Jerome, and it was a lot more Moses Moody before Moses Moody was maybe ready to play those minutes. That's the one thing I will say.
I'm still putting it on the starters. I'm still putting it on having the guys. And
I think Joe Lacob would.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think Joe Lacob would. I think Bob Myers would. Bob Myers kind of said to Steiny and Guru a couple weeks ago, that's really, he really kind of hemmed and hawed at the answer a little bit, but it was, he said, we lost some games we thought we would win. And I think that's the thing that the Warriors probably look at 17 and 18 right now. They probably look at it and go, 17 and 18, but the ones we can't explain are Detroit and Charlotte and Utah up 4 with 13 seconds, Orlando. So I think they almost look at it like, well, God, it could have been, those 4 could have been, and you can't count them as wins, but it's like if you count them as wins, then they're 21 and 15, and the whole thing looks different because they'd be like 4th in the West at that point. But you can't. You can't think of it that way, but I get why maybe they might want to. Let's sneak in Ryan in San Jose here at 888-957-9570. What's going on, Ryan?
Hello, Brian. What's good, y'all?
Oh, what's up, Brian?
What's goody? One thing, I feel like everybody feels as if it was easy to replace these Otto Porters, these Juan Toscano Andersons, these Gary Payton II. You got to remember that in the finals, Jonathan Kuminga barely had any minutes.
Yep.
And he's like 19, 20, and Wiseman is like, no. Wiseman. Wiseman, is he 19 or 20? How old is Wiseman?
He's 21 now. Yeah.
He's 21, right? So remember when Wiggins went to his first team, how long did it take Wiggins to actually get into basketball form of Steph, Clay, and Draymond? It took time. We can't force these young players to just be 2023 championships this early in the season. And games like yesterday, you see where Kuminga, Steph is playing, he's working hard. I feel like some of those young kids got to get in the gym too. It's just a lot of work that's going to happen, but I really feel more comfortable with watching them after Steph kind of like had to be on the side, those guys have to step in and actually really play to get wins, because I'm pretty sure they want to get wins.
No, they have to get wins. And thanks for the call, Brian. Appreciate it. His line open, 888-957-9570. We'll continue the conversation, Alan, coming up. We're up against it a little bit. Again, keep it here on 95.7 The Game, as we've got a great show for you all the way up until 6 o'clock. And we are sponsored by the Golden State Warriors.
Dub Nation, get into the holiday spirit on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center for an action-packed week as the Dubs take on an 8-game homestand. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru. We are live and local all week leading up to the new year on 95.7 The Game. And speaking of the new year, be safe out there. Have a great New Year's Eve and a great 2023.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
John Dickinson and Alan Stiles, we're with you till 6 o'clock, sitting in for Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Jake Brendel, 49ers center, joining us coming up at 4 o'clock, right around 4 o'clock, so that will be a lot of fun. It's also a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward nonstop flight from SFO today. And that's by Freedman's also brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. So good stuff there on a Warriors Wednesday. We're talking some Warriors here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Warriors with some urgency. I think that the two big takeaways for me off of the first two games of the homestand, Draymond and Klay Thompson bringing urgency, setting a tone, and the young players contributing toward winning, once against a good team and once against a bad team. I think it's a little unusual to see the Warriors at this point showing that level of urgency. I think they're telling us, we all like to say that they don't care about the regular season. I think they're showing us right now that they actually do care about the regular season and that they feel that these next 6 to 8 games or 6 to 13 games or however long it is going to go a long way toward determining how successful this season ultimately is, even with the other 40 to go after this is done.
Right. Well, I think it would be that the Warriors care about the regular season right now, to your point, because they have to, because they have no choice. Early on in the season, we know they had the short off season. They went overseas, all that jazz. They came back. I wouldn't say that they felt like they could coast, but a lot of people weren't in rhythm yet. At the beginning of the season was the Steph Curry show. And although it was exciting as everything, it wasn't enough. And they were not winning the games where Steph, I'll never forget that game. The game, JD, against the Suns, where Steph dropped 50 and they still got blown out. I mean, that was one of the most absurd games I've ever seen in my life for a multitude of reasons. So the beginning of the season, they didn't get it done. They were not getting the job taken care of. Now they're in a hole, and they understand we don't feel like we have the horses to where we can get, 10 games back? Right now, they're 6 games back of first place. We don't want to get down double digits, and we understand that with Steph out, you could blink, and the next thing you know, you are in a bit of a hole. And once you get into that hole, not only do you – that's the thing that people don't really think about, JD. When everybody says, okay, you got into a hole, now you have to win games. The further you get down in the standings, the more you have to rely on other teams as well. So you can fall down and say, hey, we just got to rattle off a bunch of wins. But if other teams are still winning as well, and we don't necessarily have to do the Eastern Conference versus Western Conference thing, but this Western Conference, everybody been beating each other up, right? So maybe that's a good thing. But at the same time, there are going to be other teams that aren't just going to succumb and lose every single game. So this idea that, okay, even if we drop, we can get to where we get to as long as we do X, Y, and Z, that's also assuming that these other teams are going to be terrible.
The other thing you can't do is assume health. Like
exactly.
You can't assume, hey, Steph's going to come back and then he's just going to play the rest of the year. And Wiggins is going to come back and he's going to play the rest of the year. And maybe they do, but then Klay Thompson has to miss time.
Right.
Or then Draymond has to miss time at that, or Jordan Poole has to miss time. And you have to figure out how you're going to mitigate that, and that becomes problematic. So you have to get every possible win you can when you can.
Yeah.
And right now, there is what a lot of people believe. And look, I wondered, is the home stuff going to translate without Steph? Like, I thought people were talking a little too loudly about how the Warriors were just going to come home and snap their fingers and win a bunch of games. All right, so far, at least, they've showed me, okay, it seems like the home mojo is still working, right? Whether it's the role players and or the young players playing better at home, there seems to be more of an energy and an urgency at home, and they've been able to win a couple, continue it rolling really with only one slip up at home all year. That Indiana game, losing to Denver early is no big deal. Denver's the best team in the Western Conference right now, so that's not a bad loss by any stretch. But what I'm getting at is they are. These are winnable games, so you got to go get them, and so far so good at this point in time. But you can't assume that you're going to be in a better position later, because you may just keep thinking you are, and then you're not, and then at some point you look at your team and go, well, what do we do?
Yeah,
because again, I keep coming back to it, and I think you disagree with me a little bit. I keep coming back to the fact that this team has to show over the next month and a half that they're good enough to add to, that they're good enough to try and tweak it. But what we may find is they're playing well enough with what they've got to maybe they don't. Maybe they don't need one more vet or one more player here or there. And I think that would be, in some ways, the best of all worlds. But it all comes back to urgency and winning right now.
Right. And speaking of, the trades and things like that, on the YouTube chat, I Overstand 510 says, Alan, if you could pick somebody before the trade deadline, who would it be or what type of player would it be? I've always said, JD, I don't know where you're at on this. I know he's not going to be available. I would take Miles Turner, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But me personally,
not as a rental.
No, but me personally, if we're taking out the possibilities, if we're just focusing on the type of player, I love for the Warriors if they could add a Bobby Portis type of guy, right?
Sure. Somebody
who can, a 3-and-D guy, another gritty guy that can hit the corner three, so you can, do some things with him offensively, but you don't need him, but somebody to just bring a little bit more of that grit. That's the type of player I would love. I don't know what is comparable. I think the only thing comparable to that right now would be Jay Crowder. And like we talked about a couple days ago on Warriors Live, I would, even with Kuminga playing well, I would not say that Kuminga is untouchable, but I'm not moving Kuminga for Jay Crowder.
Well,
that's not going to happen.
No, that's it. And I don't think the Warriors want to move their young players for role players. The only way you move a young player that you think has a high ceiling for a role player is if you think that they're a role player.
Right.
Like the one guy that I could see of the group. Like Moses Moody projects to me to be a role player. Like I don't, and look, that could be right now. I mean, it can always change, but I still think Wiseman's high end projects to be starting NBA center, right? That could still be pretty good. Like I'm not writing Wiseman off by any stretch, although I do think it's going to be difficult for him to be much more impactful than we've seen him be in these last couple of games. That's still a tremendous positive. I think the Warriors believe the upside on Kuminga is immense, right? But again, for this team, it's about, can he do some of the things he's done in these last two games in a 20-minute box? Like, if he can do that, then that's great. You're not trading him for a role player because you think his ceiling is way higher than that at that point. So Moody, in a weird way, may be the one guy because, yes, he's a young player, but you may view him and his future as being a role player. And so at that point, all right, maybe you do trade a younger role player for an older role player. But I think generally speaking, the Warriors don't want to trade any of your lottery pick talent for guys that are just going to be the 8th or the 9th man on a team.
Yeah, and even so, looking at Moody, I don't know. I don't know that it was the Warriors necessarily, but the book is already out that Moody is a low ceiling guy. That's not my words. That's everybody else's words saying he might be the most pro ready, but he doesn't have the highest ceiling. So I don't know what the Warriors would get back for Moses Moody. I think we're talking about an expiring contract on top of what the Warriors feel would fit what they're trying to do. Should we even bother talking about at this point in terms of what could be viewed as having some sort of worth, I guess, in terms of a trade piece? Do we even bring up Patrick Baldwin Jr.? Would a GM even say, all right, I'll think about it? Or would they say, nah, I mean, don't waste my time with that?
Well, one thing that is interesting is if the Warriors think Patrick Baldwin Jr. is going to be a player, that could make somebody else expendable among that young group. Like it's not necessarily because you have all these young players doesn't mean you project all of them to be a part of your future team.
The two timeline does not mean everybody's going to hit.
It doesn't mean that you're going to have Jordan, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, Patrick Baldwin Jr. as your starting lineup in 3 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? With Rollins coming off the bench, and that's your top six. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Like you could think that, hey, Baldwin Jr. has, he's going to be a really good player here, and that means we can trade another player, or Kuminga's going to be this good, so we could trade this guy. Like it all is kind of intertwined together. But yeah, I don't think at this point they'd be looking to move him because he's still developing, and who knows? I mean, internally they may think, hey, this kid's going to be better than all three of these guys 2 years from now. He just has to get himself healthy and continue to work. So I'm less inclined to, because we know little about those guys at this point, to include them. But again, I still think if it's Bob Myers and it's Joe Lacob, and they're not looking at these young players as, oh boy, I'd really love to trade Wiseman for a rental center, when the Warriors don't even play their centers in the traditional way a lot of the time to begin with. Like that just doesn't totally equate to me. 888-957-9570. JD and Alan Stiles here on a Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Let's get to Mitch on the phone lines here next on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Mitch?
How's it going, guys? Happy New Year. Healthy one.
You as well.
Families. Thank you. I just say, how about give Weissman put him in the starting lineup so everything gets healthy, especially with a Curry and the young guys pick up their game. Would it be wise to put him in the starting lineup?
Yeah, probably not. Thanks for the call, Mitch. No, I think the Warriors are pretty happy with what they get on a night-in, night-out basis from Kevon Looney. I mean, Kevon Looney's a glue. He is one of the guys. Like, he is one of the championship core guys. I know he didn't get thrown in like Steph and Clay and Draymond, and he probably shouldn't because he hasn't been around for all of them. But, I mean, he is right there with, like, in Steph and Clay and Draymond's eyes, he's probably the next one along with Iguodala.
That basically, I mean, when you talk about the whole, the package deal and the core of this group, I just think what Kevon Looney does, you can't really replicate. And here's the thing.
You're not looking to bring somebody in that's going to start over Kevon Looney.
Well, if James Wiseman had been what I think we all, at his height, right, in terms of if his ceiling
no, I mean
was
in a
there,
trade right now.
No. But if James Wiseman had come into the league and been tearing up the league, I don't know, and this is not a slight to Kevon Looney, I don't know that when they drafted James Wiseman, they thought that in the year 2023, Kevon Looney would be starting.
Well, no, because at the point they drafted him, Kevon Looney he was dealing with neuropathy and had some injury deals. And
I'm saying after they drafted James Wiseman.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. When they drafted Wiseman, I think Looney was a major question mark. And it was really since then that he's become an Iron Man.
Right.
Basically going back toward the end of that 2020-2021 season. And, I mean, he had helped them win prior to the pandemic and all of that in the KD era. But no, I think there was some question as to whether Looney was going to even be able to completely fulfill his contract that he had signed, the first contract that he had signed. He proved himself, though, to be, I think, invaluable over that time. But no, when they drafted Wiseman, I think that may have even been part of it was they don't know about Looney. Like, what can he provide? But now I think Looney to me, Looney's entrenched.
No, he is. And I think what's interesting about Looney is
he's a glue guy.
He's the most movable, immovable part of the Warriors because he does everything that the Warriors needs. Even last night, JD, he was having some trouble with some of the matchups. Just because he's a starter to add to that structure. And as another overused sports saying, he's a glue guy. He really is, because last night, Steve Kerr noticed, okay, these matchups don't really, look to be what is in Looney's wheelhouse. Here comes Kuminga. So even though he's a starter, it's not as if they use the role as a starter in the traditional sense. If something makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. So with that being said, to Mitch's point, if there is a game where Kevon Looney is starting, but for whatever reason, James Wiseman's balling out and his matchup is just the matchup that's working, he will get used as a quote-unquote starter, even if he doesn't start, if that's working like that. So I think you can still get what you're looking for from James Wiseman as a pseudo starter without starting, if that ever comes to be. But if it doesn't come to be, that's because, nothing is matching up the right way. But Kevon Looney as a starter is the one that you probably don't move because you can do so much more with him after the game starts.
Yeah, I just don't like. To me, you need him at the beginning, and he's become a sneaky part of the offense as far as ball movement and screen setting and all of that. And you're right on the money with the fact that it's just he's a low maintenance guy. Like
exactly.
if it doesn't fit that night, you take him out. If you take him out of the starting lineup, which the Warriors have done, he's not going to complain about it. He can be the first sub in and make it work. And sometimes starting small gives you an opportunity to not if you start small and take Looney out, and then you're putting Looney in as a sub, well, then Looney becomes the backup center at that point.
Right.
So you don't need a backup center.
Exactly.
Right? And it's a way to get away with not having a backup center if you don't want to play Wiseman or you don't have anybody else on the roster that you trust. It's also a way to maybe at some point not play JaMychal Green if you got into a pickle where you had this roster and didn't trust anybody. That's one of the ways you can kind of manipulate it.
Yeah, and look, going back to Kevon, I say this every time we speak about Kevon Looney, JD. I've probably already said it to you, but for everybody listening, look, if you got some time off or whatever the case is, or during the next commercial break, if you've never seen Kevon Looney's highlight tape from high school, I encourage you to watch, because that dude was
you hit me to that. You hit me to that.
I will never let
Whitley
that go.
to that last night at the game.
Just
Whitley
keep the train going. Just keep the train going.
It's funny. Whitley mentioned to me that someone had said to her that Kevon Looney was compared to Kevin Durant when he was in high school, and I said, "Well, have you seen the tape?" And then I texted her the tape that you texted me.
That's
so it's making
stuff.
the rounds.
That's
it's
good
definitely
stuff.
making the rounds. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley next here on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, and if you haven't, check it out on YouTube, right? It's the Kevon Looney, senior year mixtape, I think is what to search for from high school. And there was a little KD in Kevon Looney. What's going on, Nick?
Man, I just love Looney Tunes, man, because look, when he beats it out in Toronto, man, he was playing with like damn near a ruptured lung. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then his stats all through the playoffs, picking up the slack this last season when we won the title. And he just puts his head down and quietly goes about his work, kind of like Robert Parrish used to do, man. Not really saying too much, you know what I mean, but just doing it with just like almost like blank expression on his face. But he's so intelligent the way he positions himself, and he does all the dirty work. The Warriors should slip with an extra $500,000 here and there, but I'm just like this, man. I'd like to see him, Wiseman, Draymond, Clay, and Steph on the court all at the same time and see what they do with that.
Thanks for the call. I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people would. Although, and he said Wiseman, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would. I don't know that the Warriors would, and the reason is for whatever reason they haven't. And I do think this is something to keep in mind, Alan, with the way that the young players have played now versus what happens when Steph comes back, because so much of I think Wiseman not being able to crack the rotation in particular is the fact that he just doesn't play well with Steph, and he doesn't play well with Draymond at times, and with Steph and Draymond. And it's like if you can't play with those two, then you kind of can't play for the Warriors because of the way that they operate.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing, because we did get a text on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I wanted to bring this back at you a little bit. And it was the fact that the 510 I push back on the Warriors' play of late versus early in the season. The bench was not what it is now. The Warriors are playing better now injured than they were fully healthy. And I don't agree with that, but the point I wanted to get to is the young players. I think you could make the case that young players, it's 2 games, but they're playing better now with this team injured.
Mm-hmm.
Steph not a part of it. Wiggins not a part of it. And so can they continue to play at the level that they have the last 2 games, period, as is? That's one question. But the other question is, can they continue to function the way that they have once you add Wiggins back? And the real rat on the table is once you have Curry back.
Right. And look,
because he changes everything.
It's almost a, with the youngins playing better.
Delayed rat.
It's almost a microcosm of what we're seeing with Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, we know, has played much better as a starter. Now, why is that? Probably because as a starter, they said it last night on the broadcast as well, you're not pressing as much, right? You're not getting in, okay, at what point am I going to get in? I only have so many minutes to make my impact. Jordan Poole as a starter, just very similar to baseball. He knows he doesn't have to go 100% right from the first inning. He knows he can kind of get into it and move things along. When he's on the bench, it's harder to do that. I feel like I got to go now. I feel like I got to show coach that I can do this, that, the third, even though he already got his money. And I think it's the same way with some of the young players. Now that they know they're getting more, consistent minutes, they feel a little bit more comfortable. The thing is, you can feel like that right now. But to your point, JD, you have to be able, and same with Jordan Poole, you have to be able to tap into this when this isn't the situation. Because if the starters do their job, yeah, hopefully you get in early in the fourth because it's a blowout. A lot of times that's not going to happen. So you have to be able to find a way, I don't know if you need a sports psychologist or whatever it is, to tap into that feeling of, hey, it's a happy medium between, all right, I don't want to rush, I don't want to hurry things, but I have to understand that I don't have time to get into a quote unquote rhythm. That is why JD, and I'm going to take it back to Moses Moody, that's a guy that I always felt never needed the whole rhythm thing. Moses Moody will come off the bench after not playing for 3 games and hit a corner 3 his first shot of the game. He's always done that. Yeah. And that's why it's always been kind of a conundrum to me that I'll continue to talk about, as I see him play. I will say that maybe I felt as I watched him play defense, maybe I thought his defense was a little bit further along than it was. I think he has like the correct aura to play good defense, but maybe the idea of Moses Moody's defense actually is better than his actual defense. I think that's part of it, but I think that's what it is. I think all these guys are playing better because they're getting into a rhythm earlier and they're not pressing, but you have to be able to tap into this once Steph comes back, once Andrew Wiggins comes back, because that's ultimately going to be your role, and we can't see a drop-off because you didn't get the same amount of minutes.
Jim and Martinez next here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Jim?
Hey, guys. You guys are making some good points. I'm really pulling for these youngsters. I mean, I was such a Moses Moody fan because he looked like he was like a 6-year veteran, and he seems to have fallen back. But I just want to say, Kevon Looney, think back, everybody, to the finals. That guy destroyed Boston by rebounding. Just think back to that, and your mind is going to open up. I mean, he was like, if he didn't have 15 rebounds and like 7 or 8 of them were offensive, that was minimum. I mean, he destroyed those guys. And I'm really liking this discussion. I'm pretty excited about the kids. I hope they can step it up while we're dealing with all these injuries, man. And good show, guys. Really appreciate you guys on there.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles here on 95.7 The Game. But, yeah, you look at Looney, and, I mean, he had some big-time performances. There's no doubt. 22 rebounds in Game 6 against the Grizzlies is the one that still comes to mind as the Warriors were banged up in that series, and he was taken out of the starting lineup. And then as it goes, Steph and Draymond are like, no, you got to put him back in the starting lineup. It's funny, for all the times the Warriors have gone small, in big moments to have success, and they did it at times last year in the playoffs. It was like, no, Looney, and I think that was the Looney is one of us, right? Kind of moments, frankly, that we need this guy to win this series, and then he goes out and has 22 boards in the clinching game, against the Grizzlies and sends him home.
Yeah, he does those things where, and JD, I do love, we were talking about his high school mixtape earlier. He does have, it's not the biggest bag in the world, but it's a JanSport. He's got a bag, and when everything kind of gets a little stuck in the mud, don't let Looney shoot an open jump shot. His jumper, it's nicer than I think a lot of people think.
Well, I think the fact that he was a ball handler in his younger days, I think it actually helps him.
Right.
I think it helps him understand like where guards want and to get the ball and operate and all of that. Like I think he just, it's, even if that's not necessarily part of his game now, you do still are, you're just comfortable with the ball in your hands. And so I think he's clearly comfortable with the ball in his hands, whether it's having to knock down a shot or whether it's, becoming a better screener and some of the dribble handoff stuff and the things that the Warriors do and all of that, in addition to the things that they've asked him to do. All right, 888-957-9570. We got 1 hour down, 3 hours to come. 49ers center Jake Brendel at 4 o'clock. He'll stop by then, as we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X Card. Earn 10 X miles on hotels and rental cars and 5 X miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus 2 X miles on all other purchases. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
In San Mateo, partly cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather, brought to you by One Thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn Raids, Triple Witching Hour, Candlesticks, Crown Jewels, Bears, Bulls, Bear Hugs, Blue Chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
As part of its goal to make homes and hometowns better for all, Lowe's has committed $100 million to make a positive impact in local communities through its Lowe's Hometowns program. Each year through 2026, people across the country can nominate their hometown projects in need. Lowe's Hometowns will help restore and revitalize community spaces from gardens, parks, and food pantries to neighborhood housing, community centers, and much more. Visit Lowe's.com/hometowns for details on how you can nominate a project in your community starting January 23rd.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 2, John Dickinson and Alan Stiles, 888-957-9570. The phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. Join the conversation. Xfinity mobile text line as well, as we're with you until 6 o'clock. We'll get you up to Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and the Utah Jazz going at it tonight. And another opportunity for the Dubs to get a win and continue to show the urgency that they have to this point on the homestand, although they're going to have to do it more shorthanded than they've been as Andrew Wiggins remains out, and Klay Thompson, also second of a back-to-back, is not going to play tonight. So the Warriors are going to have to do it if they're going to do it with another starter out and somebody subbing in, whether it's Kuminga or Moody, to that rotation.
Yeah, and I'm looking here, JD, for whatever it's worth. The Jazz are the 9 seed right now, with the Warriors being the 10 seed. The Jazz,
big game. Yeah,
Jazz 4.5 games back from the Nuggets. The Warriors 6 games back. They're 19-17. The Warriors are 17-18.
And it's also, I believe, the final time of 3 that the Warriors and Jazz meet this season. There's a couple of teams in the West that you only play 3 times. The Jazz are one of those. I think the Warriors only make the one trip to Salt Lake City, the game that they tricked away 3 weeks ago tonight when they had the 4-point lead with 13.3 seconds to go. So it becomes a tiebreaker game if you're into that sort of thing.
That was the reason,
because there'll only be 3, so there won't be a split.
Right, and that was the reason. And I know ultimately the training staff, nobody else cares about this, but that was one of the reasons I thought there was a chance Klay might play. And I know it's the doubleheader, and we don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah,
but
not after 38 minutes.
That was the reason, just because Klay wanted to get his get back on that game, but not going to happen. Going to have to get some more Ty Jerome threes, some more Anthony Lamb threes. Somebody's going to have to score. and make sure that the Warriors stay on the right track here. I did want to talk about, that top rotation, JD, when you look at the 5 starters.
Sure.
And then the 7 obviously would be DiVincenzo and Jordan Poole. I guess Kuminga would be your 8th, and if I'm not mistaken, the Warriors at times ran out as many as 9 during the finals last year. Yeah. Ultimately, the big miss here so far, and I'll say this again, this goes to show how good Jokic was last season, because JaMychal Green was getting legitimate minutes on the Nuggets last year. And JaMychal Green, I don't know what is not clicking for him, injured, things like that. That's the miss right now. That's the miss. When you look at, okay, GP2 is gone, Otto Porter Jr. is gone, Bielitsa is gone. GP2 was the most irreplaceable. We get that. Otto Porter Jr., I know he had a bunch of offensive rebounds. He's hit some timely threes. I get that. But with DiVincenzo, I think, okay, you might not get the whole GP2 experience, but he's doing a good bit of it, right, as of late. Then you also have Kuminga, who I think is going to start to come into his own. The big miss here is what I think everyone felt, and then not to say that he can't come around, the big idea of what JaMychal Green would be to this team. And it's just been a miss so far.
Yeah, they thought he would be, I think, closer to, in a different way, the production that maybe Otto Porter gave.
Right.
Different players, a little older is JaMychal Green, and not as good a shooter. So I think, I'm not sure that the Warriors really, I think they believe they would get more. I think they probably knew that they weren't going to get what they got out of Otto Porter. I think they thought in signing DiVincenzo that he wouldn't give them exactly what they had from Gary Payton II, because Gary Payton II's unique. And I've mentioned this a couple of times. I think the way they've tried to use Kuminga has been a little GP2-ish.
Yeah, right.
Hey, here is, you're going to guard this player. Go hound him. Just go get on him. Go try and take him out of the game. You don't have to really think. You're just going to use your athleticism and your ability. Don't worry about your rotation and all this other stuff as far as where you have to be if the ball starts moving. Just, we're going to put you on a guy who has the ball a lot, and we're going to let you guard him and get into him, and we really think you can bother him doing that. He did that down the stretch against LaMelo Ball. He's been on primary ball handlers a lot. That's what the Warriors would do with Gary Payton II, and I think offensively they've tried to stick him closer to the basket, which is what they would do with Gary Payton II. Now, he had the ability to drift to a corner and knock down a 3 if you left him open. I still think, teams are probably going to try to make Kuminga hit it from the outside, but I think you look at last night, it was all dunks and drives for Kuminga last night. It wasn't him looking for his offense. Out there trying to get after. He did have the nice floater.
He did have the floater.
End. That was a nice play, and it was a key point in the game.
But what were you thinking when the floater went up?
No, I thought it was he was in rhythm, and it was a good move. It fit. But making that that's fine if it's part of your game here and there when you're rolling and everything else is going well. Just don't make that the primary thing that you're trying to do.
Right.
And you'll be fine. So to me it was. Like, the big takeaway on Kuminga last night was you saw the dog. Like, you saw the rebound, the rip-away steal. That was a different level of, I'm not going to be denied. I mean, almost in a way looked a little bit like, I know people said Iguodala, but to me almost looked a little bit like Draymond with the intensity.
And that's what he is right now. I think you could find, he is I guess silly putty in a way, and you can mold him into different things on any given day. And ultimately, the Warriors are hoping he could be a combination of all these guys when it's all said and done. And then that ceiling that we've talked about for so long, he could get pretty darn close to it. These were the 5 main plays. They got the rip-away steal from P.J. Washington, the traffic rebound over Plumlee. He gets available for that dunk with Poole when he got by him. Or I think that might have been later. The floater in the ISO versus Hayward. Then he cut for another open dunk. So that was what caused Draymond, a pretty, obviously Draymond was hyped up, but Draymond pushed him pretty hard, to let him know, you did your thing, young fella. And that went viral as well. So look, I think that the vibes, if we're doing we do a panic meter, right, for Bonte, sometimes you got to do a vibe meter. And I think the vibe meter at the beginning of the season was in a great spot. Then when we all know what happened, when that went down, the vibe meter went into a terrible spot. It's tried to get back. There have been some moments. It's popped up against the Celtics. It popped up again against the Grizzlies. It was down really low on that trip. Steph goes down. So the vibe meter is starting to climb back to a place where we would like it to be, JD.
Well, and I think the big reason why, this is why we're talking about this, John Dickinson, Alan Stiles here on 95.7 The Game in for Damon and Brado, 888-957-9570. The reason we're getting into this is because, and it keeps coming back to me, one word, urgency.
Mm-hmm.
There's urgency. Jonathan Kuminga played that game like he knew if the Warriors didn't win against Charlotte, that it would completely undo everything that they did against Memphis and put them right back where they were with 2 games off the board and 6 games to go on the homestand, right back before they even got home. Mm-hmm. At that point, you're right back to Brooklyn and New York and getting blown out and 1-5. You're right back to the position you were when you got on that flight, leaving New York and coming back home. And to me, that is a tone that has been set by the veteran players, but to see a young player accept that challenge, I mean, that was, in a way, and look, he's still got to keep doing it, and Kuminga's been somebody that, once he does it for a few games, I think there's been a little bit of a let-up, which is why, as we talked about in the first hour, Steve Kerr's had to pull the reins back and say, hey, you're not going to play as much. If you're going to focus on these things and not bring energy, then you're not going to play. Mm-hmm. And so it's, I think, always going to be a fine line. Like, I know a lot of people are quick right now to say, oh, Kuminga's in. We had Anthony Slater on yesterday when Larry was in, and Slater said, no, Kuminga's firmly entrenched in the Warriors rotation. And I think for now he is, but that is contingent on him continuing to play like he did in that game last night.
Well, and I think the reason people like Anthony Slater feel like this, JD, is because, all right, well, I love high school sports. And if you look at high school sports, you get your freshman year, your sophomore year, your junior year, your senior year. To me, this is Kuminga's sophomore year. And as a sophomore on varsity, sure, some sophomores might be ballers, but a lot of them, you're just filling a role. So as the sophomore on the varsity team, that's what Kuminga essentially is. He needed a role. And at the beginning of the season, he didn't have a role, right? They didn't know, okay, short off season, what work did you do? What are you coming in looking like? He wasn't sure what he wanted to do, who he wanted to be, who they wanted him to be. Even in the playoffs last year when he started that game in Memphis and they got their doors blown off and he didn't know what to do offensively because, like you said, they were allowing him to shoot that, hey, go ahead. We're not going to guard you, anywhere from that's not close to the basket. So I think that now in his sophomore year, hey, you have a role as the sophomore on the team. We're going to need more from you than we did as a freshman, but this isn't, just run around and do whatever you want. Your job is to come in, lock up on D, and take what the defense gives you on offense. If you move around enough, you are athletic enough that you will get opportunities. But you are not necessarily 3 and D because the 3 ball's not there yet. You are a D guy. We're going to pseudo put you in that dunker spot, and offensively, the game is going to come to you. So now I think that's why people feel confident that he's going to hold down this role because he has a role. And I don't think he had a role at the beginning of the season.
No, and I think James Wiseman coming along is also something to look at as far as, he got his first 2 shots last night thrown, blocked right back at his face.
Right.
And he ends up 4 of 5, and he, again, played competently enough to be a +1. I think that's a small step for James Wiseman, moving forward as far as doing the little things. I mean, that to me, these guys becoming playable, and look, it's still fragile. Mm-hmm. It's still extremely fragile. They could collectively not play well the next 2 games, and maybe the Warriors lose one of them. And this whole, I think the whole season right now for the Warriors is fragile. A lot more than people think. Mm-hmm. As far as, we get a lot of the text line. A lot of people call it. It's like, what are you guys worried about? This team's fine as long as everybody's healthy. It doesn't matter what they could be 40 and 42. It doesn't matter. I'm not buying any of that. This team at some point, if they make a run in the playoffs, we're going to look back and say in the regular season, at some point they showed us. And the worry that I would have right now for the Warriors is if they don't play well enough now in the next 6, in the next 11, through January, the concern that I would have is maybe one more injury pops up and all of a sudden they say, you know what, we're just calling it off. And that doesn't mean trade everybody, but it just means, and we've seen them do it. You know what? We're going to focus on the development of the young guys, and even that, I think, in a way, you wouldn't be fully comfortable doing because you still have Steph and Clay and Draymond,
Right.
and you almost owe it to them to try and be as good as you possibly can.
You're still putting miles on them. You're still putting miles on them, and what, miles for nothing?
The Warriors have been lucky in the sense, and this is the first year really, I think, and I think 2 years ago was a little bit this way, but Clay was not around, so it is different. And this is the one thing I hope, because I think it makes it fascinating. There's been a couple, like the Warriors have in some ways had it easy in what their decision has had to be for a particular season. Like last year, it was clear they didn't know what they had at the beginning, but it was 18-2, it was 30-9, it was 41-13. They were like, damn, this team can win a championship. Clay's coming back. Like by January, for me, it was like middle of November, but by January, everybody was like, hey, they can win it.
And that was their acquisition too, Clay.
Yeah.
Right? So they didn't have to be in that because they knew, all right, well, we're reacquiring Clay.
And they were banged up. So, down the stretch, they didn't play as well. I think it was 22 and 26 or whatever. Anyway, I think I got the math wrong on that. Doesn't matter. They reached that point and then they didn't win as much. Here's the thing though. They knew last year championship. 2 years ago, when they won 39 out of 72 and made the play and ended up losing, they knew they couldn't win a championship.
Right.
Like that was a year where they knew they couldn't win it. The year before that, they were 15-50. They knew they couldn't win it. Right? Curry got hurt. It was over. Clay was already hurt. They had D'Angelo. Like it was done. Like they knew. So it was easy. The goal at that point was tank, basically. And they didn't have to actively do it, because they just were that bad.
It was natural.
And then the season got shut down, and they were one of 8 teams that didn't get invited to the bubble, right? So it was easy, and they didn't want to go to the bubble. Right. So it was anyway. So it was easy. They were off the hook. So very clear cut what the deal was at that point, and everybody knew. And then before that, it was obviously championship or bust. Going back, Durant, pre-Durant. Then they were young and up and coming. So obviously, you're trying to be as good as you possibly can before that. What I'm getting back to, though, Alan, is this is really the first year where the decision as to what to do hasn't been totally made for them. And they've got everybody, but they're not playing well, and some guys are in and out, and they think they can win it, but it looks like maybe they're not quite deep enough or good enough, or the young players are far enough along and all of that. But to me, it's like I hope everybody stays healthy enough to where they have to fight for it. Like, I want to see them have to fight for it. I don't want the Warriors to get the easy way out of, well, somebody got hurt and was done for the year, and then we knew they couldn't win it, so nothing mattered. Like, I want all of this to continue to matter to the level that we've seen from their core star players that are active, to where they're like, no, if we're going to win a title, we got to start winning games now.
I think that because of last year, I think I'd be more worried about that, JD, if they didn't win last year. When you have a repeat possibility, even the injury, even a future injury that we don't hope happens, anything that happens, as long as it's not season ending for any of the core pieces, I don't think they'll punt. It would have to be one of Draymond,
I'm
Clay,
just saying
Steph,
somebody get
done
hurt
for the year.
Yeah, I'm just saying somebody gets hurt. Like,
right.
if any
You're
one of
saying done for the year, though.
Yeah, done for the year, done for a significant enough time to where you're not going to be good. Like, if Steph Curry wasn't coming back till March, we'd already be having that conversation.
We would.
We would be.
Yeah.
We would. The last 3 weeks would be about that, or 2 weeks, or whatever it is. 10 days. God, I guess it's only been 2 weeks.
Yeah,
feels like it's been 8 weeks.
No,
it's only 2 weeks. Sheesh.
I mean,
it was 2 weeks ago tonight. It was 2 weeks ago tonight. He got hurt.
a long couple weeks here.
Been a long 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Also, Damon and Ratto, we're streaming on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on in the studio. Hey, everybody. I can wave. Yeah. How's it going? You can like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. You want to get a call in here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont on 95.7 The Game. Rich, you're on with JD and Allen here on a Wednesday. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Alan. Hey, JD. Thanks for taking the call, guys. I think one of the things I did like about yesterday's game was that, you look at Steve Kerr and you say to yourself, okay, here's a guy who has stepped up to the plate as far as being a coach and being the first-time coach of any NBA team. And, you know, you had whispers of people saying, well, you know, he's got Steph, he's got Clay, you know, then he had KD, so it was easy for him to coach those guys. But I saw something last night, in my opinion, that kind of puts him in a higher echelon as a coach, because he coached up guys without his main players, and they managed to stretch out a win. Okay, we got to be honest, guys. That game could have went either way.
Yep.
And to, you know, coach up the younger guys and bring them to a level where now they're starting to show some resiliency, which is what we've been waiting for from this young core. Okay, and in my opinion, that's good coaching. Okay, so hats off to Steve. Thanks, guys.
No, I think absolutely. He didn't have a choice. Like, there were no other options. When you've got certain amount of guys out, you know, it wasn't the question of why is Ty Jerome playing over Moody. They were both playing because they both had to play. It wasn't why is Lamb playing over Kuminga, even though they both had to play. Everybody had to play. Wiseman had to play. JaMychal Green's out. Like, there's no other option at that point.
Right. You can't sit there and say, all right, well, if it wasn't for this, then that. And we've seen it, man. I mean, there have been guys that have been in good situations, and once those situations are taken away, they aren't the same person. And I think Steve Kerr, I mean, everybody has that, whether it's your dad, your mom, your uncle, your aunt. We all have some family member that we've heard say, I mean, if I had those guys on my team, I could probably win a championship.
Yeah, that's
we've all had them. It doesn't matter who they are.
It's like the guy that said he could score 22 a night.
That's right. That's right. Shout out text line. Shout out Xfinity Mobile, my beloved Xfinity Mobile text line. JD, I did want to get into a little bit of what we talked about before the break about Wiseman.
Sure. And
one of the things that you had said is that Wiseman doesn't really know, doesn't play well with the starters, right? We got the call. Why don't you start Wiseman? Things like that. And I've always said this, JD. I know Wiseman has a long way to go, but I do think it's a little bit of a two-way street. And I do think that he hasn't shown enough promise for Steve Kerr or anybody to say, hey, and it is Steph Curry, don't get me wrong, hey, let's try to get Wiseman in the mix more, because that sentence sounds crazy. You know, a Steph contested three is probably, you're going to feel better about that than a lot of different things that Wiseman can do. But in just the idea of Wiseman playing with this team, I do think that there was a transition period that nobody really spoke about a lot, in terms of the Warriors had never played with an athletic big like this who was seen to be or possibly could be a focal point of an offense as well as a defense. Now, he's not there.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but I'm curious if he was closer to there, how it would even look, because they're not used to it. They're used to, the center is basically the least important offensive player when it comes to shooting the basketball.
There was a point, and Wiseman did for the most part a good job catching the ball last night, but there was a point last night where it was a one time they actually hit him for a post up, and he lost. He couldn't handle it.
He did lose it.
And he lost the ball. And I remember making a note to myself for the post game saying, well, that's why you don't post him up.
And he's
for all the people
for
that say, for all the people who've said he's open.
He's asking
There's been
for
a lot,
it too.
And he's been a lot of that. It's no, let's stick with the pick and roll lobs.
Right.
Let's stick with and Kuminga found him twice. I mean, that's Kuminga, when he's willing to move the ball or even take a little quick dribble and hand it off to somebody, like he's done a little more of that. But he found Kuminga found Wiseman for two of his buckets just based on getting downhill and drawing two and flipping it to him. So I think that's, to see those two have a connection, I think is a positive sign. Let's sneak in Joe in San Francisco here on the phones at 888-957-9570. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. Alan and JD, I just rewatched the game right now, and I was just cringing watching Wiseman. As you know, he had two main runs in the second half and the first half. Second half, he was a little better. But it should be a rare event for a 7-footer to get rejected. He got blocked twice
yep.
in his first session. How does that happen? And I'm saying I know why it happens, because he gets the ball so low, he crouches down like he's a little guard trying to protect against Lilliputians stealing the ball. It's like he's got no natural feel. At the end of the third quarter, when they're winding the clock down, they ran this play. Wiseman crashes to the rim, and he crashes too deep. Under the rim, the ball bounces a little over his head. It would have been an easy dunk. Compare and contrast that. I know it's a different sport, but compare and contrast that against a guy like Brock Purdy, who you just see like has a natural sense and feel for the game. He slides, in Seattle, he slides with his left hand out. He can make his little subtle adjustments in his passes. I see none of that from Wiseman. How do you get blocked not once, but twice? This should not happen, JD. How does this happen?
Well, you laid it out, Joe, and thanks for the call, because we're up against it. I mean, he brings the ball down. I mean, that's another reason why you don't want to post him up necessarily. And both of those times where he gets the rock, you're thinking, okay, there's action there, and you're like, oh gosh, like both. I mean, it's just you gotta go high with it. You gotta be forceful with it. I mean, that's as simple as that. I mean, that's an adjustment I think he can make. And again, I do give him credit for finishing for the other 5 opportunities after that. I mean, that can be a little demoralizing when you get it. When you're the biggest guy on the floor and you get your stuff thrown twice, and it happened the first 2 times. I mean, I thought, oh boy, like this is going to be a rough night. And I thought he had a relatively decent night after that. It wasn't the game against Memphis, but he helped them a little bit last night. He didn't crush them. He helped them a little bit, and he didn't crush them.
Right, and I thought, look, defensively, I thought that because it's to the point now where so many people talk about every little thing Wiseman does, and I find myself really just zeroing in on what he's doing. And look, he's trying, man. He's doing the right things. He's moving his feet. He's trying to box out. So at least I'm going to give him an E for effort right now, JD.
All right, he's Alan Stiles. We'll continue that conversation. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. A couple of phone calls to get to. Xfinity Mobile text line open as well, as we are sponsored by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru. We are live and local all week leading up to the new year on 95.7 The Game. And speaking of the new year, be safe out there. Have a great New Year's Eve and a great 2023.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Alan Stiles, 888-957-9570. Jake Brendel, 49ers starting center, going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock, so we look forward to that here on 95.7 The Game. I'll throw this out on the air just real quick. I just mentioned it to Cam and to Grandy and to you, but I'll bring it out. 5-ish p.m. flight on New Year's Eve to Las Vegas on an airline that's had some problems this week. How concerned should I be?
You got to start Googling Megabus.
I'd probably have to leave at noon to get there by midnight.
Yeah, that's going to be dicey, man.
So already worried. Because of how backed up
I would be.
And things have been.
You think anybody's canceling, with no Derek Carr? Maybe that'll help?
I don't want to downplay it. I mean, the flight is booked, but obviously there's been tens of thousands of people who've had flights booked.
Yeah.
That haven't been able to make it. They're supposed to be caught up by Friday and Saturday, I thought, but I guess it's gotten worse. But
we'll
anyway,
see.
I'm not panicking about it yet. Famous last words.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, that's Saturday and Monday, but I keep getting all these text messages like, have you heard about that? It's like, yeah, I've heard
But
about
then if there are any issues,
I've heard about it
right?
and I have full confidence. Oh, now I totally screwed it up.
But this is what you do. If there are any issues, you talk to Nahigian. You get you a Porsche because you got to save time.
Get that car deal.
That's what I'm saying. All right? So you got options.
It's finally tucked in the window of Warriors this week and then be able to get to the airport, get there hopefully comfortably in time to enjoy the new year in Las Vegas, and then obviously cover the game on Sunday and enjoy another evening on New Year's night in Las Vegas, and then come back Monday morning plenty early. So everything's on time to come in here and host this show on that day.
There you go. Well, I'll be.
You're on
there.
at 10?
I'm at the morning. No, I'm in the morning roast
morning.
slot.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm going to be sitting here waiting to see if you pop in.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can just take 4 hours off and come back if it doesn't
why
work
not?
out.
Why not?
Anyway, I digress. 888-957-9570. You wanted to talk about Jordan Poole a little bit.
I did.
As we dissect everything going on with the Warriors as they try and build some momentum here, even shorthanded on this homestand.
Yeah, I just think that, look, Jordan Poole is not perfect. I'm not here. I might sound like a Jordan Poole apologist and apologist, if you will, but I don't think I'm anything like that. I just think that I see him for who he is right now, not who he's going to be or anything like that. And I get it. They paid him a lot of money. He didn't play well at the beginning of the year. And his defense leaves a lot to be desired, if I'm putting it nicely. But some people were talking about possibly including him in trade conversations. Some people just were saying that he is not worth the money. And to me, I just can't get past what I see him do when he's in a groove and say that he doesn't deserve that money, relatively speaking. When you look at the other guys that got paid the same amount of money, I think he's right there, right? We've taken calls about Tyler Hero. We've taken calls about Anthony Simons. I understand these guys, on paper might have better stats, but these guys are being called on a lot more. Jordan Poole's in a situation where, he's off the bench. He has to come in spurts. Then he's a starter. Those guys start. So I think that the Jordan Poole slander to me has got to stop. I don't get the Jordan Poole slander at all. Besides defense, I get it. He's a liability on defense. Since when has anybody cared about defense?
Yeah. So was Steph Curry at 23.
So was Steph. So I don't understand, man. I don't understand. To see what he did last night and understanding that they don't win any of these games without Jordan. You have to lock in Jordan Poole's offense if you're going to get a W. He's going to have to get at least 20, maybe 20 to 20. He had 24 last night. He's got to get over 20 points for these guys to win with Steph Curry out. I'm not saying he's perfect, but I do think that for some odd reason, he's been a bit of a target to at least the coalition of Twitter that I've seen, or the coalition of Dub Nation that I've seen, and I do not get it because I think this kid is an absolute stud. I think you talk about the or whatever you do, JD.
Well, he's got it.
He's got it.
He's got the handle.
He does. He boogies a little bit too much when sometimes he should just get to the hole. But I think that I'm not saying he's the next Steph. Nobody would ever say that. But I think some people come down Jordan Poole's road a little hard. And you know what? Maybe it's because he's a bit of a pretty boy. I have no clue. But you need to stop it because the Warriors, they're going to need this offense all year. And if they didn't have this offense last year, you wouldn't have been at a parade, sir. You would not have been at a parade, miss. You wouldn't have been. So leave it be.
He got paid what he got paid, and I think that puts a target on you, number one. And I know the money hasn't kicked in until next year, but when you get paid at a level that's going to be, an average value of $30.25 million a year, which again will kick in next year over the following 4 after this one, it adds a different level of, now you got to be this kind of player, that kind of player. Yes, in the long term, potentially.
Right.
The short term, as the Warriors run it back, like Joe Lacob said, the Warriors just want him to be what he was last year, and maybe a little bit better. And and be able to, and again, I've said this a lot, but the reason you pay Jordan Poole what you pay Jordan Poole is because you believe he can grow into being a super sixth man, but also because he can start for Clay 15 times because that's built into your calendar likely already because of the back-to-backs. And Steph's not playing every game.
Exactly.
And you just know. Steph was playing every game. It was great. They gave him a couple off, but you knew at some point there was going to be something that kept Steph out of the lineup, and you just hope it's not more than a couple of weeks at worst. And hopefully that's what this winds up being. But Jordan Poole being able to step in to the Steph role and put up 25 to 35 points in a game it's imperative to the Warriors having any shot to win any of these games. I mean, if they don't have Jordan Poole, pack it in, because he's the one guy that
last
can.
Year too.
And it really doesn't matter if he's shooting it 18 times or 25 times. Like, somebody's got to take the shot.
Yeah, who else
with
do you
no
want?
Wiggins, I mean, it's him and Clay, basically.
Right. Who
and
else
some
do you
nights you don't even
want?
want Clay taking as many when he's missing. But right now, that's not necessarily the case.
I just don't understand when you look at the options right now, specifically to your point, JD, you have no other options rather than you rather Jordan Poole shoot or whatever. And I know Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome have been hot, but come on now. Jordan Poole, what he does offensively, it's needed. It was needed last year, and it's needed this year. And 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line, we hear you. Steph's defense is good, not great. We're talking about when Steph was 23, not now.
It was
Steph
bad
is a
then.
completely different player than he was defensively. He's stronger. He's all those types of things.
He was a bad defender as a young player.
and
But we can say that.
Exactly. And he would say it too. Here's the kicker, JD. This is not a Jordan Poole problem. This is a young player problem. Now, the other guys I'm going to name are legit superstars, and Jordan Poole's not there yet. But none of these young players play defense. Ja Morant, they complain about his defense. Luka, I know he just dropped an absurd stat line last night. So, again, it gets overshadowed. 60 points, 20 rebounds. It was crazy. Luka doesn't play good defense. When James Harden was balling, James Harden didn't play good defense. None of these young players play good defense that are good offensively. That's typically not how it works, because the young players that do play hard defensively, that's because they're not as skilled offensively. There are not very many young stars that are coming into the league that are saying, I really want to focus on my defense, when they can score at will. That's not how it works. So you can trade him out. And I don't know enough about Tyler Hero. I'm willing to bet his defense isn't great either. Right? It's not, because it's not a Jordan Poole issue. It's a young player issue. And I believe
young offensive-minded player.
Young offensive-minded player. He got paid, and we get it. He's got to play both sides of the ball. But Jordan Poole got paid to make buckets, not to take charges, all right?
That's absolutely true. He got paid to help keep the Warriors afloat in situations, frankly, like the one they're in right now, where Steph is out and Clay is not playing, or one or the other, or both. Like, you got to have somebody that can fill it up. You got to have somebody that's going to be your primary and preferably be your primary scorer as your primary handler of the ball, and they're able to do that with Poole. Like, Wiggins can score, but you don't necessarily want Wiggins being the guy that's your primary handler of it. He can be from time to time, but you want Wiggins to be getting his in the context of the offense. It is a Warriors Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today, and presented by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles here in for Damon and Ratto. 888-957-9570. Jake Brendel scheduled to appear, 49ers starting center, at 4 o'clock. I don't want to get too fixated, Alan, on the text line, but I need your help with this one. Xfinity Mobile text line 707. Listening to everything we've talked about today on the show, 707 says, man, JD really hates Kuminga. Huh? What?
I think that's a thing. I don't know. Maybe it's not just from today. I think that because I've seen that a couple of times. I think you got a Kuminga agenda. You got a Kuminga agenda.
I think he's pretty good.
All right.
There's no Kuminga agenda. It's just he's got to bring he's got to bring energy and play the way he has. He's got to play doing the little things. That's his key to being an effective part of this team. I don't, at this point, really care about what he's going to become, or baby Giannis, or all the Kawhi, all this stuff. Like, that ain't important this year, because it ain't happening this year. Like, that gets back to kind of the theme of the show, which is it's about this year. Like, everything is about this year. Like, and we can get into the ceilings for all these young players, but the reality is, what's most important for the Warriors is, can those three players, Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, or one of them or two of them or whatever, but can all three of them get to a point by the end of the year where they're all effective rotation players. Like, that's the most important thing. Can they be effective in, just using last night as an example, can they be effective in 22, 13, and 9-minute stretches? That's the most important thing right now. It's not about 20, 25. And I'm not saying you got to get rid of anybody if they can't be, but that's what the Warriors need right now to allow them the best opportunity to contend for a championship come April, May, and June.
Exactly. And when you look at everything that the Warriors have rolling right now, like we said, we don't know that they're going to be pieces, maybe even early on in the playoffs. Like we said, Kuminga got some time early in the playoffs. We don't know what they're going to be in the playoffs, but they have to do enough to keep this team above water in order to get there. We trust the top 7. We're starting to trust the top 8 if you throw Kuminga in there, but everything has to start to click now in order for the Warriors to be in that position, which is why whatever the youngins are right now, that's what matters. So we're not talking about whatever happens in the future. Whatever will be, right?
Well, if they can't fill roles now, then it doesn't mean they're not going to be good players later, but if they can't fill roles now, then that means if you think this team is still good enough without them, but they are the weak links to prevent you from getting over the top, then you have to look at making a move. And the only way you can really make a move is if they are one of the players that's included in a deal to make the move. And as we laid out earlier, it leaves you in some uncomfortable positions if you're the Warriors as to who you're giving up versus what you might be getting back. There's a lot of underwhelming potential options. When you start thinking about trading any of these guys for rental players or dudes that are over 30, frankly.
Yeah, and names will start to come up. No doubt. The closer we get to the trade.
There have been a lot where I go, oh, that's a no-brainer. No Miles Turner, no Pirtle, even for me. Jay Crowder, I don't think would get to the Warriors anyway, but he's too old to give up Kuminga or, really any of the three, frankly.
Yeah. So really, it's about what the kids are now and what they mean to this team now versus their potential and what they could mean to a version of this team in the future. What's more important? To me, JD, you know how I get down.
Yeah, it's now for me.
It's Steph Curry. It's about number 30. It's about I don't care about what the future looks like personally, because all I know is that it's probably not going to include another version of the best whatever of all time.
We were talking about it before the show with Matt, our boss. They got one more year of this, maybe 2, with Steph in the full prime, like this season, next year, and we'll see. Maybe it continues to get extended, but we're not at the point where we can expect 3 years from now Steph to still be at this level. Like, it may happen, but we can't expect it.
No.
So it's 1 year, maybe 2. Clay's contract's going to be up. There's already the rumors about maybe he's looking elsewhere. We know the Draymond situation. Like, it's not like this thing is coming to an end.
And nothing lasts forever.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
But it is coming to an end. 888-957-9570. Let's sneak in Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, I'm not sneaking you in, Robin. We got plenty of time. We got plenty of time for you. I misread the clock, Robin.
That's okay. Hey, listen, you guys. I hope I am not out of line about this. Still, I had to ask the producer because right when I got in the car, you guys were talking about Jordan Poole, and thanks for taking up for him because, in terms of defense, tell me if I'm wrong, but the boy was trying last night. He just has a problem standing in front of people.
True.
And then also, he's not, and he's just not physically built, to be, have that strength just to be that type of, I think, own the ball defender that people seem to want to judge him for. He was making an effort. He was trying to get rebounds. I have seen him make an effort, whether it's all out or not. Are my eyes deceiving me? And then also, Kuminga did great, but let's not forget about those assists that Jordan Poole. The way he played last night, it's his floor game. Aside from the shooting, it's his floor game to me, that was pretty much on point last night. Setting players up, dishing it up. I mean, am I wrong, you guys? And then the last thing I want to say is this. They complaining about this boy getting paid coming off the bench, but they ain't got nothing to say about Andre Iguodala's pimping since 2019. Like my son say, end up pimping, don't stop. Peace out, you guys.
Thanks, Robin. You know what?
We talked about that, too.
Go
it's
ahead.
about that time. Andre Iguodala, where you at? Are we just supposed to ignore this?
Ignore what? I mean, the Warriors are getting exactly what they asked for.
And I guess that's all they wanted, but don't say out loud, oh, I'm not Udonis Haslem when you are Udonis Haslem.
Yes and no. I mean, he's Udonis Haslem now, but I do think the Warriors, and I think Damon and Ratto had, when they had Kerr on, Coach Kerr a couple of weeks ago, they asked him, and Steve was joking about it a little bit, but he wasn't being rude, but he was kind of like, yeah, just stop asking about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, maybe in the playoffs, maybe toward the end of the year, whatever. I do think the Warriors believe he can help them. I don't think it's totally a Haslam. I think they want him to play. But the irony in the whole thing is, if the Warriors don't start winning games, they may not be, and I say this a little tongue-in-cheek, but they may not be good enough to where it's worth Andre Iguodala's time to even play.
I mean, he's done it before. That's how the Grizzlies.
Well, and I'm joking because obviously it would be a
yes, he wouldn't. But
a decision by everybody.
That is the origin story of the Grizzlies rivalry. So he's done it before.
All right, yeah. Here's the cut from, it was 2 weeks ago today, I guess, or 2 weeks ago that Kerr was on with the guys. Here's that sequence.
He's going to play at some point, but we just don't have a date. I mean, the whole point is we just want him healthy in the playoffs, and he's working every day with our training staff. He's getting shots up. So the answer is yes. Just stop asking, and at some point he'll be back out on the floor, and then we can talk about him then.
There you go. So March, maybe? I would take that as don't ask about him until March.
I'm not going to ask about it at all.
And he may just appear
right
before then. And if he does, then we're all grateful to be graced with Andre Iguodala's presence.
You know what it reminds me of? That clip from a couple years, I mean, this might be 5 years ago now, when Carmelo Anthony, I think he's in the Garden, and he gets the ball off it gets hit out of bounds, and he takes a pump fake like he's going to shoot, and he hasn't played in years.
Okay.
That's Andre Iguodala on the Warriors. Every day, we're waiting. It's just a pump fake.
You'd think at some point you would want to get him in just to build some semblance of chemistry, but I think he's so trusted as being so smart that they feel they could plug him in with, like right now, they could plug him in with Steph, Clay, Draymond.
But can I be honest?
Wiggins.
Do I
want those
him?
4 plus?
Do you
him.
want him plugged in?
There's your what would that be called? What would you call that? Not what 5? That's not the Hamptons 5 or what would that 5 be called with Iguodala now?
The over the hill 5?
1, 2, 3 Cancun.
Yeah. I mean, last year I did not love what I saw from Iguodala. Now, it was very small sample size.
He really helped him at the beginning. I'm
talking about in the playoffs.
No, he was kind of shot in the playoffs.
But he got when he got in, I said, please get out.
Honestly, one of the reasons why I think the Warriors are taking the approach, and I am being serious here. I'm not no more tongue in cheek on this one, at least for a couple seconds. I think part of the reason why the Warriors are doing it the way they're doing it with Iguodala this year was the fact that he was so good last year at the beginning and such a big part of them getting off to the 18-2 start and holding everything together and the glue, and they really needed him. It was him with Porter and Peyton and Poole and everybody else. He was a big part of it, and I think they got, and I think Steve Kerr even addressed this, they got so comfortable playing him because he was helping them so much that they played him too much, and it effectively ended his season. Like, it just, he ended up injured and to a point where he couldn't really recover and be a factor, even though I think they were hoping that he would. To your point on the playoffs, he wasn't really much of a factor at that point on the floor. So I think they're saying, hey, we're not going to do that this year. We're going to play a very little and hope that we can get a lot out of you at the end and in the playoffs. And hell, it may not even just be the playoffs. It may be at the end and, second, third round, second round, conference final round, something like that.
If you get that far down, I don't care how long you've been playing. It would be, I just don't see them plugging somebody in the second round of the playoffs. And here's the thing,
but he would
JD.
be the one guy you could at least think about doing.
Sure, and here's the thing, JD, and obviously we're just we're throwing some jokes around here as far as Andre Iguodala is concerned. He is a Warriors legend. Do not get me wrong. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, the Warriors are not going to win a championship or lose a championship at this point because of Andre Iguodala. I don't believe.
No, although I mean, I'd never put it past him helping him win one game somewhere, 1 or 2 games.
No, sure. And you know what Max Kellerman
at that point
thinks.
You could say that.
You know what Max Kellerman thinks? I want Iguodala.
Yeah, we have that somewhere. I don't know. We probably do. But I don't. Yeah, I don't have it. 888-957-9570. We got 2 hours down. We got a couple of hours to come. Let's go ahead and pause here. Jake Brendel scheduled to appear on the program coming back. We got Warriors Live at 6 as we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I want Iguodala. Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating. But here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other, too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware with 14 convenient locations throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
Forests affect our everyday lives. Healthy forests provide us with clean air to breathe, quality water to drink, and reduce the risk of large wildfires. Healthy forests are critical for a healthy California. Learn more at foresthealthca.org.
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Halfway through here on a Wednesday, John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. We're sitting in for Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Good to be with you. 888-957-9570. That's the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. Xfinity mobile text line open as always. Jake Brendel, the 49ers starting center, is going to join us here coming up momentarily on 95.7 The Game, scheduled to appear. But first, we should let everybody know that the 95.7 The Game merch store is live. Justin in Fremont ordered his DPOI sweatshirt today, and you can get yours right now at 957thegame.shop.com. So make sure you check that out. Continuing the Warriors conversation, 707 on the text line. Jordan Poole's no Jordan Clarkson, so he's paid way too much.
Yeah.
Alan, your thoughts?
I mean, that is
circumstances are everything. I mean, they're similar players.
It's been a comp,
somewhat,
but you're paying him for, again, this is not a deal, and I think this happens a lot in baseball too, JD. These deals get signed, then the very next season, I know those deals are much longer in baseball, but the very next season, we got to see all of our money being put to work right now. Some of this is you're signing him, you're paying him based on what you think he'll become, as well as what he is now. And some of it also is, if you didn't and Jordan Poole hits free agency, some of the same people now that are complaining about Jordan Poole doesn't do this or that, if he got the free agency and somebody, I'll use them again because it's the easiest name, somebody like the Orlando Magic backs up the Brinks truck, and now Jordan Poole's gone, and you have a bit of a shaky Klay Thompson, right? You have a shaky Klay Thompson, you have Steph Curry, and you don't know where else would scoring come from as of right now. Those same people would be complaining about, why did you let Jordan Poole walk?
No doubt. No question. And here's another one. This one makes me bristle a little bit looking at this text. Wait, so Jordan Poole can get a pass because he's a young player, but Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody can't? And the answer to that question is yeah, because Jordan Poole's done some stuff in his NBA career to impact winning on a significant level. Mm-hmm. He's been a starter that averaged 18, 19 points a game for over a third of an NBA championship season. He scored 30 points multiple times in a playoff series
right,
to help the Warriors win against the Nuggets. Hell yes, he does. He went down, developed, came back, and made a major impact. There's a reason Jordan Poole can play 35 minutes a game and these other dudes can't. And he's farther along in his development because he's obviously been around for longer. He was drafted before all of these guys. But yeah, to answer the question bluntly, 510, hell yeah, he gets a pass because he's done things at the NBA level that have helped this team win a title. None of those other three have done it on a grand scale.
No, and this is a scorer's league. Look, other things obviously will get you on the court, but you have to be able to score the basketball.
I don't even really consider Poole one of the young guys, to be honest. I consider him, he is a bridge.
He has to be. Him and Wiggins are, technically, they're three timelines. If we want to get into the multiverse.
Well, he's in the middle. Yeah,
he's in the middle.
No doubt.
So there's the OGs, there's the Wiggins. You could probably put Looney in there, maybe. I don't know. Put Looney in there and put Jordan Poole in there too. But I just don't understand how people don't understand that there's no championship last year without Jordan Poole. Straight up.
No, there isn't.
Straight up.
He started for Clay for, what was it, almost 40 games.
And this is another thing. This is not to compare.
He was the starter half the year.
This is not to compare at all. But there is a bit of Klay Thompson, if we're being honest, for what he had done, right, for the Warriors. That deal that Klay got done while he was injured, he got paid for what he had done, some of it, and what they hoped he would do. That's exactly what this is, a smaller version of that for Jordan Poole. So ultimately, you can't pick and choose what it is.
We'll continue this conversation coming up, but right now, our 49ers Player Show presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality. Shop your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill supermarket for all your tailgate needs. And it is 49ers starting center Jake Brendel joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Jake, thanks for taking the time. We really appreciate it. How are you doing?
Of course, guys. I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing well, man. Getting ready for the new year. And look, it's been a successful season, the 8-game winning streak. But is it a little strange with all that's happened, the slower start, and then all that's happened at the quarterback spot where it's Trey to Jimmy to Brock, and obviously you're right in the middle of all of it as the guy that's snapping the ball every play.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little unorthodox of a season for sure, but I feel like we've kind of honed in our craft, and especially up front, I feel like we've never played better ball than right now, this group. So we just got to keep building on that with the weeks to come.
Jake, I want to take it back a little bit, as we're watching these games. I don't know if you knew this or not, but Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft, also known as Mr. Irrelevant. And that's something we've heard very often as we watch the games and listen to the games as well. But you yourself, undrafted out of UCLA in 2016. Can you talk about that mentality? Have you talked to Brock Purdy at all just about, hey, we're the later guys, we're not the top round picks, and you yourself being undrafted? Can you talk about that mentality that you bring when you go to work every day and how that kind of forms you as a player as you get ready for a season?
Yeah, being a late draft pick or an undrafted guy, there's definitely a chip on your shoulder. You definitely have to bring a little bit different of a mindset to work every single day. You don't get stuff just given to you. You have to earn everything you have. So, yeah, Brock and I, it's funny. I was the first person in the building to tell him that he made the team, which is kind of crazy. But it was kind of a just a good situation, having a player come up to you, a guy that, was kind of in the same situation as Brock was, being able just to show a little bit of support to him when a time of uncertainty, like at the end of training camp like that. I feel like I can give him as much guidance as he wants from me, and he can always ask whatever questions he wants from me. So.
Now, Jake, you said you got to let him know that he made the team going back to the end of camp. How does that process play out? Did you happen to be in the building? Is there some kind of list posted? Did a coach tell you? How does that whole process play out where you got to be the guy to be a part of such what has to be a special moment?
Yeah, so with all the stuff that was happening with Jimmy G, right before that news kind of hit the airwaves, we had a meeting, and we just kind of went over what we thought was going to be the best approach to the 53-man roster, and a select few of guys that were older guys or more in leadership positions were shared the information of what we were doing in the quarterback room. So it was just kind of like I passed him in the hallway after that meeting, and I was just congratulating him on him making the 53.
Jake, sticking with Brock Purdy here, Brock seems to have that elusive gene, if you will. I call it slippery. He's slippery in the pocket. Does that change your mindset when blocking, or is it all the same thing at the end of the day? Keep the QB safe.
Yeah, man, it's that's definitely the goal. Just to keep guys off the quarterback as much as you can, limit the hits and the pressures. But yeah, Brock definitely has his own little swag to him in the pocket, and he's shown that he can get the job done in the pocket and outside the pocket whenever there's pressure. So, just having a guy back there that can get the job done and get the ball to the right guys, I feel like it makes our job easy.
Let's go back to training camp for a second. Forget all you've seen from Brock over the last 4 games, but did you see something in practice, in camp? Did he raise eyebrows? Was there something where you, as an offensive lineman and a big part of what's going on there, gave you confidence? Like, oh wow, this dude's pretty good. Like, how did that play out?
Yeah, I think just how he approached his craft, his work. He's always in the office or the building super early in the morning. He's one of the first people here. He's one of the first people, in the building every single day. So, seeing him as a rookie doing stuff that vets do, like 10-year vets do, that just immediately was like, okay, this guy's a little bit different. And then once we saw him out on the field and, his fast release, his ability to grasp the offense, his natural leadership ability, we definitely knew that he was a special player. We just didn't know when, back in training camp, when he was going to get his shot. So,
Jake, sticking with training camp, early in the season, a lot of media and fans, they love to overreact. We're worried about the offensive line. Alex Mack retires, a lot of question marks. And to see how you guys have gelled together to this point, was that something you always knew? Hey, did the group that you have together always believe you had this potential, or are you even maybe exceeding what you thought you could be?
I think we always had high expectations for ourselves up front. Coach Furster holds a very high level of expectation for us, and we really don't expect anything but the best out on the field on Sundays. So we definitely knew that we could get the job done up front. Obviously, there's some there was some musical chairs and stuff like that. Last season and then this season, losing Lakin, losing Alex, and just not knowing who was going to step up for those positions. I think the front office and the offensive staff knew kind of right away who was going to be in those spots. So,
Jake Brendel joining us here on 95.7 The Game, 49ers starting center. You guys obviously won the division in Seattle a couple of weeks back. You're not going to be any worse than the 3 seed, but the 2 seed, even the 1 seed, I guess, if Philadelphia loses both of their games and you guys can win both, is still on the table. Do you guys scoreboard watch at all, as far as what's going on? And has it been discussed to push for the 2 seed? I know Coach Shanahan has told the media that he doesn't think you can stop playing football, so he kind of wants to keep you guys rolling. But what's the mentality as far as finishing strong here with the division locked up?
I've always approached football as like a week-by-week basis. You're playing the team that you're playing next, and that's it. You can't look forward. You can't look back. I'm pretty sure the whole team is kind of in that mindset right now. Obviously, if teams lose across the league or win across the league, then our seed's going to be different. But if we don't win, then there's no point to the whole thing. So we got to handle business on Sundays, Saturdays, Mondays, and we that's really all we can worry about.
Jake, Dre Greenlaw, not named a Pro Bowler or an alternate. Christian McCaffrey, an alternate as well. Here, when we're watching you guys getting ready for the post game, Cam is here on the board. We call him Big Play Dre. But these guys not making the Pro Bowl, Christian McCaffrey as an alternate. We hear when everyone says, "Oh, it doesn't change how we view what we need to do every day. We're still going to work hard. But inside the locker room, is there a little bit of, you know what, guys, you might not have got this, so let's go out and do our best to get us a Lombardi? Does it change it all, or is it everything that, we typically hear that, hey, we're just here to do our job?
Yeah, I mean, usually when you have team accolades, the individual accolades come along with them. So, it's unfortunate for those guys to not be recognized for the successes that they've had this season. And honestly, I completely think that they should be Pro Bowlers. No doubt about it. But at the same time, for some reason they weren't, and you just kind of have to brush that off. If that motivates you, then that motivates you. But we really just have to focus on the team the team mission right now, and that's just to win these last couple season games and then get into the playoffs all healthy and ready to go on a run.
Jake, what did it mean to you though to be named an alternate, considering your journey and the season that you've had? I mean, I got to think that's pretty special for you. But what did it mean for you to be among those named as somebody that could be headed that way, the way things work out?
It was definitely a blessing, man. I honestly didn't go into this season expecting anything at the end and any sort of individual accolades, but I don't know the numbers and stuff like that, but obviously our fans voted a ton. I know my family voted a ton, so having those guys behind me and supporting me is always great, and I'm just glad to be in the position I'm in right now.
Jake, let's dig deep into Christian McCaffrey, because we see what he does, right, when we're watching the games and things like that. But how is it blocking for a guy who just seems like all you got to do is give him a little bit of daylight and he's going to make something out of nothing? Can you describe just the level that Christian McCaffrey brings when he's in the backfield?
Yeah, Christian's arguably one of the best scat backs in the league. So having a guy that's that utilitarian for this offense is great, right? We can line him up in the wide out. We can line him up in the backfield. We can use him as a blocker. So anytime a guy is top notch at all those different things and can do all those things great, obviously he's going to thrive in a Kyle Shanahan offense. So, having him in the building, having him on our side of the ball is it's awesome. There's really nothing like it.
Yeah, and the 8-0 in his starts is that tells you something too. I think as far as the way it's helped everybody with Christian McCaffrey. I can't tell you how many times, and you've played alongside Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford, two young guards this season, and how many times you look at the different grades and all these things that come out as far as offensive linemen, and it's like, oh, clean sheet for these guys, clean sheet for the interior. These guys had good games. It's happened a lot, and obviously you guys are graded by your coaches and all of that, but it's just the job that the three of you on the interior have done, and in particular just speak to what you've seen from those two guys and their growth, because I'll be honest, I mean, one of the questions from a fan standpoint coming into the year was how you three would specifically hold up, and you've done the job.
Yeah, for sure. Big credit to those two guys. Playing guard in this offense especially is not an easy task. It's arguably the hardest position up front for us is at the guard position. So, having Spencer come in here his first year in the league and have him perform as well as he did and is doing right now, and then also Aaron just being able to, fully hone in his craft last season to the point where he was coming in this season looking like a true starter, like no questions asked type of guy. So it was great.
No, Jake, this has been great stuff. Real quick, I did see you and your wife are expecting a baby in early 2023. Me and my wife are expecting in April as well. So wanted to say congratulations. I know we did some things that we knew we wanted to get taken care of this last Christmas without the baby. Was there anything that you two made sure to do before your baby comes in 2023?
Well, first off, I appreciate it, and congrats to you guys too.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's definitely a blessing to have kids, man. Really, we're a pretty low-key couple. There wasn't a ton of bucket list stuff that we wanted to take care of before having kids. Actually, we've been working on this for a while. So, honestly, we're just looking forward to having a healthy child and hopefully building a great family together.
It's great stuff. Yeah, congratulations as well from myself and everybody here at 95.7 The Game. All right, so to wrap this thing up, Jake, our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are sending you 10 pounds of prime steaks. You get to choose the cut of your choice. So you can have ribeye, porterhouse, or New York strip. What's your call for your 10 pounds of meat?
I think I'm a New York strip guy, so...
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, good man. I think I'd probably roll with the strip as well. No, we appreciate the time, and we'll get you set up with your prime steaks from Harris Ranch Beef. Thanks a lot for joining us, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Jake Brendel joining us here on 95.7 The Game, and what would you roll with?
I'm a ribeye guy.
Okay, so you'd be like, give me the ribeye.
Give me the ribeye.
Okay. I like the strip,
but you know what? I gotta say, if I'm gonna go ribeye, I want to season it myself because I've been out, JD, and there's just I need a little bit of salt. No Salt Bay or anything like that, but I got to make sure that thing is well seasoned. So I'll do it myself.
Okay. Yeah. No. You want to season?
Where you're going New York?
I would go. Yeah, I would go New York. Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Can I say something while we're on it
soft?
Anyway? No.
You calling the starting center for the 49ers soft as well?
No, because I was gonna say I don't get. And maybe
Cam's calling me soft.
Maybe my palate isn't there. I do not get the filet mignon hype. I don't get it.
All right.
I need some fat on it. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, I like a leaner cut.
Okay.
Like a little leaner cut.
All right.
No judgment. No judgment either way. But thanks to Jake Brendel. And I can't tell you how many times you look up at whether it's PFF or other rankings, whatever. Oh, clean sheet. And that was, as you mentioned, that was, no pressures or one pressure, here and there. But that was a big question mark coming into the year, and to deal with three different quarterbacks. And hats off to those guys. And it all starts with Jake snapping it on every play.
Exactly.
888-957-9570. Let's get back into the Warriors conversation because we did have some people that wanted to join us on the phones as we were talking about Jordan Poole. And that means Tracy in Tracy joins us here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Tracy?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing, man? Happy holidays.
Yeah, you as well. You as well, Tracy.
Hey, look, I just want to say to you guys, great show, man. But listen, Jordan Poole, I think that they also paid, I'm here with the kids, but we're getting ready to go into the doctor's office. But look, he also got paid because he got punched in the mouth like Draymond. That's why they extended this thing. That's why they paid him. But he did show you were right, man. They wouldn't have made it last year to the NBA Finals without Jordan Poole. He deserves to get paid. Give him some time to develop, man. And you know what? I believe he can be close to a next step. You know what I'm saying? Good job, man. Happy holidays.
Thanks for the call. I'm not going to go that far.
He can be Diet Steph.
But
I'll go Diet Steph.
You need dudes who can average 20 plus a game. And especially if your star players are going to miss time. And he provides it. Like, is he a perfect player? No. Was he playing? If you want to be critical of the fact that he wasn't playing well at the beginning of the year for the most part, that's fair.
Yeah, and we've
I'm open to that. Like, I'm not saying he's Teflon, no criticism at all.
Right.
And yes, there is an expectation that your game raises as you get paid more, but it's also a gradual process. It isn't, hey, you're making $30 million now, which, again, technically not till next year, but hey, you're making 123. Now you got to be a different player. And who knows if maybe that was part of why he struggled was, sure, the punch, but also
a lot has happened.
The adjustment to being a guy like that can make people feel a little weird about how they're trying to accomplish things.
We see it all the time, JD. So I don't.
You got to live up to it.
You got to live up to it right now, every shot. And I think, again, coming off the bench, but also getting paid, it's a gradual process. Everybody wants, microwave this, microwave that. He has to immediately be worth what he's going to get paid, because to your point, he's not even getting paid that yet. So I just, when you look at what Jordan Poole can do and his boom or bust, his boom is way higher than so many other players his age in the league, and the Warriors have him. It just feels like out of all the things you could complain about on the Warriors right now, it's an interesting thing to complain about, specifically while Steph is out. And you need this offense, or you're going to hold more L's.
Yeah, I'd hate to think if Jordan Poole had a sprained ankle and had to miss the next 6.
Right.
Then we'd be
Then we're talking
1-5.
Somebody on YouTube chat talking about Wembanyama. You might be in the mix.
Yeah, at that point it'd be tough. Jason in Oakland joins us next here. You're on with JD and Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jason.
How you guys doing, man?
Good.
Great show.
Yeah,
Great
appreciate
show.
it.
I'm liking it, man. So I'm not trying to knock Jordan Poole. I guess my concern or question would be more so for Steve Kerr than necessarily about Jordan Poole. One of the main things that I liked about these Warriors teams over the years is that when one of the stars were out, you had one of the up-and-coming guys, a late-round draft pick or maybe a two-way guy that would start. And it seems like this year, you got Clay only playing in the back-to-backs. Well, not playing on the second night of the back-to-backs. Draymond kind of questionable seeming like on those same back-to-backs. Wiggins out for a while. Curry kind of changed everything when he went out. But it seemed like you would, regardless of who was out, you would always throw Poole in that starting lineup. And I get that he's a part of the foundational 6 and all of that, but I feel like it's a perfect opportunity to get some minutes for some of those young guys that you want the experience for, like the Wiseman, the Kuminga. It was the other game. I forget who exactly they were playing, but one of our bigs was out, and they didn't slot Kuminga into the starting lineup. And I was like, that's a chance. So I just want to know what you guys think. I'll take the response off there.
Yeah, I think
you guys.
No, appreciate it, Jason. I think first and foremost on Poole, Poole's got to start.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like you start your best players if and when you can. I think there's been times where Steve Kerr's tried to figure out the right tonight, frankly, is one of those nights. I mean, we can kick it around coming back, but tonight is a night where we can lay out, and I'll throw it to you on it when we come back from the break here.
Sure.
But it's like, hey, tonight is a night where it's like who's starting and who's unavailable. So piece to get who's the last guy, right? Like I think we know a couple of them. I think we know maybe 4 of the 5 tonight. But who's the 5th one? So yeah, hold that.
All right,
thought.
you saw me. I wanted to,
hold that thought.
We'll tease.
We'll
tease.
Yeah, we'll lay it out for everybody. But because there are nights where that does happen. Tonight, like I said, is one of them. So who gets the start? We'll discuss that coming back here as the Warriors are back in action tonight. So tune in to 95.7 The Game and Warriors Live at 6. Easy deal at 4:30. You just leave it right here on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru. We are live and local all week leading up to the new year on 95.7 The Game. And speaking of the new year, be safe out there. Have a great New Year's Eve and a great 2023.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
In San Rafael, it'll be rainy tonight with a low of 44.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here on a Wednesday. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles, a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. Also brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit Friedman'sAppliance.com today. Our thanks to Jake Brendel, the 49ers starting center, for joining us earlier here on 95.7 The Game. Good conversation with Jake, and the 49ers gearing up for the Raiders. First practice of the week in the books in Vegas. on Sunday afternoon, and no Derek Carr. We talked about it on Monday. The Raiders benching Derek Carr for Jarrett Stidham, and the Derek Carr era is looking like it's over. He's not even going to be around the team for the game on Sunday. He's not even the backup, and away from the team to basically, I think the quote was, they don't want it to be weird. So,
coming from, you're facing a team whose quarterback said goodbye, was throwing in another.
They tapped out. The Raiders effectively ended their season. You could make a case it ended on Christmas Eve or before, not lobbing shots at you, Alan.
No. I would agree with you.
But they officially punted on, 3rd and 20. They quick kicked.
Here's my thing. You want to see what you have with Jarrett Stidham, and his last 2 games are against the number 1 defense in the league in the Niners and the Chiefs. You don't want to see what you have. You want to throw him to the Wolves and keep it pushing. You're going to see what you have on New Year's Eve when C.J. Stroud takes the field. Yeah. Let's be honest here. If they're even, because I think they might have won too many, they might be out of that mix as well, unless they make some trades or something.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Josh McDaniels is, not to get on too much of a Raider kick, but is convinced Mark Davis that Tom's coming.
Did Tom play defense?
No.
Tom play any DB?
No, but he might be able to get the ball to Devontae Adams after the first couple quarters of the game.
Well, I tried to say, did Devontae Adams, I tweeted this, did Devontae Adams make a top 5 worst move in his career for a sports move? And somebody said, well, he's on pace to lead this. And the
Packers weren't going to pay him.
I said, besides money. Yeah. Because a lot of places would have paid him. And someone said, well, he's still on track to lead this. And I said, well, I think the train is off the tracks with Jarrett Stidham. But say what you will.
Yeah, that's all bad for the Raiders. It's really all good for the Niners. It becomes a gimme game, really.
It's either more gimme or more trappy.
Is there anybody? I don't know if it's a trap, because that would mean that once you get out of the trap, there's something there for you. Like they're playing. Honestly, has anybody got 2 more checked out teams on their schedule in the final 2 weeks of the season than the Raiders, who just, again, gave up on their starting quarterback for the last decade, and the Cardinals, who are without their franchise quarterback?
Is that a good thing? I guess you could get into, because every game is competitive. Nobody's going to roll over. Everybody's playing for something, whether it be incentives or whatever.
Fair question. It's a good question.
But these guys are not, there are going to be some business decisions made, specifically when you're playing the Niners. And the Raiders already made one, because they don't want Derek Carr to not pass that physical, and they don't want to be on the hook. So the Raiders already made a business decision. I do want to say, just real quick, just as an ode to Derek Carr, I always felt like JD, I never thought he was as bad as the haters thought. I never thought he was as good as the stands thought. I thought he was just right there in the middle. And it is kind of sad that it's going to end like this, because I do think he really does love the silver and black. But I've said for a while, it's just been time to move on. And that is just it. That's my quick ode to Derek Carr. We wish him the best. And to all as the Niners have Jimmy fans, they are Derek Carr fans as well. You got to make some decisions now.
Here's one thing I wanted to kick around. Just where you at on the Niners. The one thing we know is the 49ers' signature win for 2022 is not going to come in these last 2 weeks.
No.
It is not, with the Raiders and then the Cardinals at Levi's coming up in Week 18, a game that actually could be Saturday or Sunday. I think we mentioned that on Monday, but the whole schedule is in flux for that weekend, and there are a couple of slots to where there is going to be some games on Saturday in Week 18. But where are you at in the Niners as far as they're rolling? They're 11-4. They're looking like they got a great shot to be 13-4 if the Vikings slip up to the 2 seed. But as you go through their schedule and the season that they've played out, what is the signature win for the 49ers?
I would say the signature win.
You got to think about it, huh?
So the Chargers didn't have either wide receiver when they it was the Austin Eckler show.
Yeah, they didn't have a bunch of guys.
So I would have to say it's either the Dolphins win or the fact that they swept the Seahawks. That's the best I can do.
You know what? Call me crazy, and this is a little bit out there, admittedly. I think in a way you could make a case that the signature win was the game that started the winning streak at SoFi on October the 30th, because that was the first game that Christian McCaffrey started. It felt like, from being there covering the game, like the 49ers season was on the line. They were down in the game, I believe, and played kind of a wonky first half, and ultimately dominated the second half. That was, if you recall, the start of the string of second half shutouts. And it was also the game where McCaffrey threw a touchdown, ran a touchdown.
I call it the Booby Miles game.
Yes.
It was the Booby Miles game. He did it all.
And caught a touchdown.
Right.
And honestly, and look, at that time, nobody knew that the Rams were going to completely fall off the map. But that was, they'd gotten McCaffrey. The Rams didn't. The Rams at that point were still considered the biggest threat to the 49ers. If you don't win that game, maybe it veers a different direction as far as where they were last year. They'd been, I think, 3-5 if they dropped that game, and then it gets ugly. I think it's not the kind of game where you go, damn, they blasted a great team, but at the same time, it might be the signature win. Is it fair to throw that into the conversation?
So those who listen to me on post game, they know that I always joke the Niners. I can't joke them anymore because they've been winning, but I always joke that the Niners play really well against the Rams and nobody else. So for a long time, I haven't even counted games against the Niners and the Rams. Because
at a minimum, it's the second year in a row that the Rams flipped their season the right way.
Right, exactly, exactly. So I typically would say I'm not going to count it because the Niners just play completely different against the Rams than they play against everybody else. I can't say that anymore because they've gotten on a roll here. So I think you could be right, JD. I mean, Stafford only played a couple games after that, but they went out and they said, we got this new weapon, and this is what you're all going to have to be afraid of. And they put the world on notice. I think they put the NFL world on notice. Everybody theorized how good it would look with Christian McCaffrey, and they went out there and they showed it. And I think specifically, JD, the timing in when they showed it, right, to go out and get it done the way they did, I think it all went in the right direction for the Niners. I think that showing, hey, even though, because I think the biggest part of that, JD, and I was double checking here, the biggest part of that win was the fact that they did it right after they got blasted by the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Because
it felt like a must-win game at the time.
Christian McCaffrey didn't start. He was still getting in the mix, but nobody cares about that.
Yeah, he played 2 days, like not even 48 hours after coming into the building.
Exactly. All we know is it's the Chiefs and you got blasted. So the Niners said, all right, we know we had some things to work out. This is what it's going to look like now. And they go out, they destroy the Rams, and after that, they go on this stretch. So I'm with you. I would still say that Dolphins game, though, specifically with Jimmy going out and Brock Purdy coming in, I would go either way. But the Dolphins, at that point, they were not as fraudulent
sure.
then as they look now.
That was the best test that the 49ers have had to this point. I mean, other than the Chiefs, who's the best team the Niners have played? Even the Chargers, I guess.
I saw something that said the Niners had like the when it comes to how difficult the schedule was, they
second easiest right now.
Second
I heard
easiest.
Steiny and Evan were talking about that earlier.
All the top 4 teams had easy schedules based on that same metric. So, hey, Niners don't make the schedule. They just play who they play. And they still found a way to trick a game to the Broncos, to trick a game
and the Bears.
to the Bears.
They were 1-2.
And I guess we can give a pass on the Falcons because they were so banged up. But, yeah, I would say I agree with you, JD.
Well, you know what? Just a quick point. We talked about this a little bit yesterday with Larry. I'll bring you into this conversation, the mobile quarterback conversation. Like, there's a couple of things for me. The signature win thing doesn't concern me, really, because I think the 49ers have enough established playoff players on their roster. So I'm not totally concerned about that. Shanahan's been good in the playoffs. The 49ers are 4-2. I mean, if you have a above 500 record in the playoffs, you're doing great, even if you haven't won the Super Bowl yet. Right. It's not even the easy schedule. It's more. It's really twofold. It's the lack of adversity for Brock Purdy, and I don't think he's really going to face much. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe you never know. He might throw an interception against the Raiders, or something happens and they get down, and he's got to lead them back, and we'll see. He just hasn't had to deal with enough adversity. So that concerns me a little bit to this point. And the other thing that concerns me, and this is what we were getting into yesterday, is the mobile quarterback component. Because if you look at the Niners lost to Justin Fields because Justin Fields made plays with his legs that turned into plays with his arm, and were broken play touchdowns. They put 3 touchdowns on the Niners in the final quarter of that game where it looked like they weren't going to score at all. Russ made a couple of plays with his legs. They didn't make a lot of plays in that game, but made a couple of plays with his legs, especially on that final drive to escape and evade and extend and convert a couple of first downs and ultimately score the touchdown. Marcus Mariota lit them up.
Yeah.
Another mobile quarterback, borderline running quarterback, and they trashed the 49ers in the run. Mahomes is a mover. He's a mover. I don't know if Mahomes is a mobile quarterback to the extent the others are, but you look at who you lost to, and those are the 4, and they're all mobile quarterbacks in some form or fashion. I mean, Mahomes is just great, period. And that leads me to Jalen Hurts and the Eagles and the end of the line if the 49ers get to that point in the NFC Championship game, excuse me.
The good thing about this schedule, and even just focusing on the last 2 games, obviously you have a chance to sneak into the 2 seed, dare I say the 1 seed, if the Eagles, happen to lose out. That's the good thing. And your road isn't as tough, right? At least on paper. Shout out Jared Stidham. We don't know what he's going to do. The bad thing, I would say, JD, or I guess the negative part of that, is with that young quarterback and Brock Purdy, not that you want him to lose, but you don't want that first time he hits adversity. And he had some in Seattle, but you don't want that first time to hit adversity to be in the second quarter of a playoff game. But I'll say this, essentially what you're looking at in not facing Derek Carr on an offense that finally got back Darren Waller, that finally got back Hunter Renfrow, that obviously has Devontae Adams. Sometimes they forget, but they do have Devontae Adams on the team. That was a test for the Niners defense, and if they gave up some points, that would have been a test for Brock Purdy. That's number 1. Number 2, the second game, their last game, the Cardinals, could have been a test, to your point, JD, where it could have been perfect because you have the Niners, all right, we got Kyler Murray scurrying around. Yep. We can use this to, even though he's not the same runner as Jalen's more of a power runner, but we can use this and put this in our back pocket for if we face the Eagles. Those are 2 tests that they're not going to be able to take. The good thing about a test that you don't take is that you can't fail it. The bad thing about a test that you can't take is that you can't pass it either. So we don't know what they're going to do in these situations. I would err on the side of this team has a really good defense, and they would have been fine. I don't think they lose any of those games either way, but they're just looks that they're not going to get to see.
No, that's true. And the play that I keep coming back to is if he throws a pick 6 in Seattle and they go down 10-7 in a game that still at that point would be very winnable, but that place would have been rocking. It was, I think tame for Seattle,
right?
In that game from being up there, I can say that
they never felt in it.
Yeah, they never felt in it. They would have felt in it up 10-7 in a game that the Niners had kind of dominated up until that point. If Washington punches it in on the goal line early, or if Jahan Dotson catches the first deep ball of the game and is able to get, that's a touchdown at that point. So the Niners could have been 7-0, maybe even 14-0 in that game, and then you would get a test against a good defense as to how do they battle through it? Can they battle through it? And can he battle through it? And it's not that you're going to make a grandiose judgment about how he would be in the playoffs or his career, but I would just, in a perfect world, you'd kind of hope he goes through it, and then because you're really hoping that in the first playoff game you don't want that mistake to happen, or Juwan Jennings coughs a ball up that's not even his fault and it goes for a touchdown the other way or something like that, to where second quarter of the playoff game, to your point, you're down 10-7 and you're maybe not moving it and you got to figure out how to maneuver your way to a victory. That's when it's gulp time.
Yeah.
If you're the Niners, if you're a Niner fan, a little bit.
Yeah. No.
Not that they can't still win, but it just you got nothing to draw on.
All you can draw. Brock Purdy's gonna be drawn back to his times at Iowa State.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
Which I guess weren't not that long ago, but you like it to be ultimately any guy, right? If Trey Lance hadn't went down, it would have been a situation that he hadn't been in before. Yes, Jimmy's the only guy because he's been to a Super Bowl. He's been there on every level, but he could have been put in a situation that he's never been in before. So, look, there's a lot of things you can complain about. I guess it's hard to complain about the fact that Brock Purdy hasn't been put in bad situations. And some of it is this, JD. You can put the shoe on the other foot and say, well, he hasn't thrown. Yeah, he's thrown himself into possible bad situations, but ultimately he hasn't thrown himself into a ton of them because somebody would have caught something, right? So he hasn't kind of shot himself in the foot enough to where it would have happened organically.
Yeah, some of it is he's been pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
No question. 888-957-9570. Let's get to the phones. We do have 3 people on the line, so we'll run through them here before the top of the hour. Matt in Oakland gets us tipped off here this segment on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Matt?
What's going on, guys? I wanted to talk, everybody's been talking a lot about strength of schedule for the Niners, and they're all worried about Brock. But, I'd be worried about Kyle, too, and the coaching staff. Like, the Vikings are 11-0 in one-score games. The Giants are 8-1-1. In one-score games. They've got every win in a one-score game. And that is something that you can't simulate in practice, and it's not going to have the same feel. So, yeah, be worried about Brock, but, Shanahan's not immune to choking in the moment either. He's had some bad calls in his day. So I think people should really be worried about playing certain teams that have been in the trenches where the Niners have, pretty much just beat up on a bunch of losers. So have a good one, y'all.
Yeah, appreciate it. And, yeah, that is interesting. I didn't realize that the Giants and what their only loss was to the Vikings in a one-score game because the Vikings have won all of them at that point. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, that is – I know a lot of Niner fans would think that is an issue, or if you get a lead, right, 10-point lead's the worst place the Niners could be in a playoff game, right, if it just lingers right at 10. I think that's where being able to play the Vikings at Levi's is different than playing them in Minnesota with that crowd. And that, to me, that's where all the magic. I know they won in Buffalo. They've won games on the road too, in dramatic fashion. But really, it's been the home games for the most part where they've been able to do it.
Minnesota Magic.
I wouldn't want to go there if I'm the Niners.
No,
to me, that makes the game a lot more difficult. And sure, you can win it, but I also think it's going to be a bloodbath in that stadium as well. Which means you're carrying that, just to have to even go from the Bay to Minnesota and back, and then potentially to Philly and back. Like, it's just 2 trips versus 1 trip. I thought the Niners were a little gassed against the Rams in the 3rd playoff game after having to make a couple of trips. They played Dallas, and then they had the short week to Green Bay, and then ultimately had a longer week to face the Rams. They had more prep time for the Rams game than even the Rams did because they played on Sunday and then played on Sunday against Tampa. But I think when you look at it, I mean, yeah, you just don't want to have to make 2 trips, one halfway across the country and then another one full country if you can avoid it.
I think that the reason we've spoken less about Kyle Shanahan is honestly because he's had some issues, and you can at least be optimistic and say, well, look, he's been in this situation before. I feel that Kyle Shanahan can grow from the mistakes he's made in the past. When it comes to Brock Purdy, he hasn't made any mistakes. So, as your parents tell you, you're going to make mistakes in your life. Don't make the ones that I made. Since Brock Purdy hasn't made any, he could be more due for a mistake because it is his first time. Kyle Shanahan has made mistakes. He might make new ones, but you're going to hope that it's not the same ones that he's made.
What I wonder is if Brock Purdy makes a fatal mistake in a playoff game, to where there's always a bunch of reasons why you lose a game, and there would be if the Niners lose in the playoffs. But let's say Brock Purdy makes a fatal mistake where it's like, wow, that's on him, like or has a bad game. How much do you think that would change the calculus as far as how he's evaluated moving forward? Like, let's say he just cruises, keeps playing as he's played to this point, some variation of that, goes into Minnesota. It's a close game like it always is. He throws a pick late, and they end up losing the game. You think that changes anything as far as next season?
No.
Would it change how the fan base feels about him? It changed how one throw essentially changed how the fan base felt about Jimmy Garoppolo.
But
I
Jimmy
still
had
maintain
years here, though.
In that Super Bowl, though, to me, the throw to Emmanuel Sanders was the tipping point.
Well, and people have said that was the throw that also did it for Kyle Shanahan.
Like, that's the he can't do it throw.
Right. He can't.
Really?
That's not our guy.
That's the one?
That's not our guy. I don't think it would change. I think Brock, everybody would say, it's funny because, Trey wouldn't probably get the same vibe, but I think that everybody would say, look, he's a 7th-round pick. He kind of stepped into this.
Yeah, young player.
He made one mistake. We'll run it back next year. We shouldn't have even been here. We're on our 3rd-string quarterback.
And one thing I will say, and I do want to remain consistent about this too, because I did say this about Trey before the season and in the lead up before he got hurt. He got hurt so early, it gets kind of lost in the weeds. But, the expectation was that the Niners could be a playoff team no matter whether it was Trey, Jimmy, whatever. Like, you better make the playoffs. Right. It turns out it was a combination of all 3 of them in some form. But what I'm getting at is, if Trey got him to the playoffs at 10-7, let's say, and then had a horrible first playoff game, then, well, you know what? It's his first game as a rookie quarterback. Like, he had a bad game. Like, it happens.
Right.
Like that. Like, you almost have to throw that away. Like, that should not be an indictment of anything.
It's not going to be. And look around the league. Right, Lamar Jackson.
But you got to keep that energy with Brock Purdy, too.
And
I think because Purdy's played so well, I'll admit, like, we haven't seen ups and downs. Like, if Trey had played a 10-7 year, he would have had ups and downs, right? There have been games they lost, games he was good, games he was bad. We've really only seen good Brock Purdy to this point, so you're almost not accounting for the fact that he could get out there in his first playoff game like a lot of other really good quarterbacks have done and just not have it.
But he would, yes, that's
especially
true.
in his first one.
But he would be allotted, going to next season, he would be allotted, hey, that whole thing, right? It was his first time. I don't think it would affect how anybody views him versus how it affected Jimmy Garoppolo. And the Super Bowl is a different beast, too, I will say.
Yeah, but in a sense, you could say if you're, and I know it's different with Jimmy because of, they shut it down in the Minnesota game, throwing it. They ran it 1,000,000 times against Green Bay. I get it. He threw it 8 times. It's a little different, but I also think you could make the case that if Purdy plays pretty well in 3 playoff games and then doesn't play well in the Super Bowl, it's like, well, like, you're going to judge him on not playing well in the Super Bowl? Like, that's not fair.
I don't think anybody
will. He plays
will.
well in 3 playoff games?
Yeah.
Like, hello? Like, how many quarterbacks would die? How many teams would die to have a quarterback that could do that?
Yeah. I think, like, I don't think anybody would. It would just hurt more because it's a Super Bowl.
It would hurt.
And the Niners.
And I think that was kind of what I was getting at as far as the first playoff game. Like, if Purdy just stinks the joint up in his first playoff game out of nowhere, like, now again, there's nothing we've seen to think that that's the case, or that will be the case, but it happens.
You look at what the Niners have been through, right? They've been the bridesmaid a couple times.
They have. Knocking on the door.
If we were to tell you that Brock Purdy's going to stink up the joint, would you rather have him stink it up in the first round or stink it up in the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl.
Really?
Yes.
Because you'd want him to get that experience?
Yes. Because I'd want him to win 3 playoff games.
But it would hurt, JD. It would hurt.
It would hurt, but I want to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's 3 playoff wins. Think about that. Grandy, like, think about that. Think about the Niners playing 3 games where you're happy on Saturday or Sunday in January. Take that any day of the week, I would think. 888-957-9570. We'll continue that conversation coming up. We got Rob and Bob. You want to talk a little Warriors as well, as we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Maine. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus 1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus 1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes 1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher.
Baby, just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hour number 3. Just going over a little read here. John Dickinson, Alan Stiles. Warriors live at 6. As we'll get you closer to the Warriors and the Jazz tonight. Quick game, back-to-back. Keep them coming. Warriors looking for their third straight. No Klay Thompson. I asked you a question going back I think an hour ago. And then we never paid it off because we got some calls and then we got into the 49er conversation. We never got back to it. I'll ask you now. 888-957-9570. We're talking 49ers. We're talking Warriors. Everything on the board. We'll get to Rob and Bobby here on 95.7 The Game in just a second. Tonight is one of those nights where there is a question mark next to one of the Warriors' starting slots because Steph and Clay are both out. Wiggins is not returning as of yet. You still have Draymond and Looney. You know Poole's going to be in there. DiVincenzo has been in there. So starting backcourt is Poole and DiVincenzo. In my eyes, starting front court is Draymond and Looney. So that leaves a fifth open slot. Who starts for the Warriors tonight at the 3?
I want Kuminga.
Okay.
I want Kuminga
at the 3. Okay.
You got to reward the kid. Christmas was not too long ago. He's been playing well. Reward him with the starting spot. And JD, see how he reacts. If he gets in there and, is trying to boogie and do a bunch of stuff that he shouldn't be doing, then all right, got to bring the reins back a bit. But let him in, see what he can do.
We had a caller earlier that said, sometimes when guys are out, it's an opportunity for others to step in and maybe you go a little unconventional in the starting lineup. I think tonight, along those lines, would be a game where you could give Moses Moody a shot.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Yeah, to me, because he's been getting less time than others, so maybe you give him a shot as a starter. Because, I don't know, Kuminga's success has really been more at the 4 as opposed to playing him with Looney and Draymond. It's been more...
It could be a matchup thing because...
Yeah. For sure.
DiVincenzo just didn't feel like shooting the basketball last night, and he didn't have to because Clay had 29 and Jordan Poole did his thing. Without Clay, you have a good argument for Moses Moody because of his outside shooting because Jordan Poole can't take every shot. Jordan Poole can't take every shot, and between Draymond and Looney, their handoffs that do work well, that's not going to be enough. So because Kuminga offensively is more so in the space of taking what the defense gives them, you might be onto something with Moody because you need some type of shooting.
Yeah, and looking at the injury report here, going back to the Jazz last game, they lost in San Antonio, by the way, in their most recent game, 126-122. Got down big, actually came back late, and ended up losing that game by 4 to the Spurs. But they've been starting Conley and Clarkson with Lauri Markkanen, Jared Vanderbilt, and Walker Kessler. So if you consider that, you could put Kuminga on. You could put Kuminga on Markkanen if you wanted to. You could put Kuminga on Clarkson or Conley. And honestly, they've been more inclined to put him on a guard that's got the ball in his hand. You put him on Clarkson maybe and hound him.
You'd have to put him on Clarkson.
Get DiVincenzo out there though to be on Clarkson.
Right.
But then
where do you hide Poole?
Somebody's got to guard Conley. So you're thinking Kuminga and DiVincenzo on Conley and Clarkson?
Yeah.
Draymond on Markkanen?
No, I would put that could work.
Put Poole on Vanderbilt because he's the least offensively.
I'd put Poole on Vanderbilt because that's what they would do with Steph. What would they? And to look before it, I know someone.
We're just throwing it out there. Yeah.
I know someone's going to type right now. Steph is much better than defense. We know, but Steph still guards that player on the opposing team. Steph is not. And a couple nights ago, the Nets were playing. I don't know if you saw JD. While the Nets were smacking the Warriors, somebody said, "You're lucky Steph's not there." And Kyrie Irving chirped back, "Well, that's okay because he's got to guard me." Yeah. Kyrie's not going to guard you. Or you guys aren't even going to guard each other, I don't think, to be completely honest with you.
That's possible. By the way, looking at the injury report, Draymond questionable, as he has been with the right foot, and Dante DiVincenzo also questionable right knee soreness as well. So the Warriors may be even a little bit more shorthanded at that point with JaMychal Green out, along with Iguodala, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins.
They got to stop playing like this, JD. Can't win a game, and if they don't play.
I know.
If they don't play, all right. We'll just find a way to get past this one. Have they closed a back-to-back?
That's a good question. I think they have. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. Have they won the second game of a back-to-back? We can look that up. Off the top of my head, I actually don't.
Doesn't feel like it.
Let's get. All right, Rob in Richmond. Let's get to the phones. We got a bunch of people that want to talk Warriors, so let's do it. Rob in Richmond, appreciate you holding. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, happy holidays, guys. JD, I love and respect your opinion. I got to know, why don't the Warriors choose to play Klay on back-to-backs against the tougher team? I can take your answer off.
Yeah, and thank you. They just don't believe in it. I think they just roll with the training staff, and the training staff says do the first one, and they just roll with it that way. I think it wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit of karma. Basketball gods, small G, they don't want to get them annoyed by picking a night, and other teams do it. Other teams do this where they pick a night and it's like, oh, this is the night against the lesser team that guys aren't going to play. Clippers do that a lot. The Clippers, I think, more than anybody do that.
They would have lost last night.
No, they would have, for sure.
That's what's so crazy.
Well, no, that's the thing.
You can't do that right now.
Well, and I think that's the point. I think that's, you answered it. I mean, you answered it better than I did. I think that's a part of it. You just don't want to get in a bad karma situation. Grandy, you got the back-to-back answer?
I do have an answer. They've won one game on the second end of a back-to-back. They beat the Chicago Bulls
at home
early December, and then they came up the next day and beat the Houston Rockets.
Right.
Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, everyone but Klay played in both games.
Okay, and there you go. And that's the only other time they've had a home back-to-back as well.
There you go.
So they can do it just like everything else. They can do it at home.
Exactly.
They can do it at home. If both games are at home, they can sweep it. So they'll try to do it tonight as well. But yeah, could be a little bit more shorthanded than even anticipated. But yeah, they just don't want to get into dictating which team sucks and which team doesn't. But yeah, you're right. If Klay didn't play last night, they would have lost.
Right, and it makes it easy right now, to be completely honest with you. It makes it easy because...
Although I think they were going to do it with Wiggins. And it makes sense because Wiggins... Because he got cleared, because Steve Kerr said he got cleared from the adductor, but he was gonna play tonight, and then he got sick, so he was out for both games. But they said he got cleared for last night, but then they were gonna wait, and I think they were actually with Wiggins because it was a starting point. They were gonna, all right, Wiggins is gonna play, Klay's not. Klay's gonna play, Wiggins is not, because he wasn't gonna probably play both games anyway, coming off the.
And that would have made sense. There's no disrespect there, I don't think.
No, it's just because it's just the return. You're delaying the return from injury, and you're giving him one more day.
That's different than, second end of back. No, we're actually going to do Klay the first half of this back-to-back because you're trash.
Yeah, no doubt. I think you need to avoid doing that. I hate when the Clippers do that.
Yeah.
And we've seen the Clippers a lot. The Clippers a lot of times they'll pick and choose, and they end up losing to the bad team.
Exactly,
like a lot,
and they should.
Yeah, they're borderline gutless.
Serves them right.
They are. They're borderline. They're talented, but they're borderline gutless.
Yeah, no dog.
Bobby in Antioch next here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Bobby?
Hey, JD Allen. Thanks for letting me hop on with you fellas. Hey, so my question is concerning the back-to-back games, but mine more is Kerr hurting Klay and the team by constantly resting Klay on these back-to-backs. It seems like every time Klay gets something going, it's always on the first game of a back-to-back, and then he's rested the next one. Then he comes out that following game and struggles again. And it seems like this team needs to get that old Klay Thompson, going, and he never gets that opportunity to get a rhythm going in multiple games, to get his confidence back up. I understand you want to save his legs, but he looks healthy out there. He doesn't look like he's struggling. So that's my question. I just want to get your answer on that. And have a Happy New Year.
Yeah, you as well. Happy New Year to you. 38 minutes last night. I mean, to me, this was kind of an easy one. And Steve Kerr called him doubtful last night. He referenced the 38 minutes. Mm-hmm. Does it hurt his rhythm? Yeah, it probably does. But I still think you have to go with the long-term view. Like, I have no problem with, and you know me, like I am as pro, I want everybody to play as much as possible guy as there is probably in the universe.
Right.
Like I want everybody to play that's available. I want all the stars playing. I want teams to have full rosters. I want guys that are maybe a little banged up to push through it and play. Like I am that guy. Like I want everybody playing. With Klay, it makes sense. Like I hate it when teams manipulate it. That's part of my issue with the Clippers. Like it drives me crazy. But is Klay make, like, with the two big injuries, like, to me, Klay should never play in a back-to-back maybe the rest of his career, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I guess that's...
Like, I don't think that's crazy. He doesn't want it.
Well, no, but I guess that's the question too. Are we waiting for some type of clearance? Hey, now Clay can play back-to-backs, or they're not even touching it. They're just saying, well, I guess at the beginning of the season they said they weren't going to.
Well, Steve did, and I wonder, and I don't know that the follow-up was ever asked, and at one point I asked the initial question when there was the shift, and then I should have followed up, but it was one of those where I didn't get the mic back, and then nobody followed up, and I don't think anybody followed up since. But if you go back to, I think it was early November when Steve Kerr had said, yeah, Clay's not going to play in back-to-backs this year. And then it was 3 or 4 weeks later, there was a back-to-back, and you still have to ask, every night, like, is Clay out for that, whatever? And he said, and I think the follow-up at that point was, well, is he going to miss every back-to-back? It was kind of a redoubling down kind of question off of what he had said 3 weeks ago. And he said, no, there could be a time actually based on, talking to the training staff where Clay does play in back-to-backs. And that was a shift. And so I followed up at that point by saying, is this a shift off of, what was originally thought it was going to happen? And he said, yes, there has been a shift. And then the natural follow-up, which didn't get asked, and my bad on that, doggone it, did it come from the doctors?
Right.
Or did it come from Clay? Because I could see Clay being ticked that Steve, the first time, even said he's not playing. Like, if I hear that and I'm Clay, knowing his mentality, and hear Steve say you're not playing in back-to-backs the whole year, I'd go in and we'd have a conversation about it. I'd say, bro, I want to play back-to-backs.
Yeah, right.
Now, but I don't want that door to be completely closed either.
Yeah, I've already sat out, multiple years because of these injuries. I feel good. And to that point, we got to win games. This is not even about not needing Clay, right? Or having that luxury. This is not even a luxury. You need to win these basketball games, and you have Steph Curry out. So you need that punch. But now,
you also can't have Clay do something where he's out a month.
That's true, too. And we've seen...
Because the Warriors can't afford any more of those, to be honest.
There have been times where, and I think Clay's endurance has gotten better, but it was at the beginning of this season, and I would say not at the beginning of last season when he returned, kind of in the middle, where you started to see Clay when he starts front rimming things, back rimming things, not getting enough arc on his shot from your legs, right? So his legs were a bit more tired. So you've seen the effects of Clay, and you might, to the casual fan, might just say, man, Clay's off tonight. Well, there's a reason he's off.
Yeah.
He's tired.
No,
and I guess the argument would be, well, if you play him in back-to-back games, his stamina will go up. With what you're dealing with now, his first full season since, the 2 catastrophic injuries, you can't afford to lose him. You can't.
Here's Clay from last night, little back and forth about whether he would play tonight.
You think you might play tomorrow night?
Hope so, but the training staff, it's up to them. That'd be fun, though.
Will you campaign for it at all? Or just...
I don't know, man. I'll do my best.
Guess that's a no.
Yeah. Basically, that I'm not going to waste my breath.
Right.
That's pretty much
and
what he's
again,
saying.
it was last night was a hard 38.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were grinding last night
Yeah.
to try and get that win, and they were grinding against Memphis to try and get that.
And
win.
they will be grinding tonight.
And they're going to be grinding tonight. And I mean, I was looking at some of the numbers. I mean, the Warriors are still playing at the top pace in the league, but I mean, Utah is a number 4 offense, and they don't really defend. They're as good offensively as they are bad defensively. They're 26th in defense, so you can put up some points to get them. It's a loose game. I think the Warriors are very comfortable playing against Utah. I said that against their previous iteration. The Warriors were always comfortable because they weren't really athletic. I think this team's not really athletic either. They're more skilled, and typically the Warriors, when they're whole or close to whole, can hang with and or beat teams like Utah. I think that's why they handled them the first matchup, and that's why they had the lead even shorthanded in Salt Lake City 3 weeks ago, but they kicked it away at the last minute.
Yeah.
In the closing seconds, really.
Right. And I think the Warriors are going to have something for them. Got to look for who's going to step up today, JD, because whatever athleticism the Jazz do have, they're going to be throwing it all at Jordan Poole, which I do think he's starting to get used to. I do think Jordan Poole, obviously it's going to be different tonight with no Clay, but I do think early on, okay, well, Jordan Poole's got to get used to being on the scouting report now and being on people's radars. I think it's happening now. I think it's working. And to look forward here, not to go too far in the future, but as long as the Warriors remain in the mix and can get to a decent seed and do some things in the playoffs, I think that's going to help the team moving forward because Jordan Poole, when he is on with that second unit, unless they're putting some type of spy, unless you're facing the Blazers with GP2, there's not very many guys, there are not very many groups that are going to be able to shut down Jordan Poole when you're talking about the secondary groups. It's different between that and the first groups.
Let's go to Jeff in San Jose next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jeff, you're on with JD and Allen.
Hey there. Try to ask like really stupid questions for the experts, which are you guys.
Okay.
So first of all, we obviously got rid of 4 important players, and we got 4 or 5 rookie/good players. Which team is better last year or this year? That's question 1. Okay. Question 2 is Las Vegas has them both at like either 3 or 4. Which team do you think has a better chance of winning? The 49ers or the Warriors?
Winning the championship.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's a good question. Thanks, Jeff. The first one's an easy one. I mean, last year's team's better than this year's team. Like, unequivocally. I mean, that's like not even
right. Well, because of what GP2 brought you, what Otto Porter Jr. brought you.
Yeah.
And even to a lesser degree, Bielitsa.
And Poole was better last year to this point. And I mean, I think Draymond and Steph and Wiggins, you were healthier.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, at least on the Wiggins front. I mean, actually, they've really been healthier this year up until the point where a couple weeks ago they lost Wiggins and then lost Steph. But no, last year's team by a lot. Mm-hmm. As far as the Niners or the Warriors winning the title, I mean that's a trickier one. I'll go Niners right now. I think like right now today, who's got the better shot to win the title right now today? Whatever, December 28th, 2022. I'm going to say Niners just based on the fact that they're closer to it at this point. They are 4 wins from it, which is, it's the same as being 4 rounds from it if you're the Warriors, but the Warriors to me are 4 rounds and then some from it with a lot of question marks. Not saying the Warriors can't. I'm betting the Niners right now if we have to make that bet.
I'd have to bet the Niners. And honestly, part of it is just logistically. You only have to beat a team once.
Sure.
It's a hard-fought game. It's football, but I would say you'd have to go Niners.
Similar odds right now. That's what the caller said.
That's interesting.
Similar odds? Really? Yeah, Grandy's like, I don't know about that one. Okay, bring it up.
I'll check and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, if we get back to that seemed a little fishy to me that it would be similar odds right now as far as
similar can be a broad term.
Although typically the Warriors do tend to be higher in the Boston, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, and then who can really win the title, right? It's probably like Boston, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Warriors. Or something, you know what I mean? It's weird. Sometimes it's weird like that. Go ahead, Grandy.
The Warriors currently, according to FanDuel, 8th best odds at plus 1,300. I guess technically tied for 6th with the Nuggets and the Grizzlies, plus 1,300. The Niners, the 4th best odds at plus 700.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
All right. That's about right.
So what?
So the Warriors are 8. So the Warriors are 8th best odds to win the title, but right now they're the 18th best team in the league.
Right, basically. And the Niners, who's in front of them? What? The Chiefs, the Bills, and the Eagles, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the chalk. Which makes sense. I think that's exactly right.
Just continue to disrespect the Vikings, and nobody cares.
Well, it's the one score thing. Man.
I know.
Like people think they're lucky. I'm not going to call you might if you want to call them a little lucky, that's fine. Just don't call them frauds.
The Vikings are plus 1,900, by the way.
Where is that? What group is that in? Like who are they surrounding? Green Bay and the Lions?
There's a clear top 6. Those 4 you mentioned, including the Niners, the Bengals, then the Cowboys. Giant drop-off. Then the Vikings, the Ravens, and the Chargers, and the Buccaneers are the next group.
That is so disrespectful. If I'm a Vikings fan. But, prove them wrong.
I kind of get it. I mean, I do kind of get it.
I do too. JD, the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line keeps bringing up, I completely forgot. The last time the Jazz played, obviously we know it ended in heartbreak for the Warriors, but we also got one of the best memes of 2022 with Jordan Clarkson squaring up like a 1950s boxer to try to get at Kuminga when they had that little
It was awesome
squabble. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
So everyone's saying, is there going to be round 2 tonight if you stick Kuminga on Clarkson? You never know.
Oh, that's a good call. That's a case to be made for Kuminga on Clarkson.
Right. Get in his head.
Like right at the start. I kind of like that. I may switch my pick from Moody to Kuminga as far as who gets into the starting lineup. Let's go to, is it Nico? Nico in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Nico.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call, guys. So basically, I think to reevaluate the question that you asked, and then the fact that you said DiVincenzo and Draymond may be questionable tonight, I think they should actually start both Moody and Kuminga. Just throw the rookies out there, or Moody and Kuminga, and then what's the other rookie that got there? PBJ. Throw him in there with Poole and Looney, and just put it together. Get these guys some type of experience, because they got to take advantage while the starters are sitting and resting and stuff like that. So, and then also I think instead of Kurt taking Clay out of these back-to-backs, I think either they should lessen the minutes or restrict his minutes in the second game. For example, tonight, maybe he should just start and just play 15 minutes or 10, and then give him the rest to Moody. You know what I mean? So I'll take the rest of your comments off the line, but that's what I think they should go, the route they should go for round.
Nico, I think you're onto something as far as the Clay thing, not limited in the second game, but I think what you could see is if they limit the minutes in both games. I think that might be the compromise to get him in both games, would be, maybe, hey, you can play both games, but it's 25 in both games, as opposed to 38 and 20 or something like that.
But isn't it so much easier to say that in theory? Then you get into the game, you're teasing them a bit.
But everybody knows it going in. I mean, this is going to be your rotation. It's going to be a little different. But
you know what's going to happen. He's going to get on a heater.
The problem there, though, is, they've pulled him when he's been on heaters before. But the problem there is that you're kind of messing up 2 games in terms of your rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So the game where he would have played 38, now you're playing him 25, so it's screwing with that game. There was a game a couple weeks ago, talking about my favorite team, the Clippers. They were in Orlando, and I think it was Paul George and Kawhi. They were both playing. They were in Orlando. They both were on minutes restrictions. The game went to overtime, and I think one of them was at his minutes restriction, like, One was at it in overtime. The other, was going to be if he played the full overtime. So, one was done for the night. I think Kawhi was maybe done for the night, and Paul George was only allowed to play 2 of the 5 minutes. And so they just, Kawhi didn't play in overtime. And Paul George then took a seat with 3 minutes left. They ended up losing to Orlando.
That's what comes with it, though. Now,
and they stuck to it.
Right. Now, of course the Clippers would. And look, I can't. I'm not even going to joke because I don't know what is going on with Kawhi. But you put the carrot out there,
Speaking
and then
of the
you
Magic,
pull it away.
Apparently there's been a fight. Killian Hayes and Mo Wagner. Speaking of Orlando and Mo Wagner, not Franz Wagner.
That's another team that we throw in when we're talking about a place Kuminga could get a double-double. Just 2 teams in the Wembanyama sweepstakes. The Pistons and the Magic.
All right, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. We got some phone calls to close things out. Warriors Live at 6. We're brought to you by the Odyssey Weather Network.
In San Rafael, it'll be rainy tonight with a low of 44.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance, regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Final segment, John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. Hey, if you don't have plans for New Year's Eve, then join our very own Bay Area radio legend, Chewy Gomez from 1021 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion this Saturday as they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay at the San Jose Marriott. Don't miss out. For tickets and more information, you can go to TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. I like the throwbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be all right with that party.
I always
if
get
I wasn't
them,
going to be in Vegas,
you know,
hopefully.
If I'm driving up to
Southwest,
Reno, Napa, you lose service. That 102.1's always there. It's always there playing some Nelly, right?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Some Fetty Wap, right? And then that's what's so crazy now, JD, when we're coming up into
right?
a new year.
Oh.
The throwbacks are
like oldies?
Or like 2005.
I know. Yeah, but throwbacks are like oldies to my parents or something like that
man.
now, which is
it's
what's going
life.
on? What's going on, man? Like that is life, right? 888-957-9570. Let's get back to the phones. We had a lot of people that want to talk Warriors today. We appreciate the passion. Is it Hill? Hill in San Francisco? Hill, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan, JD. Yes, the reason why I'm calling because